destroying level experts? Chu Chen's infamous name still resounded. Wherever he went, every living being bowed their proud heads in respect. Some beings present had heard of Chu Chen's deeds and knew that he had a title among the human race, world-destroying thunder god. However, now that he had completed the 3 awakenings and had achieved the feat of slaying a demigod, it would be more appropriate to change it to immortal thunder god. The term immortal perfectly matched his reputation, and everyone was convinced. At this moment, the vast temple had been mostly destroyed, and all the treasure vaults had vanished. Chu Chen's gains were considerable. With his current assets, it would be easy to cultivate a myth-level army of 100,000 fully armed soldiers. Although the number could not compare to the 4 legions of the Dragon Summer Empire, he was confident he could surpass them in combat power. How could an independent main city not have its own army? The Holy Spirit Palace is already a shell of its former self. There should be no one pulling the strings behind the scenes, right? Chu Chen gazed towards the ancestral grave of the Holy Spirit Palace. In that isolated Pure Land, the saints and elders of the Holy Spirit Palace from generations past were buried, serving as their spiritual legacy. At the same time, the Lake of Laws was located within. Chu Chen slowly moved forward and saw Feng Yan and Zai Zai mingling in the crowd. Both had joined the battle. Feng Yan's sealing techniques combined with Zai Zai's thunder had produced impressive results. As Chu Chen approached, Feng Yan smiled and said, "Immortal Thunder God, you're quite impressive now. Who in this vast old land doesn't know your name? Don't start, such titles are meaningless. Are you trying to elevate me just to make my troubles even greater?" Chu Chen rolled his eyes without mercy. Feng Yan chuckled, ruffling Zai Zai's head, and said, "Who's elevating you? My brother and I are just riding on your coattails. With the title Thunder God Brother, I can walk sideways in the 3rd sequence world." Roar! Zai Zai excitedly shouted, as if to say that Zai Zai was also quite impressive. Chu Chen shook his head and smiled, pointing to the only pure land left, asking, "Is there a way to break this ceiling formation? I was waiting for you to say that." Feng Yan rubbed his nose, his fingers flashing with light as he began to inscribe the symbol array, saying, "I sensed the sealing technique as soon as I arrived here. You know, the powerful being the Holy Spirit Palace invited probably has some connection to my Feng family." Chu Chen did not dare to forcefully break it. If he used brute force, it would detonate the entire graveyard. At that time, the Lake of Laws would cease to exist. What are the chances? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. In the world of sealing techniques, I possess 8 parts out of 10. Feng Yan grinned. In terms of sealing techniques, there was no formation in the entire multiverse that he could not break. If there was, it must have been set up by his ancestors. Other races setting up formations in front of the Feng family were like showing off a big knife in front of Guangdong. This is troublesome. Chu Chen nodded slightly. "Oh, brother, there's no need to be so polite." Feng Yan's speed increased, and suddenly a sea of stars appeared above his head, shining brightly. "Accompanying you. Here, I should contribute my share, otherwise, how would my name, Feng Yan, appear in the historical records?" Seal, break. A thread appeared among the countless stars, gradually connecting them. Then, a powerful sealing force suddenly surged, instantly covering the entire tomb. In this pure land, there are not only the tombs of the elders and saints of the Holy Spirit Temple, but also the precious lake of laws that is revealed in the heavenly realms. Therefore, the unsealing process cannot afford any mistakes. Even the slightest oversight could lead to collapse. Chu Chen's opportunity to enhance the laws rests on Feng Yan, who, although hailed as a prodigy by many, knows nothing about sealing techniques. He can fight without issue, easily knocking others down in an instant. Each field has its own expertise, and bringing Feng Yan to the old land still serves a purpose. Suddenly, the tomb's formation revealed itself, a layer of pure white, covering sealing this pure land, untouched by any worldly filth. Generally speaking, places like tombs are heavy with yin energy and are often referred to as lands of ghosts and gods. A place where souls are entrusted has nothing to do with the living, right? However, the tomb of the Holy Spirit Temple is entirely different. Inside is a vibrant scene, with harmless creatures frolicking freely, completely unconcerned with what is happening outside. Feng Yan entered a state of extreme focus, completely different from his usual carefree demeanor. As if he had transformed into another person. Countless nodes appeared on the cover, each embedded with 10 talismans interconnected. Like a heavenly lock. The path of sealing forms its own system. For example, with formations, 10 nodes are the entry level, 100 nodes are the threshold, and 1,000 nodes can be called a master. As for the next level of 10,000 nodes, it can already establish a sect and achieve great ambitions. 100,000 nodes are considered a peak-level existence, and it is rare to find someone in the heavenly realms capable of arranging such a formation. Over 1 million talismans connected together, and only by finding the eye of the formation and gradually cracking each node step by step could there be a chance. This is an extremely grand project. Even an ordinary myth-level sealer, if they found the eye of the formation, would take several hours to crack just one node. This is why Chu Chen asked how long it would take. The creatures nearby looked at the emerging sea of stars, quite astonished, whispering among themselves, afraid of disturbing the fierce one's brother. "Did you see that? It seems to be the legendary sealing stars. Only those who have made Significant achievements in the path of sealing are qualified to condense them. With a thought, tens of thousands of sealing techniques emerge. That kid is indeed a true genius. Creating tens of thousands of techniques, what kind of monstrous talent is this? Indeed, the followers of the Fierce One are not simple. First a pure-blooded Holy Spirit, then a giant dragon, and now another sealer. The Fierce One's brilliance is too dazzling, already overshadowing all light around. The creatures exclaimed in amazement, not expecting Feng Yan to be so formidable. With so many sealing techniques emerging, even a strong divine sense would have to go all out, right? Chu Chen listened to their words, his expression shifting slightly. All along, he regarded Feng Yan as a comrade in arms, and he possessed immense potential, which was what he valued. A person who can endure 50,000 years of solitude is certainly not an ordinary individual. Just this temperament alone is enough to crush 99% of the prodigies of the age. Compliments from others made Chu Chen realize the true value of the Sea of Stars, and he couldn't help but take it seriously. To monopolize 8 parts? You are still too modest. Chu Chen murmured, a strange meaning flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, at that moment, a crisp sound was heard, like chains breaking, and one of the nodes vanished with a loud bang. What? Did they find the eye of the formation so quickly? Moreover, it seems he didn't start cracking from the nodes around the eye, but directly from the eye itself. What boldness! The creatures were astonished instinctively, looking towards the pure land within the formation, wanting to see if the anticipated destruction had occurred. To their surprise, the pure land remained vibrant and flourishing, resembling a paradise, with not a hint of damage. Seeing this, people instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. The worst fears had not come to pass. Generally speaking, if the core of a formation is destroyed, the entire array would enter a state of collapse. Looking again at Feng Yan's actions, a star array disk suddenly appeared before him, covered in countless runes, densely packed. A mere counterfeit formation, and you can blow it up to the heavens. Feng Yan scoffed with a smile, raising his hand to trace several nodes, connecting them in a straight line. Suddenly, the entire star array disk began to collapse, starting from the core and spreading outward, gradually disintegrating. Similarly, the barrier outside the tomb also began to dissolve, at an astonishing speed. It broke so quickly? The sealing formation crafted by the Holy Spirit Hall, which took countless effort and wealth, and 100 years to forge, is actually so fragile? It shouldn't be. Back then, a world-destroying level expert, skilled in formations, came to try and spent months just to find a clue, and then took 3 years to successfully break it. Could it be that the long time has weakened the sealing power? The same doubts lingered in people's hearts. They had always been hesitant to enter the tomb for the same reason as Chu Chen, fearing the destruction of the law lake inside. But now, it had been so easily broken, and the total time seemed to be less than an hour, right? It vanished silently, without any grand display or earth-shattering noise. The birds and beasts in the Pure Land all looked towards the core of the formation, their eyes seemingly filled with human-like confusion and bewilderment. Done. Feng Yan waved his hand, retracting the starry sea above his head back into his mind. As expected of the Feng family's heir, no one in the world can compare to your prowess in breaking formations. Chu Chen looked at him with admiration. Feng Yan laughed heartily. If I didn't have this little ability, how could I be worthy to stand alongside the Thunder God? A formation that troubled a world-destroying level for half a year, yet in your hands, it couldn't last half an hour. Is heaven blind? A person like you should also have the qualifications to step onto the divine path. Chu Chen spoke. Speaking of the divine path, Feng Yan smiled nonchalantly. My Feng family never competes for divine positions. 50,000 years ago, I already had the qualifications for the divine path, but the sealing technique ultimately cannot reach the grand stage. Have you ever heard of the miraculous feats of sealers? Chu Chen looked at him seriously and said, with the weak waters of 3,000, you only take a ladle of sealing. Since there are no legends, why not create one with your own hands? There are countless myths in this world. Since you can do what others cannot, why not give it a try? Before this, have you ever heard of the miraculous deeds of the Thunder Mage? Upon hearing this, Feng Yan was slightly taken aback. Aren't you afraid I might seize your opportunity? Ha ha. Chu Chen laughed heartily, a hint of delight appearing on his enchanting face. The competition for the divine path is based on one's own abilities. How can the path to immortality allow for compromise? If you can contend for that ethereal divine position, what harm is there in me clearing your path? Every word struck Feng Yan's heart, causing it to thump wildly, rising a wave of unknown excitement. The divine path, how many people yearn for this road? To be recognized by heaven as a prodigy is already a supreme honor, a great achievement that will be remembered throughout history. How many beings exist in the myriad worlds? How many can truly be remembered by the present and future generations? A lifetime of mediocrity, seeking a stable existence, perhaps is the life most people desire. The Feng family, as a hidden clan, does not compete or fight, does not ally with powers, nor does it contend with great evils. They simply work diligently to create sealing techniques, attempting to achieve the supreme art of sealing the divine. However, the family suffers from the curse's harm and often seeks ways to break it, wasting far too much time on this. As a result, for countless years, they have remained lukewarm, with the world only knowing of sealers, whose techniques are profound and difficult to break, yet unaware that the Feng family monopolizes 8 parts of the knowledge. Who doesn't want to ride in fine clothes and gallop across the world? If I had the strength to fight, what harm is there in contending for the divine position? Feng Yan thought to himself every time he saw Chu Chen unleash his formidable power, he felt an intense envy. How awe-inspiring was that immortal divine thunder that could destroy the heavens and the earth? When the divine thunder struck, the world fell silent, and all living beings bowed their heads. Even demigods had to drink the bitter cup of defeat. In this vast old land, who would dare to speak a word of disrespect to Chu Chen? Even the demigods of the 4 great clans no longer dared. Deep down, they still harbored a sense of fear, otherwise, how could the lake of laws allow their clansmen to compete? Feng Yan had always yearned for such a life, one person, one sword, galloping through the rivers and lakes, how exhilarating. However, Brother Chu, you are right. The glory that the Feng family has never had, I will strive for in this life. He was inspired by Chu Chen's words, a flame of hope ignited in his heart, and an unprecedented impulse surged within him. I love to hear that. When you become a god, maybe I can boast about it to others. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Are you joking with me? Who doesn't know that the Thunder God is the most likely genius to become the ruler of this era? What does it mean to be the ruler of an era? It would be more carefree to become an immortal than a god. What is an immortal? Upon hearing this novel term, Feng Yan was filled with question marks, utterly confused. He had heard of gods and emperors, but he had never heard of something called immortal. It's normal not to understand. There's nothing in this world that can be fully comprehended. Just focus on your path of sealing, Chu Chen said slowly. Just as the two were conversing, several shadowy figures stealthily approached the tomb, their movements so strange that they seemed to be able to conceal themselves in the void. Someone dares to take advantage of the array I broke? Chu Chen snorted coldly, and a thunderclap erupted, the immortal divine thunder exploding violently, instantly annihilating those shadowy figures. Such a domineering act caught the attention of all present, leaving them terrified, not daring to breathe for fear of being affected. Chu Chen's golden eyes, filled with killing intent, swept around. Those he fixed his gaze upon trembled all over, hurriedly lowering their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. You have such audacity. I did not stop you from entering the Holy Spirit mountain range, which is already the greatest grace to the old land. Now you dare to steal my things? Who gave you the courage? His voice boomed like thunder, shaking hundreds of people to cough up blood and fly backward, their bodies like drifting duckweed, powerless to fall. This action made them retreat in fear, not daring to approach. This was not just a warning, it was a threat. Tolerance did not mean a lack of temper. He was using action to remind the 4 great clans that the tomb was his to claim. Thunder God, please do not be angry. We will not overstep the boundaries. Those greedy ones just now deserved their punishment. Yes. You can enjoy the things in the Pure Land first. If you are in a good mood, sharing a sip of soup with us would be fine. We do not seek to soak in the lake of laws even once, just getting a few items from the burial goods in those tombs would be great. Looking at their fawning expressions, one might think that Chu Chen was their ancestral patriarch. I said I would dig up the ancestral tomb of the Holy Spirit Palace, and I will do it. As for that burial goods, if you want them, then rely on your own abilities. Chu Chen snorted coldly and stated plainly. The implication was clear. If they wanted a share, they had to step over his corpse first. As soon as these words were spoken, the beings present showed awkward expressions. Defeating him? Did they want to lose their lives? Not to mention the chances of teaming up. Who among them had the courage to challenge the throne? The thought of his fate still echoed in their minds, sending chills down their spines every time they remembered. It's Thunder God, you are being too harsh. We will guard this place and not let any wicked people in. Yes, yes. Who dares to defy the Thunder God? I will chop off their heads and use them as balls to kick. Their righteous words came out with a serious demeanor. Seeing their cowardly appearance, Feng Yan secretly laughed. For Chu Chen, was this not an opportunity to enhance his aura as a superior? He was increasingly exuding the demeanor of a conqueror. This trip to the Divine Palace was indeed not in vain. Let's go. Chu Chen flew into the Pure Land with the cub and Feng Yan heading towards the Lake of Laws. Seeing the fierce deity leave, the beings around breathed a sigh of relief, the heavy stone in their hearts slowly falling. Damn it, those cowards almost got us killed. Did they think waiting a bit longer would kill them? Are they rushing to reincarnate? Exactly, if they hadn't acted impulsively, maybe the fierce deity would have allowed us to enter the tomb. Damn it, we've lost big this time. What clan are they from? The ability to hide in space, who else but the Ghost Clan? At this, countless gazes turned sharply towards the beings of the Ghost Clan, their eyes filled with malice and murderous intent. Cough, cough. It has nothing to do with us, they acted on their own accord. A Ghost Clan member quietly took half a step back. Though he said this, he had already cursed the ancestors of those beasts in his heart. If the fierce deity is still not satisfied, later I'll be the first to take your head. Let your Ghost Clan go to hell to find your kindred. The aura of laws in the Pure Land was many times denser than that of the Holy Spirit mountain range. Comprehending the laws here could yield twice the result with half the effort. Not simple at all. This place truly deserves to be called the Pure Land. How many blessed lands can be found in the worlds of the heavens? Feng Yan exclaimed in admiration. What? Are you thinking of entering a meditative state? With your current lifespan, how many more 50,000-year periods can you endure? Shu Chen said. Feng Yan smiled awkwardly. I was just saying, let alone 10,000 years. If I can't reach the world-destroying level in 900 years, I'll have to find a good place to rest for eternity. The cub listened to their conversation, tilting its head in a seemingly confused manner, its big eyes filled with a human-like innocence. A few minutes later, the three arrived at a huge lake, its surface shimmering with a crystalline hue, resembling floating treasures that dazzled the eyes. We've arrived. This is the legendary Lake of Laws. Tell me, if I soak in it once, can I directly elevate the Thunder Law to the 5th level? The rippling surface of the lake looked as if it were embedded with gems, sparkling with a mysterious light under the illumination. It was rumored that Zhang Shanhe was chased here and discovered the newly born Lake of Laws at the mountain's peak. He then used a crude sealing technique to isolate this place from the outside world. Later, he, along with another vice lord and the lord, established the Holy Spirit Hall, with the original site being here, and renamed the entire vast mountain range to the Holy Spirit Mountain range. The emergence of the Lake of Laws was a blessing for the entire old land and a rare treasure in the worlds of the heavens. Countless ancestors of the Holy Spirit Hall wished to be buried here, hoping to see one day a prodigy rise to the divine position using the power of the Lake of Laws. 5th level? Feng Yan was slightly taken aback, a strange look in his eyes. The difficulty of elevating the laws was not to be underestimated. Relying solely on one's comprehension, it might take 10 or even 100 years to elevate just one level. However, the basic requirement to reach the world-destroying level was to elevate all laws to the 2nd level. What seemed simple had stumped many. Each level of law elevation made the techniques exponentially more powerful. If Chu Chen could elevate the laws to the 5th level at the mythic level, it would not be an exaggeration to say that a single thunderball might be able to kill a world-destroying level powerhouse in an instant. In battles above the mythic level, it was not just about the level of techniques. 5th level is a bit modest. Someone who can study the grip of the underworld in just a few seconds should be able to go straight to the 9th level. Right? Feng Yan teased. Chu Chen glanced at him, the corner of his mouth lifting, and stepped into the lake, saying, It's been a long time since I took a bath. Let's go in together. You can't be serious about doing that, right? Feng Yan hurriedly followed, and the cub joyfully flapped its wings, diving headfirst into the lake. Splash! The cub's 1,000-meter-long body entered the water, instantly creating a massive splash, and it was seen leisurely swimming on the lake's surface, occasionally taking a sip of the lake water, thoroughly enjoying itself. The dragon clan does not need to master the laws. They are a race favored by the heavens. As long as they consume enough energy, they can upgrade directly. Chu Chen took off his gear, revealing a strong physique, like a perfect work of art. Even a man like Feng Yan couldn't help but swallow hard at the first sight. In his impression, mages were almost always frail, looking weak and delicate. The only difference with Chu Chen was that he possessed the bloodline of an ancient god, with strength capable of supporting the heavens. Perhaps it was for this reason that his physique was unprecedentedly good. Jealousy is not a good mindset. Feng Yan took a deep breath, stripped down completely, and jumped in. The temperature of the lake felt warm, reminiscent of a fledgling returning to its nest. Chu Chen let out a long sigh and slowly closed his eyes. A month's time is enough. He then took out the crystal of the law of strength and the crystal of the law of destruction, crushing them in one hand. Not far away, the little one was preparing to play with Chu Chen and Feng Yan, but upon seeing the two with their eyes closed in meditation, felt a bit disappointed, floating on the surface of the lake. Lost in thought. The 4 great races outside truly acted as security, standing guard with a look of longing in their eyes, yet they did not dare to approach. Some beings, unwilling to stay there, ran to the ruins of the shattered palace to see if there were any treasures left behind. The entire sacred spirit mountain had been dug 3 feet deep, as if they wanted to hollow out the mountain. There was a secret about the sacred spirit palace that very few knew, but many began to speculate the moment the grip of the underworld appeared. Inside the mountain was the true treasure vault of the sacred spirit palace, hiding extremely precious treasures. It was said that there were many spells not weaker than the grip of the underworld, as well as numerous rare items, such as demigod-level materials. This was not baseless. The scroll of the grip of the underworld was summoned by Zhang Shanhe, flying out from beneath the mountain peak, a detail enough to prove the truth of the secret. However, no one present dared to act on it, as it involved a certain taboo. Once touched, the entire race would face annihilation. The Lake of Laws opens once every 3 years, and at most 5 people can enter at a time. There are still 3 spots left. Can't the fierce one show some mercy and give us a chance? This opportunity, if missed, will require another 3 years to wait. There's no rush. The fierce one will leave sooner or later, and the Lake of Laws ultimately belongs to our old land. It's a pity about the burial goods of the tomb. Many ancestors of the sacred spirit palace were world-destroying beings, some even buried small worlds in their coffins. Don't think about those things. Do you dare to covet the spoils of the fierce one? Are you looking For death? Every time they thought of the feeling of gain, they couldn't help but be tempted. How many forces in the third sequence? World could pick up scraps? Seeing that even their own ancestors were not tempted, they dared not act recklessly. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye for beings above the mythic level. During this time, the beings stationed outside the tomb heard frequent thunderous sounds coming from the Lake of Laws, the momentum comparable to divine punishment descending from the heavens. It carried a strong sense of destruction, and just a distant glance filled one with fear. There were also deep, resonant buzzing sounds like giants beating drums, shaking the heavens. Moreover, countless golden beams shot straight into the sky. Such phenomena were enough to instill awe. It was not hard to imagine that Chu Chen must have gained unimaginable benefits within, and the eyes of the beings were filled with envy. Divine thunder descends. It's likely the Fierce One has elevated the laws to a higher level, and his strength must have risen several tiers. His growth is too fast. He possesses an unknown bloodline within him. After soaking in the Lake of Laws, he should be able to ascend the divine list. How many proud talents dream of such an honor? Those on the divine list are all unparalleled beings. The divine list is a ranking jointly established by the 10 great races and 10 major forces of the myriad worlds, encompassing the most extraordinary talents of those who can ascend this list are undoubtedly the most hopeful candidates for the divine position. The list contains only a mere 100 names, and in this world of countless beings, its significance goes without saying. With Chu Chen's current strength, making the list is certainly not a problem. The only question is how high he can climb. Even a powerful force like the Holy Spirit Hall has its divine path seeds that are not qualified to be on the list. At this moment, a thunderous explosion resounded, and a beam of golden light shot up into the sky, standing tall in the void. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and golden thunder poured down like a torrential rain, bombarding this figure. This is the power of heaven and earth baptizing him? The second layer of the law shouldn't trigger such a phenomenon. Could it be that the Fierce One has comprehended the third layer? Hiss. At this thought, people collectively gasped, goosebumps rising all over their bodies. In just a month, it is already an extraordinary talent to advance from the first layer to the second layer. Although they all know that this Chu Chen is exceptionally gifted, he can't be so monstrous in everything, right? He has to leave some room for others, doesn't he? Now that the baptism of heaven and earth has appeared, with the heavens helping Chu Chen consolidate his power of the law, this honor is truly unparalleled. The baptism did not last long. An hour later, a figure shimmering with divine light appeared before the world. Chu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Divine radiance flickered, and golden light filled the heavens and the earth, invading people's vision. The thunder mark on his cheek looked even more extraordinary, with runes swirling upon it, a gift from heaven during the baptism. The pentagram mark on his brow had already begun to exhibit the might of an ancient god. Especially after comprehending the law of power, Chu Chen felt an endless supply of strength within him, shaking the divine mountain with ease. I may have been a bit overconfident. There's not enough time. Chu Chen looked down at his palm, where a ball of lightning slowly appeared, the size of a basketball, but at this moment, it could unleash damage comparable to a half-step world-destroying full force strike. After soaking in the experience, Chu Chen raised the laws of thunder, power, and destruction all to the fourth layer. If it were just a single law, he was confident he could elevate it to the sixth or even seventh layer. However, doing so would go against his original intention. People say that the essence of the law lies in its refinement, not its quantity, but that is advice for the mediocre. From the moment he changed professions, Chu Chen did not want to be mediocre. If he were to do it, he would be the only one in the world. Nevertheless, the gains were still substantial. The wonders of the Lake of Laws were indeed not exaggerated. If only I could take it with me. Chu Chen suddenly had the desire to collect it. 3 years may seem long, but if he could bring it to his territory, he could soak in it every 3 years. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about the constraints of the law. He could just charge in and kill monsters to gain experience. However, as much as he was tempted, Chu Chen knew that such a thing was too absurd, almost impossible. The Lake of Laws is a creation of heaven and earth, possessing its own consciousness. If he were to forcibly seize it, the Lake of Laws might lose its spirit entirely, becoming an ordinary lake with no special use. Chu Chen dismissed the distracting thoughts in his mind, slowly descended, and arrived at the shore. How was the harvest? Chu Chen asked. Feng Yan, who was putting on his gear, glanced at Chu Chen with a hint of resentment and replied, barely okay. I only saw the ceiling law raised to the second layer. Not bad. This trip wasn't in vain. Chu Chen patted his shoulder, offering comfort. Seeing this, Feng Yan felt even worse, letting out a deep sigh. Indeed. Compared to a monster like Chu Chen, what difference was there from self-humiliation? Eee. The small creature suddenly dashed into Chu Chen's arms, sticking out its little tongue to lick his cheek, expressing its feelings through action. Sorry to keep you waiting. It must have been boring during this time, right? Chu Chen affectionately rubbed the creature's head. The creature enjoyed Chu Chen's touch, closing its eyes in pure bliss. Next, shall we prepare to head to the chaotic land? Feng Yan asked. Chu Chen gazed towards the east and nodded, saying, it's time. The chaos land is nothing like the old soil. The forces and races there are intricately complex and extremely dangerous, with copies that can be considered forbidden zones everywhere, Feng Yan reminded. Speaking of forbidden zones, Chu Chen Suddenly recalled how the sea-shattering war god wanted to exile him to the Ghost Bone Desert. Such places are indeed perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to irretrievable doom. Moreover, the Chaos Land is located in the Far East, at the edge of the world, making the journey quite distant. I'm not afraid of demigods, why would I fear so-called forbidden zones? Chu Chen said. Feng Yan opened his mouth, just about to explain the terror of forbidden zones to Chu Chen when a strong light suddenly appeared in the sky. Ding! A golden ancient scroll 100 meters long slowly unfurled before the world, and an immense, boundless power spread across the Holy Spirit mountain range. At that moment, countless gazes turned towards the scroll. At first glance, they thought it was the mysterious deputy Lord of the Holy Spirit Palace returning for revenge, causing them to want to flee. But upon a closer look, they realized things were not that simple. The scroll shimmered with a golden light, and as it opened, two massive ancient divine characters were inscribed above divine ranking. It has indeed appeared. Once the fiend's law was elevated, it directly attracted the attention of the divine ranking. With such strength, the fiend will probably break into the top 50 on his first appearance, right? Frog at the bottom of the well. Do you think all the prodigies of the myriad worlds are useless? Which one isn't capable of standing against an entire clan? If the holy Buddha's son hadn't been lacking a bit of fortune, he might have made it onto the divine ranking years ago. The appearance of this ranking immediately shocked all beings. They had only heard rumors about the divine ranking and had never seen it with their own eyes. Now that the physical object was in front of them, their excitement was beyond measure, their eyes filled with fervor. The demigods of the great clans were also quite astonished. Unexpectedly, after waiting here for a month, they could witness the grandeur of the ranking. Goodness, it shouldn't be aimed at me, right? Feng Yan stared at the sky in disbelief, murmuring, if it's aimed at me, that would truly bring glory to my ancestors. The words Chu Chen had said still lingered in his mind. Such an opportunity was rare, and once it appeared, he too wanted to step onto that legendary divine path and compete. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the divine ranking, instantly engulfing Chu Chen. Following that, a name slowly appeared on the list, and all the rankings below shifted back one position, with the 100th place being pushed out of the ranking. At the 90th position, Chu Chen's name appeared. Divine ranking 90 myth. 1-star Chu Chen, 19 years old, ancient god clan, immortal divine thunder, reason for ranking, level up kill of a demigod. Wow. To debut at 90? That's too exaggerated. The divine ranking doesn't make mistakes. That beam of light was a test of his strength. If this pace continues, with the fiend's growth rate, won't he be able to break into the 80s in a year? What the hell? He's only 19? No one expected that such a monstrous prodigy was only 19 years old? Not even 20? Looking at the entire divine ranking, the youngest was over 100 years old. If viewed this way, he was only 18 before entering the temple, just transitioned? Hiss. That's so damn abnormal, like a beast. Even the demigod of the Minotaur clan, who had seen the rise and fall of ages, couldn't help but curse at that moment. Shocked voices continued to emerge, while the person in question, Chu Chen, couldn't help but frown upon seeing this ranking. Only 90? Am I that weak? Chu Chen's expression turned strange, and he couldn't help but speculate about which fool had created this ranking. The illustrious immortal divine thunder, the creator of myths, and a pioneer of unparalleled paths, was only ranked 90? Seeing the expression on Chu Chen's face, Feng Yan couldn't help but know what he was thinking and said, don't underestimate the people of the world. The old earth is small, and the third sequence world is also small. What about that guy above me? He lived for over 300 years and is only half a step to the world-destroying level. Does someone like that even qualify to be on the list? Chu Chen asked. The 89th on the list was a royal direct descendant of the Tengu clan, and the reason for his ranking was that on the night of the full moon, he devoured the bright moon, forcefully reversing the great trend of the world and turning the celestial phenomenon into a waning moon. At the same time, he transformed part of that bright moon into his own law power, successfully comprehending the law of the moon and advancing to the myth level. Behind the reason for ranking, his life achievements were recorded. For example, at the age of 30, he killed a water dragon of the divine awareness level, devoured the dragon crystal, and gained a portion of the giant dragon's power, making his own Tengu bloodline even more formidable. At 50, he comprehended a second law and, during battle, devoured the opponent's law power to nourish himself, directly elevating the two existing laws to the third level. By the age of 100, he single-handedly fought against 3 demigods, severely injuring 2 and killing 1, retreating unscathed. These achievements were the reasons for his rise in ranking. Looking at the entire divine list, there was not a single person who was not extraordinarily talented, each having made world-shaking events in the myriad worlds. And this was just the 89th. Looking further ahead, the top 50 were basically at the divine awareness level, while the top 10 were even at the demigod realm, rising to the demigod level. In 1,000 years, these prodigies were truly unparalleled talents. Their life stories were densely packed, each enough to inspire countless people with admiration and awe. For instance, the one ranked 10th challenged the avatars of the gods before the divine path was opened, enduring 20 moves under the gods without defeat. Just based on this, it was enough to enter the top 10 of the divine list. The splendor of that battle still lingers in people's memories. Throughout history, how many dared to challenge the gods? Not to mention exchanging blows. The top three were all freaks among freaks, capable of annihilating billions of lives with a mere gesture. Their strength extremely formidable. Currently, Chu Chen was indeed very powerful, but compared to the top talents on the divine list, he still fell short. It's not that I underestimate the people of the world. If the dead were as weak as rivers and mountains, what fun would there be? Chu Chen smirked, memorizing the names of everyone on the list. Only by constantly surpassing oneself and enjoying the thrill of becoming stronger is there any meaning. Otherwise, what hope would there be in life? Hearing this, Feng Yan was slightly surprised. He originally thought Chu Chen would feel dissatisfied. After all, he was a proud person who had never tasted defeat along the way. Seeing so many stronger and more monstrous individuals, he not only felt no disappointment but instead ignited a fighting spirit. You're still young, you have plenty of time, Feng Yan said. Time is equal. While you are getting stronger, how could others remain stagnant? Chu Chen looked at the divine list gradually becoming illusory, disappearing from view. At that moment, the world returned to silence, and all living beings fell into a daze, their eyes vacant. They witnessed a great moment, the emergence of the divine list. How many people had longed to witness the scene with their own eyes? The dragon and phoenix among men, the divine list that hasn't changed in 100 years. Those old fellows can't sit still now, can they? In this life, the competition will be unprecedentedly fierce, arguably the most prosperous era since ancient times. Yet why does it appear in the age of declining laws? What a pity, the elements are gradually weakening. The magic that Chu Chen excels at will become his greatest weakness. The demigods of the four great clans sighed inwardly. Why was there a Zhuge Liang born alongside a Zhuge Jin? If Chu Chen had been born in the ancient era when elements were at their peak, he would undoubtedly have been a great hero by now. What he excelled at would not hold an advantage. Everyone vaguely remembered that when Chu Chen was in the temple, a celestial phenomenon descended, personally bestowing upon him the words immortal. How glorious was that? The only one in this era to be ranked for his profession in magic was him alone. At that moment, the entire Pure Land suddenly trembled, and an indescribable change occurred within the Lake of Laws. It was as if a volcano had erupted, and the shimmering light on the lake's surface became much more dazzling. Splash! The water surged into the sky, and a heart-shaped object floated in front of Chu Chen, spinning gently, as if showcasing its extraordinary nature. What is this thing? Curiosity appeared on Chu Chen's face as he gently poked a heart. It felt soft and elastic, warm to the touch, like the heart of some living being. The heart-shaped object bounced around Chu Chen quite joyfully, conveying a sense of urgent emotion. This was the first time he had seen such a thing, and his curiosity grew, prompting him to touch it a couple more times. Suddenly, Chu Chen felt a stir in his heart. He realized he seemed to have formed a special connection with the Lake of Laws. It was somewhat similar to the situation after forming a master-servant contract, but different in that he could not control its life or death. Seeing this, Feng Yan's expression first turned serious, then instantly lost all composure, as if struck by lightning, standing there in shock. Brother, it seems you are about to get rich. What do you mean by that? This is the core of the Lake of Laws. It is showing goodwill towards you. This is the rhythm of being controlled. Feng Yan's tone rose several degrees. The little one seemed to sense the mystery as well and reached out its paw to touch it. But the core did not want any being other than Chu Chen to touch it. During its floating, it suddenly turned, causing the little one to miss. Seeing this object so full of spirit, the little one became playful and flapped its wings to chase after it. The two of them chased each other around Chu Chen like two children with untainted hearts. This is quite a fortune. Is this a chance written in fate? Feng Yan sighed, lamenting why he did not have such good luck. First, the inexplicably appearing pure-blooded Holy Spirit was to protect Chu Chen, and now the Lake of Laws was actively recognizing its master. Did they both see Chu Chen's talent and believe he could be invincible in the battle for the divine path? Just one eye. Didn't know how to move the Lake of Laws. A pillow came when I was sleepy. This isn't bad. Chu Chen chuckled lightly, holding the core in his hand. With a thought, the vast lake water suddenly surged into the sky, all of it pouring into the core, disappearing without a trace. The aura of Laws in the entire Pure Land plummeted, leaving behind a large deep pit, still containing many crystalline bodies. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. They were still discussing the matters of the divine ranking when the Lake of Laws suddenly disappeared. Damn it, this fierce person isn't even leaving us a way out. They had originally thought that after Chu Chen left the old land, they would compete for the ownership of the Lake of Laws. Then, after 3 years, they could continue to soak and comprehend the laws. But who would have thought he would be so greedy? Having enjoyed it once was enough, but now he directly moved the entire Lake of Laws away. It seems there was a mistake. Moving the Lake of Laws isn't the fierce person's doing. It seems it recognized its master on its oath. Once this was said, the beings were left speechless. Good birds choose good trees to rest on. The Lake of Laws probably saw that Chu Chen had made it onto the divine ranking and recognized his potential, which is why it chose to do this. For millions of years, the Lake of Laws had remained in the Holy Spirit mountain range, never moving an inch, and there had never been any reports of anyone catching its attention. Even back then, Zhang Shanha had to offer many benefits to keep the Lake of Laws in the Holy Spirit Palace, serving the talents within their palace. The crystalline bodies in the deep pit were his doing. Every year he had to throw tens of thousands of law crystals into the lake to enhance the recovery speed of the Lake of Laws. This was a transaction beneficial to both parties, but now that Zhang Shanhao was dead and the foundation of the Holy Spirit Palace had been destroyed, there was naturally no reason for the Lake of Laws to stay. Everyone could guess the reason it chose to follow Chu Chun. It was merely seeking a suitable master, looking for a place to settle in this ever-changing era. 3 years is nothing too long. Chu Chen stored the core in his backpack and looked towards the tomb. He had already declared when he broke through the boundless formation that he would dig up the ancestral grave of the Holy Spirit Palace. Now standing here, no one from the Holy Spirit Palace could stop him. Then let's see if your ancestors left any inheritance. With a stomp of his foot, the entire Pure Land suddenly trembled. Countless cracks appeared and the collapsing land sent stones flying. In a state of turmoil. With just one step, the soil on the surface of the tomb exploded, revealing tens of thousands of coffins. Looking at the mountain, it was already in a precarious state, seemingly ready to crumble with the slightest touch. This was the power of Chu Chen after merging with the law of strength, enhanced to the 4th level, multiplying his strength by dozens of times. Coupled with the power of the ancient gods, he now only needed a finger to easily crush the former holy Buddha child. In this situation, Chu Chen had already restrained 70% of his power. If he unleashed his full strength, the entire Holy Spirit mountain range would vanish under his foot. One force breaks 10,000 laws, was the first line written in the ancient body strengthening technique. The ultimate of power could achieve invincibility. Why are there only tens of thousands of coffins? Chu Chen wondered. If he remembered correctly, when supporting the boundless great formation, there were tens of thousands of holy envoys and thousands of elders. By this calculation, over millions of years, there should be hundreds or even millions of coffins. The Holy Spirit Palace is still a major force. Not everyone is qualified to be buried in the Pure Land. Only those who have made significant contributions to the palace have the opportunity. Foam Yen explained. Don't let me down. Chu Chen licked his lips and his golden eyes suddenly shot out 2 beams of divine light, instantly shattering a coffin. Inside lay a corpse that had long turned to white bones, crystal clear, with mysterious characters engraved on the bones. Just a glance could feel the thick power of the laws. Laws in the bones? I didn't expect the first coffin to contain a powerful being of divine awareness. Chu Chen was quite surprised and turned to look at the items placed beside the corpse. A deep green long sword with a sheath lay quietly next to the corpse's right arm, its hilt embedded with a demigod-level energy core, and the dried blood seemed to indicate the owner's past of blood and slaughter. Chu Chen reached out and directly grasped the sword. The moment he touched it, a figure holding a sword suddenly appeared before him. The sight was filled with a sense of desolation, the back exuding a feeling of powerless loneliness, and before him stood a towering demigod-level world OSS. Despite the biting cold, he stood there holding the sword, not moving an inch. When the sword's momentum reached its peak, he suddenly struck. A flash of cold light passed and the demigod-level world OSS was directly cut in half, exploding a demigod-level energy core. One sword slashed the enemy. The scene ended here, and Chu Chen stared blankly at the long sword in his hand, a solemn feeling rising in his heart. A sword cuts through the long rainbow. Isn't this a scene that only appears in novels? Chu Chen thought to himself. Perhaps this was the passionate battle Feng Yan longed for, wielding a sword to traverse the world, cutting down all demons and monsters with a single strike. That scene remained etched in Chu Chen's mind, unforgettable. The elegance of that sword was far more stunning than any swordsman he had ever seen. This sword is for you. Chu Chen tossed the long sword out with one hand. Feng Yan hurriedly caught it, and at the moment he touched the long sword, he also saw that scene. He stood there in a daze, as if enchanted, murmuring, "It's real." After a while, Feng Yan came back to his senses, cherishing it as if it were a treasure, gently brushing off the dust from the sheath, and said, "Thank you." Thanking a brother is too formal. Chu Chen repeated that familiar phrase. Feng Yan looked up and smiled, although the life he longed for could not be achieved. Having a sword by his side was enough. For the 3,000 great paths lead to the same destination, but who knows if he can, like Chu Chen, carve out a road never trodden by predecessors? The demigod-level weapon was given without hesitation, and Chu Chen's arrogance certainly did not stop there. He then opened several coffins, the value of the burial items rivaling that of a small main city. Just casually taking out one item could buy an entire province of Jiangnan. Chu Chen's goal was not to profit from the dead, he aimed to sever the entire legacy of the Holy Spirit Temple, nailing them down with no chance of rising again. Just moments ago, while stepping on the Holy Spirit Mountain range, he sensed that there was another world hidden within, undoubtedly containing the most precious treasures of the Holy Spirit Temple. At the same time, he also sensed an overwhelming force of destruction. If he were to forcibly break through, it would surely trigger a catastrophe of cosmic proportions. In such a calamity, even he had no confidence in escaping unscathed. Next, Chu Chen destroyed one coffin after another, obliterating the corpses within as well. His ruthless methods made the beings around him shudder. Reaching this point was no different from committing heinous acts. Does the wicked truly fear the stain of karma, the loss of merit? Even in the face of all Taboos, merit and karma were matters every being needed to heed when breaking through to the world-destroying level. Otherwise, what would emerge would not be a baptism of heaven and earth. Just as Chu Chen was destroying half of the coffins, a vast expanse of golden flames suddenly appeared in the void. The temperature was so high that it even melted the space, and chaotic currents could not invade. The beings witnessed this scene, and suddenly the figure appeared in their minds. The fire of the Golden Crow? Another vice-master of the Holy Spirit Temple? A booming voice that shook the heavens descended, and the overwhelming impact caused the beings of the Holy Spirit Mountain range to suffer a heavy blow, spitting blood wildly. Impudent! There are countless flames in the world: ghost fire, mortal fire, nether fire, holy fire, divine fire burning above the heads of gods, and so on. The so-called Golden Crow is a being that has never appeared in the worlds of the heavens. Ancient texts record that 1,000,000 years ago, when evil spirits ravaged the old lands, there was a fire named Golden Crow that burned the heavens and earth, forcefully suppressing billions of evil spirits and incinerating the gates of hell. On that day, the entire world was left with only golden light, dazzling beyond compare, even more so than the sun. As for its might, the fire of the Golden Crow is indeed peculiar. When burning evil spirits, it can easily incinerate their souls, leaving not a trace of ash. Yet, upon landing on the soil of the Holy Spirit Mountain range, it left no marks whatsoever. Some speculate that this fire possesses spirit, able to discern right from wrong, to see through whether beings are dark. After all, it is a figure of Vice-Master level, and its demigod-level strength is beyond doubt. But how to explain its lifespan? A single impudent made Chu Chen feel immense pressure, the bloodline of the ancient god burning fiercely, his indomitable will rising. The true form of the ancient god. Suddenly, a giant engulfed in golden divine flames appeared above the Pure Land, its eyes looking down upon the world, its proud and strange face slightly arrogant. Since you have arrived, why hide? Chu Chen's insides churned, his surface calm, but his heart was filled with astonishment. The opponent's strength was so terrifying that mere words could push him back, even the body of the ancient god could not withstand it. Feng Yan had reminded him more than once not to underestimate the world, and with the Feng family status he had witnessed many unimaginable things. How pitiful is the state of a frog at the bottom of a well. Chu Chen certainly acted this way, the world believed he looked down on everything, but without strength to back it up, how could he have an undefeated record? You little brat, destroying the place of faith of this temple, killing you 1,000 times or 10,000 times would not be enough to vent my hatred. Bang bang. Unstoppable force came directly at him, striking Chu Chen's chest and directly caving in his sternum. His massive body staggered back. Over 10 zhang, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chu Chen wiped it away and said, "The Holy Spirit Temple is so overbearing. Committing unlawful acts, destroying its foundation, what do you intend to do? How arrogant." Everyone was shaken to the core at this point. Chu Chen still did not bow his head, even if he suffered losses at the hands of the other party. How familiar does this scene feel? When Chu Chen first faced Jiang Shanhe, wasn't it this rebellious face? With the trump card in hand, perhaps that was the source of his confidence. But aside from that astonishing divine judgment, did he have any other cards to play? I didn't expect that existence to still be alive. 1,000,000 years have passed, the world has changed, and several major races have had more than a dozen leaders. Could it be that he is also a pure-blooded being? An immortal? Impossible. What does a pure-blooded Holy Spirit have to do with a beast like the Golden Crow? If the fierce person can't summon a stronger trump card, then it will be dangerous. A sense of hope rose in the hearts of many beings. Could the newcomer on the divine ranking still turn the tide as he always had against the veteran demigods? Humph. How could the fierce person have so many trump cards? Don't forget your own identity. He has turned the old land into a polluted mess. For such a being, hated by both gods and men, it would be better if he died. Although a large portion of beings held no malice towards Chu Chen, there were still some who hoped he would die quickly. Rather than jealousy, it was more about disliking his domineering behavior. So arrogant, did he really think of himself as the master of the old land? The 4 demigods of the old land heard these words, their expressions unchanged, still gazing at the Golden Crow fire in the sky, looking somewhat lost in thought. Lower your voice, don't let the fierce person hear you, or you'll have a hard time later. A mythic-level Minotaur hurriedly intervened. Since when did the Minotaur race become someone else's vassal? What nonsense about a fierce person. When that existence shows up, won't he have to flee with his tail between his legs, said a member of the Yuanlong clan who had just mocked. His words resonated with some beings. Why should Chu Chen treat the old land as his own backyard? Just because he was a genius on the divine ranking? Everything in the world has its cause and effect. Chu Chen killed, plundered the Lake of Laws, desecrated ancestral graves. All these things combined, what kind of merit was that? It had long since become foul. Chu Chen remained indifferent, his body tense, holding the Book of Sages, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, a shadow of a golden crow that blotted out the sky appeared, spewing out a ball of golden flame, sweeping towards him. At that moment, a warning surged in his heart. Sensing a deep crisis, he hurriedly unleashed a forbidden spell, Heaven's Punishment. The collision of the immortal divine thunder and the golden crow's flames produced a brilliance that was the pinnacle of the world, and the shockwave destroyed everything around them. Thunder and fire are the most explosive attributes in the world, and forbidden spells are the limit of magical expression. Now, Chu Chen possessed both destruction and thunder laws all stacked to the 4th level. If he cast a forbidden spell again, its power would be more than 10 times stronger than before. Yet even so, he could only barely match the Golden Crow's flames, and was even slightly inferior. The strength of a demigod should not be underestimated. You are much stronger than that old dog of mountains and rivers, Chu Chen said. That existence still had not shown itself, like a dark cloud looming in his heart, lurking in the shadows. To be able to withstand 1/10 of my power, you truly deserve to be a genius on the divine ranking. If you bow your head and submit now, this hall can show mercy and spare your life, and grant you immense opportunities, allowing you to break through to the world-destroying level in the shortest time. Using so-called ranks to tempt Chu Chen was the lowest form of persuasion. Did he lack experience? It may seem so for now, but as long as he was willing, he could easily enter a dungeon and achieve unimaginable leveling progress in a short time. As for opportunities, sorry, I don't have the habit of being someone else's dog. Chu Chen shrugged, a mocking look in his eyes. Those who know the times are the true heroes. Opportunities come only once. If you don't cherish it, then the divine ranking will have no connection with you again. That being snorted coldly, the warning was heavy. Accompanied by a killing intent, Chu Chen felt a sharp pain in his skin as if cut by a knife, blood beads seeping out. If I'm not mistaken, Zhang Shanhe should be your puppet, right? Chu Chen asked. That's right, it is precisely because he has awareness that he is a demigod. As expected, Chu Chen's expression grew slightly serious. Zhang Shanhe, such a treacherous person, lacking in vision and ambition, achieving great things was almost a fantasy. If he didn't have a powerful figure backing him, Chu Chen would never believe he could have his current status. The Holy Spirit Palace could not possibly possess such strong dominance and appeal. Just now, this person had uttered a very key word, faith. He recalled the spheres of faith that the gods in the temple displayed above their heads. They survived on faith and gained divine power through it. In this way, Zhang Shanhe was nothing more than a tool, and everything he did, including involving Chu Chen in the divine path competition, under the name of the Holy Spirit Palace, was to help this person gain faith. Wow! A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Once these words were spoken, countless beings were shaken to their core. Their pupils constricted sharply. What did they just hear? A dignified demigod was actually just a dog he raised? How rare are demigods in the world? How many demigods have survived among the myriad races? Even in the old lands, the number of demigods does not exceed 10 fingers, and the smaller races are even less, to mention those with divine awareness are already at the peak of existence. For example, the Dark Elves, the Scorpion Demon Clan, the Hannic Clan, and so on. Without extraordinary opportunities, exceptional talent, and unimaginable resources, achieving demigod status is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Take the 8 war gods of the Longsha Empire. Which one of them wasn't a prodigy, overshadowing all others in their youth? Yet they could only reach the height of divine awareness, guarding a territory. If nothing unexpected happens, this life would be the end, with no possibility of further ascent. At this moment, speaking so frankly and directly revealing Zhang Shanhe's puppet identity, left everyone in shock. Cultivating for millions of years just to collect faith. What a grand scheme. Since we are to talk, without even the sincerity and respect of showing up, I see no need to say more, Chu Chen said slowly. Put away your little schemes. This palace knows what you want to do. Divine arts are not invincible. Delusions should have their limits. After saying this, a figure descended into the world, bringing with it a blazing golden flame, exuding a fierce burning power. A clone? Chu Chen sensed that this figure had no life force, only possessing 50% of the original strength. But even so, it was terrifying. He had just used 10% of his strength to devour the forbidden spell. Now, the fiery sky still existed between heaven and earth, with a gaping hole torn open by divine thunder, a shocking sight. 50% strength is enough to slay you. The person's mouth slightly opened, a face of righteous aura, yet with a shadowy gaze, looking quite out of place. Competing with the gods for faith, are you not afraid of divine retribution? Chu Chen glanced at Feng Yan and Zai Zai behind him, feeling quite worried. He himself was indifferent, with infinite firepower in hand. He wasn't afraid of not having a way to escape. If he truly couldn't win, it wouldn't be shameful. As long as he was alive, there would be a chance for revenge in the future. But Feng Yan and Zai Zai were different. Their strength was extremely weak compared to demigods, almost without the power to fight. Now that Chu Chen and the Holy Spirit Palace had an irreconcilable relationship, according to that cunning fellow's cautious nature, he would certainly not let the two go. This palace was born in the zero-sequence world. How can this realm control me? Jiu Ge laughed heartily, his words revealing a strong confidence. Zero-sequence? Chu Chen's pupils trembled, looking at Jiu Ge in disbelief. The zero-sequence world is incompatible with the myriad worlds. How is this possible? At this moment, all the questions in Chu Chen's mind vanished and everything made sense. The Golden Crow was not a creature of this world. This guy was not a pure-blooded Holy Spirit, yet could survive for millions of years or even longer. Moreover, he was secretly collecting the power of faith. Attempting to compete with the gods, what audacity! In this way, the Holy Spirit Palace is just a pigpen, and the holy envoys, elders, including Jiang Shanhe, are merely pigs he raises. Chu Chen was greatly shocked. Perhaps inviting him to participate in the divine path. Competition under the name of the Holy Spirit Palace was also this guy's idea. What a deep scheme, this game of chess has become so vast. Spanning millions of years. Then his purpose is? Chu Chen's eyelids lifted slightly as he stared at that avatar. The avatar did not possess all the powers of the original, nor did it have the characteristics of its true self. Even so, Chu Chen could still sense a similar aura to that of the gods emanating from him. Does he want to become a god? That's right. This explains everything Jiu is drawing on the power of faith, using an alternative method to attain divinity. He comes from the zero-sequence world, unable to gain the recognition of the heavens, and naturally cannot become a seed of the divine path. That's why he resorts to such extreme and risky measures. After enduring for millions of years, as long as he does not appear in the world of the heavens, the gods cannot do anything about him. Which is the reason he has not shown himself for so many years. And now, Chu Chen has destroyed the foundation of the Holy Spirit Hall, equivalent to shattering the vessel through which he gains the power of faith. In this way, it is as if he has personally destroyed the evidence. Thinking of this, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This deputy hallmaster is too ruthless. After laying out such a long-term plan, who exactly is he? What a terrifying scheme. You have wagered your future and life on the Holy Spirit Hall. Do you really think you can take a shortcut and become a god this way? Chu Chen questioned loudly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji's face revealed an unexpected expression. To guess the intentions of this hall, you are quite clever. Since you know, then you should be able to guess how strong my intention to kill you is? It is said that cutting off someone's means of making a living is akin to killing their parents. Chu Chen has severed Zhou Ji's hope of becoming a god, equivalent to destroying the trap he has laid for millions of years. All his efforts reduced to nothing. If it were anyone else, they would be unable to accept it, perhaps even spitting blood in anger. But at this moment, Jiu appeared calm and collected, not even showing a hint of anger. Such deep scheming, I wonder how he compares to my cheap old dad, whose calculations are more superior. Chu Chen couldn't help but compare the two in his mind. The various experiences he had gone through made him deeply aware of the terror of Chu Chenxiu. Every calculation was meticulous, every link interconnected, and every step Chu Chen took laid the groundwork for the next. There was not a shred of doubt, everything felt so natural, as if it were meant to be. However, knowing Chu Chenxiu's profession and identity in advance was undoubtedly a taboo for a planner. Just like the vast old land, for so many years, no one knew the true identity of Jiang Shanhe. Until he died, and the Holy Spirit Hall was completely destroyed. The beings of the old land only learned from Zhou Ji's mouth. Before that, they hadn't even suspected it, never thought in that direction. Compared to Jiu, Chu Chenxiu was a prophet, able to foresee future events. Jiu, on the other hand, was a golden crow born from the zero-sequence world. How deep is his understanding of the world of the heavens? Who is superior? Killing requires retribution. Today, this hall shall act on behalf of heaven, beheading you to honor the spirits of the Holy Spirit Hall. It was only at this moment that Jiu revealed a fierce glint, his shadowy expression fully displayed, like an ancient evil spirit, extremely malevolent. The golden crow let out a long howl, a ball of pure golden crow fire descended. Forbidden spell, thunder god descends. Forbidden spell, heavenly punishment. Forbidden spell, law of the fairies. Grip of the underworld. Countless skills leaped from the Book of Sages, the immortal divine. Thunder spread across the void, violently colliding with the powerful golden crow fire. No matter how Chu Chen unleashed his unlimited firepower advantage, the power of the laws was like paper in the face of the rules, easily torn apart. He could only watch helplessly as the golden crow fire charged towards him. At this moment, he felt not a shred of thought of resistance. This was the first time he experienced a sense of powerlessness. The zero-sequence world is vast and expansive, filled with opportunities and things unseen in the world of the heavens. It is classified as zero because no number can match it. Fundamentally, this world is different from theirs. Why does the world OSS frequently appear? How could one's strength be thousands or even tens of thousands of times stronger than an ordinary OSS? The most hopeful candidate for godhood among the elf race, Tidashir, nearly met a tragic end in the zero sequence. Some say that the area of the zero-sequence world is vast enough to rival the totality of the myriad worlds, a magnificent realm that no one has fully explored. Ancient gods, the Golden Crow, these are all races with extremely powerful bloodlines. Just picking one out could easily crush myriad clans with their noble lineage. Otherwise, how could Jiang Shanhe be willing to be a puppet for others? As a pure-blooded holy spirit, does he not have his own dignity? With 9 songs and 5 successes in strength, he could annihilate the entire old land. At this moment, the boundless great formation was instantly destroyed, and the massive flames scattered outward. Each spark was as powerful as a meteor, crashing to the ground and causing tremendous explosions. Countless beings retreated, distancing themselves from this place of strife. The area of flame erosion grew larger, and the Holy Spirit Mountain had long since vanished. Even the treasure vault within the mountain disappeared. In order to kill Chu Chen, Jiu even gave up such precious things. The ancient foundation he no longer wanted. Chu Chen buried his hopes and chances of becoming a god, and the overwhelming hatred nearly drowned this realm's sky with the wrath of burning heaven, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. This is the true power of a demigod. If Jiang Shanhe had not been bound by Chu Chen's divine arts, when the sun and moon struck together, he could have achieved the same effect. What is a demigod? An existence that is only a hair's breadth away from the divine, a life form more powerful than world-destroying levels. The fierce man has nowhere to run now, right? I said he is undoubtedly going to die. The fire of the golden crow is extremely high in temperature. Even if he has lightning protection, he absolutely cannot resist it. Arrogant people ultimately have to pay the price. This guy should have died long ago. Still arrogantly boasting about being invincible? Bah! To oppose a demigod the first time was merely luck. The second time, he still wants to use divine arts against Jogo? Does he really think others are fools? Mocking words continuously spilled from their mouths. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Chu Chen was already difficult to convince in the old land, having previously suppressed countless beings by force. Now that he is dead, at least half of the beings are applauding, whether out of jealousy or resentment. Being able to see a celestial being die is a different kind of honor. They are very curious. After Chu Chen's death is recorded in history, will he be remembered with glory, or will he bear infamy, stinking for eternity? Zhou Ji's avatar still lingered in the void, his gaze exceptionally indifferent, filled with endless killing intent as he stared down below, his expression cold and severe. Underfoot was a golden crow. The three-legged strange bird was unlike the monsters they had seen, but they did not dare to underestimate it, as the aura of the spear flowing around it was enough to crush anyone from the old land. Why is the Holy Spirit Palace considered the number one power in the old land? Jiang Shanhe is indeed powerful, but if war were to break out, relying on his strength, he could not withstand the siege of the four great clans' demigods. If Jiuge had not appeared for 1,000,000 years, how could the Holy Spirit Palace have such a high status? It can be said that as long as this Vice Palace Master exists for a day, he can ensure the Holy Spirit Palace's eternal prosperity for generations. However, the supreme hegemony established by Jiuge was destroyed at its foundation by Chu Chen, and now he has personally buried the last trace. A hegemonic power that stood for millions of years has thus been extinguished in the river of history. What a tragic ending. Even a demigod accustomed to life and death could not help but sigh and lament. And the culprit, at this moment, was being burned by the fire of the golden crow. Chu Chen's massive body was half kneeling on the ground, arms crossed over his chest. His body curled up. His skin had long been burned to a weakened blur, golden blood completely evaporated, leaving only a shining skeleton and remnants of flesh. At the position of his chest, the seal and the little one were intact together, both shedding tears of anguish. Their expressions filled with immense pain. The little one's large eyes were filled with confusion and sorrow. At its age, it perhaps could not yet understand what true parting means, but it could sense that Chu Chen was in a very bad state, having endured inhuman torment. Feng Yan was heartbroken. He had clearly anticipated his own end, yet at the last moment, Chu Chen chose to give up the fight and turned to protect himself and the cub. He bore the blazing fire of the golden crow, capable of incinerating the heavens with his own flesh and blood. The flesh crackled as it burned, the harsh sound clearly reaching his ears. It was unimaginable how much pain Chu Chen had endured. Rather than being burned alive by the flames, he chose to protect the two. Who the hell is going to collect your body if you die here? Feng Yan was overwhelmed with grief, unable to contain himself, his body trembling continuously, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. With a single call of brother, he had come to this point. Chu Chen could have chosen not to do this. He could have left on his own. His worthless life should have ended the moment he stepped into the ancestral land of the elves, but he had clung to life for 50,000 years out of fear of death. Who the hell asked you to save me? Now that you're dead, we can't escape either. Feng Yan was in tears, a dignified man reduced to this pitiful state. Yet those who witnessed the scene did not mock him, they fell into silence. The proud person they thought he was had done this for a friend. Who among them could abandon everything they had? Who would willingly face death? The fierce man is too foolish. How could he do something so stupid? I never expected the proud genius to have such deep feelings for his friends. Was it worth it? Ridiculous. The fierce man is strong, but it seems his brain isn't quite right. If it were me, I would let those two lives die. What's the point of saving them? Many looked on with respect, but some still scoffed. Even mocking, Chu Chen's life was clearly worth countless times more than that of Feng Yan and the cub. Just the title of a genius on the divine list was invaluable. He was sacrificing his future for two worthless lives. Many beings shook their heads in regret. Indeed, this farce should come to an end. Feng Yan wiped his tears, clenched his fists tightly, and glared at the sky where Jiuge was, declaring loudly, "Old dog. You killed my brother. One day I will grind your bones to ashes. I, Feng Yan, swear here, betting on the glory of the Feng family for hundreds of thousands of years, I vow to take your head, heaven and earth as witnesses." The extreme rage threatened to overwhelm his sanity. Feng Yan hated his own helplessness. If he had the power, Chu Chen would not have ended up like this. A brother's bond, a lifetime of brotherhood. If Chu Chen could protect his life for the sake of friendship, what did it matter if Feng Yan bet his glory? After speaking, a flash of light crossed the sky, and at that moment, an indescribable connection was forged between Feng Yan and Jiu. Gu. Shut up, what are you crying about? I'm not dead yet. Shu Chen's weak voice drifted over. Hearing that familiar voice, everyone was taken aback. Shu Chen's internal organs and blood had been burned away, leaving only a skeletal frame. He wasn't dead yet? How resilient was his life force? A common person would have long since perished under such circumstances, right? It's a miracle, it must be. The so-called ancient divine bloodline at work, allowing him to possess such powerful vitality. Absurd, utterly absurd. How tough is this kid's fate? He can't be killed even like this? Zhou, this demigod, is many times more powerful than Zhang Shanhe, even at 50% strength. He is not something a myth level can withstand, even if he is a genius on the divine list. Many beings were left dumbfounded. Could there be anything more absurd than this? Zhou in the sky was also momentarily stunned upon hearing Shu Chen's voice. After sensing carefully, he discovered that the opponent's life force was barely hanging on, so faint it was almost undetectable. If Zhang Shanhe's life were half as tough as yours, he wouldn't have failed to protect this millennia-old foundation. Zhou smiled instead of getting angry, his cold gaze fixed intently on Shu Chen. Once you don't die, can you withstand it if it happens again? What kind of insignificant creatures dare to shout at this palace? There truly are people in this world who don't know the meaning of death. Zhou laughed off Feng Yan's vow, not taking it to heart. Those who wanted to kill him could line up to fill the entire ancient road. What was Feng Yan even worth? As the words fell, the golden skeleton slowly twisted its body, its hollow eye socket seemingly staring directly at Zhou, saying, "My brother said he would kill you, so he will definitely kill you." Ha ha ha. Good, then this palace will wash its neck. And wait. I want to see how a mere seal master can deal with me. Even if you were given 10,000 years, what could you do? Zhou laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke, his entire clone trembling with laughter, tears almost bursting out. Such harsh words coming from a myth-level seal master were even more ridiculous. Is it funny? You, with half a god's strength, couldn't kill me. I find that truly amusing, Shu Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji's laughter abruptly stopped, and murderous intent erupted without restraint. In an instant, a streak of blood-red clouds appeared in the sky, a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood presented before the world, terrifying to the extreme. You picked up a life from my hands by luck, and you really think you have a hard life? Zhou asked. Hard life? Shu Chen pondered over these two words carefully, then slowly nodded, saying, perhaps, but even if the same move came again, you still couldn't kill me. What? The beings present were momentarily stunned. At this point, he still intended to be so arrogant? Knowing full well that Zhou had a deadly intent towards him, he still acted as he pleased. Feng Yan slowly walked to Shu Chen's side. His eyes filled with unprecedented determination. He had already decided to advance and retreat with him, even if it meant death, he would have no regrets. You and Zai leave first. I can protect you once, but I can't protect you a second time, Shu Chen said. Who needs your protection? I never intended to leave. Stop with the alarmist talk, Feng Yan snorted lightly, unconcerned. You saved me. Twice, once in the ancestral land and the second time here. Even if I, Feng Yan, am a heartless wretch, I know the principle of returning kindness for kindness. Things don't go beyond 3, I can't let you suffer again. In this lifetime, being able to see my brother ascend the divine rankings is enough. Seeing that he hadn't moved an inch, Shu Chen smiled wryly and shook his head. Did he really think he was sending himself to death? If he didn't have complete confidence, how could he possibly withstand this blow? Did he really think he was a fool? No regrets? To be buried in the same land as you, what is there to fear in death? A true man born between heaven and earth would not dare to utter a single word of insincerity. Roar! At this moment, Zai also walked to Shu Chen's side, spewing thunder and displaying fierce intent. Although it didn't know the specifics, how could it not be there in this moment of crisis? Good. Shu Chen laughed heartily and said, then let us see if the beings of this zero-sequence world are truly as powerful as the legends say. Half-god power, to witness it in my lifetime, I hope it doesn't disappoint. The three advanced together, their resilient will transforming into an indestructible spear, seemingly able to pierce through the heavens. At this life and death moment, Feng Yan inexplicably gained a few insights. The shackles he had previously found difficult to understand suddenly became clear. There was no time to test it now. Getting through this hurdle would be extremely difficult. What a deep brotherhood, what use is it for insignificant creatures to shout and boast? Zhou revealed a hint of a playful smile. He hadn't spoken in such a manner for a long time. Although it was quite laughable. It had to be said that Shu Chen was indeed very skilled at winning hearts. With just a few actions and words, he could make Feng Yan willingly abandon his life and even gamble the glory of his family. If this child does not die, he will surely become a future threat. Zhou thought to himself, raising his hand and waving it. Suddenly, a familiar flame of the golden crow reappeared. The three-legged golden crow spewed flames, the fire of destruction wrapped in a force that could crush everything, charging fiercely. At this moment, Shu Chen and Feng Yan Zai surprisingly remained motionless, as if they had accepted their fate, unwilling to struggle further. What's going On. Was that earlier grand declaration just an empty boast? It seems they have completely resigned themselves, no matter how tenacious. One's fate, in the face of absolute power, it is merely nonsense. What a pity, the name of the villain is inscribed on the divine list. And in the future he should have an unparalleled status. Dying at the hands of the 9 sons isn't too tragic, right? The words of regret were spoken countless times. Although Chu Chen had always been able to reverse the situation before, leading to dramatic turns of events, now it seemed that the flag could finally be lowered. The Golden Crow's fire charged directly at them, and at this life and death moment, Chu Chen asked, "Are you afraid? When a man dies, the bird flies to the sky. Even if I turn to ash, I have no regrets for having walked this world. It's just a pity that I just made a vow and didn't leave a seed for the Feng family." Feng Yan's words carried a hint of teasing. To say there were no regrets would surely be a lie. To die? Chu Chen looked at the increasingly close Golden Crow's fire, the familiar extreme heat making him very uncomfortable. Until the last moment, who can say for sure? As he spoke, the depths of the old earth suddenly trembled, and the ground shook violently beneath their feet, countless terrifying cracks appearing as if to split the land into countless pieces. This sudden noise startled everyone, and they all turned to look in the direction of the depths, their pupils suddenly constricting. That direction. A massive hand covered in green fur suddenly shot out, directly sweeping towards Chu Chen. "I've finally been waiting for you," Chu Chen said slowly. Just as Feng Yan had once said, the mysteries of the world are endless. There are countless forbidden places in no man's lands. The vastness of heaven and earth cannot be fully recorded even in texts. The peaceful world that countless people yearn for cannot be seen in forbidden places. There is also a forbidden area in the old earth, known as the Dark Graveyard, considered a large dungeon, but almost no one would enter to level up. Hidden in the depths, it seemed like a chasm, separating living beings from hell. It is rumored that behind the Dark Graveyard lies reincarnation. In the past, Zhang Shanhe traversed every inch of land in the third sequence world, seeking more power of faith, attempting to spread the Holy Spirit Hall to various places. The Dark Graveyard was his first stop, and with his demigod-level strength, he encountered great terror within, and when he discovered treasures, he accidentally became tainted by ominousness. Even demigods feared this ominous power Zhang Shanhe experienced near death and was forced into hell. The grip of the underworld was his harvest in hell. As for what this journey entailed, no one knows. Chu Chen once asked about the origins of the grip of the underworld, but Zhang Shanhe was unwilling to recall that past. This sealed history is not a secret. Almost every elder strongman in the old earth knows it. Reincarnation is nearby, yet the ancestors of the Ghost Clan do not dare to step in. They would rather hope that Chu Chen uses the grip of the underworld to pass through the ethereal gate of the underworld than dare to set foot in the Dark Graveyard. This is the forbidden place. The appearance of the green-furred hand shocked everyone. The forbidden place that had been silent for countless years was now unprecedentedly restless. The ominous creatures inside had made their move. Wrapped in waves of green demonic wind, wherever it passed, life was devoured, and buildings could not escape unscathed. The beings in its path suffered unwarranted disasters, instantly losing all vitality and turning into mummies. The Golden Crow's fire possesses the power to incinerate heaven and earth, but when the green-furred hand arrived, the terrifying flames only burned a few hairs, emitting a strong stench. Then, the flames were forcefully extinguished by the hand, dissipating into nothingness. This turn of events caught the 9 sons off guard. He maintained his cold demeanor, but his eyes revealed a hint of obscure confusion. "Who dares to stop me? Reveal your name." Zhou Gu roared, his momentum erupting completely. In an instant, flames surged into the sky, and golden crows manifested, transforming into a dazzling sun hanging in the heavens. At that moment, the balance of the world completely changed. The originally clear blue sky was obscured by the sun, and a scorching heat spread across the old land, countless rivers evaporating in an instant. The mountains and earth cracked, and the spirits of grass and trees were roasted to death. The power of the Golden Crow's fire was now truly revealed. This scene made people truly feel the terrifying strength of a demigod like Zhou Gu, realizing that everything he had done before had been restrained. 50% of his strength. If his true form were here, a single strike could probably pierce through the entire old land, right? Not just the old land? Even the ancient paths and the primordial battlefield would suffer. Don't think that just because a fierce person managed to kill a demigod by chance, they are weak. Without divine arts, fierce people wouldn't even have the qualification to face a demigod. I see this divine ranking has no real value. Look at the top 50 prodigies, which one didn't slay demigods with their own strength? In a sense, divine arts are suspected of cheating. After all, they rely on the power of the gods, not their own strength. Who says otherwise? If Zhou Ji's true form doesn't appear, the fierce people would have no way out. The Golden Crow, in anger, caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter, and the epic-level onlookers who were merely there to watch were instantly burned to death. Even with a bit more strength, one would have to exhaust all their defenses to survive. On the other side, the green-haired giant hand showed no fear, reaching up to grab the Golden Crow in the sky, crushing it with brute force. Bang! However, that was not the end. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Crows manifested in the heavens could not escape death, shattering one after another. In ancient times, there were strong beings who could pluck stars from the sky. Now they were witnessing a forbidden place's ominous hand grabbing the blazing sun, seeking death. Jogo, seeing his manifested golden crow easily shattered, was filled with rage, and a powerful flame erupted from his body. This was the purest golden crow fire. Although it was only a wisp, its power surpassed that of before by 10,000 times. Today, I will kill this little brat. Whoever stands in my way will be mercilessly slain. Jogo transformed into the god of flames, directly becoming a three-legged golden crow, the mighty flames easily melting space. The momentum not great, but the power boundless. The green-haired giant hand still pressed forward, facing the golden crow's pure fire with an invincible stance that broke through all laws. When the two clashed, the green-haired giant hand unleashed a sinister, demonic wind that extinguished the flames in an instant, silently and without a trace. What? Jogo was shocked and hurriedly unleashed a powerful spell. A blazing sun with a diameter of 10,000 miles appeared in the sky, rainbow light shooting out, possessing a terrifying power that seemed capable of melting everything in the world. The moment the rainbow light touched the world-destroying strongman, it vanished without a trace. The same tragic scene appeared in every corner of the old land. This battle completely exceeded their imagination, with no way to escape. The familiar method of confrontation returned, as the demonic wind swept into a tornado, the most sinister and dark power being the natural enemy of the golden crow's fire, which was the embodiment of pure yang and strength. The two completely different attributes clashed like mortal enemies, vowing to determine the victor. In battles between strong beings, victory and defeat could change. In an instant, the green-haired giant hand still extinguished the golden crow's pure fire with a single palm, forcefully overwhelming it. Is Jogo trying to bury our entire old land with the fierce people? What a ruthless approach. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Who exactly is this master of the Forbidden Land's giant hand? How can they be so strong? At this point, what astonished people was not only Joji's terrifying strength but also the invincible stance of the green-haired giant hand. No matter how strong your spells are, I will break them with sheer force. Chu-Chen stood atop the mountain, his bodily functions rapidly declining, the fire of his soul growing weaker, as if it would extinguish at any moment. His body slowly shrank, the golden skeleton remained dazzling, but the previous momentum was gone. Like a candle flickering in the wind, death was beckoning him. Such terrifying power. Is this the true form of the Forbidden Land? Chu-Chen said weakly. Fengyan hurriedly stepped forward to support him, looking at his disheveled state, unable to hold back the tears in his eyes. Did you foresee this long ago? Is it worth betting your life? Chu-Chen's hollow eye socket seemed to flash with a glimmer of brilliance as he said, if he, Jogo, can scheme, then can't I repay him in his own coin? If this goes wrong, there will be no accidents. I, Chu-Chen, never do things without confidence. Upon hearing this, Fengyan was momentarily stunned, unable to help but gaze at the sky. He had never seen such a mad sight of Chu-Chen. From beginning to end, he had always been extremely confident, maintaining a calm demeanor. But why was he gambling now? The battle was still ongoing, but Jogo had completely lost his previous indifference. His hair was disheveled, blood was spilling from his mouth, and his clones had reached their limit, leaving him with no strength to strike. His crimson eyes and sinister smile, combined with his righteous face, made him look like a madman. Good. I never expected that the old Forbidden Land would still have someone of your caliber. This temple has left no stone unturned, yet I was defeated by you. Jogo was gravely injured, his body nearly falling apart. Just now, the green-haired giant's hand had almost crushed him to death. The strength was simply bizarre, unheard of. Even if his true form were to arrive, he wouldn't have complete confidence in withstanding that blow. Today, if you want to protect him and help him escape the Forbidden Land, aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Jogo asked. At this moment, there was no longer any killing intent in Joji's eyes, only deep apprehension. Even in the zero sequence world, few beings possessed such immense power. Unless an ancient god of 7 stars or above were to arrive. Jogo had once encountered a 7-star ancient god in a secret realm of the zero sequence world while competing for a reincarnation grass that could allow one to live again. He vaguely remembered that his golden crow's fire had lost its effect for the first time during that battle. The same kind of dominance, breaking through myriad laws with sheer force, could shatter countless spaces with a single punch. Thus, Jogo both loved and hated ancient gods. Killing Chu-Chen was not about taking his life. Without using his full strength, he aimed to devour his ancient god body. If he could absorb that power, what would it matter to abandon his millennia-long foundation? At that time, he could study techniques related to the physical body, and with the Golden Crow bloodline, it wouldn't be impossible to become a god in an alternative way. But now, his plans had completely collapsed, and he was just a hair's breadth away from success, only to be destroyed by the ominous might of the Forbidden Land. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the depths of the old land. You cannot touch. This he was known to everyone as referring to Chu-Chen, and the brief words carried an air of dominance and undeniable authority. It was as if what he said was the truth. As far as I know, the Forbidden Land has never had contact with the outside world. This young lad is only 19. Do you also have designs on his ancient god body? A strange light flickered in Joji's eyes. Get out of the old land, or die. After saying this, a familiar demonic wind reappeared, and a fierce wind swept in, enveloping Zhou Ge and directly enclosing this space. In a square area. If he dared to make any move, people had no doubt that the demonic wind would crush his body. Shu Chen found it quite puzzling, since the power disparity was so great and Zhou Ge had no strength to resist. Why not just kill his clone directly? Did the being in the old land have a heart of compassion? This doubt was not only in Shu Chen's mind, even the beings of the old land were equally perplexed. Why not just kill him? Doesn't he understand the principle of raising a tiger to invite calamity? Kill? Who in the world would dare to act rashly? The Holy Spirit Hall is far from as simple as you think. Don't forget, above Zhou Ge, the deputy hallmaster, there is still a hallmaster. When it came to this, that being suddenly awakened, and thinking about how strong Zhou Ge had become, what terrifying power must the hallmaster possess? Strong enough to make even the forbidden land of the unlucky wary? Faced with such threatening words, Zhou Ji's expression turned extremely grim, dark, and sullen. He, a dignified demigod, managing billions of beings in the zero-sequence world, how many demigods did he have under his command? With his transcendent status, one day he would actually be threatened to the point of not daring to retort. Oomph. This child has destroyed the foundation of my Holy Spirit Hall, slaughtered countless holy envoys and elders, and disturbed the resting place of my hall's beings. Killing him is only right. If you dare to destroy my avatar, when my true self arrives, I will surely flatten the dark graveyard. Zhou Ge roared, his voice like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. In terms of strength, he might still be a bit lacking, but if he could summon the Hallmaster, a mere forbidden land of the unlucky could be extinguished with a snap of his fingers. This was his reliance. Noisy. Suddenly, a green-haired giant hand slammed down, directly turning Zhou Ge's avatar into powder. Such an outcome left everyone stunned. Did he really kill him? Just like that? That was a demigod, the golden crow of the zero-sequence world. So ruthless, killing without a second thought, completely disregarding the consequences. This style of action is exactly like that of a murderer. Is the forbidden land of the unlucky really just a name? Zhou Ge's true self hasn't appeared, but don't forget, from beginning to end, the unlucky has only moved a single hand. What is the relationship between the unlucky and the murderer? When did the dark graveyard have an illegitimate child wandering outside? People were utterly confused by this, and no matter how they analyzed it, it didn't make sense. The avatar was destroyed, but a wisp of remnant soul floated out. Seeing this familiar scene, Shu Chen recalled how Jiang Shan he had also escaped a calamity under divine arts in such a manner. The two were strikingly similar, but since he had killed Jiang Shan he would never let Zhou Ge escape. Ha ha! What a forbidden land of the unlucky! This humiliation will be remembered by this hall today. Zhou Ji's remnant soul rushed towards the outer heavens, and suddenly, a spatial door appeared in the clouds, leading to the mysterious zero-sequence world. He wanted to flee. Shu Chen. Today, this hall will spare your life, but when my true self arrives, I will destroy you and the dark graveyard together. I never expected that one day Zhou Ge, would be schemed against by a myth-level being. Everything you have done, this hall will repay 100-fold. Wait. The dark graveyard will be your burial ground. Before I return, do not let anyone take your dog life. The arrogant laughter echoed between heaven and earth, and in just a few breaths, he crossed the void and arrived outside the spatial door. Just as he was a hair's breadth away from escaping, two thick chains suddenly pierced through his peep of bone, pinning him in place. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape this soul-binding confinement. This is... Zhou Ji's face changed drastically, and he snarled, the grip of the underworld? In terms of scheming, you can't even compare to a single hair of Chu Qianxiu. Playing this with me? Go back and cultivate for another million years. After saying this, the chains yanked hard, directly pulling Zhou Ji's remnant soul into the abyss of hell. Remember this grudge cannot be shared under heaven. Just wait. Ha ha ha. Bang. The gates of the underworld suddenly closed, slowly disappearing. This ridiculous farce finally came to an end. Kill me? You think you are worthy? Shu Chen scoffed. Immediately after, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, devoid of life, like a dead corpse. Shu Chen. Feng Yan, seeing this, was greatly alarmed and hurried forward to check. Chu Chen was already in a near-death state, and in order to destroy Zhou Ji's remnant soul, he had even forcibly released his magic. The direct consequence of this was the complete severing of his life force. Was it worth it? This was the second time Feng Yan asked this question today. From Feng Yan's perspective, Shu Chen's actions were completely not worth sacrificing his life for. Trading one life for another seemed fair, but that was just a wisp of Zhou Ji's remnant soul, and it was hidden within the avatar. The main soul is immortal, losing a wisp of the remaining soul is not fatal, at most it will only damage his spirit. What a stubborn mule, Feng Yan thought helplessly. A mix of emotions swirling within him. This behavior completely aligned with Shu Chen's character. He was the kind of person who would stop at nothing and repay any grudge. Even if it meant exhausting his entire being, he would drag the demigod's remaining soul into the endless abyss. The little one saw Shu Chen lying on the ground, breathless, his warm body gradually turning cold. Anxiously, it rushed forward to lick Chu Chen's lifeless body, trying to transfer its own body heat. But no matter what it did, it was futile. Even at this moment, it could no longer sense Chu Chen's aura. In this world, it felt as if one less person existed, and there were no signs of survival to be seen. Yeah? The little one looked at Feng Yan, its big watery eyes filled with confusion, as if asking what happened to Chu Chen. Damn it, my eyes are about to water again. Feng Yan slightly raised his head, gazing at the sky, desperately holding back tears, not allowing them to fall. He had already made a fool of himself once, deceived by Chu Chen's fake death. He wouldn't be fooled a second time. Otherwise, he would be mocked for crying, and he didn't want to be ridiculed by Chu Chen for this embarrassing incident for the rest of his life. This life, is there still time left? In that distant sky, he vaguely seemed to see the divine list. Chu Chen's name on the divine list gradually became blurred, on the verge of disappearing. If the name vanished, it would mean that Chu Chen was truly dead. Look, the divine list is changing. The name of the murderer is about to disappear. TSK, this kid is really stupid. He still had a breath left. If he had used precious potions and the priest's help, he might have had a glimmer of hope. But to satisfy a moment of hatred, he was willing to throw away his own life. So foolish. In this way, the murderer will be the first prodigy in history to die by suicide. He has set a precedent, so it's not too much of a loss. Who would have thought that under the ominous circumstances in the forbidden area, Chu Chen could still die? Such absurdity, who would believe it? People thought that as long as the Green Mountains remained, there was no fear of not having firewood. What was the harm in enduring for a moment? By exchanging a remnant soul, did he really think he had gained something? He is not just the only one in history. At the same time he commits suicide, he also holds the record for the shortest time on the list. Mockery continuously emerged from the crowd. In their eyes, Chu Chen was merely a person who could only show temporary bravery, lacking any real intelligence. That such an arrogant person could survive until now was nothing short of a miracle. No way, you must be pretending to be dead. This is part of your scheme, right? Feng Yan quickly shook his head, shaking off the terrifying outcome in his mind. Who was he? A prodigy who opened an unprecedented immortal path, possessing infinite power coveted by the world. How could Chu Chen be a fool? After these journeys, he was very clear about his own wisdom. If he were foolish, he wouldn't have chosen to enter the ancestral land of the elves, standing against the three great ancestors alone. If he were foolish, he wouldn't have forcefully killed warriors from the 5 clans outside the ancestral land, including those world-destroying powerhouses. If he were foolish, he wouldn't have chosen to come to the temple upon learning of the original site of Twilight City. In terms of strategy and courage, Chu Chen was the most extraordinary young man he had ever seen. Get up, damn it. Aren't you supposed to clear my sleeping couch? I'm going back to comprehend the art of deification and challenge you on the path to godhood. Feng Yan grasped Chu Chen's skeleton, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse. As if affected by the atmosphere, the little one's eyes became moist. It felt strange. This was the first time such tearful emotions had appeared. Under Chu Chen's protection, the little one had always been well guarded, never suffering any grievances or harm. In this cruel world, it was truly rare to retain a sense of innocence. But now, for the first time, the little one felt sadness, an uncomfortable sensation, as if its heart were being torn apart, causing immense pain. Images of playing and adventuring with Chu Chen flashed through his mind from time to time, filled with passion and laughter. Now he lay here motionless. Would he never be able to play with the little one again? Get up. Didn't you say you wanted to establish your own main city? Didn't you say you wanted to wrestle with your father? And the top 10 talents on the divine rankings, what do they count as geniuses compared to you? Show me if you can surpass one. Feng Yan shouted hysterically, filled with deep sorrow. But no matter how he and the little one called out, Chu Chen did not move an inch. Chu Chen's name on the divine rankings was so blurred it was almost invisible, and at this moment, a bold idea suddenly emerged in Feng Yan's mind. The dark graveyard, that existence must have a way. Feng Yan seemed to have grasped a lifeline and hurriedly looked towards the forbidden area. After the battle just ended, the green-haired giant withdrew from the dark graveyard and fell silent. Since this was part of Chu Chen's plan, there must be a connection inside. It is well known that there is a cycle behind the dark graveyard, so surely that existence must have a way to hold on to Chu Chen's life. He was not completely dead yet. Thud. Feng Yan of the Feng family, I implore the senior of the forbidden area to save my brother's life. Feng Yan knelt down without hesitation, his head hitting the ground hard 3 times, his sincere pleading making everyone feel a deep sorrow. It's useless, the forbidden area does not allow interference with the rules of heaven and earth. Even if the fierce person is not completely dead, it is still considered that their fate has run out. If it rashly intervenes to save him, it will surely face the calamity of heaven and earth. This child is indeed loyal and righteous, but if abandoning dignity is useful, how many fewer people would die in this world? Given the current state of the fierce person, unless a deity descends, there is no way. People sighed deeply, although they still did not understand why the ominous forbidden area would intervene against Zhuge. Even so, what reason did it have to save Chu Chen? The history of the Dark Graveyard is even older than the old Earth. No one knows when it appeared, nor what the scene inside looks like. Those who knew have already died. Please, Senior, take action to save him. Feng Yan knocked his head a few more times, and blood slowly flowed down from his forehead, covering his entire cheek. His blood-soaked face made him look quite ferocious, but Feng Yan paid no heed, merely repeating the same action. Bang bang bang. The silent world was left with only this sound, rhythmic and poignant. Minutes passed, and the forbidden area still showed no response. Feng Yan gradually fell into despair. In a few more minutes, the last hope for Chu Chen would be gone. To outsiders, such behavior seemed foolish and absurd. But what else could Feng Yan do besides this method? He had despaired once and did not want to experience it a second time. Feng Yan was a person who valued gratitude. Chu Chen had done him a great favor, and today, even if it meant exchanging his life for Chu Chen's, so be it. As long as he could save him, his worthless life could be sacrificed. Please, Senior, save him. Bang! Feng Yan hit the ground heavily, directly creating a pit in the rocky ground at the mountain's peak, where blood pooled, shocking to behold. Seeing Feng Yan's persistence, the beings of the old earth could not help but be moved. How many such sincere brotherly bonds exist in the world? Intrigue and deceit, filled with calculations and being calculated against even biological brothers, could not reach this level of devotion. At this moment, those who had previously mocked were merely watching the spectacle, smirking with derision as they watched Feng Yan embarrass himself. A jumping clown really thinks he is someone? You think you can move the ominous forbidden area with just a few words and a few bows? If it were that easy, I would resurrect the celestial dog I raised when I was a child today. If he's dead, let him be dead. Who are you putting on this show for? This kind of joke is indeed rare. They were very curious to see what expression Feng Yan would have when Chu Chen's soul was completely scattered later. However, at that moment, a black object suddenly flew out from the dark graveyard, moving so fast that it left a long trail of flames in the air. Finally, it landed abruptly beside Feng Yan. The loud noise startled him, and he turned to look, only to see that the thing that had flown out was actually a coffin. This coffin can gather his soul. Whether he can come back to life depends on his fortune. Remember, the coffin must not be tainted by the 5 elements. It must be nourished with human flesh and breath. If there is even the slightest mistake, even the Lord of Hell cannot save his life. The deep voice echoed in Feng Yan's ears like a ghostly sound. Although it was harsh at this moment, it felt like heavenly music. Feng Yan looked at the coffin, his heart filled with wild joy, and he couldn't help but bow several times. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. I will never forget this kindness, and in the future. Before he could finish, the being let out an impatient cold snort. The debt of gratitude has been repaid. Take the coffin and roll out of the old land. You are not allowed to set foot in the old land again. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to send you into reincarnation myself. I will remember. Feng Yan respectfully bowed, disregarding what the so-called debt of gratitude truly meant, and hurriedly opened the coffin, carefully placing Chu Chen's body inside, disturbing the quiet cultivation, creating karma. Faintly, people heard the ominous voice of the old land growing fainter until it disappeared. At this moment, almost all living beings were petrified, standing dumbfounded in place, mouths agape, as if they were foolish. How? How could this be? The soul-gathering coffin. I never expected such a legendary object to reappear. How deep must this debt of gratitude be to force out such a precious treasure? This strange object once saved the ancestor of the Holy Monk clan. It is said that he was also gravely injured and on the brink of death, lying in the soul-gathering coffin for 10 days before recovering his full strength. Wasn't this thing long gone from the river of history? Immediately, everyone turned to look at the demigod ancestor of the Holy Monk clan, their eyes filled with confusion. Amitba, this monk has only heard of this secret in passing. The clan's records do not detail it. The half-buried ancestor was twisting a string of prayer beads in his hand, with a halo of light above his head, appearing quite profound in Buddhist law. This matter was too distant to investigate. Who could clarify what happened back then? What puzzled them was how Chu Chen could have such great favor. His status was so transcendent that it could even surpass an entire race. The one who had just turned pale, as if he had eaten a rebuttal. They all thought Chu Chen was doomed, but suddenly a savior appeared, catching them off guard. Humph. Even so, the soul-gathering coffin is just a matter of probability. Whether he lives or dies still depends on fortune, right? Feng Yan remembered the ominous words of the Forbidden Land. The coffin must not be tainted by the 5 elements and must be nourished with human flesh. Therefore, he directly carried it on his back, shouldering this heavy responsibility. His eyes were filled with an unprecedented determination. Chu Chen's life was in his hands, and if there was even the slightest mistake, he would have to die to atone. The so-called 5 elements are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It must not touch the ground, must not be rained on, must not be burned, must not come into contact with weapons, and must not touch plants. At this moment, looking at the divine list above, Chu Chen's name was still blurred, but it was ultimately locked in place, not continuing to dissipate. Seeing this scene, Feng Yan felt excited. The heavy stone in his heart finally fell. I won't let you die, definitely not. Cubs, let's go. Since the Forbidden Land had extended a helping hand, Feng Yan had to abide by the agreement. In the future, he would absolutely not set foot in the old land again. Roar. The cub suddenly grew larger, carrying Feng Yan as it flew towards the ancient road. At this moment, it revealed a look of joy in its eyes because it once again sensed Chu Chen's trace. Thus, a rather bizarre combination appeared before the world. A thunder dragon carried a person, and behind that person was a coffin. Wherever they passed, all living beings hurriedly made way, not daring to approach. They were well aware that a pair of eyes in the Forbidden Land was watching them, and any slight movement would surely result in endless retribution. The earlier words had warned not only Feng Yan but also the beings of the Old Land. To not step foot on the Old Land meant they had to leave here alive. Just as the little one flew above the crowd, Feng Yan suddenly looked at the one who had mocked him earlier, and a sea of stars appeared above his head as the sealing technique descended abruptly. Hundreds of people instantly turned red in the face, struggling to open their mouths, veins bulging, as if someone had grasped their throats. I originally wanted to cut off your tongues, but blood is also part of the 5 elements, so I will punish you to not speak for 10,000 years, Feng Yan said coldly. Such a dehumanizing punishment made everyone tremble with fear, and they were quite relieved that they had not spoken any mocking words earlier. Those whose faces turned purple with rage and shock were filled with resentment and regret, yet they did not dare to act. Feng Yan coldly scanned the crowd, slowly turned his head, and looked ahead. Now, after experiencing life and death, he had gained considerable insight and no longer needed to draw talismans, achieving a level where his techniques moved with his heart. It was akin to boundless firepower. Suddenly, a weak voice came from the coffin, small and faint like a mosquito's buzz. Feng Yan's body tensed up, straining to hear every word, listening intently. I just had a dream, a very long dream. I dreamed of a very tall gate, a city shrouded in mist, soldiers clad in silver armor, and cranes riding the clouds. Is there more? Feng Yan slowly spoke, careful not to raise his voice, fearing to disturb the person in the coffin. The main city we build in the future will be called the ZY Imperial City, how about that? Upon hearing the word we, Feng Yan's body trembled, and a long-lost smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What you like, I like too. The Old Land was praised as the origin of all beings in the worlds, the first continent born when heaven and earth opened, with 90% of the races having emerged from the Old Land. Some said the Old Land was the root of all races, but this was a grand fallacy in the eyes of other races. The debate over this point had never ceased, and of course, if one were to trace it back, there would be no starting point. If the matter were true, then the ghost race and the other 4 major races would indeed be the ancestors of all races. To have a minotaur as an ancestor made people feel nauseous just thinking of their strong, foul odor. Of course, the long history of the Old Land was undeniable, containing countless opportunities and legacies yet to be unearthed. For ages, the Old Land had embraced all beings with the philosophy of inclusivity, whether you were an executioner, a thief, or a flower thief. As long as you came here, you were equal to all beings. How many beings had come here to explore the rumored ancient opportunities, and even if they gained nothing, just seeing this historic land was considered a blessing. Yet, it was precisely this all-encompassing land that was now sealed by a gigantic green-haired hand. A green coffin lid directly covered the entire Old Land. All beings outside the Old Land were expelled, not allowed to step in. Such a turn of events caught everyone off guard and was extremely shocking. It was not hard to imagine that the fierce person Chu Chen had stirred up the winds and clouds, turning the peaceful, conflict-free Old Land into a chaotic mess. Damn it, I just dug up a large piece of law crystal, and before I could even hold it, I was kicked out. Don't mention it, I spent a lot of money in that place of wind and moon, and just as I was about to take my pants off, I was flown away. I've heard of sealing cities, sealing nations, sealing clans, but this is the first time I've heard of sealing an entire region of millions of miles. How much fortune did the fierce person devour from the Old Land? The Holy Spirit Temple is such a large piece of cake, and he devoured it in one bite. If this continues unchecked, will there be any hope for future generations? This is indeed the case. Chu Chen's purpose in digging up his ancestors' graves is not only to humiliate the Holy Spirit Temple but also to devour their fortune. Why set up a pure land within the temple? The purpose of Jiangshan he is to allow the deceased holy envoy elders to suppress the fortune with their corpses. The concept of fortune is quite mysterious, perhaps it is more appropriate to explain it in terms of fate. Chu Chen has survived multiple close calls, which is the work of fortune. How many times have the top talents on the divine list turned danger into safety during battles? Even when severely injured and on the brink of death, they can still be reborn and rise again. The Forbidden Land sensed Chu Chen's intentions. Originally, it could have intervened to save him, but it chose to observe, wanting to see if the other side had any backup. However, as time passed, the names on the divine list gradually faded, and it realized that things were not as complicated as imagined. If it weren't for the so-called human feelings, even if Feng Yan knelt on the ground and smashed his head, it would be useless. How could the head of the Forbidden Land show mercy because of a mere mortal? What is he worth? The sky grew increasingly clear, and rootless light shone upon the earth. No one ever knew where the light came from, nor did anyone have the leisure to investigate. A giant dragon soared through the sky, and Feng Yan, carrying the soul-collecting coffin, tied his body to the coffin with a soft golden rope. Although this rope had the character gold in its name, it was not part of the 5 elements, it was a treasure he obtained in his ancestral land. He originally thought it was useless, but unexpectedly, one day it could come in handy. Perhaps it was fate, just like this eternally bright blue sky, which no one could explain. Having undergone a transformation, you should now be at the demigod level, right? Feng Yan turned to look at the towering man beside him, curiosity flickering in his eyes. After devouring thousands of blood lotus bones, De Luo's strength had greatly increased, and when he stood there, he resembled a war god, unstoppable. I am currently at the realm of divine awareness, still far from demigod, De Luo replied in a deep voice. Pure-blooded holy spirits can inherit each other's powers through devouring. Such a speed of enhancement could be described as stepping into the sky, right? Feng Yan said with envy. Compared to De Luo, Chu Chen was still a long way off. If he had such a rapid rate of improvement, how could he possibly look down on the mere path of divinity? De Luo's achievements today are all thanks to the master, De Luo said, still wearing a deadpan expression, showing no emotion. However, when mentioning Chu Chen, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. At that moment, De Luo looked at the soul-collecting coffin. Behind Feng Yan, his expression complex, and he couldn't help but reach out his hand, only to suddenly remember something and quickly retract it. When Chu Chen caused a commotion in the Holy Spirit mountain range, De Luo was busy devouring Jiang Shanhe's power and did not join the battle. As a servant, not appearing at the most dangerous moment for his master was undoubtedly a great dereliction of duty. De Luo did not understand any great principles or moral teachings, he only knew that his existence was to protect the person in the coffin and help him ascend to divinity. If Chu Chen were to unfortunately fall on the path of divinity, he who had signed the master-servant contract would also die. Master, can he survive? De Luo couldn't help but ask. Feng Yan was slightly taken aback by this question. It was the first time he had seen De Luo take the initiative to ask, as he had previously always appeared dull, and conversing with him felt like squeezing toothpaste. Of course, as long as the names on the divine list do not perish, he will be fine, Feng Yan said firmly, holding the coffin tightly. How long will it take? De Luo asked again. At least 3 to 5 months, or at most a few years, Feng Yan replied with a smile. To be honest, he himself could not be certain, as he could not open the coffin to check. He had only heard that the ancestor of the Ghost Clan had spent several years on it. Logically speaking, with Chu Chen's monstrous talent and the miraculous nature of the ancient god bloodline, 3 to 5 months should not be a difficult task. After receiving the answer, De Luo no longer spoke, but like before, he stood guard tightly beside the coffin, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the surroundings. The ancient path was winding and stretched like a great serpent. It took them more than a month to fly through it. The return journey was noticeably slower, as the little one seemed to be intentionally controlling the speed to make the ride less bumpy. On the surface, it still appeared to be a child, but the innocent little one actually understood a lot. 3 months later, they arrived at the ancient battlefield of Boriching. Along the way, Feng Yan and the others hardly rested, at most closing their eyes for a brief nap before continuing on their journey. They were unaware of the dangers lurking in the shadows. At least for now, Chu Chen was not in good condition, and some wicked women might take the opportunity to strike. Killing a genius on the divine ranking, what an enticing achievement. Fortunately, aside from encountering a few legendary and mythical world OSS, there were no major disturbances. When the group had just entered the city, a familiar voice unexpectedly emerged from the soul gathering. Coffin. Don't return to the Longsha Empire, go directly to the Chaos Land. This voice, like celestial music, made the three of them tremble in their hearts. Awake? How do you feel? How effective is the soul-gathering coffin? Feng Yan asked eagerly, overjoyed. The 3 souls and 7 spirits are still missing 2 souls. In another year, I should be able to recover 30% of my peak state, Chu Chen's weak voice replied. That's great. A year isn't long, we'll find a safe place and it will pass quickly. Feng Yan was extremely delighted. This was the best news he had heard in the past 3 months. The miraculous use of the soul-gathering coffin was indeed astonishing. It could summon scattered souls back. Such a strange object was truly as rumored, and in some respects it could even rival divine artifacts. Looking across the world, even the divine medicine that could bring the dead back to life and turn bones into flesh rarely achieved soul healing. Feng Yan was now thinking of finding a safe place to hide. Once a year passed and Chu Chen emerged from the coffin, it would be the time for the dragon to rise across the world. No. We must go to the Chaos Land now. I have a premonition that the divine path will soon open, and we don't have much time left. Chu Chen's tone was unusually serious. The divine path is about to open? Feng Yan's expression suddenly changed, and he continued to ask, there hasn't been a single sign in the world. Logically, the divine path should appear, and it would take another 5 years to ascend. 5 years was more than enough for Chu Chen. Feng Yan had no doubt that with his current strength, he could step into the world-destroying level in just a year. As for divine awareness, it was not without opportunity. Semi-divine status felt a bit distant, but if there were supreme chances, it was not impossible. At most 3 years, at least 2 years, the chaotic era is coming soon. Chu Chen's voice grew softer until it disappeared. 3 years, huh? Feng Yan's expression became extremely grave. If what Chu Chen said was true, then indeed, there would be no time. The Chaos Land was located in the extreme east of the 3rd sequence world. Even if they took a teleportation array to the farthest east and then rode the little one, it would still take at least half a year. In that case, by the time Chu Chen fully recovered, the competition for the divine path might have already begun. In front of those geniuses on the divine ranking, mythical levels really didn't count for much. Chu Chen's level was Already at the bottom, if he fought against other geniuses with his current strength, even if he could cast 100,000 forbidden spells in a second, he would still be unable to compete. Is this era finally about to welcome its peak? Feng Yan couldn't help but sigh. After a million years of the end of the law era, the divine path was finally opening. In this epoch, who could seize the divine position? Unknowingly, Feng Yan had already walked into the city, and the looks from the people around him were quite strange, with disgust being the overwhelming sentiment. After all, it was not uncommon to see someone carrying a coffin in the street. It could only be said to be unique. Let's rest well today and continue our journey tomorrow. Feng Yan, unconcerned about the gazes around him, led the smaller little one in Deluo into a restaurant. Although, at their level, food was no different from a burden, they still had to eat. Dining was the best way to relax. Eek? The little one caught the delicious aroma wafting from the restaurant, eyes sparkling, and dashed inside. Boriching is a city governed by humans, backed by the ancient road, attracting many adventure lovers. The appearance of the little one immediately drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant, and they were astonished to discover that it was actually a dragon cub. What the hell? How could a dragon appear here? And it's a cub that hasn't reached maturity yet. Plus, it hasn't signed a master-servant contract. Wait, that's a thunder dragon. As soon as this was said, an uproar ensued. Who in the third sequence world didn't know that the fierce person Chu Chen's battle pet was a dragon? Moreover, behind the dragon cub followed a towering muscular man and a young man with a delicate face. This configuration was undoubtedly Chu Chen. Those who had harbored greedy thoughts obediently turned their heads and continued to enjoy their meals as if nothing had happened. They were not the kind of people like Jiang Shanhe. With their wits intact, they wouldn't act rashly. Not to mention that muscular man, even that young man was enough to make them think twice. Clown. Feng Yan coldly glanced at them and then found an empty seat to sit down. Hearing the insult, the crowd dared not show any dissatisfaction and silently lowered their heads to eat. Once the food arrived, the three of them feasted heartily, satisfied, and then paid and left. Once they were out of sight, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The pressure was too strong. That muscular man must have a divine awareness level. Right? The fierce person is back. He's going to start stirring up the ancient battlefield. I heard that after a battle with another mysterious deputy lord of the Holy Spirit Palace, the fierce person nearly faced death. I just saw that young man carrying a coffin. He wouldn't be lying inside, would he? Such an ominous thing, and he carries it around all the time. Isn't he afraid of being tainted by evil? The discussions grew louder, and the entire Boriching fell into turmoil after the appearance of the three. Chu Chen's fame was immense. Every city in the ancient battlefield had many people discussing him daily. They wanted to know whether Chu Chen was dead or if there was still a chance for him to return. However, that coffin was too eerie. They couldn't sense any aura from inside. Feng Yan and the others walked down the street, attracting countless gazes, some filled with fear, some with greed, and some with curiosity. For a moment, this unremarkable coffin became the focus of the entire city, and even the big shots in the city couldn't help but come out to take a look. It's too noisy, let's leave the city. Feng Yan frowned. He had originally just wanted a simple rest. After all, 3 months of long-distance travel would tire even the toughest body. They still had a longer journey ahead. At this moment, it seemed that their flamboyant attire had made them the center of attention. Just as the little one was about to grow larger, a figure descended from the sky, crashing down onto the ground, shattering the hard obsidian slab with sheer force. Want to leave? Did I agree? Feng Yan slowly turned around, staring at the speaker, his pupils slightly constricting. Feng Wanhan? You're still alive? Feng Yan's expression changed. Junior, you're still the same, not a bit changed, showing no respect to your senior. Feng Wanhan smiled cryptically, his eyes bursting with undisguised killing intent. He was a middle-aged man, his chin covered with coarse stubble, skin dark, and his fierce gaze particularly menacing, exuding a chilling aura as if he had walked through a sea of blood. He wore a badge of 100 weapons on his chest and had a long knife hanging at his waist, with still fresh bloodstains on it. It's been 50,000 years, and you're still the same, not knowing how to hide your emotions at all, Feng Yan said. Someone is willing to pay for that coffin. Behind you, offering 100,000 rule crystals. A fool who doesn't make money is a bastard. What do you say, Junior? Feng Wanhan licked his lips, drawing out the long knife, his momentum skyrocketing. 100,000 rule crystals. What you're buying isn't the coffin, it's your life. Feng Yan flipped his hand to grasp a demigod level long sword, a murderous intent erupting in his eyes. The air around him suddenly dropped in temperature, condensing into frost that sent chills down one's spine. In terms of killing intent, Feng Yan was not at all inferior to the middle-aged man before him, whose hands were stained with countless blood. As a seal master without any offensive techniques, where did he get such strong killing intent? Feng Wanhan graduated from the Guangming Academy of the Longsha Empire and became a bounty hunter. For the sake of his missions, he could ruthlessly kill infants and the elderly, committing numerous acts of inhumanity. This perfectly illustrated his saying, a bastard who doesn't earn money is a fool. Even if it's against heaven and morality, it's not unacceptable. Every bounty hunter has a record book that documents every task they have completed. The most heinous act Feng Wanhan committed was to cut off the limbs of a couple and then sew them onto each other, forcing them to endure the pain of their bodies rejecting the foreign limbs. For bounty hunters, employers are like gods. As long as the price is right, there's nothing they wouldn't dare to do. Originally, he didn't want to wade into this murky water. What did the competition for the divine ranking have to do with bounty hunters? But when Feng Wenhan saw a familiar name on the task list, he chose to accept it. The vast street was empty, with onlookers fleeing far away, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. What terrifying killing intent! Who is the employer behind that? Bounty hunter? How could they hire a divine-level expert? 100,000 rule crystals could buy 10 Boros cities, right? The life of the ruthless Chu Chen is worth so much? It must be a genius related to the divine path, right? The cake of the divine ranking is so small, which seed of the divine path in the myriad worlds doesn't want to ascend the divine ranking? Right now is the weakest period for the ruthless, so attacking now is the safest. Exactly, if the ruthless were still at their peak, who would dare to pull their whiskers? As the saying goes, take advantage of the illness to take their life. With vacancies appearing on the divine ranking, they were qualified to compete for that position. If it were a normal time to push others off the ranking, one would have to perform astonishingly outrageous acts. Just think, is it easier to kill a dying myth-level being or to kill a demigod as strong as Zhang Shanha? One must know that the geniuses on the divine ranking receive fortunes daily that ordinary people can hardly imagine. The higher the rank, the greater the benefits. Feng Wenhan looked at Feng Yan's fierce appearance, a mocking smile on his face, and said, Junior, you've finally matured. You're no longer just a little follower behind your senior. Less talk, make your move. Feng Yan's face was covered with a layer of frost, gripping the sword in his hand as if aided by the gods. So anxious? I originally wanted to catch up with you, but since you're so eager to die, then your senior will fulfill your wish. Feng Wenhan stepped forward, and countless cracks spread out around him. In an instant, the nearby 1,000 towering buildings collapsed with a thunderous roar, raising a cloud of dust. The power of this step was worthy of a divine-level expert. At the same time, a huge milky white star array suddenly appeared beneath Feng Wenhan's feet, and a blessing deity appeared above him. Infinite power of blessing poured into his body like a baptism from heaven and earth, doubling his momentum compared to just now. This is the divine might blessing of the chosen priest. A legendary level priest couldn't help but exclaim. What? He's a priest? At this revelation, the people around suddenly changed color, their eyes widening in disbelief as they looked at Feng Wenhan's increasingly radiant figure. It is well known that priests are support classes, acting as healers in battle. They can restore health, mana, and status to people while also dispelling abnormal conditions. High-level priests can even summon holy light to dispel darkness, making them the #1 enemy of the abyssal race. Like seal masters, priests generally lack combat abilities. However, nothing is absolute. During his awakening, Feng Wenhan chose a different path. Battle priest. Back then, you were hailed as the strongest support of the Bright Academy. 50,000 years have passed, and now I want to see if you are still worthy of that title. Feng Wenhan's foot stomped down, and he shot out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Feng Yan. He threw a punch, his fist enveloped in a dazzling milky light, radiating an immense power of blessing. Feng Wenhan's target was the soul-gathering coffin behind Feng Yan. He aimed to shatter both the coffin and the person within it. As a strange object, the soul-gathering coffin did not possess strong defensive capabilities. In front of a divine sense expert, it was as fragile as a piece of foam. The first support from 50,000 years ago is now only at the mythical level. Junior, you truly disappoint me. Feng Wenhan grinned savagely, his momentum erupting completely. However, just as he was about to touch the coffin, a pair of golden pupils suddenly appeared before him. What the hell is that? Feng Wenhan's body shook, his mind nearly losing its ability to think. The battle intent he had just ignited suddenly doused by a bucket of cold water. He had never seen such a bizarre scene in his life. As a bounty hunter, he had traversed countless worlds, walking through every famous land and city. Yet, he had never been frightened by a pair of eyes, and just seeing that gaze had robbed him of his fighting ability. What kind of overbearing and sinister eyes were these? They contained billions of divine thunders, and beneath that endless sky, 3,000 divine nations each worshipped a deity. At the same time, surrounding those divine nations was a river made entirely of divine thunder. Vast and boundless, stretching endlessly. Floating on the surface of the river were corpses, some human, some world OSS dark elves, and even shadows of the abyss race. Thunder dragons and fire dragons soared through the sky, their disdainful gazes, just a glance at him, felt like falling into an ice cave, a wave of pain from the depths of his soul spreading throughout his body. Meanwhile, he also saw at the center of the 3,000 divine nations 5 gates of laws, 3 of which had already been inscribed with 4 divine patterns, while the other 2 had just solidified, yet possessed a power of laws no weaker than the other 3. One represented life and death, the other was for immortality. The paths of life and death and the path of immortality. At that moment, Feng Wenhan felt as if struck by lightning, as if he had witnessed the most absurd thing in the world, his eyes nearly popping out, filled with deep fear. The heart-losing talisman seal. At that moment, a powerful sealing force penetrated his body, instantly sealing Feng Wenhan's power. His fist landed on the coffin, as soft as cotton, causing no actual harm. This scene left everyone watching in shock, their hearts stirred beyond mere waves of astonishment. A divine sense expert actually sealed by a mythical Level? What is that kid's background? Wasn't the heart-losing talisman seal lost long ago? How did he do it? No, this is his unique skill. Not the heart-losing talisman seal we know. This kid is also a monster. Just as people marveled, Feng Wanhan seemed to go mad, grabbing his hair with both hands, pulling hard, and screaming incessantly. Ah! We were all deceived, all deceived. His frenzied behavior left everyone bewildered, not understanding what he was talking about. Feng Yan was equally confused. What was deceived? When did I deceive you? The crowd couldn't help but look at Feng Wanhan, who was staring at the coffin in terror, sometimes laughing wildly, sometimes screaming, sometimes crying. He was completely like a madman, and a madman with serious issues at that. Sealed by a mythical level, so his mentality broke? It's very possible. It's like a 1.9-meter tall strongman suddenly being defeated by a baby who just learned to walk. He indeed wouldn't be able to accept it. But this reaction, is it a bit exaggerated? Logically speaking, even if defeated, one wouldn't necessarily suffer a mental breakdown. Moreover, he is still a bounty hunter, with a psychological endurance much stronger than that of 90% of job changers. Could it be because of the heartbreak curse? At this, people's gazes towards Feng Yan suddenly turned strange. To be able to influence the minds of those with divine awareness, this could no longer be described as a prodigy. With such power, if he leveled up a few more times, wouldn't he be able to drive demigods into madness? Feng Yan furrowed his brows as he looked at Feng Wanhan, who was kneeling on the ground, holding his head and laughing maniacally, and then glanced at his own palm in confusion. Could it really be my masterpiece? The heartbreak curse was a technique created 30,000 years ago, designed to make job changers lose the ability to use their skills for a certain period. Although he had never tested it, the skill description should never be wrong. It clearly didn't state that it would drive someone insane. At this moment, Feng Yan even doubted that after experiencing life and death, his strength had surged up several levels. The laws of life and death, the laws of immortality. How ridiculous, too ridiculous. Feng Wanhan muttered to himself, his body trembling continuously, the scene from just moments ago still vivid in his mind. Through the golden eyes of the soul-gathering coffin, filled with a sense of judgment, he had no doubt that if he opened the coffin, it would surely release an unparalleled evil being. Suddenly, Feng Wanhan's eyes turned white, his whole body convulsing, and with a loud boom, he exploded into a shower of flesh. The scene fell into a deathly silence, everyone staring in shock. The sealing technique has such an effect? No wonder this kid has such a heavy killing intent. Without drawing a weapon, he can kill invisibly just with the sealing technique. Truly worthy of being a friend of a killer, indeed powerful. It's been a long time since a battle of divine awareness has appeared in Burrow City. I didn't expect it to end so quickly. A kill without effort that can also drive people into madness. This skill is likely comparable to forbidden spells. Voices of astonishment kept coming, and Feng Yan immediately became the focus of the world, with a deep respect evident in the gazes directed at him. Is it really? A large question mark appeared above Feng Yan's head. He had never known he could be so formidable. As for the killing intent, it was merely due to being close to Chu Chen for a long time and being influenced by him. Kill someone? Feng Yan had never killed anyone. Now, seeing his former senior die before his eyes in such a bizarre and cruel manner left him greatly horrified. Daluo, is it really? Feng Yan asked uncertainly. He. Daluo smiled without smiling, responding ambiguously. You were helping me from the shadows. Weren't you? He. That makes sense. Feng Wanhan wanted to take Chu Chen's life, and you had no reason not to act. He. Regardless, the crisis was resolved. Now, Feng Yan was pondering who had spent money to buy Chu Chen's life, offering such a hefty price of 100,000 law crystals. For a myth-level powerhouse, it only took 10 law crystals to elevate from the first layer of the law to perfection. As for further enhancement, that depended on the job changers themselves. Such an extremely precious item could only be richly stocked in great clans. Could it be the work of a genius from the divine rankings? Feng Yan's expression turned serious. It seemed Chu Chen's sensing was indeed correct. The path to the divine was about to open, and the geniuses of the myriad worlds had learned of Chu Chen's half-dead state and couldn't help but jump out. But Feng Yan glanced at the blood on the ground, recalling what Feng Wanhan had said just before his death. What do the paths of life and death and immortality refer to? The only law he had comprehended was the sealing law, which was still at the second layer. Where did life and death and immortality come from? Suddenly, a thought that even he found absurd appeared in Feng Yan's mind, and he abruptly turned his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the pitch-black coffin, and his breathing suddenly quickened. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a round of applause came from behind him. What a sealing technique! I haven't seen such a brilliant battle of surpassing levels in a long time. Well done, worthy of a reward. The sudden sound made Feng Yan alert, and he turned around sharply. Not far ahead, a young man in a white robe, with a white jade belt at his waist, was walking towards him. This person had an exceptionally handsome face, different from Chu Chen's otherworldly charm. His aura resembled that of a refined scholar from a novel. Especially with the way he held a folding fan, he truly embodied the phrase, a person on the road is as precious as jade, a gentleman unmatched in the world. His steps were slow, yet he seemed to cover the distance of hundreds of meters in a single stride. Then, he tossed a bottle of demigod-level calming potion directly at Feng Yan. What kind of level-up battle is this? It's just him going mad and self-destructing. Feng Yan's vigilance grew stronger. Ever since they entered this city of Burrow, all sorts of strange beings had emerged. First it was Feng Wanhan, and now it was this oddly dressed retro fellow. He guessed that the road to this chaotic place wouldn't be easy, but he didn't expect to encounter so much trouble right at the start. Haha, a self-detonation at the divine perception level can destroy a vast area. If it weren't for the magic, would Burrow City still exist? The man in white asked. With a smile. His smile was quite infectious, giving a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze, very comfortable. Talking to him would unconsciously bring peace to one's mind, as if he possessed some kind of magic. But the more this was the case, the more Feng Yan dared not let his guard down. What exactly do you want to say? Just speak plainly, no need for roundabout ways, Feng Yan said. At this moment, De Luo stepped forward. Standing beside Feng Yan, his eyes filled with seriousness. This guy in front of them even made De Luo feel something extraordinary. It should be noted that he had just devoured the power of Jiang Shanhe, though only 80%, it was still terrifying. A slightly weaker demigod was not impossible to fight. The man in white closed his fan, pointed at the coffin behind Feng Yan and said, the level of battle I mentioned is not about you, but about the person in this coffin. Upon hearing this, Feng Yan hurriedly retreated, as if facing a great enemy. De Luo also took a fighting stance, his aura erupting like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, soaring into the sky. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. The man in white smiled warmly and continued, my name is Lu Taiqing, the first scholar of the first sequence world, the Louvre. After saying this, he opened the fan, revealing the map of mountains and rivers. Upon hearing this name, everyone's pupils suddenly constricted, unable to help but exclaim, 85th on the divine list, the leader of the literary path. Lu Taiqing? How vast are the worlds? Even a world-destroying level being might not be able to traverse all lands in their lifetime. Generally speaking, various worlds can be likened to a leaf, with the first sequence world being the trunk of the tree, supporting the operation of all worlds. In the second sequence world, countless beings exist, with various powers interwoven and thriving. The Louvre is a major power in that world, with all its members being practitioners developed through literary energy. Literary energy is similar to elemental energies, and when taken to the extreme, it possesses boundless power. However, it is precisely this unique upgrading model that has made many curious about so-called literati. Some can exhale literary energy, transforming it into a sword that vanquishes evil, instantly annihilating demigod-level world bosses. Some compose poetry, causing a billion-Zhang galaxy to fall from the heavens, instantly destroying a main city. Others draw vast landscapes and with a mere gesture can cause mountains and rivers to collapse, bringing suffering to countless beings. In this splendid and colorful era, any path taken to its utmost can achieve that supreme divine position. Lu Taiqing is the leader of the younger generation of the literary path, his life both ordinary and legendary. Now, this genius, ranked 85th on the divine list, appeared in Burrow City, making everyone's hearts race. Apart from the fierce person in the coffin, Lu Taiqing was the first divine list genius they encountered. With two divine list geniuses gathered, is there some major event about to happen? It seems he has also come for the fierce person, but he doesn't know if that little brother skilled in sealing techniques can withstand the impact of literary energy. Have you lost your mind? Comparing bounty hunters to the top talents of the divine list? Do you look down on the heavens? Or the Louvre? It is no exaggeration to say that the strength of the Louvre is even comparable to some medium-sized races. In front of this giant, the Holy Spirit Hall is nothing but a pile of mush. There is no comparability at all. The women around, upon seeing this elegant young man standing gracefully, had eyes sparkling like peach blossoms, their faces blushing like young maidens. Such a temperament is rare in modern times, especially with the long robe he wore, which added a touch of otherworldly grace to him. You have traveled thousands of miles from the second sequence world to the ancient battlefield. It shouldn't be just to watch a battle, right? Upon hearing this name, Feng Yan's heart sank significantly, as he was uncertain of the other party's intentions. The desire to kill someone cannot be hidden, at least for now. It seems that Lu Taiqing has not shown any murderous intent. This left Feng Yan even more confused, yet he dared not let his guard down. Of course not. This trip down the mountain, I want to see the beauty of the mountains and rivers. After studying idly for so long, I need to cultivate my sentiments. Lu Taiqing said with a smile. You came to see the mountains and rivers and ended up in the third sequence world's Burrow City? You have quite the ambition. Feng Yan narrowed his eyes and spoke. The palace master once said that as long as one waits in this city for 3 days, they can find the sacred text. I guess, the sacred text should be in that coffin behind you. Lu Taiqing still maintained his smile. However, to Feng Yan, the smile was chilling. Even people from other worlds have set their sights on Chu Chen. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the matter of the old earth being sealed. Perhaps the forbidden land, while protecting the fortunes of the old earth, was also sending a signal to the outside. The fierce person, Chu Chen, has emerged. Since you are a scholar, you should know the principle that a gentleman does not force others into difficulty. My brother is gravely injured and lying in the coffin recovering. Opening the coffin now would undoubtedly be an act of a villain. Feng Yan said coldly. What you say is indeed true. The sacred text is priceless, but my heart is itching with impatience. What should I do? Lu Taiching slowly fanned himself with a folding fan, leaning his forehead with a sigh. Then, he immediately restored his original smile and said, Then I will accompany you for a while. Once your brother recovers, let me take a look at the sacred text, how about that? Upon hearing this, Feng Yan's expression immediately became strange. It wasn't that his request was so absurd, it was just that there was only one person in the coffin. Where would this so-called sacred text come from? Feng Yan had checked when he placed Chu Qin in the coffin and there was nothing inside. No need to accompany us, I take my leave. With that, Feng Yan hurriedly mounted his mount and flew away from Burrow City. De Luo followed closely behind, casting a wary glance at Lu Taiching, his body still tense. This guy appeared harmless on the surface, but his true strength was terrifying, even stronger than Chu Chen at his peak. It should be noted that Chu Chen had comprehended 3 laws to the 4th level, which was already a formidable level. However, Lu Taiching's strength surpassed that. No one had seen him make a move, so it was impossible to judge. The bystanders who overheard this conversation were slightly astonished. What is the sacred text? It seems I've never heard of it. Not having heard of it is normal. Just like the supreme sealing techniques pursued by sealers, the sacred text is a high-minded literary cipher. As long as one comprehends the sacred text, they can ascend directly to the demigod realm. Is it that exaggerated? Can reading lead to becoming a demigod? The path of the great is vast. Even if you are a lumberjack, if you can comprehend tree cutting to the extreme, you can still be invincible in the world. At this point, people couldn't help but recall a recent secret. Originally, Lu Taiching was just an ordinary student of the Louvre, and the palace's mentors believed he lacked perception and had made no achievements on the path of literature. Generally, literati are eloquent and can depict a world with just a stroke of the pen. Even more so, at an epic level, one can create verses that are passed down through the ages, achieving the status of a master of literature and the way. Lu Taiching has been at the Louvre for 20 years, yet he remains at the bronze level. He has spent all his time in the library, not reading the classics of the past, not writing articles, not composing poetry. He is merely immersed in the world of idle books, interested in ghosts and strange events, astronomy, and geography. The people within the Louvre are utterly disappointed in him, believing that Lu Taiching will only ever be like this, and that 100 years from now, he will turn into a handful of yellow earth. But no one expected that after another 20 years, a divine will descended, bestowing upon him the title of the foremost in literature and the way. It was on that day that the baptism of heaven and earth arrived, directly elevating his level from bronze to divine awareness. Shortly after the baptism, the divine ranking appeared, inscribing the name Lu Taiching in the 85th position. Many have read to the level of world-destroying, but he alone ascended in one leap. It should be noted that he did not read the classics of poetry and prose, but rather the idle books that everyone else dismissed. Such fortune left the world in shock. Originally, Lu Taiching did not wish to descend the mountain so soon, but sensing that the divine path was about to open, he had no choice but to reveal his aura. If he could settle for another 100 years, he would surely be able to ascend directly to demigod status. No need to rely on sacred texts. At this moment, they looked at this scholarly man with a strong aura, immediately filled with deep respect. In this life, there is the fierce person Chu Chen who opened a new path of thunder. And now there is also the foremost in literature in the way, Lu Taiching, who became a divine awareness through reading idle books. Lu Taiching gazed at the departing figures, slowly closed his folding fan, and chuckled, whether you accompany me or not, that is not for you to decide. Then, he leaped, and beneath his feet suddenly appeared a crane-like being, carrying him away. The many job changers in Burrow City watched Lu Taiching's figure grow smaller, gradually disappearing from view, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. The divine path competition had not yet officially begun on the surface, but the ominous hand of the forbidden land struck, creating a chaotic world. The fierce person Chu Chen walked the world so ostentatiously, did he not realize how much trouble he would attract by doing so? I hope the seal of the Abyssal clan can hold for a little longer. In the midst of the storm, news quickly spread from Burrow City to the chaotic lands of the Far East. Throughout the entire third sequence world, many races felt a sense of urgency along the route spanning east and west. The proud members of their clans saw the opportunity had arrived and directly entered this chaotic world. Undercurrents surged, and countless people eagerly stared at the divine ranking. What they needed now was not strength, but fortune. The stronghold of the Longsha Empire was also in turmoil, as people had long known that the immortal divine thunder Chu Chen had stirred up chaos in the old lands. Yet, they never expected that he would defy the heavens and ascend to the divine ranking. Moreover, he had slaughtered the remnants of the demigod from the zero sequence world. Such great achievements cannot be captured in just a few words. The council member responsible for recording history pondered for a long time, troubled over how to write the first character. The beginning is always the hardest, and the first character is the most important. Only with a good start can the subsequent writing flow smoothly. After much contemplation, he slowly wrote the 2 characters infinite on the cover. Once finished, it seemed to drain all his spirit, leaving him listless and pale. I can't do it anymore. Lin Dongfang, sitting nearby, glanced at him and chuckled. Chu Chen is the hope of the Longsha Empire and also the hope of our human race. It's normal not to be able to write, there's no need to lose heart. Now, Chu Chen's fortune was as robust as a dragon. For an ordinary person wanting to record his deeds, they might not even be able to write a single radical. The council member responsible for this task was specially drawn from the first sequence world, possessing the strength of a world-destroying 4-star. When he received this order, Yang Ji was quite disdainful, thinking it ridiculous for a world-destroying council member to record the exploits of a legendary 10-star little brat. Although Chu Chen's fame was great, and he could unleash forbidden spells with an epic level, before comprehending the laws, that could not even be considered a forbidden spell, but a command is a command. When Yang Ji arrived at the ancient battlefield, he was received by Lin Dongfang, who specially booked a supreme suite for him in the highest-level hotel in Longjian City for his writing convenience. Yang Ji felt deep down that it was an overreaction and kept finding excuses to procrastinate, unwilling to put pen to paper. As the presiding judge of the previous council, Lin Dongfang still held some power and connections in the Longsha Empire. After some negotiations, Yang Ji completely ignored him, even going so far as to shut himself in, claiming he had suddenly found inspiration and needed to meditate. This infuriated Lin Dongfang, who, with a puff of his beard, angrily went to complain to the Ghost Buddha. To his surprise, the Ghost Buddha War God was also at a loss. Yang Ji was a person assigned from elsewhere, backed by the Elder Council, and no one's orders could sway him. According to the directive, Yang Ji had a year to write and record, so forcing him to work was morally indefensible. Thus, the matter was shelved. And even Lin Dongfang's 3 visits to the thatched cottage could not persuade him. Yang Ji felt quite pleased with himself. As long as he continued to drag his feet, the Elder Council would surely summon him back when something important arose. Record achievements for Chu Chen? Who did he think he was? What great authority! But as the year drew near, Yang Ji learned that in that distant old land, Chu Chen had actually entered the divine temple. Moreover, he had received divine affirmation. He had become a seed of the divine path. This news nearly made his heart explode. That kid he had looked down upon had now achieved such heights? At that moment, Yang Ji finally realized how foolish he had been. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to ask Lin Dongfang for advice. After all, he was the one who had first acted like a rogue. Later, when Chu Chen killed Zhang Shanhe, destroyed the Holy Spirit Hall, severed the Fate, and ascended the Divine List, directly challenging the Zero Sequence Worlds Golden Crow Demigod. All these deeds combined left Yang Ji sitting on the ground in shock, stumbling out of the hotel and rushing to the House of Representatives office. Upon entering, his first words were, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, I was really wrong." Lin Dongfang took a sip of tea, exhaling contentedly. If Counselor Yang had recorded before Chu Chen ascended the Divine List, perhaps he would have already recorded most of it by now. Yang Ji's old face flushed, and he cleared his throat twice. "I must have been too comfortable for too long, forgetting the heroes of the world." To this, Lin Dongfang had to nod in agreement. Indeed, if one stayed too long in a comfortable circle, the spirit would gradually become numb. Especially for someone like Yang Ji, who served the Elder Council, his eyes were higher than the sky. Seeing him realize his mistake, Lin Dongfang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This job had gone from simple to nightmare level. If he had written before Chu Chen had amassed so much fortune, such a situation would not have arisen. Just 2 words had drained all his mental energy. To complete this task, it would take at least a few more years. And that was under the premise that Chu Chen did not achieve any remarkable feats in the heavenly realms. During those years, "Counselor Yang, just focus on your work. I have an important meeting to attend," Lin Dongfang said, rising to head for the door. However, just as he reached the entrance, an assistant rushed in, looking extremely flustered. "Bad news. Chu Chen is gravely injured and on the verge of death. He has already entered the soul-gathering coffin. Moreover, he was ambushed by bounty hunters in Boricheng as well as by the 85th on the divine list, Lu Taiching. The opponent is currently unknown." "What?" Lin Dongfang and Yang Ji exclaimed in unison, their pupils shaking. "Has this been reported to the Ghost Buddha?" "Not yet. I'll go report it. Remember, do not let the public know about Chu Chen's current situation," Lin Dongfang instructed. Oh. The assistant was momentarily stunned but quickly nodded obediently. Lin Dongfang strode towards the storm tower, his expression growing more serious with each step. "You are now the spiritual pillar of the Longsha Empire. You must not collapse." The vast House of Representatives was now immersed in a quiet atmosphere. Before them knelt a group of individuals, their expressions respectful as they half-kneeled on the ground, while a new decree from the Elder Council hovered before them. It had been a year and a half since the last order was issued, and to have 2 decrees appear in such a short time was indeed unexpected. The Ghost Buddha War God slowly unfurled the decree, and upon seeing its contents, his brow furrowed. Such a massive undertaking, how could it possibly be completed? In 3 months? "Ghost Buddha, what does the decree say?" Taizhentian couldn't help but ask curiously. The Ghost Buddha slowly turned around, suddenly retracting the prayer beads in his hand, his sharp gaze sweeping the area as he spoke. "Everyone except the warriors is to evacuate the ancient battlefield. Those who disobey will be executed immediately." The word execution rang out like a thunderclap, exploding in their minds. Why were they stationed at the ancient battlefield? Was it not for the common people? Now, the Elder Council was openly ordering them to expel the transferees, leaving only those capable of fighting, such as the 4 great legions and the border defense forces. What is going on? This sudden expulsion is too hasty. Taizhentian frowned slightly, realizing the seriousness of the situation. After all, the Elder Council was not just a local lord, they represented the most authoritative and transcendent official organization of the entire Longsha Empire, aside from the emperor. Every decree that involved the livelihood of the people had to be approved by the emperor and many ministers. Therefore, this order had been recognized and permitted. The chaotic era has begun, the old land is ominously sealed off, perhaps this is a warning. The ghost Buddha's eyes flickered, his mood heavy and tense. The last chaotic era was over 1,000,000 years ago, and the fate of the ancient times was in the hands of semi-divine beings from various races. The talents of that generation were far inferior to those of this era. Even the one ranked first would barely make it into the top 50 today. The end of the Law era is both a conclusion and a return of light. Lin Dongfang sighed. The explosive emergence of talents in this era may not be a good sign. Regardless, 3 months from now, a stormy clash is inevitable. Fortunately, we still have Chu Chen. After the battle in the old land, who can stop the rise of our human race? Speaking of Chu Chen ignited a fierce fire in everyone's hearts. With such a child, what was there to fear about the future? The human race had always been a great clan, with talents on the divine rankings in every era, their fortune endless, comparable to the vitality of dragons and phoenixes. The appearance of Chu Chen instantly gave them a shot of adrenaline. A 19-year-old prodigy, wouldn't all races be wary? However, just as people were discussing, the ghost Buddha's peripheral vision caught Lin Dongfang, and he slowly said, "Counselor Lin, you must have received that news, right?" As soon as he spoke, hundreds of gazes turned toward the back. Lin Dongfang's expression was grave, and even the classic gesture of stroking his beard did not appear. The ghost Buddha war god already knows? Lin Dongfang raised his eyelids and asked, "If I have guarded the third sequence world for tens of thousands of years and lack even this bit of intelligence, then I am unworthy of the title of war god?" The ghost Buddha's voice revealed no joy or sorrow, seemingly indifferent to the matter. But the expressions and dialogue between the two left everyone puzzled, not understanding what was going on. "What news do you know? What are you talking about?" Taizhentian asked in confusion. "Tell us, if it's hard to resolve, we can convene a council to discuss it together. We have overcome so many difficulties since the establishment of the Longsha Empire. Whatever it is, we can think of a solution together." Seeing their curious expressions, the ghost Buddha joined his hands, twirling the prayer beads, murmuring incantations. Lin Dongfang realized that this unfortunate news had to be announced by him. Chu Chen is in danger of falling, and is now lying in the soul-gathering coffin, his life and death unknown. After saying this, it felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he aged significantly. What? Another thunderclap. In just half an hour, everyone experienced 2 significant psychological blows. How could this be? Didn't he defeat the incarnation of Zhou Gao with the help of the ominous old land? Although the fire of the Golden Crow is strong, as far as I know, Chu Chen possesses a very powerful bloodline. As long as his physical body is not destroyed, he can recover in a short time. Taizhentian said gravely. At the ancestral land, Chu Chen had fully demonstrated the power of the ancient god's body. His strength was not only absurdly powerful, but his recovery ability was also rare in the world, even surpassing that of dragons. Logically speaking, as long as his soul was not in danger, he would never die. Now, with Chu Chen suddenly on the brink of death, everyone felt a sense of panic. The situation on the scene is unclear. What exactly happened? Could it be that Zhou Gao has a backup plan? No, if he wanted to completely annihilate Chu Chen, unless his true body descended, it would be impossible for him to survive the hands of the ominous Forbidden Land with just his avatar. Various questions arose in their minds. Everything was fine, so why did it suddenly come to this? The ghost Buddha war god still had his eyes closed and did not speak. He was very clear about the specific situation. The intelligence organization in his hands had presented the details of the events. However, he was now uncertain about Chu Chen's intentions. Was it a feigned death, or was there another scheme? To say he had fallen was simply impossible. Chu Qianqiu would not allow such a thing to happen, nor would the ominous Forbidden Land. Because when the ghost Buddha first stepped into the third sequence world, he had heard of certain matters. He had indeed heard of that so-called favor. This matter is not to be discussed. The meeting is adjourned. After speaking, the ghost Buddha war god vanished into the void. The order was absolute and could not be disobeyed. But the group of council members felt both anxious and flustered. They were eager to know Chu Chen's movements. Counselor Lin, care to share? Taizhentian spoke up. You'll know in a few days, Lin Dongfang said, waving his sleeve as he left. In the large conference room only a group of people remained, staring at each other in confusion. They felt that their positions as council members were somewhat hollow. First, they inexplicably expelled the masses, and now Chu Chen was on the brink of death. What was the difference between this and being blind? Do we have to wait a few days? Taizhentian clenched his fists and left directly. Soon, an unprecedented large-scale operation suddenly unfolded. Countless people received news of evacuation. Before they could react, they were thrown into the teleportation array. Some of the transmuters had already moved their families here. They had their own businesses in the ancient battlefield and could not liquidate them in a short time. There were voices of resistance, but in the face of the glaring blade, they wisely kept their mouths shut. In just one day, tens of millions of people were evacuated, with the costs of teleportation borne by the Empire. How much funding would that require? However, for safety's sake, they still obediently hid in the first sequence world. They might not believe in the Ghost Buddha, but they absolutely could not question the Elder Council. The once bustling and prosperous Dragon War city suddenly fell silent. The Ghost Buddha war god stood atop Storm Mountain overlooking the city built by the ancestors, feeling a mix of emotions. This journey will not return to the Longsha Empire. The chaotic land is not as peaceful as Dragon War City. At one end of the Xinglua plain, a deep blue giant dragon was straining with all its might to fly eastward. On its back were two people, one carrying a coffin, looking helpless, and the other expressionless, as sturdy as a mountain. I say, big brother, can I just call you brother? You really don't have to follow us, Feng Yan pleaded desperately. Why is Brother Feng so resistant? As scholars, we never harm our friends, you can rest assured about that, Lu Taiqing said, riding a spirit crane, holding an ancient compendium of strange objects, and speaking leisurely. The group had been chasing and fleeing for 3 days. At first, Feng Yan had not noticed this guy following closely behind. It was only during one capture of a colorful winged chicken, while preparing to barbecue it, that Lu Taiqing suddenly appeared. When he appeared, the first thing he said was to correct the method proposed by Feng Yan. The sudden voice startled all three of them. Even De Luo had not sensed someone following behind. Zai Zai was even more confused, blinking his big eyes, curious about how this person had appeared again. Seeing that the other party was still not giving up, De Luo immediately unleashed his power and charged forward to throw a punch. However, before the punch could land, Lu Taiqing casually waved his fan, and De Luo was blown away by a gust of cold wind to the clouds. At that moment, Feng Yan was completely dumbfounded. Even a pure-blooded holy spirit as strong as Shinju could not land a single blow? Afterwards, Lu Taiqing nonchalantly snatched the and said, cooking is an art. Even apprentices in restaurants need 10 years to reach a certain level. Come, I'll teach you how to do it. Just as Feng Yan was about to escape, he was wrapped in a swirl of literary energy and pulled back before he could take a few steps. Today, I am your mentor. You are not allowed to leave until you have learned. Thus, Feng Yan was forcibly taught how to make this roast chicken. In his life, he had seen many strange things and people, but he had never encountered someone like Lu Taiqing. There was an indescribable obsession about him. As long as he had a goal, he would not rest until it was achieved. Feng Yan finally understood why this guy could become a top scholar. If only he had half the seriousness in studying sealing techniques as he did in this, he wouldn't still be at a half-baked level. Later on, no matter how Feng Yan tried to drive him away, Lu Taiqing continued to do as he pleased, insisting on waiting for Chu Chen to wake up. Now, he was even too lazy to hide, following openly behind. Taiqing, don't you know your own status? You're like a light bulb, it's hard for others not to notice you. At this rate, how long will it take to reach the chaotic land? Feng Yan was utterly speechless. Reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, he felt like a toy being manipulated, as Lu Taiqing often forced him to learn some irrelevant things. Although the process was quite embarrassing, he gained many new insights into the path of sealing. This guy seemed to have mastered the art of teaching according to one's aptitude, intentionally helping him. Moreover, with his strength, he could easily destroy the soul gathering coffin, but he did not do so. He had always adhered to the gentleman's agreement. If I'm not by your side, does this coffin not attract attention? Lu Taiqing retorted. Feng Yan. What about De Luo? You should have a grasp of his strength by now, right? Feng Yan asked quietly. He thought that if he couldn't force it, perhaps he could solve the problem with wisdom. Stronger than Jiang Shanhe, slightly. Weaker than the Nine San's avatar, De Luo replied almost without thinking. So strong? Feng Yan stumbled back in shock, nearly falling off Zai Zai. If that was the case, wasn't even the peak Chu Chen no match for him? Was the 85th on the divine ranking that formidable? Fortunately, he hadn't fought him, otherwise, he didn't know if this coffin behind him could save him. Thinking of this, Feng Yan touched the coffin behind him, secretly saying, Brother, your life is probably hard to save. Stop. Suddenly, Lu Taiqing spoke and released a burst of literary energy, forcefully halting Zai Zai's movements. What? Feng Yan was about to speak when he saw a colorful light suddenly rise ahead. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth shone together, forming an unprecedentedly powerful force that suddenly obliterated everything in the 1,000-mile region of the starry plain. 5 elements absolute kill formation? Feng Yan's hair stood on end, shivering. What was the most feared by the soul-gathering coffin? Undoubtedly, it was the power of the 5 elements. The soul and the elements are 2 entirely different forces, and with the characteristics of the soul-gathering coffin, it is extremely sensitive to the elements. Has someone guessed our route and set an ambush in advance? Feng Yan's expression was serious, yet he secretly felt relieved. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Taiqing, nodding in gratitude. Which rat is lying in ambush here? Lu Taiqing narrowed his eyes, and his literary energy instantly transformed into the dragon-slaying sword, breaking the formation with a single strike. In an instant, the 5 formation nodes shattered, and the power of the 5 elements vanished. So strong. Feng Yan couldn't help but gasp, his mouth opening to break the formation already. Resembling the legendary ability to speak and have the law follow, Lu Taiqing was not far from becoming a demigod. When did the Louvre become a dog for the human race? They actually sent the literary leader to guard a coffin? Aren't they afraid of being laughed at by the world? Suddenly, 2 petite figures appeared before them. One was a girl with horned braids, red lips, and white teeth, looking as delicate as a porcelain doll, seemingly around 5 or 6 years old. The other, of similar age and features, had a shiny bald head and was a boy. Though they were very young, they possessed the ability to traverse the void, their faces bearing an evil and fierce expression not typical for their age. Dragon and Phoenix children? The 89th on the divine list has come too? Lu Taiqing waved his folding fan and a misty aura suddenly descended, instantly crushing the two. However, before Feng Yan could be surprised, the two reappeared 1,000 feet away, completely unharmed. It is said that the Dragon and Phoenix children have mastered the art of illusion to perfection. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation, Lu Taiqing said with a warm smile. The master has ordered, take the coffin and kill. The two spoke in unison, their movements surprisingly synchronized. In an instant, they summoned a massive bell weighing as much as 10,000 pounds. A murky yellow gas swirled around, and one rune after another seemed to come alive, spewing forth gas powerful enough to collapse this plane. Xianhuang Qi? The fearless one is Zhao Wushuang. Feng Yan's expression grew serious as he quietly retreated with the child and Luo, leaving the battlefield to Lu Taiqing. Zhao Wushuang, like Lu Taiqing, came from the second sequence world. This person was obsessed with battle, with millions of souls under his command, all of whom were his defeated foes. These two children were transformed from a Qi Qingming lotus that Zhao Wushuang found in a dungeon. They possessed intelligence and immense strength. On the surface, they appeared to be 5 or 6 years old, but if their actual age were revealed, it could very well surpass that of Feng Yan's ancestors. Taiqing Gu, it's inconvenient for me to fight while carrying the coffin, so I'll leave these two little ones to you, Feng Yan said without a hint of embarrassment. Does Zhao Wushuang dare to obstruct my path of sages? He doesn't have that qualification. Lu Taiqing's demeanor changed dramatically, transforming from a graceful young man into a fallen celestial. With such domineering words of declaration, a square cage suddenly appeared in the heavens, instantly imprisoning the dragon and phoenix children within. Subsequently, lotus flowers appeared in the cage, each one a divine object of heaven and earth, all being Qi Qingming lotuses. Each lotus transformed into a child, each with 1,000 different appearances, yet each possessed divine awareness strength. Looking around, there were at least 1,000 of them. The terrifying aura enveloped the dragon and phoenix children. Their expressions changed drastically, their previously shadowy faces now filled with intense fear. How dare you? Lu Taiqing, do you dare to lay hands on us? The little boy shouted, his bravado faltering. The master sent us here. We have no intention of competing with the leader. Our only goal is Chu Chen, nothing more. The little girl glared at the boy and quickly apologized. To kill Chu Chen is to seize my hope of becoming a god. Whoever dares to touch him, I will annihilate their entire clan. Lu Taiqing said calmly, his words laced with murderous intent. Not only did it not feel out of place, but it also instilled even greater fear. Lu Taiqing's ranking was even higher than Zhao Wushuang's. In the vast heavens, who would dare to underestimate the fairness and authority of the rankings? It is no exaggeration to say that even if Zhao Wushuang were to come today, that fearless one who proved his path through killing would not dare to act recklessly. At present, the pressure that Chu Chen brought upon them was simply too great to ignore. Even with the divine path about to open, no one could guarantee how terrifying his future strength would be in these short 3 years. After all, everyone knew that, at most, Chu Chen had truly grown for less than a year. He had spent an entire year in the temple undergoing the 3 awakenings. Therefore, the talents on the divine ranking were so eager to eliminate him while he was at his weakest. As for the true body descending, they really did not dare to take that risk. No one knew if the fierce person in the coffin was truly dead. If there was a trick involved, then someone like Zhao Wushuang, who proved his path through killing, would not survive the judgment of the gods. Lu Taiqing, however, did not care. He was merely a scholar with no innocent lives on his hands and had never committed any heinous acts. Whether it was bounty hunters or the dragon and phoenix children, they were merely pawns used to test the waters. The path of sages and the path to becoming a god? The two little children were momentarily stunned, not understanding the connection between these two and the fierce person Chu Chen. Leader, do not be deceived by that deceitful woman. How could Chu Chen provide you with a way to break the situation? He is just a mortal, you must not be fooled by him, the little girl said. Yes, who doesn't know that Chu Chen is good at scheming? Even figures like Jiang Shanha and Zhou Gu couldn't bring him to death, and with the Forbidden Lands unknown aiding him, you must keep your eyes wide open, the little boy advised. In terms of strength, there were 89 people on the divine ranking stronger than Chu Chen. But in terms of scheming, perhaps not many could be more brutal and decisive than him. The dragon and phoenix children believed that Lu Taiqing must have been deceived by Chu Chen. If he had any sacred texts, he would have long been treated as a guest of honor by the master of the Louvre. Moreover, he would be pursued by countless scholars. Even if he did not share it with others, he could achieve sagehood through his own research. The wonders of sacred texts were even more against the heavens than forbidden methods. How could my palace master's orders be wrong? Lu Taiqing's expression gradually became impatient. After confronting for so long, Zhao Wuxuang had not appeared. Could it be that guy was not hiding in the dark? Lu Taiqing had been down the mountain for a long time and did not mind getting blood on his hands. As the idol books say, the world operates on cause and effect, and slaying such a great evil would not bring about karma, but rather great merit. Palace Master? The dragon and phoenix children broke out in cold sweat. Could this not be Chu Chen's scheme? Do you think I am just a bookworm? Who only knows how to study? You think you can deceive me with a few words? Lu Taiqing smirked coldly. If Lu Taiqing were truly such a fool, he would have died 20 years ago. The world of scholars is not one where everyone treats each other with respect and peace. Without sufficient strength and capital, one could be publicly condemned and executed on the spot. Lu Taiqing had survived to this day. Not just by luck, but also by wisdom. Just by his intentional or unintentional help to Feng Yan, it was clear that this person was not simple. He was courting this person while also trying to win Chu Chen's favor. Those who could entrust their lives to another were not ordinary friends. It could be said that Lu Taiqing's level of cunning was not inferior to Jiang Shanhe. How could those who made it onto the divine ranking be fools? Since Chu Chen is still in a weak state, why don't we cooperate? Kill him and the sacred texts will still be yours. The master only wants his life. The little boy licked his lips and smiled sinisterly. This plan is excellent. The two prodigies on the divine ranking cooperating could be a beautiful tale. What do you say, leader? The little girl echoed. Not good. Feng Yan became alert. If the two joined forces, how could he resist against De Luo? Not to mention Lu Taiqing, even those two dragon and phoenix children could easily crush him. De Luo also became tense, instinctively clenching his fists, ready for battle at any moment. I wish to go to my death. If there is to be a battle, then let it be. As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from De Luo, the might of it. Stirring up fierce winds, the fierce wind howled, stirring up layers of clouds, countless fragments of earth and stone flying in all directions, and the ground trembled violently. Although he did not possess the strength of those on the divine rankings, if it came to a life or death situation, De Luo would not hesitate to sacrifice his own life. Protecting his master was his lifelong mission. Oh, Lu Taiqing's face showed a flicker of interest as he looked meaningfully at Feng Yan. Killing a genius from the divine rankings should shake the heavens and worlds, right? Lu Taiqing said. Exactly, not only that, but the world will also spread tales of your and your master's glorious deeds, and your fortune will rise dramatically. The little boy nodded. Then, he looked at the panicked Feng Yan, a sinister smile appearing on his youthful face. Without Lu Taiqing's protection, Chu Chen would be like a lamb ready for slaughter. If you want to touch my brother, you must first step over my dead body. Feng Yan stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with De Luo. Although he was very afraid of death at this point, retreating was no longer an option. It was better to fight bravely than to live in fear. He knew that there was no so-called holy text in the coffin, and Lu Taiqing would find out this fact sooner or later. You? A useless thing. I can crush you with just one finger. The little boy laughed heartily, slowly extending his palm and pointing gently at the void. Breaking the wilderness finger. A world-destroying skill unleashed effortlessly. The terrifying aspect of the Yaqi Qingming lotus was not just this. A beam of golden light, like a long rainbow piercing the sun, rushed forth. Great sealing technique. Feng Yan's veins bulged as he faced immense pressure, suddenly unleashing his strongest sealing technique. This was a fusion skill he created from all sealing techniques, the culmination of tens of thousands of years of effort. A heavenly curtain appeared, sealed by tens of thousands of talismans. The power of the laws pushed to the extreme. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and all that remained in the world was a golden light and the heavenly curtain. Wherever the gaze fell, there was only the aura of mystery and chaos, and in an instant, the light curtain was torn apart by the golden light. So fast? Feng Yan looked at this scene in disbelief, his mind momentarily short-circuiting. He never expected that even with all his effort, he was no match for the little boy's casual gesture. How terrifying was the strength of his hidden master. Zhao Wuxuan? Useless, a mere myth 1 star. You dare to think of battling me? The little boy sneered, mockery evident in his tone. To stand against a chariot with a mantis arm, what was the difference from suicide? As the golden light drew closer, despair surged within Feng Yan. He couldn't help but touch the soul-collecting coffin behind him, his eyes suddenly widening. Thud. At that moment, he seemed to hear a heartbeat, an extremely powerful heartbeat. Before Feng Yan could feel joy, a towering figure suddenly appeared before him. I'm here too. De Luo shouted angrily, swinging a heavy hammer with great force. The terrifying power wrapped in the laws of strength that could move mountains and shake seas. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and earth. De Luo directly shattered the golden light, but his body also staggered back a few steps. From his perspective, De Luo's palm was trembling continuously, clearly bearing immense impact. De Luo! Feng Yan exclaimed in shock. I'm fine, I can still fight. De Luo said seriously. On the surface, it seemed De Luo had won this clash, but anyone with keen eyes could see that the little boy had not used all his strength. Such is the nature of the game. In high-level battles, victory or defeat often hinges on a single thought. It's either you die or I die. A rare pure-blooded holy spirit in the world. If I'm not mistaken, you've only just reached the 3rd transformation, right? The little boy said. Luo fell silent, gripping the heavy hammer tightly, his eyes burning with overwhelming battle intent. A third transformation, pure-blooded Holy Spirit dares to battle me? If you can reach the fifth transformation today, perhaps it will be I who is in a difficult position. The little boy mocked with a smile, then a green lotus slowly rose from his palm. The stunning lotus phantom gradually ascended, wrapped in the aura of mystery and chaos, and with a gentle push, it moved. Suddenly, an intense sense of crisis surged forth. Luo's expression grew serious, and instead of retreating, he charged forward. The lotus grew larger and completely obscured the blood moon's light over the star Luo plane. Before it, the towering Luo seemed incredibly small. Yet he did not harbor any intention of retreat. Instead, he wielded his heavy hammer, striking out a vast expanse of clear sky. With a loud roar, he infused all his strength into it, and a brilliant light suddenly erupted. The usually silent Luo appeared exceptionally valiant at this moment, his furious expression resembling that of a fierce beast, brimming with murderous intent. As your subordinate, Luo, I am willing to go through fire and water for my master. The roar echoed across the entire star Luo plane, shaking the vast land and causing it to crack. Boom! Feng Yan's head felt as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at that figure, his eyes gradually losing focus. The words "I wish to die" still echoed in his ears. He had never doubted Luo's loyalty. Yet at this moment, he felt both helpless and respectful in his heart. Such pure intent, guarding without any ulterior motives or desires, how many in the world could achieve this? Perhaps the little one could reach this level, but the little one was still a child. It was not yet their turn. Big fool. Feng Yan murmured. The lotus pressed down heavily, and Luo's heavy hammer instantly lost all its brilliance, his body being violently struck like a kite with a broken string, slowly descending. Roar! The little one flew out, transforming into a streak of light to catch his body. Then returning to Feng Yan's side, he saw that he was now covered in blood, his bones nearly shattered, his strength reduced to a mere fraction. I am useless, please punish me, my master. Luo gazed at the coffin, his voice growing weaker. However, the pitch-black coffin offered no response, as if the heartbeat they had just heard was merely an illusion. What nonsense about a master! Your master is not far from death, rest assured, I will soon send him down to accompany you. The little boy smiled sinisterly, his palms slowly pressing down. The enormous lotus descended once more, the mysterious yellow energy nearly covering the entire sky. Even the light of the blood moon could not compare. Feng Yan gritted his teeth and immediately summoned the starry sea, one sealing technique after another shooting into the sky. Under this vast power, the sealing techniques were like a cow sinking into the sea, stirring not a ripple. The terrifying force pressed Feng Yan down to his knees, but he still held on desperately, refusing to let the coffin touch the ground. Blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth, his face turning a shade of purple. He exerted all his strength to look up at the sky. What if you take my life? Zhao Wushuang, you are ultimately afraid. Ridiculous, my master's might is unparalleled. Even if Chu Chen were in his prime, what could he do? The little boy scoffed, his words dripping with disdain. The dragon and phoenix child was merely one of Zhao Wushuang's generals. Any other general could easily dominate a region. Right now, Chu Chen's subordinates couldn't even defeat one of the dragon and phoenix children. It was hard to understand how he had survived. One day my brothers will break out of the coffin, and I will ensure you have no place to be buried, to repay today's humiliation. Blood oozed from Feng Yan's body, making sounds as if being crushed by heavy objects. Still daring to be arrogant when death is imminent? The little boy's eyes widened, and the lotus suddenly fell. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Feng Yan's feet sank into the earth, but his hands clung tightly to the coffin. His body cracked inch by inch, countless fissures appearing, even revealing his internal organs, which were being crushed into an unrecognizable form. Even at the end of his rope, he still desperately protected Chu Chen's body. What a loyal dog guarding his master. This touching scene is truly hard to bear to destroy. The little boy shook his head and smiled, mocking. Feng Yan could no longer speak. He struggled to lift his head, staring intently at the little boy, revealing a hint of a smile. This smile carried a mocking tone. Presumptuous. Get down. The little boy's palm pressed down fiercely, and Feng Yan was instantly forced to the ground. A loyal dog should have the awareness of a loyal dog, who allowed you to kneel and watch. Feng Yan's body was already in a pitiful state, but he remained stubborn, unwilling to bow his head. Even less willing to let Chu Chen be tainted by the five elements. The little boy, seeing this, did not get angry but instead laughed. His tone grave as he said, "Very well. You ignorant thing, go to hell." As he spoke, the lotus flower in the sky suddenly shattered without warning. Enough. The dragon and phoenix child's expression changed, darkening as he said, "What do you mean, leader?" He had been standing by, saying nothing and making no moves. Now, suddenly jumping out to stop it. Could it be that he wanted to backtrack? I said, enough. Lu Taiqing coldly looked at the two, his tone filled with dominance and undeniable authority. The scene suddenly fell silent. Lu Taiqing's forcefulness left the dragon and phoenix child stunned. If the leader has pity for this person, then I will kill him directly. The little boy extended his finger, slowly pointing at the now mushy body of Feng Yan. Breaking the wilderness finger. The mysterious yellow energy filled the space, attacking once more. Now, Feng Yan was already at the end of his strength, completely unable to resist. Luo had fallen into a coma, and the only one still capable of fighting was the little one. The legendary 10-star strength was simply insufficient, unless the little one matured. In front of the dragon and phoenix child, he was like fish on a chopping board. However, before the little one could unleash his dragon breath, Lu Taiqing suddenly appeared in front of Feng Yan, lightly waving his folding fan, a strong righteous energy spreading out. Accompanied by a soft sound, the mysterious yellow energy was dispelled, vanishing into thin air. Seeing this scene, the dragon and phoenix child's pupil slightly constricted, and his expression immediately turned sour. The leader is being fickle? This is probably not the conduct expected of scholars, right? We literati have our hearts in the heavens and earth, the song of righteousness resounds throughout the worlds, and we have never acted in betrayal. We did not in the past, and we will not in the future. Lu Taiqing glanced at Feng Yan from the corner of his eye, exhaling a breath of literary energy. The literary energy enveloped the bodies of De Luo and Feng Yan, and in just a breath, their injuries miraculously healed. There was not a trace of injury visible on them. This miraculous ability was rare. In the world, everyone said that scholars could connect with heaven and earth, reaching the 9 underworlds, and could do anything. Seeing it today, the ability to transform decay into the miraculous was indeed extraordinary. Did you see that? With just the two of you, you cannot safely reach the chaotic land. Lu Taiqing said slowly. Thank you. Feng Yan got up from the ground, restrapping the soul gathering coffin behind him, tightening the soft golden rope across his chest. No need to thank me, I saved you simply because I did not want the sacred text to have any flaws. Lu Taiqing said. Although Feng Yan was worthy of respect, after all, Chu Chen and he were in a competitive relationship. He was not a great benevolent person concerned for the world. Without pure benefits, how could he possibly make enemies for no reason? As for whether there was a sacred text in the soul-gathering coffin, Lu Taiqing did not know, nor could he investigate. The master of the Luofu Palace was the only person in the world who had seen the sacred text. The credibility of his words was not less than that of the 2 rotten fish and shrimp, the dragon and phoenix child. Are you playing us? The little boy's face looked slightly unnatural as he slowly retreated. At this moment, how could he not know what Lu Taiqing was plotting? With murderous intent already present, how could the other party easily let him go? Playing you? What are you? Lu Taiqing smiled slightly. Suddenly, the dragon and phoenix child's eyes bulged out. His face turned a shade of purple, and his petite body slowly lifted off the ground. 2 invisible hands suddenly gripped their necks, the powerful force nearly choking them. You? The little girl's eyes turned white, her features twisted together, looking particularly hideous. To insult my Luofu Palace, how can I calm my heart's frustration without killing you? Lu Taiqing's nonchalant words made Feng Yan's heart tremble. Indeed, ruthless people are always this arrogant, although not as extreme as Chu Chen's arrogance. It still gave a tremendous impact. He had never seen Lu Taiqing harm anyone. His kind nature had this strong side. The first battle after descending the mountain was enough to shake the world. The dragon and phoenix child's neck was getting thinner, his eyes nearly bursting. At that moment, a robust figure slowly appeared, thick eyebrows and big eyes, with rugged features. His cheeks and chin covered in a bushy beard. His fierce and intimidating face exudes a strong sense of deterrence, and his eyes resemble those of an angry Vajra, making it hard for anyone to meet his gaze. This person is the 89th on the divine ranking, a fearless one who proves his path through killing Zhao Wushuang. Lu Taiqing, you have some nerve to touch my people. If you dare to kill one today, I will slaughter 100,000 scholars. Zhao Wushuang's cold words carried boundless killing intent. Even someone as strong as De Luo trembled slightly upon hearing that voice. The ranking on the divine list is not solely determined by strength. Luck and the prowess of one's subordinates also play a significant role. If the dragon and phoenix child were to be harmed, Zhao Wushuang's luck would also suffer. The butcher whom everyone fears only dares to threaten me by borrowing the lives of others? If you truly have an invincible heart, why not come out and fight? Lu Taiqing asked with a smile. I never hesitate to kill anyone. If it weren't for the secret realm opening, today would be your death day. Zhao Wushuang replied coldly. As he spoke, he glanced at the soul-gathering coffin behind Feng Yan, his eyes filled with both caution and killing intent. The target that the divine ranking wanted to kill was right in front of him. But with Lu Taiqing here, he had no chance to act. As scholars, we respect heaven, earth, and the nameless spirits. If I want to kill, even if you threaten me with the lives of the beings in the Luofu Palace, I will still kill. With that, a sharp light flashed in Lu Taiqing's eyes, and the head of the dragon and phoenix child suddenly soared into the air, exploding into a mist of blood. The headless corpse slowly fell to the ground, blood gushing from the neck. Silent. Good courage. Zhao Wushuang glared, his aura erupting. In that distant sky, the name of the 89th on the divine ranking suddenly dimmed slightly. Zhao Wushuang's luck was entirely devoured by Lu Taiqing, and his name shone a little brighter. Good. After this trip to the secret realm, I will visit the Luofu Palace. I want to see just how hard the so-called pride of scholars really is. Zhao Wushuang laughed in anger and left. Soon, that figure gradually faded away, and this battle finally came to an end. Such strong killing intent. Feng Yan's face turned pale, his agitated emotions unable to calm down for a long time. A mere phantom could possess such strong killing intent, even capable of forming its own domain. If the true body were to descend, it might even rival Chu Chen's 3,000 divine nations. Tai Ching, he won't really flatten the Luofu Palace, will he? Feng Yan asked with some concern. No worries, Zhao Wuxuang is entangled in a nightmare-level secret realm, and won't be able to come out for at least a year or two. Lu Taiqing waved his hand dismissively. The Luofu Palace is a major power in the second-order world, with countless scholars within. Even with all his subordinates, he alone could not step onto a single stair. This threat was nothing serious. I will remember today's kindness, Feng Yan said, cupping his fists in thanks. Along the way, you must owe quite a few favors, right? Lu Taiqing said, shaking his folding fan in a good mood. Well, that's indeed the case. Feng Yan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Since coming out of the ancestral land, he seemed to have always been in a disadvantaged position. First Chu Chen, now Lu Taiqing. The debts of gratitude he owed might be hard to repay in this lifetime. After all, with the strength and status of Lu Taiqing and Chu Chen, it seemed there was truly nothing he could help with. After this battle, Feng Yan felt the gap between himself and the prodigies. At that time, he had shamelessly claimed he would behead the true body of Jiugu. It should be known that Jiugu is the golden crow of this era, and in terms of bloodline strength, it is many times more powerful than the dragon clan. After all, this is an extremely ancient being from the zero-order world, representing a kind of faith, as well as an ultimate form. Now, Zhao Wuxuang had once again dealt him a painful blow, with his subordinates possessing such powerful strength that a single finger could easily crush him. If the true body were to descend, it might directly annihilate him with killing intent. This is the terrifying strength of the prodigies on the divine ranking. Chu Chen was among them, ranked 90, which was not low at all, and the other prodigies were no pushovers either. This place is not suitable for a long stay. Let's go, said Lu Taiqing. Thus, the group once again began their long journey. Originally, Feng Yan had planned to take the teleportation array to the eastern regions after arriving in the big city. However, after experiencing so many ambushes, he abandoned that idea. Heaven knows if a stronger opponent than Lu Taiqing would emerge by then. By the way, was that bounty hunter sent by Zhao Wuxuang to test us? Feng Yan suddenly asked. The possibility is very low. Zhao Wuxuang is a proud person, he wouldn't use such a despicable method, and the bounty hunter's character is extremely vile. Asking these guys is no different from lowering his own status. Lu Taiqing shook his head. Then who could it be? Feng Yan couldn't think of anyone else. However, it was certain that there were countless people wishing for his downfall. Anyone could be a suspect. For example, the Night Elves, the Scorpion Demons, the four ancient races of the Old Earth, and the prodigies on the divine ranking. It could even be a backup plan from the Holy Spirit Palace. Without the main figure appearing, no one could be sure. It doesn't matter who it is, if they come, I'll kill them. Anyone who obstructs my path to becoming a sage will be mercilessly slain. Lu Taiqing said the harshest words in the gentlest tone. After speaking, he smiled at Feng Yan, giving him a reassuring smile. Feng Yan shivered and quickly turned his head, breaking out in a cold sweat. It's over. If he finds out that there are no sacred texts in the soul-gathering coffin, he might just slaughter us all, right? Just as Feng Yan was feeling anxious, a prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. You have entered the dwarven-controlled area. Hearing this message, Feng Yan looked up and saw the low trees and green grass covering the mountains, making even the mountains appear particularly small. The wild beasts in the forest were also miniature versions. The once fearsome tigers and wolves were now only half a meter long, resembling large cats. They looked quite cute. Even though Feng Yan had seen many rivers and traveled through various lands, it was his first time in the dwarven territory. Such a small wild chicken, only the size of 2 fists? Feng Yan looked at the red-feathered chicken passing by, his eyes filled with curiosity. The little one also seemed puzzled, its large head sniffing the wild chicken's scent, then suddenly sneezing. Goo goo. The wild chicken was blown away by the sneeze, spinning 3.5 times in the air before fluttering its wings and slowly landing. It then spread its wings and began to cluck at the little one, seemingly mocking it. Yo? The little one tilted its head, staring at the tiny creature, suddenly intrigued. It dashed out, let out a long cry, and pounced on the wild chicken. Gawk gawk. The wild chicken was startled and hurriedly fled, leaving feathers scattered everywhere. The natural laws of the dwarven territory are different from the outside. Creatures born here are generally only 1/10 to 1/5 the size of normal beings, Lu Taiqing explained. This scholar, who had become enlightened through reading idle books, was almost knowledgeable about all the wonders and tales of the myriad worlds. He could be said to be a walking encyclopedia, with hardly anything he didn't know. So small? Then the dwarves must only be a few dozen centimeters tall? Feng Yan was slightly taken aback. That's right, the taller ones are about 40 to 50 centimeters, while the shorter ones are only a dozen centimeters, Lu Taiqing nodded. Don't underestimate the dwarves just because of their appearance. Their forging skills are among the best in the entire myriad worlds. They have crafted many divine-level pieces of equipment, and almost every dwarf is a born master blacksmith. It can be said that 80% of the weapons, armor, and accessories circulating in the market come from their hands. The dwarves hold a high status in the myriad worlds, and many races rely on their forging skills to create suitable equipment. Moreover, aside from their forging skills, their own strength is also formidable. Back in the day, when the elves and dwarves were at odds, Teldashir had suffered a great loss at the hands of the dwarven chieftain. Now, ranked 78 on the divine ranking is a dwarven prodigy. If we don't take the teleportation array, the dwarves will have to cross through, right? Feng Yan asked. That's right, the dwarven territory is extremely vast. At your speed, you might not even reach halfway before the divine path opens, LV Taiching nodded. Feng Yan. This is the truth, the little ones. Speed isn't fast. If it reaches the mythic level, its speed might increase 100-fold. For now, they really need LV Taiching's help. This guy has a technique that allows him to ride the clouds significantly, increasing speed, even enabling spatial travel. At that moment, the little one suddenly flew back, with a few fiery red feathers hanging from its mouth. Eee! The little one called out anxiously, then pointed ahead with its claw, its eyes filled with urgency. What's wrong with it? LV Taiching, not understanding the dragon language, asked curiously. It says there are treasures ahead, and they are very precious. Feng Yan translated. Hearing this, LV Taiching was taken aback. Even though he had read countless books, he had never learned the obscure dragon language. Feng Yan had only been with Chu Chen for a few days, and he could translate already? The little one nodded again and pointed ahead. Let's go take a look. LV Taiching put away his folding fan and flew forward on his spirit crane. Arriving at the site the little one mentioned, they saw a patch of disturbed earth, still stained with a few drops of blood. The ground was littered with feathers, clearly the little one's doing. Feng Yan shot a black line of annoyance at the little one, who lowered its head, somewhat embarrassed. Did a wild chicken provoke you, and you couldn't handle it? How many times has Chu Chen told you not to eat random things? Feng Yan gently reprimanded. The little one nodded eagerly, looking very obedient. To be honest, that wild chicken was indeed arrogant, but ordinary people wouldn't stoop to its level. The little one was still young and couldn't help but react when provoked. Don't move. LV Taiching suddenly spoke. What's wrong? LV Taiching silently stared at the pit, where an oval object slowly emerged. After it surfaced, it turned around and suddenly darted away at lightning speed. Chase. LV Taiching took a lead and pursued. That was just. Feng Yan felt a strange familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Then, his eyes widened in realization as he rode the little one and sped out. Oh my! A 10,000-year ginseng. It's become a spirit. On the starfall plain, with the red moon hanging high, the blood-red light spilled over the blue-purple stargrass, adding an eerie touch to the landscape. This silent land had no dungeons or secret realms, and it was rare to even see ordinary birds or beasts. Under the moonlight, two men, one tall and thin, the other short and stout, approached stealthily. The stout man was holding a black dog, which had a crescent moon engraved on its forehead, and was carefully sniffing the ground. These two were brothers from the Jiao clan. I say, Fat Dragon, it's been over half a month, why haven't we found any clues? This can't be a celestial dog, right? The thin man, Bamboo Pole, looked suspiciously at the seemingly malnourished black dog. How could it be? This is a favor I ask from a brother with whom I share my life. Don't say anything reckless. Fat Dragon hurriedly explained, glancing at the celestial dog's expression. After seeing it and getting angry, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This dog has led us into so many deadly situations. Several times I almost lost my life. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have had dog meat for dinner. Bamboo Pole spat angrily. At that moment, the black dog slowly turned its head and said to Bamboo Pole, how could my clan's listening technique be wrong? The tracking technique is even purer than your Jiao clan bloodline. If it weren't for the orders above, what right do you two little snakes have to command me? Little snakes? You son of a... I swear I'll kill you today. However, before Bamboo Pole could finish his threat, the celestial dog suddenly caught a scent, its eyes widening. With a whoosh, it darted away. The speed was as fast as lightning, crossing space in a single step, instantly arriving thousands of miles away. What incredible speed! Has this dog gone mad? Shugon stared at the vanishing figure of the celestial dog, momentarily dazed. You're the one who's gone mad. The celestial dog has discovered the trail of the murderer Chu Chen. Hurry up and chase. Fei Long jumped up in frustration and slapped the back of Zhugon's head, then hurriedly pursued. Found it again? If we miss this time, I swear I'll take it down. Zhugon rubbed his head, a fierce look on his face, and chased after him. The Jiao clan was ordered by one of the top 10 forces in the heavenly worlds, the Southern Dipper Pavilion, to investigate Chu Chen's specific situation. The Southern Dipper Pavilion is located in the 5th sequence world, incredibly powerful, almost ruling half of this world, commanding great respect. The Divine List is a compilation created by the 10 races in 10 forces. They possess the Heavenly Mechanism Disc, which can probe the fortunes of all the world's prodigies. As long as the luck is sufficient, one can immediately make the list. The origins of the Heavenly Mechanism Disc are extremely mysterious. No one knows its specific background, and it possesses the ability to unravel heavenly secrets, seemingly having a mysterious power that blocks the heavens' gaze. Because of this, the Divine List can freely collect information on prodigies across various eras. At this moment, Fei Long and Zhu Gan were unaware of the intentions behind the Southern Dipper Pavilion's actions. As members of the pavilion, all they needed to do was follow orders. However, there were whispers that it seemed to be somewhat related to a supreme thunder law within the pavilion. That thunder law came from the hands of the Thunder God, the true Thunder God, not a false projection summoned by the Thunder God descends. Soon, the group arrived at a vast basin. This place was the center of the entire Xinglua plain. And in this desolate area, a man-made basin suddenly appeared, which was clearly strange. Moreover, a peculiar aura of law lingered around, and even the plump and thin Zhao, who had seen much, had never encountered such an odd law. There has been a battle here, and the aura is extremely strong. Far beyond you and me, Shu Gan said with a serious expression. Before we set off, the secret envoy of the pavilion investigated the movements of various strong individuals in the heavenly worlds. Those who possess such power are definitely not nameless. Fei Long nodded in agreement. The celestial dog sniffed the residual aura in the pit and suddenly closed its eyes. What's this stinky dog doing acting all high and mighty again? Is it going to stir up some evil thing this time? Shu Gan glanced at the black dog with a hint of fear, ready to flee at any moment. He still remembered that once, the dog sniffed at a small hill and then had them start digging. As a result, they dug out a big hole filled with extremely evil mist, nearly suffocating the three of them. Another time, it stopped in front of a strangely shaped tree, and the two thought they had made a significant discovery and observed it together. After circling around, they found that the dog was actually lifting its hind leg and urinating on that tree. Furious, the plump and thin Zhao nearly killed it. Overall, this task was actually quite simple. It should have been easy enough for a dog to accomplish. Yet, after so much time, they hadn't found a single useful clue. It is said that the Celestial Dog Clan are born hunters. Once they set their sights on a target, there is no prey they cannot find. At this point, the plump and thin Zhao felt that the rumors were all false. This dog was either useless or too unreliable. Let's take a look first, Fei Long said, his face showing confusion as he sensed an unknown aura. Suddenly, the crescent light at the celestial dog's brow flared up, and a bright moon abruptly rose into the sky, illuminating a 100-mile radius. At that moment, no ghost or spirit could escape the power of perception. Moreover, the celestial dog even demonstrated the ability to reverse time, although it was only a rudimentary form and not a true divine technique of heaven and earth. It was still enough to astonish. No way. Shu Gan blinked, looking at the celestial dog in disbelief. He never expected that this unreliable fellow would display such powerful abilities at this moment. In that projection of time's regression, faintly visible were several hazy figures, engaged in an ancient and unprecedented battle. Is that the leader of the literary path, Lu Taiqing? How did he end up here? Shu Gan exclaimed in surprise. And Zhao Wushuang's warrior, the dragon and phoenix boy. Fei Long was equally shocked, his expression instantly losing control. The fearless Zhao Wushuang is here too. My god. That coffin he carries must be the soul-gathering coffin, right? There's a 90% chance they really are taking this route. We didn't go the wrong way. This dog has finally been reliable for once. The battle came swiftly and left just as quickly, playing out at a speed 1,000 times faster, lasting only 3 seconds. Then, the celestial dog suddenly soared into the sky, swallowing the rising moon in one bite, chewing a couple of times before swallowing it down. The dog immediately became listless, its already frail body appearing even more malnourished, as if it could drop dead at any moment. Can't the projection last a bit longer? I couldn't see anything clearly about that fierce person. Shu Gan frowned. This move is a forbidden technique of my clan. Using it once consumes 10,000 years of lifespan. If you are willing to lend me some of your lifespan, I wouldn't mind letting you see a bit more clearly, the celestial dog said weakly. Shu Gan immediately forced a smile. Dog brother, just kidding, you've worked hard, take a good rest. 10,000 years of lifespan for a single use. What a joke. Although he was at the world-destroying level, consuming 1/10 of his lifespan in just 3 seconds was too much. If it lasted any longer, wouldn't he turn to ashes on the spot? 3 seconds is enough. At least we know their route and that 2 divine list prodigies are involved. Fei Long stroked his chin. It seems this task is not as simple as we imagined. Lu Taiqing is indeed acting as a protector. Shu Gan nodded. Should we notify the ancestor now? Shu Gan asked. No. Fei Long directly rejected the proposal, saying seriously, the ancestor has only half a year of lifespan left. He has already used up all the treasures that can extend his life and can no longer roam the world at will. If we haven't confirmed the life or death of that fierce person and report carelessly, if anything happens to the ancestor, not just you and me, but the entire Zhao clan would face annihilation. Hearing this, Shu Gan suddenly woke up, and thinking of that terrifying ancestor, a strong fear appeared on his face. The Southern Dipper Pavilion has thrived for a long time, relying not only on its foundation and fortune but also on the support of the strong within the pavilion. That ancestor has lived for 200,000 years, originally having only a lifespan of 100,000 years. He has forcibly sustained himself to the present with life-extending divine objects. He is the one who possesses the true Thunder God techniques, and upon hearing that Chu Chen was gravely injured and near death, he issued this task. Logically, this task should have been undertaken by the divine list prodigies within the pavilion. But for reasons unknown, the ancestor actually assigned it to ordinary members of the pavilion. Do you think the ancestor wants that fierce person to live or to die? Shu Gan couldn't help but ask curiously. Fei Long pondered for a long time and finally said, I think neither. The ideal state should be a state of being half alive and half dead. Why? Shu Gan was taken aback. What does this mean? Does it mean he should be alive but also close to death? Although I don't know the ancestor's specific intentions, with his talent and strength, if he were born in this era, he would definitely be among the top 10 prodigies on the divine list. A terrifying thought appeared in Fei Long's mind, and he couldn't help but shiver. So, he wants to rely on that fierce person to extend his life? Zhu Gan spoke. Maybe Filong was also uncertain. That ancestor was once a figure who could suppress an entire clan. Back in the day, there was a treasure among the beastmen that could extend life for 10,000 years. Upon learning of it, the ancestor of the Southern Dipper Pavilion directly entered the depths of the beastmen's territory alone to demand it. The beastmen are a great clan of the myriad worlds. How could they just hand over the treasure? That battle lasted for 3 months, shaking the heavens and the earth, shattering mountains and rivers, even breaking the chains of the laws of heaven and earth. Afterwards, someone saw the great ancestor emerge unscathed from the orc tribe, still holding that precious herb in his hand. Later, the orc tribe suddenly fell silent, rarely venturing outside, and spoke not a word about the incident. It was that battle that solidified the great ancestor's fearsome reputation, making him a figure that struck terror across the realms. 200,000 years of life, isn't that enough? The bamboo pole shook his head. Shut up. Are you crazy? The great ancestor is not someone you can casually talk about. The fat dragon hurriedly covered his mouth, glancing around. In panic. A few seconds later, seeing nothing happen, he finally felt a weight lift from his heart. If you want to die, just say so, don't drag me down with you. The fat dragon glared angrily. The bamboo pole realized he had gone too far and retracted his neck sulkily. What should we say next? The bamboo pole asked. Let's keep pursuing. If we don't complete the mission, going back is also a dead end, the fat dragon said with a worried expression. Just as the group set off on their pursuit again, the celestial dog suddenly spoke up. Wait. The two turned back in confusion, only to see the celestial dog slowly getting up from the ground, its amber eyes fixed on a corner of the basin. The fierce one is not dead, and is recovering at an extremely fast speed. What? Both of them turned pale. How do you know that? Our clan's moon-devouring technique can analyze the trends of heaven and earth as well as changes in the laws. I can be certain, I just sensed a trace of the thunder law. The celestial dog dropped a bombshell. To the two, this news undoubtedly meant that the difficulty of their mission would rise sharply. 3 divine-ranked prodigies, what could they use to fight against them? Are you sure? I stake my life on it, the celestial dog nodded heavily. In the world, besides Chu Chen, who else could control the violent power of thunder? Under heaven, he alone. The soul gathering. Coffin has the miraculous ability to isolate all laws. If Chu Chen could still emanate the thunder law while lying in the coffin, it proved that he had mastered the thunder law to an extremely terrifying degree. Moreover, it would only manifest under conscious conditions. Given Chu Chen's severely injured state, it was already a miracle that he was alive. Recovering to full strength would likely take 1,000 years or more. Now, hearing this news, they were nearly scared out of their wits. Not only is the fierce one not dead, but he is also secretly accumulating power? What is the meaning of his feigned death? This child is too terrifying. What exactly is he plotting? The two exchanged a glance, both filled with fear. If it weren't for the celestial dog, perhaps no one would know about Chu Chen's condition, let alone analyze his intentions. Besides that, the celestial dog paused, then said softly, he also possesses the laws of strength and destruction. Upon hearing this, the bamboo pole said, the fierce one has 3 laws, the whole world knows this, it's not a secret. What about adding the laws of life and death, the laws of immortality, and the laws of the soul? The celestial dog's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. The fat and thin dragon felt their bodies go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, their heads felt dizzy, almost fainting. Laws also have levels, the laws of time and space are the highest, followed by the laws of reincarnation, life and death, immortality, and other laws related to the rules of heaven and earth. The laws of strength and thunder are considered the lowest tier. The laws of destruction are of medium rank. Chu Chen feigned death once and secretly comprehended 3 high-level laws? If these 3 were added to the forbidden spells, combined with infinite firepower, hiss. Meanwhile, in a dense forest of the dwarf tribe, cubs, hurry up faster. Feng Yan was frantically chasing after the ginseng that could run away, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Such a heavenly divine object was unheard of, and even legends rarely mentioned it. Now that they had encountered it, how could they not catch it? Eating even a bite of such ginseng could extend one's life by 10,000 years, swallowing a whole root might even lead to becoming a god. After Lu Taiqing enhanced the wind riding technique, their speeds were nearly on par with the flow of light. However, that ginseng was just a bit faster, and they had been chasing for quite a while, getting shaken off several times. Chu Chen's life is in your hands. If you can catch this ginseng, I'll reward you with 100 tons of beef jerky. Feng Yan activated his mental encouragement. Roar! Hearing such a massive amount of beef jerky, the little one's eyes nearly burst into flames, letting out a long howl and exerting all its strength. The ginseng, as big as a radish, seemed to have grown legs, racing wildly down the rugged path. It was unclear whether this thing had originally grown on the dwarven land or had run in from the outside. If it was a native growth, it would be much smaller than usual. Logically speaking, a 10,000-year ginseng should be at least as tall as a building, containing essences capable of bringing the dead back to life and turning bones into flesh. At this moment, even the clear-minded and ascetic Lu Taiqing, who only focused on reading sacred texts, could not resist such temptation. With this treasure, who would care about sacred texts? One bite could make one a demigod. Feng Yan was equally excited, seeing such a treasure in his lifetime was a tremendous fortune. Perhaps the curse On the Feng family could be lifted without relying on the gods. Brother Taiching, can you make it stop? If we keep chasing like this, when will we catch it? Feng Yan asked. They were gradually approaching the dwarven capital, and if they couldn't catch it, countless people would surely gather to watch. At that point, no matter how great the treasure was, it might not belong to them. This divine object has the ability to transcend the heavens and the earth. If Chu Chen were still in his prime, perhaps he could use the divine domain to restrain it. Lu Taiching frowned, looking somewhat powerless. How could he not have tried this method? The literary energy was completely ineffective against the ginseng. As for the laws, they would instantly dissipate upon contact with the ginseng king. What? Then what should we do? Feng Yan was at a loss. His sealing technique was also of no use. So, it seemed they couldn't outrun it or catch it. We can only try that move. Lu Taiching's expression tightened slightly. Then, he waved his folding fan, and the immense power of the mountains and rivers crashed down, striking right in front of the ginseng king, instantly stirring up clouds of dust, shaking the ground and mountains, causing the entire earth to tremble. The power to move mountains? Feng Yan's pupils constricted, nearly scaring his soul out. He had thought this mountain was just an illusion, but it turned out to be a tangible object. Moreover, this towering mountain range was even more magnificent than the Sacred Spirit mountain range. The mountains and rivers of the 9 continents, only the literati have the power. At this moment, Lu Taiching's aura became even more transcendent, akin to a fallen immortal. The miraculous nature of his words and laws was vividly displayed. Immediately after, Lu Taiching slowly unfolded the folding fan, laying it flat in front of him. The mountains and rivers depicted on the fan were identical to the mountain range before them. The Luofu Palace has never had any connection with the dwarves. Today's abrupt action will surely lead to an apology in the future. Lu Taiching pointed slowly at one corner of the fan. Suddenly, several towering stone pillars rose from the ground, instantly halting the ginseng king's movements. Its tiny body appeared as insignificant as a grain of sand before the stone pillars. Surrounded on all sides, there was even a divine mountain suppressing it from above. In the universe, I have a thread of literary energy that can swallow mountains and rivers. Lu Taiching took a deep breath, and countless stone pillars connected to the ginseng king's mountain range flew uncontrollably towards him. Swallowing mountains and rivers? Feng Yan exclaimed, his eyes filled with fear. It was said that literary energy could transform all things in the world, and that sages could encompass the universe, swallowing the sun, moon, and stars. Now witnessing it, Lu Taiching not only could make his words manifest but also possessed the ability to swallow mountains, truly defying the heavens. This act was immensely grand, and the sound of it was heard throughout the dwarven race. Many streaks of light came from afar, hovering in mid-air, looking at the instigator with uncertainty. Who is disturbing the great momentum of our race? A dwarf with a red face and a nose as big as a bull snorted 2 streams of hot air. So it's the pompous literati of the Luofu Palace. Didn't you say that forging techniques are crude and unrefined? Have you come here today to let us witness your literary pride? A short dwarf with a head full of red hair and grease on the corner of his mouth spoke up. And there's a dragon clan? Why does that guy have a coffin on his back? Before Feng Yan could respond, Lu Taiching clasped his hands together and said seriously, I am Lu Taiching. I happened to encounter King Can here and accidentally used too much force. If I have offended you, please forgive me. His calm and unyielding response made the group of dwarves frown. It seemed there was no hint of an apology. Instead, he spoke with confidence, making it seem as if Lu Taiching ruled this place. This is bad. Feng Yan's heart sank, his face filled with worry. He had thought Lu Taiching would speak politely, especially since he had just offered an apology. But now, he seemed like a completely different person. Heavenly talents of the divine list? The young ones these days are getting more and more disrespectful, not even bowing to their elders? The dwarf with the bull nose shouted, and a powerful pressure suddenly descended. The other party showed no signs of fear due to Lu Taiching's status. Although the heavenly talents of the divine list were strong, they were not invincible. Moreover, this was the territory of the dwarves. If things escalated, Lu Taiching would not come out unscathed. Wind rise. Lu Taiching slightly parted his lips, and a fierce wind suddenly swept through the heavens and earth, like countless sharp blades, easily tearing apart the pressure. Not bad, the bull-nosed dwarf grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Then, his demigod-level might erupted. The Annihilation Divine Hammer. A fist-sized hammer slowly materialized, seemingly containing immense power, emitting waves of dark gas. The space was instantly crushed under the tremendous weight, fragments rolling and shooting out, easily piercing through the vast mountains and rivers. The heavy hammer descended rapidly, weaving through the fierce wind. As the hammer drew closer, Lu Taiching could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. The dwarves are as rude as described in the texts, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Have you all soaked your brains in alcohol? Lu Taiching waved his folding fan, and the power of the mountains surged into the sky. The mountains, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, suddenly collided with the Annihilation Divine Hammer, creating a tremendous uproar. Countless dwarves felt the strong battle fluctuations in the air and changed color in unison. Why is Master Ulu fighting again? Probably another reckless young one, no need to worry. Wait. That coffin looks a bit familiar. As they spoke, some dwarves focused their gaze, looking at the strange patterns on the black coffin, gradually overlapping with the eerie objects in their minds. The fierce man Chu Chen. He has come to our place. Mentioning this legendary figure who was in the spotlight, countless people rushed over to see for themselves. In terms of ranking, Chu Chen was certainly not as good as Lu Taiqing. But in terms of fame, he was undoubtedly more renowned. He was a key figure in the chaotic era. If it weren't for Chu Chen, this peaceful era could have lasted at least 2 more years. The shockwaves from the explosion flattened the capital city miles away. The stone pillar that trapped King Can collapsed, revealing the true form of the divine object. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone stopped their actions, looking on in unison. What the Wenda leader is willing to risk enmity to protect is actually the 10,000-year-old King Can. The dwarves, upon seeing this King Can, were filled with intense fervor. Even Master Ulu couldn't help but feel his heart race. This is troublesome. Lu Taiqing frowned. The reason he didn't want to escalate the situation was right here. If he used all his strength, capturing King Can would be simple. But doing so would surely alarm the strong ones of the dwarves, who wouldn't be shocked by the sudden appearance of a towering mountain. Now, it seemed impossible to retreat unscathed. The Louvre had no ties with the dwarves and had publicly criticized the inherent flaws of this race years ago. If it weren't for the world wall separating them, they would have clashed long ago. Although Lu Taiqing was a heavenly talent of the divine list, this title held no deterrent power in front of the dwarves. If things go south later, find a chance to escape. Lu Taiqing said softly. What will you do then? Feng Yan asked. I have my own methods, but this Ginseng King may not be destined for us, Lu Taiqing replied with a deep sense of regret in his tone. Forget about the Ginseng King, just be careful. Feng Yan urged. Lu Taiqing slowly nodded, his eyes glancing around. The commotion had attracted many onlookers from the dwarves. The appearance of the Ginseng King had directly ignited their greed. Setting aside the conflict, just this Ginseng King alone was enough to make people fight to the death. Little brat, this Ginseng King bears the mark of my clan. Hand it over obediently, and I can let you leave, Ulu said, slightly raising his chin. Nonsense. Heavenly treasures are inherently ownerless, the capable take them. What mark are you talking about? Lu Taiqing's expression darkened as he continued. If it belongs to your clan, will it respond if you call it? Neither side dared to act recklessly. For now, the Ginseng King was still under Lu Taiqing's control. If they pushed too hard, he might destroy the Ginseng King, and Ulu would regret it deeply. You, a pretentious scholar, are full of nonsense. I won't waste time reasoning with you. One word, will you hand it over or not? Ulu brandished the hammer he usually used for forging, approaching him menacingly. This hammer looked quite ordinary, with pockmarks all over it, as if it had been dug out from a junkyard. But those in the know understood that this was Ulu's lifeline. Over the years, he had forged no less than 5 demigod-level pieces of equipment with this treasure. This unassuming hammer, named the Starbreaker Hammer, was forged from celestial iron and was incredibly hard. Those familiar with Ulu knew that when he took out the Starbreaker Hammer, it meant he was about to get serious. I won't hand it over. Lu Taiqing stepped forward, his expression stern. In the face of a bottom line, he would not back down. If the dwarves tried to use force, he would show them the true pride of a scholar. It's been a while since I've stretched my muscles. Today, I'll teach you, disrespectful little brat. A lesson for your pathetic palace master. Ulu cracked his neck, and his small body suddenly erupted with immense power. The red-haired dwarf beside him crossed his arms, watching Feng Yan with a playful expression, saying with a smile, I'll take care of the other one. With that, he also drew a weapon, a black sphere. Hearing this, Lu Taiqing's expression changed slightly, and he said, You are my opponent, why involve others? 1 against 2. You don't have that qualification. If you could reach the sage level, maybe I would fear you a little. Ulu charged directly at him, and Lu Taiqing unleashed his literary energy, transforming it into 800 spear soldiers to confront him. Their battle was truly earth-shattering, with such overwhelming power that it even pierced through a section of space. Now, it's our turn, the red-haired dwarf said with a smile, licking the grease from the corner of his mouth. Seeing his expression, Feng Yan felt a chill and quietly stepped back. Isn't it inappropriate for a senior to bully a junior? Feng Yan's eyes darted around, contemplating an escape. The dwarves were known for their brutality and bloodlust, with a terrible reputation, often clashing with other races. And they would strike to kill. If it weren't for their forging skills, they would have been united against long ago. Right now, Lu Taiqing was being led by Ulu, and Deluo was definitely no match for this demigod. Surrounded by dwarves with greedy eyes, how could they not know that the infamous killer Chu Chen lay in the coffin behind them? So what if I bully you? Reputation means nothing. I gave that up long ago. The red-haired dwarf picked his nose and casually flicked his fingers. Suddenly, a black sphere flew out, moving as fast as lightning. I'll take it. Deluo, wielding a heavy hammer, was engulfed in fierce battle intent. No! Feng Yan hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. Deluo's heavy hammer collided with the black sphere, and an irresistible force surged forth, violently knocking the hammer from his hands, which then crashed heavily onto the mountain, shattering the peak. Then, the black sphere surged forward with unstoppable momentum, crashing violently into Deluo's chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs sprayed out, and Deluo flew backward like a cannonball. What the hell? Feng Yan glared at the red-haired dwarf as he saw Deluo heavily injured in one blow. Is this the battle general of the fierce man? I don't see him as that fierce. The red-haired dwarf picked his nose, holding the black sphere in one hand, a mocking expression on his face. Lu Taiqing was momentarily stunned upon seeing De Luo's defeat. Dare to be distracted while fighting me? A cold laugh from Ulu came and the shattered star hammer smashed down, causing Lu Taiqing's folding fan to tremble, nearly slipping from his grasp. Roar! Zai Zai let out an angry roar, unleashing a dragon's breath filled with thunder. Familiar figures fell before him again and again. Even if he didn't understand the ways of the world, he could hardly contain the fury in his heart at this moment. Zai Zai knew that Chu Chen and the others had been protecting him. But he also wanted to protect Chu Chen just once. The violent dragon's breath seemed like a mere wave of the hand to the red-haired dwarf, who extinguished it effortlessly. A juvenile dragon dares to shout? Do you think you're the dragon emperor of this age? The red-haired dwarf casually slapped, sending Zai Zai flying. Most of his dragon scales shattered, and one of his horns even broke off, blood gushing out. Woo woo! Zai Zai fell into a pool of blood, struggling to stand up, but after several attempts, he failed. His eyelids grew heavier, slowly closing, his breath weakening. Bastard! Feng Yan clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes glaring at the red-haired dwarf. Zai Zai was Chu Chen's reverse scale and also his reverse scale. But even the fiercest words were nothing but impotent rage in the face of absolute power. Now, it's your turn. The red-haired dwarf grinned wickedly and threw the black sphere again. This time, he held nothing back, aiming directly at Feng Yan and the black coffin behind him. Feeling the overwhelming power of the black sphere, Feng Yan shouted to the heavens, Chu Chen, how long are you going to sleep? Just as the words left his mouth, the black sphere suddenly stopped, only 3 inches away from Feng Yan's face. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his cheek to the ground, and Feng Yan's pupils shook. Sigh. Creak. The black coffin slowly opened a crack, and a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky. At that moment, everyone was frozen in place. A sigh echoed throughout the entire territory ruled by the dwarves. The green grass, colorful flowers and trees, towering peaks and rippling lakes were all brushed by a trivial breeze. The green branches experienced both flourishing and withering in just a second. The lake turned pitch black, and the mountains crumbled to dust. In the next moment, the powder on the ground was suddenly illuminated by a layer of golden light, as if it were an unchanging thing, impervious to the passage of time. The vast territory underwent a brief cycle. In a short time, all triggered by that one sigh. That's all. Looking at the dwarven warriors, their eyes were blank. Over 100,000 people turned into a vibrant statue, their bodies unable to move. Those below the level of world destruction heard the sigh echoing in their ears and had already left this world, their deaths bizarre beyond belief, unheard of. Survivors looked up at the sky, even Ulu and Lu Taiqing, who were in a fierce battle, paused their actions, staring blankly at the pillar of light soaring into the sky. The fierce man has come back to life? Lying in the soul gathering coffin for months, could it be that he really collected the 3 souls and 7 spirits? If that's the case, can we still stop that killing god? What are we afraid of? The divine ranking is only 90. Master Ulu can contend with Lu Taiqing, who is ranked 85, so why fear a lower-ranked kid? Ultimately, this bizarre scene frightened everyone, and the outcome was beyond anyone's expectations. Chu Chen merely revealed a hint of his aura and annihilated 100,000 people. Moreover, the entire natural order of the dwarven territory was utterly destroyed, never to return to its former state. The name of the fierce man was not bestowed by the heavens like Lu Taiqing's, but was truly earned through his own hands. In the world of the third sequence, there is a saying that has long been passed down: where the killer treads, a million lives will not rest until they are taken. He walks the earth like the Grim Reaper, reaping the lives of people. This is not untrue. From the annihilation of 50 million dark elves to the old land, how many has he killed along the way? If killing were a path to enlightenment, Zhao Wuxuan wouldn't even be worthy to carry Chu Chen's shoes. The appearance of that crack made Ulu and the red-haired dwarf's hearts tighten, and they looked at the soul-gathering coffin with a hint of panic. Gulp! Unable to suppress a swallow, they felt a sudden dryness in their mouths, their minds filled with the aura that had just emerged. The power of the laws that can affect billions of miles has at least ascended to the 7th layer. What? After sleeping for so long, it has finally yielded some results. Lu Taiqing lightly fanned his folding fan, a warm smile on his lips. Before the crowd could be shocked, a crystal-clear bone extended from within, fiercely grasping the side of the coffin. Bang! That finger was covered in a rich golden light, bathed in radiance, as if a deity had descended, exuding boundless pressure. At that moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds: this thing should only exist in the heavens. You've worked hard, from now on, leave it to me. The familiar voice made Feng Yan's nose tingle, his eyes moist. He had endured so much grievance over the past 6 months, only he knew. How many times had he escaped death? How many times had he been humiliated? And how many times had he risked his life to protect the soul-gathering coffin? Now, if he were to remove the coffin, he would surely see 2 marks around his neck. He would never forget the 5 elements. You still know how to wake up? If you don't wake up soon, you'll have to go to hell to find us. Feng Yan tilted his head slightly, filled with reproach. Don't worry, I remember every face that has humiliated you. One day, I will settle the score. As he spoke, the golden finger bone gently flicked, and a rich vitality slowly flew out, descending upon Zai Zai and De Luo. In just a moment, their broken bodies began to recover at a visible speed. The shattered dragon scales grew rapidly, and the broken dragon horns returned to their original positions. Deluo's concave chest also returned to normal, the blood that had flowed out slowly reversing. Suddenly, both opened their eyes simultaneously, looking towards Changsong. The law of life? The killer has actually comprehended the law of life. No, that's not the law of life, it's a higher level law of life and death. The 7th layer of the law of life and death. Is he a monster? In just half a year, he not only collected the scattered souls in the soul-gathering coffin but also comprehended the laws. Such terrifying recovery power shook people's hearts. Their emotions surged like a tidal wave in July. If all 3 laws were raised to the 4th layer, one could ascend to the divine list at 90. Now, all laws had been cultivated to the terrifying 7th layer, and there was an additional law of life and death. In this way, Chu Chen could ascend directly to the 6 stars of annihilation without any reservations, as long as he had enough experience. Eek. Master. The two arrived at the side of the soul-gathering coffin simultaneously, with Deluo kneeling on one knee, cupping his fists in salute, his eyes filled with respect. For him, Chu Chen had never disappointed him. Every appearance brought a different surprise. Just when everyone thought Feng Yan was doing useless work, Chu Chen's appearance slapped all their faces. Zai. Zai, like a mad creature, kept licking Chu Chen's fingers, making cooing sounds. The familiar aura made it feel nostalgic. Chu Chen was like its umbrella. As long as he was there, any difficulty could be easily resolved. It could before, and it could now. Humph. I thought you had fully recovered. It turns out you still lack a soul. Ulu sneered, the original fear instantly dissipating. The red-haired dwarf sensed carefully and found it indeed to be the case, quietly letting out a sigh of relief. Who can't bluff? If you have the guts, crawl out of the coffin now, and I'll bow to you 3 times on the spot and offer my head to you. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. So, it seemed that Chu Chen had not fully recovered. What were they afraid of? From the surface, it was clear that the skeletal Chu Chen had not yet acquired the ability to be reborn with flesh and blood. I was worried, but Lu Taiqing was not concerned at all, smiling as he looked at the soul-gathering coffin, and said, since you are not afraid, why not take action? As soon as these words were spoken, Ulu immediately summoned the shattered star hammer and sneered, when has our clan ever feared a strong enemy? Even against the Abyss Legion, we are the first to charge forward. Big brother, let me test this kid's true strength. I want to see just how formidable this so-called fierce person, who has been so mystified by the world, really is. With that, the red-haired dwarf spread his palm wide, suddenly drawing the restrained black sphere into his hand, gathering his strength, and threw it fiercely. Boom! A powerful shockwave surged up to the 9th heaven, the black sphere brimming with destructive power, like a meteor falling. The red-haired dwarf was no fool. This strike, even if the 9 Song's avatar arrived, would require full effort to counter. The 10 layers of the law of force, combined with the rules of strength, had already transcended what anyone could imagine. Even demigods have their strengths and weaknesses. Although the red-haired dwarf was ugly, his power was immense. However, the imagined scene of blood and flesh flying did not occur. All that could be seen was that golden finger slowly squeezing, directly crushing the black sphere. Bang! Those who disturb the peaceful dreams shall be punished. The sound of the explosion clearly resonated in everyone's ears, stirring up a storm in their hearts. The scene fell into a moment of silence. They gaped at the powder on the ground, their minds suddenly short-circuiting. No one expected that the red-haired dwarf's full-force strike would be so easily countered. Chu Chen didn't even use his full strength, he merely extended a finger, slightly bent, and it shattered? Could it be that the black sphere forged by the red-haired dwarf was a counterfeit? Everyone knew that was impossible. The dwarf's forging ability was unparalleled in the universe. How did Chu Chen accomplish this? Was it an illusion? At that moment, 3 sneaky figures suddenly appeared behind the crowd. Damn it, who sighed just now? Almost broke my old back, muttered a slightly overweight dwarf in a low voice. Don't mention it, I was just yawning, and a few of my teeth shattered. Almost swallowed them, complained a dwarf resembling a small dog. The 2 of them were 20 centimeters tall, unremarkable in appearance, the type that would go unnoticed in a crowd. Notably, the thin dwarf was holding a miniature black dog, its forehead marked with a full moon, one side smooth and new, while the other looked as if it had been painted with yellow brush strokes, appearing somewhat fake. These 3 were the plump and thin Jialong and the Tengu, who had been tracking all the way here. To ensure the final plan could be successfully completed, they had specially used the art of disguise to transform themselves into dwarf appearances. Just moments ago, they had been running around like headless flies, not knowing where to go. Suddenly, a sigh drew their attention, like a guiding light appearing on a dark road. Thus, they hurried towards the source of the sound. Upon arriving at their destination, they saw the familiar black coffin, extremely eye-catching. Even in a crowd, it could be noticed at a glance. Found it, found it. The fierce person is right there. The plump dragon's face lit up with joy. Quick, check for life signs. Collect data to report to the ancestor. The bamboo pole hurriedly took out the detector, ready to act. Before he could press the button, the plump dragon suddenly grabbed his hand. Wait, something seems off. The plump dragon noticed that the surrounding dwarves had become like statues, completely motionless. Shock was evident on their faces, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. What's going on? Have they been hit by a paralysis spell? The bamboo pole was confused. Following their gaze, they saw that the coffin had opened a crack and a golden finger was reaching out, exuding a transcendent aura. The fierce person has come back to life? The plump dragon couldn't help but exclaim, then realized the inappropriateness of the situation and quickly covered his mouth. Really? The bamboo pole focused his gaze, suddenly trembling all over. My goodness, the 6 Laws divine ranking prodigy, is the dwarf race really tired of living? Even a fierce person dares to provoke? The fat dragon was so scared that his chubby face trembled continuously, causing 4 layers of chins to shake. At this moment, the bamboo pole dared not act rashly. If Chu Chen were still asleep, it would be one thing. But now the opponent had awakened and possessed an incredibly strong power after transformation. He did not dare to move, nor did he dare to casually use the detector. If Chu Chen noticed, his little life would surely be lost here. He kills without even blinking. The celestial dog concealed its presence, quietly hiding behind the fat dragon and the bamboo pole. The celestial dog's sense of smell and hearing is 10 times that of ordinary races. With the increase in strength, its senses would grow exponentially. Even from 100 miles away, it could smell a heart-pounding aura. Soon, a mocking voice broke the tranquil atmosphere. So-called demigods are nothing more than this. To the red-haired dwarf, this voice was a tremendous humiliation. It should be known that Chu Chen was currently only using a finger to fight him, and he hadn't even used the power of the laws. He had just relied on pure physical strength to take on his power. Was this guy not a monster? Just now, I didn't use my full strength, wanting to leave you some face. Since you are eager for death, let me show you the power of my clan. The red-haired dwarf's body suddenly swelled, his height increasing from 30 centimeters to 80 centimeters. His muscles were terrifying like a dragon, almost drowning his head. Upon seeing this, everyone couldn't help but retreat hundreds of kilometers, not daring to approach. A fierce person is still a fierce person. This strength indeed deserves the title of Immortal Thunder. Which side are you on? That fierce person is trying to steal our participation, King. Have you lost your mind? Don't panic, the outcome is still uncertain, everything is unknown. Don't forget, the fierce person has not yet retrieved all the souls, so he cannot use too much strength, or else the souls that have just gathered will scatter again. This statement seemed to belittle Chu Chen, but in reality, it was a comfort to themselves. They had all witnessed the previous fight and could clearly see who was strong and who was weak. Even if the red-haired dwarf hadn't used all his strength, who knew how much strength Chu Chen had used? The fat and thin dragon looked at the person who had just spoken as if he were an idiot, their eyes filled with disdain. The ancestor was right. The beastmen and dwarves have left all their wisdom to their muscles, they have no brains at all. At this point, if that guy doesn't run, we can prepare to collect his corpse. The members of the Southern Dipper Pavilion had much higher insight than ordinary people. They could see Chu Chen's current strength at a glance. Conservatively estimating, if he were at his peak, he could probably directly break into the top 50 of the divine ranking. Of course, this was assuming he hadn't continued to increase his strength during this time. Kai de Luo, step back a bit. Chu Chen gently tapped Kai's head with his finger. Ew? Kai tilted its head, curiously looking at the coffin. Originally wanting to explore, it immediately flew to the back upon hearing the command. Yes. De Luo was very straightforward, not dragging his feet. Are you confident? Feng Yan asked while carrying the coffin. In the past, you told me not to underestimate the world. Now that the world underestimates me, what should I do? Chu Chen asked slowly. Feng Yan pondered for a moment, lifted his eyelids, and smiled slightly, then kill. That suits me just fine. As he spoke, another finger extended from the coffin, and a dazzling star array suddenly appeared at the fingertip. Once upon a time, I relied on the wisdom of my predecessors, forbidden spells, divine arts, and hellish techniques. The world regarded me as a fierce person. As he spoke, the sky suddenly darkened with a layer of black canopy covering the blood moon. The oppressive aura suddenly descended, causing the surrounding dwarves to feel a choking sensation. What is this aura? Why is it so terrifying? Could it be the divine arts used by Chu Chen? It doesn't seem like it. If the gods were to descend, it would surely be radiant. Just as they were speculating, Chu Chen's voice rang out again. After sleeping for half a year, I have had some insights. Today, you have humiliated my brother, and this debt must be settled. Forbidden spell, great. Destruction of the prison. A sky full of golden divine thunder tilted down, the dazzling light almost blinding the onlookers. Above the densely clouded sky, in the distant realm beyond the heavens, a vortex suddenly appeared. The rich power of heaven and earth gradually emerged, and the sacred, immortal force descended with a thunderous roar. If you can withstand this move of mine, I, Chu, am willing to take my own life and never fall into reincarnation. Chu Chen's voice echoed throughout the dwarven realm, like the might of thunder, shaking the entire area. This voice was like the great Brahma's holy sound, causing listeners to experience ringing in their ears, their bodies trembling, with the weak directly prostrating on the ground, shivering. This land, preserved for countless years, had been ravaged twice by Chu Chen's unintentional actions, and some areas had already turned into wasteland. Arrogant. The world calls me the immortal thunder god. Do you really think you are a deity? Ulu sneered repeatedly, completely unafraid in the face of such overwhelming power. What kind of storms had he not seen? Let alone Chu Chen, the dwarven race had a divine prodigy on the rankings, and he was among the top, exceptionally gifted. Chu Chen, lying in the coffin, thought he could kill this old semi-divine being with just 2 fingers? It was simply a huge joke. As he spoke, the divine thunder poured down like a torrential rain, instantly engulfing Ulu's body. His body, as strong as a dragon with skin as hard as divine iron, began to crack inch by inch, blood flying everywhere, and the moment it came into contact with the thunder, it was obliterated. Ha ha ha. Is this the strength of a so-called fierce person? Just tickling me? Ulu laughed loudly, allowing the divine thunder to strike him without a frown. Chu Chen in the coffin was silent, his exposed fingers motionless, but the starlight at his fingertips continued to shine. Originally, upon hearing Chu Chen's arrogant words, they thought he was powerful. But it turned out he was just a flowery pillow that could only spout empty words. Good to look at but useless. It's laughable, take this hit and then go kill yourself, and now he's just lying in the coffin? He really doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth, isn't it just an ordinary forbidden spell? Even with that eerie infinite firepower, what can it do? Master Ulu's true dragon form has appeared, with defense and power increased by 50 times, the divine thunder is indeed powerful, but that's all there is to it. The mocking voices reached their ears, but Feng Yan remained unmoved. His heart telling him to just believe in Chu Chen. If he said he could kill, then he could definitely kill. Lu Taiqing, however, felt slightly puzzled. Logically, this forbidden spell should have more than this to show. But the erupting might seem to be loud thunder with little rain, which was truly strange. This battle will be the key battle to establish the name of the fierce person. If successful, the ranking will rise. If defeated, Lu Taiqing shook his head gently. If Chu Chen did not fulfill his promise, without coercion, heaven would take away his divine path seed identity. The fat and thin Jiao looked at the golden vortex in the realm beyond the heavens, and a thought of wanting Chu Chen to win arose in their hearts. They wanted to know how much surprise this forbidden spell could bring them. Let's add some foreplay. If it ends so simply, wouldn't that lose the chance to torment you? Chu Chen's voice came out, and before Ulu could respond, he slowly snapped his fingers. Destruction. Law. Boom. The explosive sound shook the heavens and the earth, and phantoms of divine palaces appeared, followed by a bolt of thunder containing ultimate destructive power that suddenly fell instantly, obliterating everything. In an instant, Ulu's eyes widened, his skin suddenly torn apart, revealing the flesh and blood inside. The intense pain stimulated his nerves, and his body fell into a state of paralysis. Even blinking an eye became a luxury. At this moment, he needed to use all his strength to resist Chu Chen's onslaught, with no energy left to counterattack. This one is for Deluo. After speaking, Ulu gritted his teeth, resentfully squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. You little beast, a pure-blood Holy Spirit dares to compare with me? I really regret not killing him just now. Noise. He snapped his fingers again. The law of life and death. At that moment, the sky was shrouded in a layer of black and white shadows, the eerie power of life and death entering his body, forcibly stripping away his flesh and bones. The hell of no return appeared in everyone's sight, with the black and white impermanents standing guard on either side, one holding a soul-reaping sickle, the other clutching a soul-locking lamp. The two approached above Ulu's head, their cackling laughter from hell sending chills down spines. Ah! The intense pain made him wish for death, his long hair suddenly standing on end, his eyes bloodshot, wishing he could end his own life with a single strike. This is for the leader of the literary path. Upon hearing this, Lu Taiqing was momentarily taken aback, his fan-shaking motion pausing, his expression strange. Despite the unbearable pain, Ulu still held on, forcibly suppressing the numbness within him, trembling as he lowered his head, grimacing. Is this all your strength? I didn't expect that while lying in the soul-collecting coffin, you still had the energy to comprehend the laws. Although it surprises me, it's still far from enough to kill me. Ulu immediately made a move that no one anticipated. A flicker of flame slowly appeared above his head. It was very weak, almost invisible, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Is that divine fire? Master, Ulu has actually reached that level? There are differences in the strength of demigods, distinguished by divine fire, divine faith, and the supreme divine throne. No wonder he is an old demigod of our clan. Even if the divine fire is weak and not yet formed, it surpasses the achievements of most demigods. The fierce man is not simple either. The seventh layer of the law of life and death is a level that many geniuses dream of reaching, but unfortunately he chose the wrong opponent. The appearance of the divine fire instantly turned the tide of battle. Originally, they thought Ulu was doomed when they saw the law of life and death manifest and the impermanence of hell summoned. Who would have thought he had a divine fire as a trump card? In your current condition, igniting the divine fire will burn away your lifespan. How long can you maintain it? Chu Chen asked. Killing you is enough. Ulu roared, his fist, infused with the power of a pseudo-god, suddenly struck. At that moment, the numbness in his body completely vanished, entering a state of absolute dominance. With each step he took, more white hair appeared on his head, and his face aged rapidly. The burning divine fire caused his remaining lifespan of 10,000 years to decrease sharply, losing 2,000 years in an instant. But to kill this genius who instilled fear in him, even if it meant death, it was worth it. Chu Chen's growth was as rapid as ever, so fast that it was hard to react. No one knew how terrifying his strength would be when he emerged from the coffin. In the face of the unknown, the best approach was to crush it in its infancy. Die. Ulu's figure had not yet arrived, but the wind from his punch was already upon them. The terrifying force tore through the space of 10,000 miles, creating a rift in the heavens and earth, with chaotic currents raging, slaughtering hundreds of world-destroying powerhouses. Just the wind from the punch held such terrifying power, they dared not imagine the might of the punch itself. A punch that overdraws lifespan and divine fire already carried a sense of transcendence. The legendary divine fire in your hands can't even unleash 1% of its power. You disappoint me greatly. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Even at the brink of death, he was still spouting nonsense? They had witnessed Chu Chen's arrogance. Perhaps Fierce Man was not enough to describe him. Perhaps Madman was a more fitting title. As that streak of golden light approached, Feng Yan instinctively closed his eyes. This is for my brother Chu. Feng Yan. With a snap of his fingers. The law of the soul. Suddenly, an enigmatic phenomenon emerged. As the heavens and earth opened, chaotic energy appeared, and the explosion generated by their friction birthed the first soul in the universe. A pair of chaotic eyes suddenly opened, and the power of the divine thunder escalated to a new level. As a high-level law, the law of the soul at the 7th layer evidently possessed an irresistible capability. All living beings have souls, whether they are alive or dead. If the soul is missing, then it has lost its essence and is erased by the heavens. The divine thunder, which contains the power of the soul, no longer appears as it once did in their eyes. The grayish gas is countless times more powerful than the mysterious yellow energy. At this moment, the thunder clashed with Ulu's fist. Suddenly, that flicker of flame lost its luster, and the divine fire, which had been flickering unsteadily, slowly extinguished under the bombardment of the soul's power. Ulu's body abruptly froze, stopping in place. You dare to? Ulu's aged body resembled a candle flickering in the wind, his once strong muscles now like a deflating balloon, gradually shrinking. His elderly body made him feel extremely uncomfortable, and the divine thunder showed no mercy, continuing its assault. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, Ulu let out a mournful cry, kneeling on the ground, his limbs shattered, leaving only a torso and a head resembling a human chimera. You destroy my divine fire, you have a cruel heart. Ulu felt immense fear and humiliation, incredulously looking up at the coffin. Unexpectedly, the laws of life and death were not his limit. The emergence of the laws of the soul completely shattered all his thoughts. It was not that the laws of life and death were weaker than the laws of the soul, but rather that there was a restraining relationship between the divine fire and the laws of the soul. Because the divine fire is birthed from the soul. I said, those who have humiliated my friends, I will settle accounts with them one by one. Chu Chen's nonchalant voice emerged. The ridiculous divine ranking, you have all been deceived by him, ha ha. Ulu laughed self-deprecatingly, showing no regret in this final moment of life. Chu Chen schemed against the world, deceiving not only the divine ranking but also the ominous old earth and those around him. Setting aside his motives, this insidious method alone was chilling. As for torment, Ulu raised his head high, striking a fearless pose. Come on, if I blink today, I'm your grandfather. Such a reaction amused Chu Chen. With a useless grandson like you, my father would probably twist my head off. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. With a snap of his fingers, the divine thunder changed once more. The final strike is for the little one. The law of immortality. Boom! The heavenly vortex slowly descended, bringing forth divine palaces, and suddenly, celestial soldiers clad in golden armor and wielding square halberds appeared. In that distant celestial palace, the heavenly officials stood guard, the heavenly gate opened, and four shining, majestic characters hung on the plaque Zuwadi City. Upon seeing this, everyone was shaken. Who in the world had such audacity? Who dared to claim supremacy with the word emperor? Even the top 10 of the divine ranking would not dare to be so arrogant. Their fortunes could not support such a grand title. If one were to rashly declare themselves emperor, the heavens would surely descend punishment, destroying an entire city. Ulu looked up, a tragic smile on his lips, and proclaimed loudly, the dwarves are eternally immortal. Show mercy. Suddenly, a furious shout came from afar, and a figure rushed over with great speed, filled with anger. Chu Chen remained indifferent. Today, he was going to kill Ulu. And even the king of heaven could not stop him. Boom! The true immortal divine thunder finally descended, and the brutal force directly shattered Ulu's remains into powder. The demigod who ignited the divine fire, a legendary figure who did not hesitate to burn his lifespan, thus fell. A golden rain began to fall from the heavens, mourning the demise of the demigod. The place where Ulu had knelt left behind a bottomless pit, as if it could lead straight to the 9 hells. At this moment, people were left speechless in shock. From the moment the laws of the soul appeared, they had been rendered speechless with fear. Now, even someone as powerful as Ulu was not a match for the fierce Chu Chen. The 6 types of 7-layered law powers appeared simultaneously on a mythological 1-star individual. If this were to be said, no one would believe it. Even the top 10 of the divine ranking focused solely on cultivating one type of law. How could they dare to take risks like Chu Chen at the same time, enhancing 6 laws? The difficulty is self-evident, and no one dares to try. Most importantly, among these 6 laws, 3 are advanced laws. Moreover, they were comprehended by Chu Chen on the spot. The plump and thin Jiao licked his slightly parched lips, opened his mouth, and said, how about we just forget this task? I think so too. The current fierce people are incredibly strong. I feel that even the ancestor wouldn't be able to withstand it. And this isn't even their peak state. With this kind of strength, I fear even the top 50 on the divine ranking would say it's lacking. The two men and one dog stared at each other, their faces as dark as ink. They suddenly felt that accepting this task was the most foolish decision of their lives. People were completely stunned, and Feng Yan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the pit before him, unable to help but gasp. Goodness, what have you done? You didn't break through to the third sequence world, did you? Feng Yan stammered. Not quite breaking through. But if Brother Chu is now a demigod, he might have such ability. Lu Taiqing gazed at the streak of light rushing from the horizon, his expression serious. The one who just spoke made him feel a hint of the extraordinary. The visitor was not here for good, it was likely to be another great battle. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Chu Chen and asked, do you still have the strength to fight? If not, I can step in. Although I'm a bit weak right now, mainly because it's not the top 10 on the divine ranking, I could handle 10 more without issue, Chu Chen replied. Still as arrogant as ever. Lu Taiqing shook his head and smiled, lightly waving his folding fan. It seems you don't like the title of fierce person. You are the most arrogant person I've ever seen, bar none. If I weren't arrogant, how could I live up to these brothers who support me? Chu Chen retorted. Brothers? A familiar yet strange term. Lu Taiqing was slightly taken aback, recalling how Chu Chen had mentioned his name while tormenting Ulu earlier. What a brother! I'm definitely going to be friends with you. Lu Taiqing laughed heartily. Just then, the figure that had rushed over appeared steadily before Chu Chen. This person stood 2 feet tall, taller, and more robust than the average dwarf. He appeared quite handsome, with well-defined features and no fierce expression on his face. However, at this moment, his face was extremely cold as he questioned, didn't I tell you to stop? If you don't give me an explanation, no one will leave today. Who do you think you are? I do things my way, and I never need to explain. How familiar this response felt to Chu Chen. He showed no regard for anyone's face. He was just that arrogant. Even though the newcomer was powerful, Lu Taiqing felt a hint of pressure, yet he did not dare to act rashly. Chu Chen was killing in the territory of the dwarves, and the other party only wanted an explanation, not directly attacking. The caution in his heart was evident. The vortex still swirled above, lingering for a long time, and the oppressive aura descended. Seeing is believing. Does the fierce person really want to challenge my dwarf clan for a moment of bravado? This seemingly normal dwarf asked in a deep voice. This person was the 78th genius on the divine ranking, Henry. Every genius on the divine ranking was extraordinary, with no mediocre talents. If Lu Taiqing made the list. Through scholarly achievements, Henry was recognized for his superb and extraordinary forging skills. A few years ago, Henry showcased the supreme forging methods of the dwarf clan in a forging competition, hammering out 1,000 times. An ordinary gifted dwarf could only manage 100 strikes at the cost of their life, seemingly grasping only 1/10, yet already stepping into the threshold of demigod. The Master Ulu, who died tragically at Chu Chen's hands, could strike out 300 times in one go, establishing his status as a master, revered by millions, and wherever he went, he would be honored as a high authority. Henry could be said to be a top genius of the dwarf clan, appearing once in 10,000 years. He struck out 600 times in the competition, directly forging equipment that was infinitely close to divine level. It was that competition that attracted the attention of the divine ranking, forcefully making the list. 1,000 times, 100 refinements, was not only a forging method but also a combat technique. Not to say I'm an enemy, I don't have such a big face to make an entire clan remember me, Chu Chen said calmly. However, there was not a hint of retreat in his words. The red-haired dwarf snorted coldly, slaughtering our demigod in our clan's territory, the heavens and earthborn, and you can just ignore this golden rain? Ulu's tragic death was a slap in the face for all the dwarves. A person still lying in a coffin had so easily slaughtered a demigod who had ignited divine fire to sacrifice himself. If this matter were to spread, where would they put their faces? Not to mention that this grudge originated from the king of Ginseng. Such a reckless temperament from Chu Chen should come at a price. If not dealt with now, wouldn't he soar to the heavens in the future? If he achieved some success on the divine path, who among the myriad clans would he still regard? That's right. The murderer not only has to leave the king of Ginseng but also kneel and admit his mistakes to us. This is the territory of the dwarves, not an ancient battlefield, and certainly not the old land. Used to acting tyrannically, do you think adding the leader of the literary path makes you a match for Henry? The current Henry has been tempered to a terrifying degree. I can't say he has reached the transformation realm, but at least he has undergone 800 temperings. At this level, with one strike, what can even the immortal laws do? In an instant, everyone was stirred up. With Henry backing them, they immediately cast aside their earlier fears. The red-haired dwarf sneered repeatedly, directly stoking the flames. Are you mute? If you're scared, just obediently retract your fingers. You. Feng Yan glared angrily, stepping forward to summon the stars and the sea. Before he could unleash his sealing technique to shut this guy's foul mouth, Chu Chen reached out with his entire hand and forcefully grasped Feng Yan's shoulder. Scared? I've never felt fear. Just now, I was thinking, if I were to slaughter all of you here, the dwarves should be sealed like the old land, right? Chu Chen asked. He wants to kill us all? Step back. Nearly 10,000 world-destroying powerhouses retreated in unison, their faces filled with terror. Why, you're so bold. Chu Chen, do you dare to fight me openly without using divine techniques? Henry's gaze flickered as he asked loudly. Which Genius on the divine ranking is not afraid of the judgment of the gods? Except for Lu Taiqing, who is naive and just came down from the mountain, who else can guarantee they have no karma on them? Such a skill, akin to a UG, is the greatest weapon and no one is unafraid. To slay you, why need divine techniques? I'm always ready to fight, but before that, I need to deal with an annoying waste. As he spoke, a divine thunder containing immortal laws suddenly struck down, and the red-haired dwarf didn't even have time to scream before turning into a pile of powder. Immediately afterward, the familiar golden rain appeared again. The heavens and earth mourned. In just one day, the dwarves had lost 2 demigods. Moreover, one was directly killed in front of the divine ranking genius Henry. Such an arrogant act. Looking across the myriad worlds, who besides Chu Chen would dare to provoke those ranked higher than himself so brazenly? Alright, how do you want to fight? As soon as these words were spoken, the dwarves felt a strong sense of humiliation. Just as he said, those who had humiliated his friends would be settled one by one. This is exciting. The divine ranking geniuses are facing off for the first time. Fat Dragon chuckled excitedly, starting to anticipate how spectacular the upcoming battle would be. Who do you think has the upper hand? Bamboo Pole asked. Hard to say. Henry's background seems to only have this invincible technique of being tempered, but when cultivated to the extreme, it also has the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. The murderer is not to be underestimated either. His self-created forbidden spell seems not to have been fully unleashed, Fat Dragon analyzed. Bamboo Pole instinctively looked up, seeing the golden vortex above brewing terrifying power, which had not moved from the beginning until now. Since it was a self-created forbidden spell, no one knew its power, and even fewer knew its specific manifestation. Self-created magic, and it's a forbidden spell. That guy is truly a genius. Shugon couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought of the founder of the Southern Dipper Pavilion, such a remarkable talent, and even he wouldn't dare claim to create an entire system on his own. Yet Chu Chen, with the Divine Palace and the black and white impermanence, seemed to have fully grasped the anomalies. At that moment, Henry caught a glimpse of Lu Taiqing, who was watching from the side, and said, "One day, I will visit the Louvre to meet the palace master. The grievances of our ancestors need not be passed down to the next generation." Lu Taiqing understood the implication of his words immediately. He promptly closed his folding fan and smiled as he stepped aside. Alright. He had no intention of participating in this battle with the heroes of the divine rankings competing. Any third party's involvement would be unfair, and Chu Chen wouldn't want that either. "Guests are welcome, please," Henry said, hands clasped behind his back, his thick black hair billowing in the wind, speaking earnestly. The crowd, sensing the moment, tactfully stepped back, leaving the battlefield clear. "Put me down," Chu Chen suddenly spoke. "Ha? But it's fine, now that the 7 souls are gathered, there's no need to worry about the 5 elements," Chu Chen said softly. Feng Yan responded with an "oh," slowly placing the soul-gathering coffin on the ground, then pulling the little one and Deluo far away. The lonely coffin lay on the ground, with only a golden hand exposed. What Chu Chen was doing was quite risky, although he wasn't afraid of the 5 elements. If this coffin suffered even the slightest damage, all previous efforts would go up in smoke. The soul-gathering coffin wasn't made of hard materials, just special wood, and any residual impact during the battle could shatter it. After putting down the burden he had carried for half a year, Feng Yan felt a bit unaccustomed, rubbing his shoulders and saying oddly, "What's going on? Why are the 2 of them being so polite? Weren't they just looking like mortal enemies?" Lu Taiqing laughed heartily and explained, "Chu Chen's reputation as a fierce person is known throughout the world. The chaotic times have come and the competition is about to begin. At this critical moment, no hero of the divine rankings would miss the opportunity to fight each other. While figuring out the details, it's also a good chance to test one's own strength. If it weren't for that guy Henry giving me a way out, the one standing there should be me." Lu Taiqing looked like a refined gentleman, admiring a beautiful woman, his expression as content as could be. "I don't understand." Feng Yan shook his head. If it were him, and the other party came to his territory to kill his people, who the hell would be polite? He would just go up and give them a sealing technique. "You'll understand in the future." Lu Taiqing smiled, gazing at the 2 confronting each other. Some people, for the sake of divine positions, disregard familial and friendly ties. Anyone who obstructs their path to enlightenment is merely a stepping stone. Zhao Wuxuan was a typical example, willing to abandon the dragon and phoenix children, sacrificing his own fortune rather than descend in his true form. He did that simply to figure out Lu Taiqing and Chu Chen's details, nothing more. Thus, some are female champions, and some are heroes. Henry and Zhao Wuxuan share similarities, both would stop at nothing for their own paths. At the end of their vision, a streak of blood-red light slowly appeared. The blood moon, obscured by the golden canopy, re-emerged, casting a blood-red glow on the soul-gathering coffin, adding an eerie touch. "I've heard that the method of tempering through 1,000 hammers once broke a finger of a deity several eras ago. Is there any truth to that?" Chu Chen's palm was attached to a starry array, slowly rotating, exuding a strong aura of laws. "It's just a rumor. Mortals killing gods is simply impossible." Henry shook his head, still wearing a calm expression. "Today, I am fortunate to experience the supreme secret technique of the dwarves. It won't be in vain for me to expend effort to kill 2 demigods." Chu Chen chuckled. To the others, that laughter sent chills down their spines. His purpose was not merely revenge? Was his true intention to force Henry to reveal himself? At that moment, the fat and thin dragon suddenly slapped his forehead, as if awakening from a dream. Damn it, the villain has gone to such great lengths just to fight against the pride of the dwarves? I've heard that legend too, where the body is tempered through countless trials and the soul is refined. If one can cultivate to the extreme, it wouldn't be impossible for a mortal to slay a god. So, his intention is to compare his self-created techniques with the results of rigorous training? Combining various speculations, the two suddenly exchanged a glance, and their scalps tingled. What a deep scheme. Is his ultimate goal to slay a god? Damn it. I'm done. I'm going back to the Southern Dipper Pavilion to accept punishment. The bamboo pole cried out, choosing to give up entirely. Tracking such a scheming prodigy, who knows how many secrets he hides in his heart? Perhaps the other party has already discovered him but chose not to point it out, possibly calculating how to scheme against the ancestor. Suddenly, his palm clenched tightly, the starry array shattered, transforming into countless specks of light that merged into the space. I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. As he spoke, the heavens suddenly trembled, and a thick finger emerged from the golden vortex, pointing directly at the earth. At that moment, the entire dwarf territory seemed to be locked down, and every corner felt this irresistible, terrifying power. People gazed in horror at the sky, staring at that enormous finger. Whether in the border town or the dwarf imperial city, everyone felt the destructive momentum. Some dwarves even thought it was a divine miracle, kneeling on the ground, begging the heavens for blessings. The golden finger appeared no different from a human hand, the only difference being that it was covered in various runes. There were golden runes, gray runes, black and white runes. Each rune represented a law, and the combination of 6 laws formed a new power. People had heard of the fusion between elements, just as space fused ice elements, and thunder elements fused with dragon language magic. But the fusion of laws was something they had never seen before. A prodigy of heaven. A prodigy of heaven. Not only creating forbidden spells but also merging so many completely different laws together. Terrifying to the extreme. So, his earlier battle with Master Ulu was just a warm-up? It's already rare to find someone who comprehends 2 laws, and the fusion of such things has never even appeared in texts. Could it be that the villain is not only opening a new path but also creating a new system? Everyone trembled, even the well-read and widely knowledgeable Lu Tai-Ching, who had never let go of his folding fan, dropped it to the ground. Clap. The sound of the fan hitting the ground went unheard as he looked up at the sky in disbelief, his lips trembling. The theory has come true. This is supreme merit. Although Feng Yan and the others didn't understand what was impressive, their reactions indicated that it was indeed remarkable. Beneath a golden giant finger, Henry drew out a 1-meter-high hammer that he had tucked behind him and said, "If you want to surpass the top 10 of the god rankings, relying solely on laws won't get you to the level of slaying gods. Don't forget, constructing the world of the heavens relies on rules." As he spoke, his body suddenly assumed a strange posture, a mysterious force brewing in his hands. Immediately, a figure rose above him, stepping on the path of forging, swinging the hammer faster and faster until only a shadow was seen. One strike followed another, the power continuously stacking, from 1 to 100, then to 300. Like the force of a tide, layer upon layer, it possessed the might of a tsunami. What Henry comprehended was the law of tides. Also a high-level law, capable of influencing the grand trends of heaven and earth. The giant wave struck the heavens, Henry's veins bulging, his flesh turning purple, as he continuously broke through his limits. 500, 600, 700. At this moment, the momentum generated by the hammer had clearly surpassed Ulu by countless times, and the path above him shone brightly. In front of that mysterious figure, through the path, he arrived at a door. The distance was infinitely close, as if he had touched the ultimate door, and pushing it open would make dreams come true. "Open for me!" Henry shouted, and the hammer finally broke through. 800, under the gaze of countless eyes, the giant wave collided with the golden giant finger, freezing time and space. At this moment, Chu Chen's voice floated through the air. "The laws are established. How far can the rules be?" The overwhelming force of destruction surged forth, the shockwave like a bulldozer, shattering everything in its path, stretching for countless miles until it vanished from sight. That towering giant finger still stood in midair, and Henry's tiny body bore the momentum of holding up a divine kingdom, hammering upward with a roar that shattered the clouds, aiming straight at the heavens. The aftershocks came in waves, and a layer of thunderous shield rose on the surface of the soul-gathering coffin, blocking all impacts from the outside. "What of the forbidden spell? Break for me!" Henry's voice became hoarse and deeper, his movements growing faster, the powerful wave pushing against the pressure, charging forward. Clang! Under the influence of the forging laws, the divine thunder transformed directly into divine weapons, used against Henry. The laws on the giant finger shone in harmony, and those seemingly unrelated powers bizarrely fused together, increasing Henry's pressure. "How does my forbidden spell compare to the art of tempering?" Chu Chen's palm radiated with brilliance, rich blood energy soaring into the sky. At this moment, an ancient god from the beginning of time appeared above the giant finger, slowly manifesting. It seemed that this finger was merely a part of his body, the massive form resembling a mountain that reached the sky, stretching endlessly. The great hand supported the imperial city of Ziwei, with black and white impermanence standing on either side, the spine supporting the divine palaces, and every hair transforming into celestial soldiers. and heavenly officials. A gray mist spewed from the pores, and golden light flowed across the surface of the skin. The most dazzling were his eyes, as black as ink, resembling an endless abyss. They were filled with terrifying laws of destruction, and two beams of black destructive light shot out, instantly piercing through the giant wave, striking Henry behind it. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out. In just one glance, the momentum Henry had just gathered was shattered. A gaping hole appeared in his abdomen, his body submerged in electric arcs, the destructive force wreaking havoc on his internal organs, causing him immense pain. What kind of power is this? How can the fusion of laws be so strong? Shock flickered in Henry's eyes as he couldn't help but ask himself. Unwilling to yield, he drank a life potion, stuffing his mouth with precious medicines from his backpack as if they were free, while also tearing apart a talisman that lasted half an hour. The art of tempering is the supreme technique of my dwarven race, refined and improved over countless generations of masters. How can your technique, created in just half a year, compare? Henry's indomitable will manifested as he surged forward. Again. This time, he pushed the forging laws to their limits, the path above him widening by 100 meters, his power skyrocketing. But the cost was great. This would rapidly deplete his internal energy, and even with his divine awareness strength, he couldn't sustain it for long. The dwarven compatriots looked on with concern at the figure battling the golden thunder. To them, Henry had already proven to be quite powerful. It should be noted that with his current strength, Chu Chen could already rank among the top 50 on the divine list. And Henry's path was long and arduous. He still had time and the potential to rise further. This fight will soon determine the victor, Lu Taiqing murmured as he observed Henry's state. What should we do after the outcome is decided? Feng Yan glanced at the still trapped King Can, unable to suppress a gulp. Of course we kill. The loser must present their head with both hands. That's the rule. Lu Taiqing's voice was slightly cold. Did you not say there was mutual respect? Wouldn't this drive the dwarven race mad? Feng Yan was startled. Mad? Lu Taiqing chuckled, his eyelids lifting slightly. The contest of the divine path is a rule set by the heavens. Regardless of who wins, they will devour the other's fortune. Those who lose their fortune find even suicide to be a luxury. The dwarves are clear about their position. They do not yet have the courage to confront the heavens. As he spoke, a deafening roar suddenly pierced Feng Yan's eardrums. Henry's skin turned crimson, steaming with heat. His hair danced wildly as he wielded the great hammer with a mysterious rhythm. It was a strange sensation. This rhythm seemed to resonate with the grand forces of the dwarves' world. Originally, 800 strikes had been the limit, but now it suddenly broke through the shackles, and the path above his head shone brilliantly. Boom! The heavenly gate swung wide open, and the power of baptism poured down, forcibly elevating his mastery of the laws to a new level. 10th layer of the forging laws. Ha ha! Thank you for your guidance, fierce one. If it weren't for the pressure you provided, I wouldn't have understood that the art of 1,000 strikes has such profound aspects. Henry laughed heartily, his expression looking much more relaxed. Under such immense life and death pressure, he unexpectedly entered a state of enlightenment and made a powerful breakthrough. Breaking through in battle is a dangerous thing. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter ruin. But Henry had no choice. He could either be suppressed by the giant finger or break through and stand tall. Now that he had broken through, the art of 1,000 strikes was directly approaching 900. The vast, boundless waves transformed into a giant whale, taking shape under the influence of the forging laws. The giant whale was forged from divine thunder, possessing both solid attributes and destructive power. Chu Chen casually chuckled, not bad luck, but this is merely a fleeting glimpse before death. Then, the soul-gathering coffin suddenly flew into the sky, and a crack in the coffin opened slightly. From the beginning until now, no one had seen Chu Chen's true form. The dark coffin's interior seemed to contain a profound world, both alluring and obscuring the truth. But just as a part of the crack opened wider, they saw it. They saw a golden skeleton sitting above a lake, a golden heart beating powerfully, signifying immense vitality. Thump! Thump! The dull sound, like a bell tolling, clearly reached everyone's ears. That is, the Lake of Laws? Someone recognized the lake and screamed. Isn't the Lake of Laws only opened every few years? I remember the fierce one already soaked in the Holy Spirit Palace last time. That was in a state before recognizing its master. Now the Lake of Laws recognizes its master, and its wonders are truly revealed. No wonder he could comprehend 3 advanced laws in such a short time. No wonder he could elevate 6 laws to the 7th layer simultaneously. The Lake of Laws can comprehend 3,000 paths. If given enough time, wouldn't he be able to directly grasp all the laws of the world? Once this was said, people could no longer remain calm. The joy Henry felt from his breakthrough was instantly wiped away. Chu Chen's talent was well known, and with the Lake of Laws, it was as if he had divine assistance. At this moment, the widening crack of the soul-gathering coffin suddenly emanated an astonishing aura. Even if you break through 1,000 strikes today, you cannot break my forbidden spell. The vast land was enveloped by countless thunders appearing from the outside like a half-shelled egg. The entire world transformed into Chu Chen's domain. In this realm, he was the only true god. Even the ancient demigods of the dwarves, with half of their bodies buried, could not help but open their eyes and cast their gazes. In the center of the imperial capital, at the power center of the dwarves, atop a building shaped like a hammer. This was the Holy Land in the hearts of all forgers in the heavenly realms, Aphalia. Only those of high status, with strength reaching demigod level and at least igniting divine fire, were qualified to reside here. Even Henry, who had ascended the divine rankings, was not qualified to enter before meeting the requirements. It was said that Ophalia contained the most exquisite forging techniques in the world, treasures left behind by every master-level figure. At the same time, many divine artifacts were placed inside, treasures forged by the ancestors of the dwarves and part of their heritage. Now, these artifacts that had been silent for countless years began to tremble at this moment. At this time, the demigods sitting cross-legged in various corners of Ophalia suddenly turned their gazes toward the storeroom. What's going on? Why are the artifacts reacting? Check immediately. If there are outsiders involved, kill them without mercy. Such powerful divine energy. Could it be that another demigod has ignited the divine fire? Various speculations arose. They had guarded this place for half their lives and would continue to protect it for the rest of their lives, and it was not to be violated. However, there were no other presences in the storeroom. In this array-laden Ophalia, it was considered the most secure vault in the world. Even the most extraordinary thief using concealment techniques could not sneak in unnoticed. Suddenly, a completely red square object broke through the restrictions of the storeroom, crashing through the outer wall of Ophalia, enveloped in endless heat, and flew directly into the distance. What the hell was that flew away? The number of artifacts has been confirmed, none are missing. I didn't notice what it was, let's go check it out. By the time half of the demigods of Ophalia flew out of the building, they suddenly realized that the land they had lived on for tens of thousands of years had undergone earth-shattering changes. First, the familiar blood moon disappeared, and then a layer of thunder formed a dome above, sealing the momentum of heaven and earth. A suffocating aura spread to every corner, and the citizens of the imperial capital clutched their chests in pain, their faces turning blue and purple. They had all entered a state of paralysis, even moving a finger was a luxury. I feel so uncomfortable, senior, save me. The fierce ones are about to start a massacre. What should we do? True wails filled the land, and the same scene occurred in various places. These demigods seemed like reclusive hermits, and in just a few days, such a significant change had occurred? Although the isolation array was strong, it had its drawbacks. If they hadn't come out to see for themselves, they wouldn't have known that the dwarves had fallen into such a predicament. Strong enemies invading? Why hasn't anyone sounded the alarm? An old white-haired dwarf said coldly. It's not enemies, it's our clan's prodigy facing off against the fierce one, Chu-Chen. Upon hearing this, the demigods raised their eyebrows, and without hesitation, they soared into the air. When they arrived at the scene, they saw that the red square object was hovering motionless above a black coffin. They didn't know where this object came from, they didn't even know which ancestor had obtained it from the secret realm, but it seemed like some kind of forging material. However, no matter how people tried to burn it with fire or strike it with brute force, this object, which was like iron but not iron, showed no signs of damage. Instead, the hammer had developed a dent. Later, many forging masters tried various methods but still could not open it, even using divine artifacts to strike it, ultimately returning empty-handed. They had no choice but to put it back in the storeroom, waiting for the day they could uncover its secrets. Who would have thought that something that had been silent for countless years would actively reveal itself due to a contest of divine prodigies? This square object emitted extremely high heat, like a small sun, dazzling and dangerous. Come back. The white-haired dwarf extended his hand, but before he could touch it, his entire hand was burned away by the extreme heat. Ah! A scream erupted, and the charred stump quickly grew flesh buds, and a brand new arm appeared. The expression on the white-haired demigod's face was not good. How could a powerful being standing at the pinnacle of the world lose a hand to an unknown object? Moreover, it was pure high temperature, with not a trace of any law's aura. Strangely enough, one would think such high temperatures would affect the surroundings, but the soul-collecting coffin beneath it was not affected at all. Chu-Chen remained seated within, slowly tilting his head, his hollow eye socket seemingly able to see through the coffin lid to the square object above. Dwarven demigods, are you prepared to ignore the rules and intervene in the contest? Chu-Chen asked. The demigods watched as their pride, Henry, was suddenly pressed to the ground and rubbed against it by an enormous finger that had grown countless times stronger, his hammer smoking as he swung it, reaching the brink of 900 strikes, yet still unable to resist the power of the forbidden spell. It wasn't that Henry wasn't strong enough, it was just that the fusion of laws was too against the heavens, and until now, he hadn't thought of a way to break the deadlock. The competition is your business, but this thing belongs to our dwarven race, please return it, the white-haired demigod commanded. If it's yours, then how did it come to me? If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Chu-Chen slowly replied, and the enormous finger suddenly increased its force. The power of the forbidden spell, enhanced by divine power, was different from the Japanese language. Chu-Chen had not ignited the divine fire, but had discovered that after the fusion of laws, a power similar to divinity would appear. At that moment, Henry's body emitted cracking sounds. Being crushed over and over again, the scene was unbearable to watch. Fusion of laws? The white-haired demigod didn't take this battle to heart at all, because he knew that the ranking of the fierce person was far below Henry's. But now, he not only saw his pride being pressed to the ground, but also witnessed the unique fusion of laws. All the demigods present were shocked. No one expected that a little guy who wasn't even a divine awareness could possess divine power at the mythic level. It was as if what they had pursued their entire lives was controlled by someone they looked down upon. Brother. Tai Ching, this shouldn't be the case, right? Feng Yan stammered in surprise. Read thousands of books, hear the unheard. Lu Tai Ching shook his head slightly, indicating he didn't know. The content of the classics is limited, only recording what is known. Divine power is a rare and mysterious energy. How could a demigod who ignites divine fire casually show it to outsiders? This thing is used sparingly, and the recovery period is extremely long. How could Ulu burn his lifespan as a price? Ancestor, save me. Suddenly Henry, embedded in the ground, cried out in despair. The proud and imperious pride of the dwarven godless, who had once dominated the forging arena and won the championship with his own strength, was now begging for mercy under Chu Chen's hand, his expression so miserable it was as if he had suffered inhumane torture. The voice of pleading was loud enough for all witnesses to hear clearly. At this moment everyone was stunned, looking at Henry in disbelief. They never expected that a object of their admiration, representing the will of the dwarven race and the most promising pride of the thousand forged techniques, would beg for mercy? The competition for the seed of the divine path was filled with blood and tears. It was either you die or I die. Just like the battle between the Holy Buddha's son and Chu Chen in the Old Land. Even though the Holy Buddha's son had no enmity or dispute with him, for the sake of fortune and more so for his invincible heart, what room was there for survival after defeat? Sometimes, one can get back up after losing. But sometimes, losing means death. Henry, are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying? Damn fierce person, could it be that he has knocked Henry's head silly? When has the dwarven race ever bowed down? Moreover, the other party intruded into our territory and wants to seize the king's participation. Not only that, but that square object, if I'm not mistaken, seems to be a treasure from the Ophelia storeroom. The fierce person tramples on our dignity like this, and you actually ask for help? I'm so disappointed. I didn't expect you to be such a coward. Henry's behavior was immediately criticized by many of his kin, their faces flushed with anger, ashamed to be associated with him. Although the dwarven race is warlike, hot-tempered, and impulsive, they place great importance on honor and dignity. Sometimes, honor is even more important than life. Moreover, Henry is a pride of the godlist. Where is his pride? Where is his invincible heart? Not only the dwarven people, but even Lu Tai Ching was stunned. Just a moment ago, he had spoken of the mutual appreciation among the strong, and in the blink of an eye, Henry seemed to have become a different person, completely losing his previous demeanor. This transformation made him feel as if he had discovered a new continent, eager to pick up his pen and record this matter immediately. Let the world see just how ridiculous this so-called divine ranking is. The dwarven demigods won't intervene. Right? Can the heavens withstand their punishment? Feng Yan asked. They should be clear about this. There have been precedents, and the outcome was extremely tragic, leading to the annihilation of the entire race. The race that Lu Tai Ching referred to was the ancient Liang tribe. The demigods of that tribe intervened in a battle over divine seeds and were punished by the gods. The fortune of the entire race was stripped away, and after that, all living beings of the tribe were afflicted with a strange disease, covered in sores, their skin rotting, dying in agony. Even the most outstanding priests could not save them. The curse of the heavens upon them was incurable. Right now, if the dwarven tribe insisted on saving someone, it would inevitably lead to great disaster. Therefore, the choice was clear. As long as they did not want to become eternal sinners, the white-haired demigod knew what to do. However, before the white-haired demigod could express his stance, Chu Chen spoke up. Is this the backbone of your dwarven tribe? I see you are even worse than worms. The mocking words stimulated the senses of the people, although the dwarves were extremely angry, clenching their fists, wishing they could punch the black coffin. They knew very well that they were no match for Chu Chen. Even if all the world-destroying beings present combined their strength, it would not be enough for Chu Chen to use as a toothpick. The emergence of divine power completely shattered their desire to fight. If all the energies of the myriad worlds were rated, divine power would undoubtedly be the strongest existence, far surpassing the rules. Next would be the laws, and finally the elements. That was why Henry was defeated so decisively, without any power to fight back. The towering ancient god's phantom still stood before them, its immense might intimidating everyone. Under that giant finger, Henry's small body twisted like a worm, emitting painful cries. Divine power shattered the chains of laws on him. Nearly 100 years of effort turned to dust. This meant that even if Henry were saved now, he would be no different from a useless person. Without fortune and laws, he was just like an ordinary person. Why should the demigods take the risk of annihilating their race for a cowardly person? Kill or torture, do as you please. The white-haired demigod Ziviel's expression was neither sad nor happy. He did not care about Henry's life at all. No. Ancestor, save me. I beg you to save me. Hearing this, Henry's eyes widened, despair rising in his heart. Although he is a useless person now, his foundation is still there. If he practices diligently in the future, he might really touch the ultimate door. Just say the word, and I will let him go. Chu Chen's voice carried a hint of certainty. He had always been a man of his word. Those familiar with Chu Chen knew he was someone who followed through on his promises. At this moment, Ziviel's eyes flickered as he gazed at the black coffin for a while, seemingly trying to see the true face of the person inside. Ancestor, I have realized. As long as you say the word, I will definitely practice diligently after returning, and I will surely reach the 1000 forging stage before the divine path opens. Hope blossomed in Henry's eyes, as if he had grasped a lifeline. He was clever, knowing the soft spots of these demigods. Bringing up the 1000 forging stage was undoubtedly a huge temptation for them. Ever since the Dwarven tribe began to record history, there had been one belief in their minds, that was to rebuild their glory, reach the 1000 forging realm, and strike down the gods with their mortal bodies. If they could truly achieve this, let alone the divine rankings prodigies, what would it matter if true gods descended? What does Chu Chen want to do? Feng Yan was slightly taken aback. What was this operation? If he could kill, why let him go? Did he not understand the principle of raising a tiger to trouble? Doubts aside, he knew that Chu Chen would not do anything without confidence. Just as they had walked this far, despite countless dangers along the way, they had still made it through. It seemed that noticing that Zibel was still hesitating, Chu Chen directly added fuel to the fire. If you're worried that I won't keep my promise, there's no need for such suspicion. Trading a king ginseng for a life, I think it's worth it. As soon as these words were spoken, people suddenly realized that Chu Chen was targeting the king ginseng. Indeed, before the top demigods like Zibel arrived, Chu Chen had indeed harbored the intent to kill. However, after their arrival, he suddenly held back. It turned out his target was the king ginseng. The 10,000-year king ginseng has the effect of nirvana. Do you want to reshape your body? Zibel squinted and asked. That's right. Even if the 3 souls and 7 spirits are gathered, it's impossible to fully recover in a short time. The king ginseng is the best choice. Chu Chen nodded noncommittally. There was nothing to hide. Anyone could guess with a little thought. A life of a top-tier genius on the divine ranking in exchange for a 10,000-year king ginseng was a transaction of equal value. Not a chance. Suddenly, Zibel's large hand reached out and a chilling aura erupted. Under Henry's incredulous gaze, he was directly frozen into a dark ice sculpture. The ice sculpture stood on the ground, emanating a misty aura that slowly rose. The rules wrapped in divine power possessed a strong freezing ability, and Henry, at the end of his strength, had no power to fight back. Inside the ice sculpture, the figure's eyes widened, revealing terror, as if his soul had been frozen to pieces. The title of the Extreme Cold Saint hand was not just for show, being able to cultivate the rare ice attribute to such a high level. There were hardly a few in the vast world of the heavens. Suyueshi possessed both space and ice attributes. If the path was smooth given time, she might also achieve the peak. The laws of space were no joke. The 2 lofty laws of time and space, once comprehended, would lead to earth-shattering changes in strength. The sudden attack caught everyone off guard. No one expected that it was not Chu Chen who was fighting Henry that killed him, but a fellow demigod? Was this considered interference in the battle? His life is not worth a single ginseng whisker. Zibel slowly lowered his arm, his gaze calm, as if he had just done something trivial. The ruthless and decisive action exceeded Chu Chen's imagination. He heard a light laugh and said, "Why must the senior be so ruthless? If you want to take his life, I can do it myself." At first glance, Henry did not seem to have died. He had merely entered another state. Under the freezing, his physical body could remain uncorrupted for 1,000,000 years, but when his lifespan ended, the outcome would still be the same. Then, the ancient god's phantom giant finger moved, directly crushing the ice sculpture into frost. A generation of geniuses thus perished. The corpse, a hazy golden-like mass, quickly flew into the black coffin. This was Henry's entire fortune. After his death, it naturally went to Chu Chen, who was also a seed of the divine path. This made him feel extremely comfortable, as if he were bathing in a very pleasant state, like returning to the womb, drifting in amniotic fluid. After a moment, Chu Chen reluctantly withdrew from this state. After devouring Henry's fortune, he felt that his body had not changed much. Only his thoughts became clearer. The previously obscure laws of heaven and earth became much clearer at this moment. This was a positive change, representing that Chu Chen's control over the laws had reached a new level. The use of fortune was boundless. This invisible and intangible thing, as long as accumulated to a certain extent, would surely yield feedback in the future. At this moment, Henry's death directly caused a change in the divine ranking. That golden scroll slowly unfolded before everyone, and the names of over 100 geniuses reappeared. The name rank 78th was directly crossed out, and everyone behind moved up 1 position. Chu Chen also reached the 89th position. He's dead. This time it's truly over. Our clan's only genius has fallen from the rankings. Who will support our fortune in the future? Humph. The seeds of the divine path are not just for Henry. Those who are afraid of death can die without regret. What's there to be sorry about? That's right, as long as we still control the forging methods, we can endure for eternity. As for luck, let it be. The crowd initially felt regret, but soon regained their fighting spirit. The dwarves have never needed a leader. Now the fierce one has made a fortune. Lu Taiqing looked enviously at the black coffin, sighing inwardly. Among all the people present, only he sensed just how much benefit Chu Chen had gained. This kind of value cannot be measured in money. Suddenly, the divine list flickered with light, and Chu Chen's name abruptly detached from the list, soaring upwards. Look! The fierce one's ranking is about to rise. Countless gazes turned towards it, and at that moment, the name on the divine list became the sole focus. Although the rankings on the divine list cannot gain everyone's approval, it is undeniable that almost every seed of the divine path hopes to be on this list. In the blink of an eye, Chu Chen surpassed Zhao Wuxuang and Lu Taiqing, rapidly moving forward. 80th place, 75th place, 70th place. The crowd watched the scene nervously, fully aware that the moment the ranking settled at the bottom would surely cause a stir among the heavens. Do you think the fierce one can break into the top 50? Nonsense. Have you seen any prodigy on the divine list possess divine power at the demigod level? Moreover, the fusion of laws is truly unique throughout the ages. Then, people became tense, curious if Chu Chen could create another miracle. 63rd place, 61st place. The speed gradually slowed as Chu Chen pushed the names ahead of him further back, those once invincible prodigies now becoming stepping stones. 53rd place, 51st place. At this moment, people held their breath, their eyes wide open, afraid to blink lest they miss even the slightest detail. Slowly, Chu Chen directly bumped the 50th place name behind him, forcefully crossing over. Top 50. Hiss. He really did it, it's unbelievable. Not surprising, with his current strength, 6 types of 7-layer laws, plus divine power, it would be strange if he didn't make it into the top 50. Crossing over 40 prodigies at once, he might have set another record. Wait. It seems it's not over yet. What? Not finished? People looked up and were astonished to find that Chu Chen's speed in breaking the rankings had suddenly accelerated, charging forward like a wild horse. After breaking through the significant barrier of 50, there were no more obstacles ahead. He was like an invincible emperor searching for his rightful place. The fat and thin dragon were almost dumbfounded. They had originally estimated that Chu Chen would enter the top 50, but they never expected this was not even his limit. My God, he's this fierce even in a weakened state? How can the other prodigies survive? The fat dragon's face turned pale, as if he himself was the one being surpassed. Indeed, it's against the heavens. This is the most spectacular battle I've ever seen. Although the process is simple, it's stunning enough. The bamboo pole nodded in agreement. The so-called top 50 was just an excuse. According to the fat dragon's guess, the ceiling would be around 45. But Chu Chen, like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground, seemed unsatisfied with that. 40th place, 38th place. The ranking was still rising. The speed had only slightly decreased. At this rate, he won't directly break into the top 10, will he? The fat dragon exclaimed in shock. Not likely, although I haven't seen the top 10 prodigies. Which of those monsters isn't capable of contending with divine incarnations? With the fierce one's current strength, it's still not enough, the bamboo pole analyzed. Lu Taiqing couldn't bear to watch, even putting away his usual folding fan. It was too discouraging. Charge! Take them all down! Feng Yan exclaimed excitedly, his face flushed, clenching his fists in excitement. Woo woo! The little one also joined the cheering squad. Although it didn't know why, seeing Feng Yan do so, it just followed suit under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chu Chen's sprinting speed suddenly dropped to 0, his ranking frozen. The 35th place seemed like a hurdle he couldn't overcome. Wow, to compete with the top talents of the divine rankings for the first time and cover such a distance. If he were at his peak, the top 10 wouldn't be far off. The plump and thin dragon secretly clicked his tongue. The ranking was right in front of them, an unalterable fact. The Southern Dipper Pavilion also had top talents on the divine rankings. As one of the top 10 major forces in the entire world of the heavens, how could they not cultivate geniuses? Moreover, their ranking was not low. That existence was widely spoken of, having struck down divine incarnations with a semi-divine form, able to last 10 moves against the 10th on the divine rankings. The fat dragon and the bamboo pole were fortunate to have glimpsed that person's demeanor. Though it was just a fleeting glance, the aura that flowed around him still lingered in their minds, not easily forgotten. At this moment, the fierce person Chu Chen had crossed over more than 50 ranks, directly ascending to the 36th on the divine rankings. Such a significant leap could only be described as a miracle. The gap in levels among the top talents was small, but the gap between the rankings was immense, separated by a chasm. Just being heavily injured could still achieve such a high ranking. The plump and thin dragon was eager to see if the figure inside that black coffin also possessed supreme grace like the talents of the Southern Dipper Pavilion. It seems the task assigned by the ancestor cannot be completed. The fierce person's momentum has already formed. Even if his true self descends, he cannot pose a threat to him. The fat dragon shook his head. The bamboo pole sighed and nodded, saying, I originally thought this was a simple task. The fierce person has surpassed so many top talents. This kind of spectacle is worth the trip to the mortal realm. Below, the black dog lay flat on the ground, listless, panting. It had expended too much energy to perform the forbidden technique and had yet to recover. The outcome is already determined. Do you still want to continue pursuing? The fat dragon and the bamboo pole exchanged glances. And the former said, how about we continue to chase and see? After all, going back is a dead end. I think it's a good idea. Failing the task is no different from being a stray dog. Since we're all going to die anyway, we might as well follow the path the fierce person has taken. We can consider ourselves witnesses. The bamboo pole agreed. With you two as hidden talents in the Southern Dipper Pavilion, what a misfortune for your family. The black dog grinned. The two simultaneously shot a sidelong glance, and the thought of eating dog meat arose in their minds. Meanwhile, Lu Taiqing and the others seemed to have entered a petrified state, not moving from a few minutes ago until now. The scene of competing for the rankings was simply too impactful. In his memory, no one had ever managed to break into the top 50 on their first ranking change like Chu Chen. Even those prodigies in the top 10 of the divine rankings had climbed step by step from the bottom, slowly reaching the peak. But Chu Chen had made his mark by entering the top 50 on his first appearance. Such a situation was rarely seen even by the well-read Lu Taiqing. At this moment, Feng Yan poked Lu Taiqing with a finger and asked, "Taiqing, what's wrong? Are you in a daze?" Feng Yan had called him for a long time without any response, as if he were talking to a scarecrow. Awakened, Lu Taiqing came to his senses, turned to Feng Yan and the bewildered Zai Zai and said, "I was lost in thought, a bit distracted. You scared me, I thought you were hit hard. Actually, you get used to this kind of thing. Chu Chen often does things that make people's hearts race." Feng Yan comforted him. The corner of Lu Taiqing's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, he could accept it, but after Feng Yan said that, he felt his mindset crumble. Everyone present witnessed Chu Chen's ascent in the rankings, their shot beyond measure. Unlike Lu Taiqing and Feng Yan, who had seen great storms in the dwarf clan's territory, seeing a being over a meter tall was already a rare sight. Studying forging techniques was something they did every day, regardless of the level. They were basically unaware of the world. What happens outside has nothing to do with them. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to bear it, and only when all the people in the world are dead will it be the turn of the short ones. Having seen the vastness of the forging path, stretching endlessly, no matter how high one stands, the end cannot be seen. The so-called ultimate is far away and indefinite, visible yet intangible. One may spend a lifetime and perhaps never even touch the threshold of a master, let alone a grandmaster or Alphalia. Now, the appearance of Chu Chen has opened a new path for them. Who says one can only walk a single grand road? When multiple laws merge together, the moment divine power appears, they realize that the road to the divine throne is far wider than they imagined. The recognition of the divine list, the proof of strength. The fierce man Chu Chen is demonstrating through action that his arrogance is backed by capital. How could someone who has achieved what he has not be arrogant? How could he not live up to his own talent? Consider it an eye-opener for me. Compared to the fierce man, Henry is like mud compared to the clouds. He died without injustice. Even Ancestor Hiviel couldn't bear to watch. Perhaps he had long foreseen this scene? Now I finally understand what Master Ulu meant. The fierce man is indeed plotting against the world. This child is young yet has a deep mind. What experience and calculation could he have at this age? This is what puzzled people the most. While shocked, their perception of Chu Chen added another layer of awe. He does not resemble a 19-year-old youth. University students at his age are still chasing girls and skipping classes. Yet he has accomplished feats that billions cannot, which is simply unfathomable. It is not just them who are astonished. Even Hiviel and other demigods of the dwarf race are confused. What a clever use of power. Compared to you, Henry, lost in strategy and talent, Hiviel commented. I never compare myself to others. Talent is merely a natural advantage. I only believe in the divine thunder in my heart, which can shatter the darkness before me, and that is the true path, Chu Chen said. To everyone, this statement was filled with boundless ambition. Using the path as strategy, Chu Chen has never shied away from the name of the fierce man. The world says he relies on infinite firepower, yet little do they know, he has quietly made changes. At this point, does infinite firepower still matter? Of course it does. The ancient divine shadow standing before him is already shocking. If another 100 or so were to appear, who could withstand it? Chu Chen's mental power is boundless. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't even be able to condense that giant finger, let alone the ancient divine shadow and various phenomena. Therefore, the fusion laws and self-created forbidden spells that support Chu Chen still rely on infinite firepower. It can be said that the Great Destruction Town prison finger combines all his advantages. The most suitable technique for him in the world is undoubtedly self-created. He has achieved it and brought his strength to the extreme. Henry is dead. How does this ancient ginseng king plan to deal with it? Chu Chen suddenly asked. Everyone looked over, only to see the 100,000-year-old ginseng king still quietly lying among the stone pillars, attempting to escape. Naturally, it belongs to my dwarf race, including that square object on your head. That is also ours, Hiviel said slowly. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Henry was indeed dead, but the matter was not over. Hiviel adhered to the rules and did not interfere in the battle between the two. Henry ultimately paid the price in blood. One could say that the dwarf race suffered a heavy loss with the death of such a genius, someone they had invested countless resources and energy to cultivate, only to become a stepping stone for others. It would be impossible to say there were no grudges. They are not saints, and how could they smile when someone comes into their home to kill? Should they hand over their family heirlooms? Should they lower their faces to appease the other party? There are plenty of people with tempers in the dwarf race. Even a clay figurine has some fire, let alone a demigod. Chu Chen is indeed strong, but he is still only dominant among the younger generation. Zibiel was a powerful being from tens of thousands of years ago, having completely ignited the divine fire, and the belief in the light sphere was already taking shape. If luck was on his side, there might even be a chance to touch the divine throne in the future. To him, the severely injured beast was merely a slightly stronger ant. The previous transaction is void. How about we make another deal, senior? Chu Chen was not flustered, as if everything was under his control. If it were Lu Taiqing, he truly wouldn't know what other way there was to break the deadlock. The saying "a sheep entering a tiger's mouth" might well describe their group. To be honest, Lu Taiqing bore a significant responsibility for how things had evolved to this point. If he hadn't been so greedy, he wouldn't have attracted people like Ulu, nor would there have been the series of events that followed. Chu Chen had been well within the soul-gathering coffin, but to save his friend, he had exposed his trump card. Lu Taiqing was uncertain whether this would affect his plans and ultimate goals. At this tense moment, Chu Chen still proposed a deal? Was he relying on something or just bluffing? A deal? What kind of deal can a young man who hasn't even reached demigod status propose to make us interested? A curious expression appeared on Ziviel's face. In this world, everything revolves around profit. Ziviel had no murderous intent, but with Chu Chen's talent and courage, who would believe he had no backing? Just based on his performance, it was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Moreover, the ominous nature of the old Earth Forbidden Land, which offended the Nine Songs for the sake of so-called human feelings, hinted at something deeper. Please look. With that, a token flew out from the black coffin and landed steadily in Ziviel's hand. The surrounding demigods focused their eyes, exchanging puzzled glances. What did Chu Chen mean by this? How could he dare to show such a thing? Was he really foolish or just pretending? With their current strength and status, could they even be interested in this? Is this your bargaining chip? Can this thing compare to a single whisker of the Ginseng King? Ziviel narrowed his eyes, flashing a dangerous glint. Of course not, senior. Please come to the side of the soul gathering coffin and I will explain in detail. Chu Chen extended the invitation. Aren't you afraid I might just destroy the soul gathering coffin? Without this strange object, you should be as good as dead, right? In front of the world, senior naturally wouldn't do something that would harm your reputation. Moreover, please believe me, making this deal would be more valuable than killing me. At this point, the scene suddenly fell silent for a moment, neither side speaking. It seemed like a test, while also engaging in a psychological game. The beast truly has great courage. He's risking his life, confident that the ancestor won't lower himself to act? You must know, he killed a demigod of his own kind and committed acts of invasion. Could he have a trump card? But he's only at the mythic level now. Even if he possesses a divine throne, he can't exert its power. Humph. What a boast. Most of the dwarves present chose not to comment. At this point, Chu Chen had already gained enough. If the dwarves couldn't profit, would they let him go? Feng Yan stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Taiqing, the former gazing into the void, asking, "Can you see anything?" "I wanted to ask you the same. Aren't you his brother?" "True, but I'm not a worm in his belly. How would I know what he's thinking now?" "That's also true. If you could guess, he wouldn't be the beast anymore." Lu Taiqing nodded in agreement, adopting a contemplative posture. Feng Yan glanced at him, feeling a mix of insult and praise. "All right. Then I will heed your words today." Suddenly, Ziviel in the high sky nodded in agreement and flew down alone. He approached the black coffin just 3 inches away. The distance was so close that he could destroy it with a mere lift of his hand. Upon seeing this, everyone's hearts suddenly leaped to their throats, holding their breath, filled with tension. No one knew what would happen next, but whether the deal succeeded or failed, it would cause turmoil in the realms. Either walk away or die. There are only 2 options. Then, they saw Zivil's lips move slightly, as if he was saying something. The anxious fat and thin Zhao hurriedly pulled the resting black dog up from the ground and said, "Quick, listen to what they are saying." At such a distance, if Zivel didn't deliberately amplify his voice, perhaps only the extremely sensitive Tengu tribe would have the ability to hear. "Let me listen, no problem, but it will cost you 1,000 years of lifespan." The black dog extended its paw. 1,000 years? Why don't you just go rob someone? Shu Gan suddenly jumped up. To him, asking for 1,000 years of lifespan just to hear a sound was even more absurd than the deal between Chu Chen and Zivel. "I'm so weak right now, how can I possibly have the energy to cast spells? If you cover my consumption, then it can be done." The black dog shot him a glance and said confidently. Upon hearing this, Shu Gan felt it made sense, but parting with 1,000 years of lifespan still made him very reluctant. To lose 1,000 years just to hear a few words, if this got out, others would surely think he was crazy. Yet he was also itching to know what the deal was about. It was crucial and related to Chu Chen's calculations. At this moment, he turned his gaze to Fat Dragon. Fat Dragon's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly averted his eyes, feeling as if he was being targeted by prey. "Brother, you must be very curious about the deal too, right?" Shu Gan chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "Not at all, I don't want to know even a bit." Fat Dragon quickly shook his head, his face jiggling amusingly. In the past, Zhu Gan would have teased him about his chubby face, but now he had no such thoughts and said, "How about this, we each contribute 500 years of lifespan and we can share." "You really dare to think that?" "Wait, I don't have a habit of peeping into others' privacy. Find someone else. This is a deal concerning the worlds of the heavens, even the future direction of the century. Don't you want to be a primary source of information?" Shu Gan gestured broadly, speaking passionately. Fat Dragon looked at him sideways, his eyes as if looking at a fool. After a moment, he moved his lips and uttered 2 words, "Not interested." Just as the two were talking, the conversation above seemed to have concluded. They saw the square object being absorbed into the black coffin by Chu Chen, and Zivel returned the token. Immediately after, he made a move that left everyone dumbfounded. Zivel grabbed the king of Ginseng and, just as the black coffin was about to close, threw it inside, saying, "Let it go." As the king of Ginseng disappeared from everyone's sight, the black coffin slowly closed, sealing tightly without leaving a gap. A hearty laugh came from within. "Senior, it was a pleasure to cooperate. Looking forward to the day the dwarves break through the ultimate gate." Following that, Zibbel's expression alternated between dark and serious, looking as if he carried heavy concerns as he flew towards the Imperial capital with a group of demigods. The space was instantly torn open by them, and several figures stepped in, disappearing before the crowd. As Zibbel was leaving, he turned to glance at the black coffin, snorted lightly, and followed suit. What does this mean? They just left like that? Just let the murderer go? It doesn't make sense. They even handed over the king of ginseng so easily, isn't that too exaggerated? When has the ancestor been so easy to talk to? Did Henry and Master Ulu die in vain? Are they not going to pursue anything? The reversal of events left those present bewildered. Completely different from the expected outcome. Even if the deal was made, it shouldn't have ended with them just letting someone go, right? They even gave away such a precious item. What would that mean for the dwarves? Wouldn't it only bolster Chu Chen's power? What difference was there from shooting oneself in the foot? A strong sense of confusion and humiliation arose, especially upon hearing Chu Chen's laughter, which felt like a hard slap to their faces. The black coffin slowly descended, returning to Feng Yan's side. Following the previous method, Feng Yan used a soft golden rope to carry the soul gathering coffin behind him and turned to ask, "Is it over?" Let's go. We need to speed up from here," came Chu Chen's voice. "Is the destination still the chaotic land? Don't keep the geniuses waiting. Over there, the tail behind us doesn't have that much patience either." Tail? Feng Yan scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on the dwarves, and he found no suspicious individuals. Oh no. Damn it. It seems the fierce ones have noticed us. Fat Dragon hurriedly lowered his eyes, not daring to make eye contact. At this moment, his heart was racing, cold sweat beating on his forehead, and fear was evident in his eyes. Zhu Gang and Black Dog were the same. Upon realizing they had been exposed, they even entertained thoughts of fleeing. But doing so now would be tantamount to suicide. If Chu Chen wanted to kill them, it would be like crushing an ant. After getting ready, Zai Zai carried De Luo and Feng Yan once again on their journey. With the order from Zivier, the vast territory of the dwarves was now unobstructed, and from then on, the sky was high and the birds could fly freely. The giant dragon slowly sank into the clouds, the divine thunder gradually disappearing, and the golden vortex suspended in the outer heavens slowly disintegrated. However, the towering phantom of the ancient god still existed, and the many anomalies were hard to erase, making it daunting to approach. This seemed to be a warning, or perhaps a means of suppression. It constantly reminded the dwarves that the fierce ones had come and killed their most powerful genius. This incident would be nailed to the pillar of shame, and countless future generations would know of it. Buzz. Suddenly, the divine ranking list showed signs of movement again, and 2 new entries abruptly appeared behind Chu Chen. Injure-free killing of the 78th genius on the divine ranking, Henry, merging the 6 paths of laws, condensing divine power. The refresh of the list did not surprise the dwarves present. They had long known this fact. They had witnessed that scene and no longer felt the initial shock. However, others in the myriad worlds were unaware of this situation. When they saw the list refresh, they were first taken aback, then curious to see which lucky person had risen in rank or which newcomer had been selected by the divine ranking. Yet, the situation they imagined did not occur. Chu Chen's ranking skyrocketed like a rocket. It was directly imprinted at the 36th position. Boom! Suddenly, the myriad worlds trembled like boiling water, surging endlessly. This newly rising star, originally not favored by many, compared to the feats of others, was not particularly outstanding. It relied merely on the power of the gods, not on its own strength. There had always been considerable controversy regarding Chu Chen's ranking. Some believed he was taking shortcuts, while others thought luck was also a part of strength. But most felt that his reputation did not match his reality, although he had unlimited firepower backing him. Divine techniques might be used infinitely, but who could guarantee that the world had no means of counteraction? Moreover, once he stepped onto the divine path, the effectiveness of divine techniques would be weakened indefinitely. After all, external power was never the right path. Unexpectedly, the genius that most people scoffed at had risen over 50 ranks in just half a year. It was simply outrageous. There can't be a problem with the divine ranking, right? I've never heard of or seen such a situation. Strange, the possibility of error should be low. This is the most credible ranking list. If even the divine ranking isn't accurate, then there's no need to look at any other hidden dragon lists. The achievements haven't refreshed. It really feels like something's wrong. The murmurs were incessant. This was the first time people questioned the divine ranking. The doubts were loud, but the top 10 races and top 10 forces did not come forward to explain. As a result, people's confusion deepened, feeling that things were not so simple. At the same time, in the office of the House of Representatives at the Dragon Summer Empire base in the 3rd sequence world, Yang Ji sat at his desk as usual, writing down Chu Chen's achievements. His eyes were bloodshot, heavy dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't rested for a week. Taking up the pen is a simple task for ordinary people, but for him, it feels as difficult as climbing to the sky. Moreover, these past few days, he has felt increasingly powerless. What he could write in 10 minutes now takes him half an hour for just one character. He wonders if he is becoming weaker or if Chu Chen's fortune is rising so high that even he can no longer suppress it. If even a world-destroying level cannot be contained, this job might have to be handed over to a demigod. Having a demigod record history is something that has never happened before. Yang Ji leaned back in his chair to rest. This past week had worn him out. The council had been constantly asking about progress, urging him without end. How can such things be hurried? If only I had started writing earlier, maybe I would have been almost done by now. Yang Ji sighed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He also has a family, and it has been a whole year since he last visited them. He doesn't know how much longer this will last. That damned Chu Chen. Bang! At that moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open with great force, making a loud noise that startled Yang Ji out of his daze. Master, something big has happened. A young man of epic level rushed in, his face flushed and his expression extremely excited. This person was an assistant Yang Ji had temporarily hired. He was originally a graduate student, and such labor was best utilized cheap and obedient. What are you panicking about? How many times have I told you to knock before entering? Do you treat my words as mere wind? Yang Ji, finally having some free time, scolded angrily. Yang Ji has a habit, he must work in a quiet atmosphere, allowing no noise whatsoever. If anyone disturbs him while he is working, he would skin them alive. Even Lin Dongfang wouldn't dare to provoke him. When this guy goes mad, he forgets even his own surname. The divine rankings have changed. The Thunder God has risen in rank. And he has risen 54 places, the assistant exclaimed loudly. So what if he has risen? Yang Ji was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly widened his eyes, stood up from his chair, and looked at the assistant in disbelief, his lips trembling as he asked, "What did you say? He rose over 50 places?" Yes. Yes, the divine rankings have just been refreshed. Would you like to go out and take a look? The assistant pointed outside. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, tousling the assistant's hair, and he swallowed hard, cautiously glancing at the already recorded achievements on the desk. Looks like there's more work to do, he said hurriedly as he rushed out. Yang Ji stepped outside and looked around. The vast central square of Dragon War City was already filled with people, all pointing and discussing the divine rankings. If I remember correctly, the Thunder God only made the rankings 6 months ago. Right? Such a huge improvement in such a short time is astonishing. Wasn't there a rumor that the Thunder God was gravely injured and near death? Now that he's on the rankings, those rumors will surely be dispelled. But I wonder where he is going. Clearly, this place is the safest. Why run around at such a critical time? Amidst the astonishment, Yang Ji looked up and saw that the original 91st place had already been taken by other prodigies. Looking further up, he dared not miss any familiar names until his gaze passed through the top 50. Could it be true? Yang Ji could hardly contain his excitement. If it weren't in public, he might have shown even more distress than the assistant. Until his eyes fixed on the 36th place, his legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. The assistant, who had just arrived, hurriedly came forward to support him. A world-destroying level being frightened by a name would surely be a laughingstock if it got out. It was because that person was the Thunder God, a legendary figure of the Dragon Xia Empire. Quick, help me back. Yang Ji's face was extremely pale, contrasting sharply with his dark circles. No wonder he had been struggling to record lately. It turned out that Chu Chen was no longer the Chu Chen of 6 months ago. His fortune had already multiplied many times. It took half a year to barely finish writing about what happened when Chu Chen entered the first instance, including how he made a name for himself inside. Just thinking about the many stories that follow made his heart twitch. Next time I return to the first sequence world, tell my wife not to wait for me anymore. Yang Ji wanted to cry without tears. Clearly, he was in the Elder Council, possessing rights and status that surpassed many. This kind of work shouldn't fall on him, with so many members below. But unexpectedly, this job, praised as a coveted retirement position, turned out to be a lifetime commitment. Mentor, new content has appeared on the divine list. The assistant said cautiously. What? Yang Ji glanced again until he discovered that behind Chu Chen, his heroic deeds had emerged. Laws, Henry. It was over. Everything went black before his eyes. And he suddenly fainted, his neck tilting. Not good. The mentor has fainted. Someone come quickly. Where's the priest? The Su family of the Longsha Empire, known as the National Family, held a significant position in the entire stronghold. The Border Defense Army, numbering in the hundreds of millions, guarded the great nation's mountains and rivers, having been passed down for tens of thousands of years. The ancestors of the Su family had made outstanding contributions to the Longsha Empire, and the Elder Council had originally decided to confer him the title of War God. However, he was unwilling to accept the title, wanting to continue protecting the land beneath his feet and the Empire's citizens. Therefore, the Elder Council entrusted the entire Border Defense Army to him. The Su family had many males brave and skilled in battle, with each generation possessing exceptional military talent. In their generation, a girl finally emerged, and her talent was extraordinary, making her a top talent in the end of the law era. Su Yueshi did not disappoint the Su family, whether in her academic performance before her job change or her performance afterward. She was a first-rate prodigy. The Su family believed that given time, she could not only support the Su family but also reach even greater heights. However, no one expected that after entering university, Su Yueshi would encounter the most formidable opponent of her life. That battle completely shattered her pride. Unwilling to concede, she fought desperately, trying to regain her honor in the future. Defeat was not terrifying. Getting up and trying again was all that mattered. However, as time passed, the mountain seemed to grow higher and higher, until she lost the courage to climb it. What heroic deeds had Chu Chen not accomplished? It seemed that in Every aspect, she could not compare. That strikingly handsome face, almost otherworldly, had been haunting her mind for the past year and a half, becoming quite bothersome. Su Weigua, the head of the Su family, watched his precious daughter madly enter instances and secret trials, unable to help but sigh. Xiao Yu, this is the third time this month, right? Su Weigua looked at his nephew Su Yu and asked. Yueshi is pushing herself too hard, who can withstand such pressure? Su Yu replied with a bitter smile. Shu Chen has made history again, with this, the chances are slim. Su Weigua's weary eyes gazed at the sky, filled with helplessness. Since there is Yu, why is there Liang? Strictly speaking, Su Yueshi was higher. After all, space mages were rarer than thunder mages, and had greater potential for growth. Moreover, the two were of similar age, starting from the same starting line, yet the distance between them was widening. That kid Shu Chen is indeed impressive. I had contact with him once before. And he was quite to my liking, Su Yu nodded. I heard that old guy Tai Ching Tian is recently trying to break through to the world-destroying level? Su Weigua changed the subject and asked. Yeah. Tai Lao doesn't have much time left if he doesn't succeed this time. His granddaughter has the same fighting spirit as Yueshi. Just a few days ago, she completed her first awakening and immediately threw herself into battle. It's all because of Chu Chen's stimulation. The Eternal Tower will soon open again, and this might be the last time for this era. Su Yu shook his head helplessly. While Su Weigua felt emotional, he also admired Chu Chen's achievements. Having such a prodigy emerge from the Longsha Empire was indeed a blessing. Recently, the seal of the Abyss clan has loosened again, and several small races have turned against us. Let the brothers below be ready to fight at any moment. I understand. A storm is brewing. The end of the Law era is both a conclusion and a rebirth. At the peak of the towering mountains in the ninth sequence world, a man resembling a sculpture sits cross-legged in the center of a formation, surrounded by a fierce sword aura. The silent atmosphere is only disturbed by the sound of the wind. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, his sharp gaze fixed on the divine list in the sky. A flash of white light crosses, and the sword aura cuts through the divine list into countless fragments. It's time. There are many leaders in the world, the leader of the flower path, the leader of the literary path, the leader of the gun path. Anyone who can reach the pinnacle of a single path or lead a new era can be called a leader. For example, Lu Taiqing, a scholar whose life is filled with ink and water, can swallow the heavens and the earth with a single breath of literary energy, transforming all things. And like the courtesans of the world, as beautiful as immortals, every frown and smile can stir the very essence of humanity, leading one to become a flower slave, unable to extricate themselves. The title of leader is not self-bestowed but must be recognized by the vast majority in the field to earn this honor and title. At the peak of the mountains in the ninth sequence world, countless palaces stand, surrounded by mist, resembling a fairyland. The central highest peak is like a treasured sword, piercing the clouds, with no end in sight. This is the first peak of the sword path in the world, named Jianxian Peak. From the moment the sword path emerged, this place has been the holy land that sword practitioners yearn for. The sword aura is rampant, and everything around is too illusory to approach. Even a fly or a demigod-level world OSS would be crushed if it descended here. Years ago, the evil spirit clan coveted the heritage of Jianxian Peak, and hundreds of demigods led billions of troops to invade. In that battle, countless sword practitioners died, rivers of blood flowed, and corpses lay for miles. This ancient holy land was on the verge of destruction when a sword aura crossed half the sky appeared from the mountain peak. Before the person was seen, the sword aura was already visible. More than half of the demigods turned to nothing under this sword. That year, the entire Jianxian Peak was shrouded in golden rain, enduring for ages. It was also that year that the supreme status of the first peak of the sword path was firmly established, recognized by the world as one of the top 10 powers. Half a year has passed since the fierce man left the dwarf clan's territory, and now there is not a single person in the myriad worlds who is not curious about this young man who has just turned 20. Some say that after he left the dwarf clan, when passing through the troll clan, several demigod trolls welcomed him and actively escorted him out of the territory. Others say that the fierce man has not fully recovered, and the last fragment of his soul has yet to return, perhaps unable to participate until the divine path opens. Amidst the various speculations, a divine thunder suddenly appeared at the entrance of the chaotic land, instantly killing a blocking demigod-level world OSS. After this, the rumors were completely shattered, and many people looked forward to the day when the fearless ones who claimed they would seize the fierce man's fortune would meet him in the chaotic land. It was on that day that the fierce man was bestowed the title of the Thunder Path Leader, personally inscribed by the literary path leader Lu Taiqing on the stone tablet at the entrance of the chaotic land. The phantom of the divine list was shattered, and a man in white descended with the wind, while countless sword practitioners knelt on one knee below, respectfully welcoming him. This person appeared handsome and carefree, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his sharp gaze seemingly able to pierce the heavens. I have seen the sword path leader. The voice was like thunder, and the sword practitioners all looked up, their eyes filled with fervor as they gazed at the man descending from the world's first peak. No need for formalities. The man in white carried a 3-foot-long sword, its blade entirely black, adorned with several ghostly dragons. The sword was sheathed, but its sharp aura could not be concealed. In front of the sword path leader, no one dared to draw their sword. To be precise, they lacked the courage and boldness to do so. Jianxian Peak is entrusted to you. With That, the man took a step, vanishing into the ninth sequence world. We bid farewell to the leader. In the chaotic land, where nightmares intertwine with the intent to kill, a robust man sat cross-legged. Before the passageway to the next realm, his eyes tightly shut. Above his head floated a flicker of flame, extremely faint yet slowly growing. In terms of shape, it was much stronger than Ulu's flame, containing boundless divine power that had already touched the true boundary of rules. The path of slaughter manifested behind him, its thick murderous intent freezing this secret realm into an ice cave. Surrounding the man were countless skeletal remains, seemingly due to the passage of time, as flesh and blood had long since vanished, leaving only the bones. Master, the killer has arrived. After speaking, the man's lips curled into a smirk as he coldly replied, no rush, let him live for another month. It is said that he has already recovered to his peak state. If that's the case, the rankings on the divine list may change again. No matter, as long as he hasn't climbed into the top 3 of the divine list, he has no chance of survival. Subsequently, the warrior fell silent, and the vast secret realm returned to quiet, with only the flickering shadow of the flame visible. In the ancient battlefield, a woman dressed in a red robe adorned with patterns, exuding a hint of heroism despite being covered in dust, was tying up her disheveled hair, her gaze fixed intensely on the distance. Especially her gourd-like figure, which was particularly eye-catching, a blend of youth and maturity that held great destructive power over the inexperienced young men. Yet, none of the warriors present dared to cast their eyes upon her, they all looked at her with respect, standing guard beside her like protectors. Boo! Tian, news has come from the chaotic land, Chu Chen has arrived. Wei Bei picked up the equipment dropped by a fallen abyssal soldier and casually mentioned it. Recently, it seemed that due to the loosening of the seal, many abyssal warriors had slipped through the gaps to invade various races. Just like 2 years ago, those who had come out now were mostly cannon fodder, the real trump cards were still behind. The fighting had never ceased, and the tasks of the Four Symbols Legion would only grow heavier day by day. Has anyone been bothering my junior brother? Tai Bu Tian asked. Hearing this, Wei Bei's mouth twitched, thinking who in the third sequence world would dare to trouble that great Buddha? Were they tired of living or dissatisfied with their current situation, wanting to reincarnate early? I haven't heard of any trouble for now, he should be close to finding what he wants. Wei Bei stood beside Tai Bu Tian, both gazing towards the east. The two shared a tacit understanding and fell silent, enjoying a moment of tranquility amidst the smoke-filled battlefield. At this moment, Tai Bu Tian seemed to think of something and confirmed, you said last time that he was looking for the City of Twilight? Yeah, he might be trying to seek out so-called immortality. You know that kid's temperament, whatever he wants, he will go all out to achieve it, Wei Bei said with a bitter smile. The events that had occurred in the ancestral land of the elves were still fresh in his mind. Since returning from there, Wei Bei had been promoted to the position of acting vice-captain, commanding nearly 500,000 soldiers. Who cares, this is his home, he will return sooner or later. Tai Bu Tian pulled out the long spear stuck in the ground and stepped out. Yeah, this is ultimately still his home. Wei Bei's face was filled with melancholy, and for some reason, he suddenly felt an uncomfortable emotion arise. He just didn't know if he would have the chance to see Chu Chen again when the Abyssal Legion's army pressed in. Meanwhile, a familiar team configuration appeared on a wide road. After half a year, everyone had undergone significant changes. Kai Kai's appetite has been growing larger lately. We're almost out of the food we've stockpiled, we need to find a city to restock, Feng Yan said helplessly. Kai Kai looked innocent, glancing at her flat belly, as if to say she hadn't eaten enough and was starving with her stomach pressed against her back. Originally close to a kilometer in size, she had now grown to 10,000 meters. Especially those 2 dragon horns, which faintly emitted thunder, making one feel a chill. As her size increased, her appetite naturally grew as well. For the dragon clan, aside from elemental energy, the most needed energy came from food. Half a year ago, a single ginseng root allowed the little one to leap directly over the mythical level and step into maturity. Of course, the side effects of such a forced growth were also evident. The little one spent an entire week in pain, as if giving birth, constantly wailing. De Luo also received a ginseng root, transforming from a 3-turn pure-blood holy spirit to a 5-turn. On the surface, there seemed to be no change. But Feng Yan knew that when this guy got fierce, he wouldn't care about any reasoning. A few days ago, that demigod-level world OSS appeared. If it weren't for Chu Chen's quick intervention, De Luo would have probably torn it apart. If the dragon and phoenix child were to appear before him now, it would likely be a matter of a single blow. Lu Taiqing, on the other hand, showed little change, spending his days engrossed in a miscellaneous book, occasionally making sounds of surprise or laughter, looking like a madman. We're almost at the heart of the territory, the road ahead might not be easy. As agreed. I'll take the lead, and no one should compete with me. Feng Yan reminded the others. Yum. Okay. Sure. They nodded and continued with their own tasks, seemingly unfazed. Feng Yan gently stroked the long sword at his waist, a proud smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Compared to the others, his progress was the greatest, having traveled such a long road and experienced so much, he had gained unique insights into the path of sealing. The original vast sea of stars had long turned into a river of stars, and after defeating many careless OSS along the way, his level had risen from mythical 1 star to apocalyptic 2 stars. Mixing with these great deities, if he didn't have this level, he might be laughed at. He believed that the one lying in the coffin had the same level as him. It's still Too boring without anyone coming to stir up trouble, Feng Yan couldn't help but say. Lu Taiqing glanced at him and then continued reading, teasing, waiting for someone to come looking for trouble, then. You can spout some harsh words and let Brother Chu come to the rescue? At this, Feng Yan's face turned red and he cleared his throat, saying, back then, I was full of passion, not thinking straight. Besides, what's wrong with talking tough? My brother is Chu Chen, who dares to touch me? He puffed out his chest, looking fearless. Lu Taiqing chuckled softly, slowly closing the book and said, if I remember correctly, you once boasted about wanting to kill Zhou Gu? That did happen, Feng Yan nodded, his previously puffed up chest deflating immediately. Back then, he had no idea about so many intricacies. He didn't know how high the sky was or how thick the earth was. In that life and death moment, what was wrong with talking tough? After all, he thought he was going to die, wasn't he allowed to boast? A little before dying? If I were Zhouge, I would probably wake up laughing in my dreams, never expecting that one day I would be shouted at by someone at the mythical level, Lu Taiqing teased. He then shifted his tone, but I believe in you, when your sealing technique reaches perfection, Zhouge will surely bow down and beg for mercy before you. Feng Yan was taken aback and seeing the clarity and sincerity in Lu Taiqing's eyes, the words that were about to come out suddenly felt embarrassing to say. Of course, in the world of sealing techniques, he occupies 8 parts of the total at that moment. A voice came from the soul-collecting coffin, which was Chu Chen's. Wait, why is everyone making fun of me? Isn't it a bit unfair to only bully me? Feng Yan said, speechless, clicking his tongue. It took me 2 ginseng roots to comprehend the 7th layer of the sealing path. If such resources were given to a pig, it would have already become a demigod, Chu Chen said. Speaking of this, Feng Yan got angry. When he first got the ginseng roots, he treated them like treasures, holding them close and reluctant to eat them. Later, after swallowing them, the massive energy almost burst him directly, adding 100 million mental points. Moreover, he gained many fragments of laws, forcibly stacking the laws to the 7th layer and bringing many insights. But he didn't know if it was due to his aptitude, or if that ginseng root was not good enough. Just as he touched the threshold of sealing, his insights suddenly vanished. For this matter, Feng Yan shamelessly asked Chu Chen for another root. Is it really that easy to comprehend the art of sealing, gods? My family has been unable to even touch the surface for generations, and for my generation to grasp it is already a matter of great honor. Feng Yan pouted. Is that so? With such good resources, if they were given to the little ones or Deluo, they might have already touched the divine fire by now, Chu Chen said slowly. Feng Yan was momentarily speechless and wisely closed his mouth. To be honest, it was indeed the case. It wasn't that Chu Chen was stingy, but with their current strength, they had already reached a bottleneck, and no amount of ginseng whiskers would help. Lu Taiqing also benefited, having reached the 10th layer of the literary energy law, almost comprehending the rules. It could be said that in the past 6 months, they had all made significant progress, visibly so. However, among the few present, there was a common doubt in their hearts. What level of strength does Chu Chen have now? The divine thunder that struck down the demigod-level world boss was merely a fleeting moment. They hadn't even seen the battle clearly before a demigod-level equipment and many precious materials appeared on the ground. The ginseng whiskers had such great effects, and the main part went without saying. Feng Yan even speculated that Chu Chen might have already ignited the divine fire and even touched the faith light sphere. Beyond that, he didn't dare to guess. That was something only found at the end of the divine path. We're almost there, right? Chu Chen asked. Yeah, we'll be there in half a day. Get ready, someone will come to welcome us soon. As he spoke, Chu Chen's voice completely vanished, as if he had never been there. Someone's coming to welcome us? Who? Feng Yan pondered hard but couldn't guess. The chaotic land was also known as the city of slaughter, attracting countless ruthless criminals. There were no laws or rules here. As long as one had a strong fist, they could claim the land as their own and reign supreme. Moreover, if one had enough courage, they could even establish their own dynasty and declare themselves king. The chaotic land was thousands of times larger than the Dragon Summer Empire of the first sequence world, with vast territories, so there was no need to worry about not having a place to establish a city. Chu Chen's idea was to build the main city here. In this lawless area, no other race would dare to extend their reach, no matter how long their hands were. Furthermore, Twilight City was right here. With the territory of his cheap old man above him, combined with his current foundation and strength, who would dare to provoke him? At that moment, a harsh voice came from not far away, and the surrounding space suddenly showed some fluctuations. Thieves? Feng Yan was not surprised but rather delighted, rubbing his hands in anticipation. The opportunity he had been waiting for was finally at hand. Another group of rookies, the allure of the fierce ones is that great? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people emerged from the space, led by a young man shouldering a large knife, who raised his chin slightly and said, "You guys are in the wrong place, this is my territory." The newcomers, apart from a group of well-equipped world-destroying thieves, also included several strong individuals with divine awareness. They all exuded a faint smell of blood, clearly having killed someone not long ago. And the scent had not yet dissipated. Looking at their eyes, they resembled wolves, ready to pounce, filled with greedy desire. This is your territory? Where is that written? Feng Yan feigned surprise, looking around. Stop playing games with me, I've killed over 100 of self-righteous fools like you. The leading young man snorted coldly and suddenly thrust the large knife he was shouldering into the ground. Bang! Dust flew up, the ground shook, and the entire earth trembled violently, an incredibly powerful force. If killing could also be considered a badge of honor, then I should prepare a few more pieces of equipment to save space. Feng Yan raised his eyelids, a playful smile on his face. The chaotic land was not called chaotic merely because of the complex interplay of terrain and power. It was because there were many lone wanderers here, all desperate individuals with countless blood on their hands. The acts of snatching and killing were happening everywhere, especially in the hinterlands, where such situations were extremely common. If one did not have solid strength, coming here would be like waiting to be slaughtered like a lamb. What a big mouth you have, you're even more arrogant than the team I just killed. The leader, Mo grinned menacingly, the scar on his face adding a touch of ferocity as his muscles twitched. Let me tell you a secret. Feng Yan mysteriously pointed to the black coffin behind him and whispered, the person lying in this coffin is surnamed Chu. As soon as these words were spoken, the air suddenly froze. Mo-Hi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the black coffin, his body trembling uncontrollably as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. If you know fear, hurry over and immediately accept your death. I can't be bothered, I don't want to waste my energy. Feng Yan rubbed his nose and urged. Mo-Hi, with a face full of terror, looked at the person beside him and whispered, did you hear that? The one inside is the notorious Chu Chen. The person beside him swallowed hard and cautiously said, I heard it. The notorious one won't crawl out of the coffin and kill us all, right? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, everyone around burst into laughter, especially Mo-Hi, who was nearly in tears from laughing. You crack me up. Notorious? The team we just killed looked exactly like you guys, leading a dragon, and one of the three was even carrying a coffin. Mo-Hi laughed until his face turned red. Roar! Zai Zai let out an angry roar, flapping its dragon wings, instantly stirring up a fierce wind and thunder. It seemed to say, I'm not a lowly-blooded dragon. Oh? Are you angry? Mo-Hi, seeing the anger on Zai Zai's face, said with great interest, I've seen no less than 10 teams imitating the notorious one during this time, and I have to say, you guys are the most similar. Even the giant dragon can disguise itself so well. This little snake is quite fierce, its roar is pretty fitting. I have to say, the runes on that black coffin must have been tampered with by a specialized imitator. They look exactly like the pictures I've seen. The one next to you holding the giant hammer must be the pure-blooded Holy Spirit under the notorious one, right? And the one with the folding fan looks quite the part. The people around teased, as they always did when they saw someone imitating the notorious one. Not long ago, the first person to imitate Chu Chen had used his fame to scare many people in the chaotic land, amassing countless riches. These desperate individuals most admired those who were decisive in killing, especially someone like Chu Chen, who feared nothing, earning their utmost respect. It could be said that 70% of the notorious one's fans were in the chaotic land. Mo-Hi was one of them. He had been a little fan since Chu Chen dominated the old land. Now, seeing so many people imitating his idol, he felt a surge of indignation and wanted to tear apart all the fakes he encountered. Here, to survive, one had to rely on their fists. Alright. The show is over, it's time to send you on your way. Mo-Hi raised his big knife, his voice suddenly turning cold. What do you mean? Are you messing with me? Feng Yan was taken aback and upon seeing their mocking expressions, he realized he had been made a fool of. He never expected that so many people would imitate Chu Chen. What intrigued him was, with so many imitators, what were they after? Can't you tell? They're playing you for a fool. LV Taiching chuckled, standing aside with no intention of intervening. It's amusing, De Luo said seriously. Yip. Zai Zai nodded in agreement. Hearing the cold mockery from his own people, Feng Yan was so furious he nearly spat blood. After all the effort he put into mastering the divine sealing technique, on the very first day he was ready to prove himself, he was played by a bunch of rookies? What a humiliation. From the old land in the far west to the chaotic land in the far east, I've been looked down upon all the way. I never expected that my life, Feng Yan, would be lived in ridicule. Feng Yan smiled self-deprecatingly, reflecting on the past, from the very beginning of his job change, to getting into the Bright Academy and then finding a job after graduation. He had originally thought that entering the ancestral land would be his turning point, but then he encountered Chu Chen following him all the way. It remained the same, and I even realized the fact that I was extremely weak. Throughout this journey, he hadn't been of any help, and instead, he had held me back, only uttering some harsh words that held no real meaning. Living by relying on others was not the true intention of the sealing technique. From today onwards, I will give it a proper name. Suddenly, a subtle spatial fluctuation came from beside my ear. Immediately after, a cold gleam flickered, and a dagger emerged from the space aimed directly at my throat. The speed was incredibly fast, and it made no sound or commotion. This was the ultimate assassination technique of a thief, leaving no trace. However, as the dagger approached, I heard a single word, freeze, and the dagger suddenly froze in place, revealing the figure of the thief slowly. He still wore a cold expression. But there was no killing intent in his eyes. Killing intent is easily detected in battle. As a qualified shadow assassin, the first lesson is to learn to hide it. Yet, such a world-destroying killer had no chance of resistance in front of me now. In an instant, he had frozen my body along with my soul. This freeze was eternal. As I speak, so shall it be. I turned to look at Lu Taiching and smiled broadly. Well learned, keep it up. Lu Taiching nodded slightly, his eyes filled with appreciation. He had witnessed my growth, although I seemed a bit careless and indifferent to everything. I had great talent and valued loyalty. Sealing technique? As I speak, so shall it be? Mo-Hai saw the hidden meaning and his eyes widened. Then his expression changed continuously, suddenly looking up, his pupils trembling. Are you serious? How many sealing techniques exist in the world? Almost everyone knows that this rare profession is indeed difficult to form. All techniques must be self-created. Without some talent, it's truly impossible. Moreover, they belong to the purest form of support, having no combat skills at all. Other supports like priests gain damage-dealing skills like holy judgment after leveling up. At the very least, they can deal some damage. Similarly, warlocks can inflict burning and continuous damage with a fire curse. Even if the damage isn't high, it's still quite annoying. Sealers have no offensive capabilities whatsoever. Aside from applying binding and silence effects on others, it seems they have nothing else. Even the legendary sealing techniques are linked to sealing. In battle, this profession is undoubtedly the best helper. But in one-on-one combat, wanting to kill someone becomes very difficult. Therefore, the number of sealers is extremely small, and those who can grow to world-destroying levels are even rarer. Now, who in the myriad worlds doesn't know that the first warrior under the fierce man is a sealer? Those who imitate him, trying to find someone like me, would probably find it hard to locate a second one even after searching countless worlds. At this moment, Mo-Hai's heart raced wildly, and he felt like a duck in a steamer, turning bright red. I am Mo-Hai, a baron of the Broken Sky City. Earlier, I was blind to the mountain's majesty. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Mo-Hai was sweating profusely, unable to control his gaze as it kept darting towards the black coffin. Although he was a fan, seeing the real deal still filled him with immense terror. What kind of mocking words had he just said? The ruthless Chu Chen, a man without taboos under heaven. Aside from those unparalleled prodigies on the divine list, who would dare not to fear? Even the ancestors of the dwarves had personally given way, offering up a 10,000-year ginseng. This kind of courage and face, one could not find a second in the third sequence world. That's why Mo-Hai was so afraid. He knew he had said the wrong thing, and even he, so defiant, couldn't control his knees, suddenly kneeling on the ground. Half a year had passed, and the fierce reputation had not diminished. In fact, it had grown stronger than before. Even the weakest among them, the one under the fierce man, had become so powerful, let alone the one lying in the black coffin. Why are you kneeling? Didn't you just say you would send us on our way? Feng Yan returned their mocking smile. At this moment, the middle-aged man beside Mo-Hai looked uncertainly at the black coffin and said, Boss, they are likely also pretending. Don't be fooled by them. Slap. Suddenly, Mo-Hai turned around and delivered a slap, sending the man spinning in place for several circles, stars dancing before his eyes. Pretending? Go find a second world-destroying seal master. Once you find him, I'll give you a seat next to this baron. Mo-Hai cursed directly, spitting as he spoke. The man, disoriented from the slap, bore a bright red handprint on his face and hurriedly closed his mouth, casting a resentful glance at Feng Yan. Now it's your turn to act, right? Fine, I'll join you for a scene. Feng Yan watched with interest as Mo-Hai taught his subordinate a lesson. He casually pointed and said, I didn't expect this Broken Sky City to have a baron title. Today I'll experience the strength of a baron. As long as you can make me bleed a little today, I'll let you leave without pursuing the disrespectful words you just said. Is that true? Mo-Hai's eyes lit up. He then quietly glanced at De Luo and Zai Zai, hesitatingly looking at Lu Taiqing. Finally, his gaze fixed on the black coffin, his teeth clenched, seemingly in hesitation. What? Are you afraid I won't keep my word? Feng Yan noticed his concern and said with a smile, Today, I'm in charge, they won't interfere, so come with peace of mind. After he spoke, Lu Taiqing and the others remained silent, merely smiling at Mo-Hai. In that case, I'll offend you. Suddenly, a vast aura erupted from Mo-Hai's body, a terrifying might surging forth. The world-destroying 8 stars, the domineering power of the god's awareness blade demon profession was fully displayed. Not bad, the people from the chaotic land are indeed extraordinary. Feng Yan's eyes brightened, as if he had discovered a treasure. The stronger the opponent, the happier he became. It proved the gains he had made over the past 6 months. If the opponent were too weak, wouldn't that lack any reference significance? At this moment, a fierce and menacing blade aura condensed on the great blade, extending 10 zhang of blade light from the blade's edge. An image of a mountain appeared behind Feng Yan, the terrifying power causing the void to tremble, the sharp blade aura shattering the chaotic flow, even tearing apart the spatial barriers. This blade is called Mountain Breaker. Be careful, my lord. Mo-Hai's expression was extremely serious. This was a blade he wagered his life on, the power of the laws pushed to the limit. If he could leave a mark on Feng Yan, he and his subordinates would survive. If not, it would be a dead end. He didn't expect the fierce person to leave him a way out. Those who walked in the chaotic land wouldn't dare say they had been there without taking a few local lives. So, this battle could very well be the stepping stone for the fierce person to enter the chaotic land. Open for me. Accompanied by a loud shout, a dazzling light appeared between heaven and earth, a blade light spanning 100,000 zhang sweeping forth with the might to destroy the world. The mountain behind Feng Yan was suddenly split in half. The force of Mountain Breaker was boundless. This technique was Mo-Hai's god's awareness skill. Once unleashed, it instantly drained all energy and law power from his body. The whole person knelt half on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping as he looked ahead. No need to look, it's definitely a win. The Seal Master has no combat power, the sealing technique can at most reduce skill damage. Don't say that kid is quite arrogant. The fierce person said of no taboo techniques, he probably learned a few tricks. You underestimate our boss. Someone who can become a noble in Broken Sky City is certainly not an ordinary person. Compared to their excitement, Lu Taiqing and the others stood calmly in the distance. In their view, this blade was indeed very strong, at least 50% stronger than an average God's awareness expert. Having walked over countless corpses and emerged from numerous life and death battles, their strikes were not ordinary in their ferocity. Good skill, but it's merely superficial. In the end, it's not the right path. Feng Yan clasped his hands together and quickly formed a seal. One by one, talismans rose from the earth. The sea stabilizing divine needle. In an instant, a colossal staff broke through the ground, surging up from the endless depths, shattering the mountains. Strange phenomena first. The golden staff contained a profound power of the laws, weighing as heavy as billions of tons, possessing true world-shattering strength. The blade light before the divine needle was like paper easily extinguished, and not a single mark was seen on the staff. The sealer cannot kill, but it didn't say they can't. Smash! A smirk appeared at the corner of Feng Yan's mouth. As he spoke, the divine needle suddenly fell, and a scream was heard, with flesh and remnants scattered all over the ground, blood and meat mixed together. The death was extremely tragic. It is said that the divine needle shakes the sea and stirs the clouds. The divine needle, stretching for countless miles, lay on the ground, bringing a tremendous visual shock to the people. In terms of the sturdiness of the equipment, it might not even compare to world-destroying armor. One must know this was a physical entity refined from the laws, not forged from ore. A baron was crushed to death in such a domineering and direct manner, refreshing everyone's perspective. They had imagined many endings. Either Feng Yan was injured by the blade light and let them go, or Feng Yan blocked the attack, with De Luo or Zai Zai stepping in to kill them. Or perhaps a fierce person would intervene midway, ruthlessly exterminating everyone. Who would have thought the ending would be so dramatic, with the villain Mo Hai dying just like that? Is the world-destroying 8 stars really so weak? What kind of technique is this? The middle-aged man, who had previously been thrown by Mo Hai, asked incoherently. Sealing divine technique, see stabilizing divine needle. Feng Yan turned around, his eyes shooting out brilliance, killing intent suddenly bursting forth. Mo Hai was dead, and this group of people naturally could not be spared, since they were the stepping stones into the chaotic land. They must have a beginning and an end. Impossible. The sealing divine technique only exists in legends. How could it appear in the world? The middle-aged man was filled with fear and dread. That was a technique that could seal even deities, and Feng Yan had previously been a nameless nobody whom anyone could bully. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into an existence that justified the path of sealing. He had even comprehended the ethereal divine skill, which was simply unbelievable. A friend of mine once told me a story about a monkey causing a ruckus in the East Sea. This sea-stabilizing divine needle is my insight after hearing that story. Are you satisfied? Feng Yan waved his hand, and the divine needle slowly floated up from the ground, gradually returning to an upright position. He then continued, that friend also said, if it is impossible, then create possibilities. Upon hearing this, Lu Taiqing fell into deep thought. He was a man of great wisdom, having read thousands of books and traveled thousands of miles. Yet, when this phrase entered his ears, it was like a proverb, lingering around him, echoing for a long time. As expected of a warrior under the fierce person, we admit defeat in this battle, but can you spare our lives for the sake of the Broken Sky City? The middle-aged man clasped his hands together, pleading. Admitting defeat before the fight? That doesn't seem like the style of desperate people in the chaotic land. Feng Yan chuckled. The matter of the collision was unintentional. Recently, too many people have been imitating the fierce person, and we did this for your reputation, to carry out a cleansing. You all are not at fault, but this flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. If we spare you today, won't it mean that anyone who collides in the future can claim it was unintentional? After saying this, the hearts of those around tightened, realizing that the other party would not let them go, and a desire to escape quietly arose. Run! At this moment, several people exchanged glances, quickly slipping away in all directions. More than a dozen thieves concealed themselves in space, disappearing without a trace, while the others fled towards the Broken Sky City, their speed astonishing. Feng Yan watched their fleeing figures, as if seeing his own disheveled self from years ago, and sneered. So this is how it looks to be chased. If you can escape today, how can Feng Yan not be laughed at by the world? He's had enough of those days when he was mocked by Wan Zong. From now on, no one can bully me, and no one can insult Chu Chen even a bit. With these words, the sea-settling needle fell fiercely, like a divine dragon sweeping its tail, directly turning all the thieves in the space into a mist of blood, leaving equipment scattered all over the ground. No matter how fast they ran, could they outrun the sea-settling needle that was tens of thousands of zhan long? The middle-aged man at the front sensed the sudden disappearance of his subordinates' auras, turned around, and saw the scene of blood mist exploding, his anger making his eyes bulge. These were his brothers, and he had spent a lot of time and wealth training them. Their bond was deep, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them blood brothers. You ruthless man! The Broken Sky City will not let you go. When You step into the heartland, someone will definitely come to avenge us, the middle-aged man shouted. We didn't even look for him, let alone seek revenge. Does he have the guts to do that? Feng Yan was completely unconcerned, lightly pointing his finger towards the distance. A prison was drawn. A circular ring appeared beneath his feet. And those few people, halfway through their escape, suddenly crashed into an invisible wall, unable to advance an inch. What kind of sealing technique is this? The middle-aged man was both shocked and angry. Encountering such a bizarre sight, he suddenly struck out. The blade energy crisscrossed, leaving deep, bottomless ravines on the ground. Although powerful, the blade energy did not touch the so-called barrier. This sealing technique only affected living beings. To break the formation, one would need to have a mastery of the sealing path that surpassed that of the caster. Or, one would need to possess strength far beyond Feng Yan's. He had neither of these options. And could only watch helplessly as the sea-settling needle grew larger before his eyes. No! Cries of despair rang out, and equipment exploded all over the ground. This land was marred with many scars, and the surrounding trees had long been devastated, leaving them in tatters. Master Feng has such great power. After 3 days apart, I truly have to look at you with new eyes, Lu Taiqing said with a smile, clapping his hands in appreciation. Feng Yan rolled his eyes. Where did this 3 days apart come from? You've read so many books, yet you can't even use idioms? And you call yourself a literary genius? What I meant by 3 days apart is in relation to Jiugu. If he knew your current strength, he would definitely be shocked, Lu Taiqing said, his eyes filled with mild surprise. The moment the sea-settling needle appeared, he was indeed frightened. To be honest, after reading so many idle books, he had never heard of such a thing. As for the story of the Monkey King causing a ruckus in the east, see, he had heard it too, but at that time, it was merely casual talk to pass the time. He never expected that Feng Yan not only remembered it but also expressed it through sealing techniques. Genius was no longer sufficient to describe him. Given time, his name would surely spread throughout the heavens, just like Chu Chen's. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a beam of light descended from above, suddenly engulfing Feng Yan. De Luo's pupils constricted sharply, gripping his heavy hammer tightly, his momentum erupting completely. The full power of a 5-turn pure-blood Holy Spirit was no joke. It was at least 100 times stronger than half a year ago. Each turn would enhance his strength tenfold, and if he could continue to rise to the ultimate 9 turns, he could stand equal to the gods. The current De Luo was much stronger than the mountains and rivers. As the vice-master of the Holy Spirit Hall, he was merely at the 4-turn realm. Don't be impulsive, this is a divine decree, Lu Taiqing quickly held De Luo back. The little one blinked his big eyes, showing a look of confusion. Soon, a pure white light group slowly descended, giving Feng Yan a brand new baptism. Suddenly, 2 large characters appeared above his head ceiling. It was exactly the same situation as when Chu Chen had his 3 awakenings in the temple back then. He had obtained the quota for the divine path seed. The heavenly baptism lasted a full half hour, although it was not as long as Chu Chen's back then, it was still enough to astonish everyone. Because they all knew that Feng Yan had long been able to obtain the quota for the divine path seed, he just thought that without an offensive nature, he could not step onto the path of competition. Now, the heavens had once again issued a decree, equivalent to giving him another chance. Even the heavens dare to refuse, yet this person, who was so sought after that people would break their heads to obtain a spot, has the courage to reject. In this way, the heavens did not pursue the matter of his refusal from years ago. After the baptism, the pure white light added a unique aura of sanctity to him. Originally somewhat ordinary, at this moment, Feng Yan possessed a hint of an extraordinary demeanor. Strength can change a person's temperament. This is no empty talk. A group of people walked up to him, sizing him up, and Lu Taiqing praised, "Why didn't you refuse this time? It doesn't seem like your style. Have you changed?" Zai Zai, seeing the white light on him, thought it was delicious cream and stuck out his tongue to lick it, only to spit on the ground after tasting the salty flavor. De Luo still wore a deadpan expression, his eyes occasionally flashing with a hint of approval. Shu Chen said a year ago that he wanted to compete with me on the divine path. I've long wanted to spar with him. Such a hard-won opportunity is not something to be missed. Feng Yan grinned, filled with pride. It must be a joke. With your current strength, it's probably too early to talk about competing, Lu Taiqing said seriously, trying to dampen his spirits. This time, Feng Yan was not swayed by his words and confidently replied, "What you just saw was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Fengshen technique. The Dinghai Shenzhen is just an appetizer. Don't forget, I have an entire galaxy in my mind." Oh? Lu Taiqing raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. "So you're confident you can surpass me on the divine rankings?" Upon hearing this, Feng Yan chuckled, "Guess? There's no time like the present. Let's not wait for Brother Chu. Let's have a match." Saying this, Lu Taiqing closed his folding fan and exchanged a few moves with him, unable to stand Feng Yan's smug expression and determined to teach him a lesson. "Want to surpass me? The 85th on the divine rankings is not to be taken lightly. Come at me." Feng Yan was unafraid, and Talisman suddenly appeared beside him, the familiar shadow of the Dinghai Shenzhen slowly materializing. Just as Lu Taiqing was about to unleash his literary energy, a voice came from the soul-collecting coffin. "All right, stop messing around. You're both adults, why are you acting like children? When the divine path opens, there will be plenty of opportunities to compete. It's not worth this moment Chu Chen's words carried a significant weight, and the two exchanged glances, both seeing the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Fine, I'll let you off today. But when you see me on the divine path in the future, don't be scared and wet your pants, Feng Yan said. That should be what I say to you. When I ascend the divine rankings, you'll still be hiding behind Brother Chu, crying, Lu Taiqing retorted. Haven't you heard that? The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead? The ones who get on the rankings first are always stronger than those who come later? By age, you should be 5,000 years older than me, right? Who's the front wave and who's the back wave? Both were stubborn, and over the past 6 months, they had clashed many times. Previously, Feng Yan had learned to endure and not speak much with Lu Taiqing, but after comprehending the Fengshan technique, he had completely changed. As the saying goes, once one gains power, they become incredibly arrogant, walking around with their nose in the air, as if their eyes were about to grow on the top of their heads. Chu Chen, lying in the coffin, sighed. These two really had the temperament of children. Perhaps this is what is called a man's competitive spirit. I heard that Patian City is right on the edge of the hinterland. Brother Lu, could you give a brief introduction? Chu Chen spoke. The argument abruptly ceased, and after a moment of contemplation, Lu Taiqing introduced. Patian City covers a vast area, almost the size of 2 strongholds of the Longsha Empire, with many large cities around it, all of which are held by dukes. In addition, marquises and earls also have their own territories, while viscounts and barons only have fiefs without control over cities. The Lord of Patian City comes from the Southern Dipper Pavilion and is the hall master there. Over the years, there has been frequent interaction with the Southern Dipper Pavilion, and both have maintained trade relations and blood exchanges. Feng Yan scoffed. Is there really such a thing as nobility? The Lord of Patian City really thinks of himself as an emperor? In the chaotic land, such situations are quite common. Basically, the main cities in the hinterland more or less carry the fortune and claim dominance, becoming the lords of their territories. Feng Yan shared everything he knew. Of course, this was all from books, but the chaotic land hadn't changed much over the years. Outside the hinterland, there were some lone individuals engaging in petty theft, murder, and smuggling. Inside the hinterland, it was a true division of power, with the main cities vying for supremacy. What is the overall strength of Patian City? Chu Chen asked again. 5 years ago, I heard there were 5 dukes, 67 marquises, 317 earls, over 1,000 viscounts, and countless barons. So, Patian City is not much different from a major nation. Chu Chen pondered for a moment, and the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Mo Hai was just an ordinary baron, yet he already possessed the strength of 8 stars of world destruction. A viscount should be at the level of 9 stars of world destruction. An earl was probably half a step into the demigod realm. As for the next levels of marquises and dukes, they should all be demigods. Moreover, Patian City was backed by the Southern Dipper Pavilion, a strength not to be underestimated. What are you afraid of? As long as they dare to block us, I dare to shit on their heads. Feng Yan snorted lightly. You fool, do you know the full strength of Patian City? They have their own army and are skilled in the combined battle formations of the Southern Dipper Pavilion. Even I wouldn't dare to confront them head-on. Lu Taiqing looked at him with disdain. So, according to you, isn't Patian City a dominant power? Do we have to act according to their whims? Feng Yan showed a bitter face. He hated being constrained the most. He originally thought he was strong enough, but he didn't expect there to be so many intricacies in the chaotic land. In the entire hinterland, Patian City is just an ordinary main city. There are even stronger forces within it, Lu Taiqing said. The relationships between the various main cities in the chaotic land were complex and intertwined, making it difficult to explain in a few words. To establish a foothold in this place, relying solely on one's own strength was not enough. Therefore, if Chu Chen wanted to build a city here, the pressure would be immense. For now, let's not get involved with the Southern Dipper Pavilion. We must go to Patian City. We killed one of their barons. If we don't give an explanation, wouldn't that be a breach of etiquette? Chu Chen said calmly. Hearing him say this, the others were shaken. Brother, have you ignited the divine fire? Feng Yan asked with great anticipation. Lu Taiqing perked up, curious. I haven't even experienced divine awareness. Where would the divine fire come from? So, does that mean we have to go in with our tails between our legs? Feng Yan said in shock. Chu Chen smiled and said slowly, if you want me to act like a coward, it would take a divine being to come in person. The terrain of the hinterland and the chaotic land was not much different from the outskirts, just flatter, with many places suitable for building cities. There were also many mineral veins underground, some nurturing rule crystals, and others having developed dragon energy over endless years, which could be called dragon veins. The fortune carried by dragon veins could not be compared to all the talents on the divine list combined. Therefore, if one wanted to achieve dominance, it was essential to find a dragon vein. Otherwise, if a main city were built on barren land, after 1,000 years, it would become desolate and barren as a desert. Patian City was built on a dragon vein. From a distance, it looked like a giant beast of the wilderness, with outer city walls towering 10 zhan high, made of meteorite iron. This mineral was extremely hard and could withstand high temperatures without deforming. Even the flames of the law found it difficult to leave marks on it. The majestic city walls twisted like a dragon, resembling a true dragon coiled on the earth, exuding vast majesty. It is said that this wall once withstood the Invasion of the Abyss Legion, resisting 1,000,000 abyssal troops for a month without damage. Coupled with the surrounding formations, just this defensive measure could crush many empires. Looking across the entire third sequence world in terms of wealth, perhaps it would take 10 old territories combined to compare with Broken Sky City. As the first main city at the entrance of the hinterland, Broken Sky City attracts countless wanderers. On this day, the Laifu Hotel in Broken Sky City was particularly lively, with many people gathered together, trying to catch a glimpse of the true form of the Divine List's prodigy. Have you heard? The Fiend has already entered the hinterland, and his first stop is definitely Broken Sky City. It is said that the Fiend has crossed the entire third sequence world, from the far west to the far east, as if he is searching for something. Do you know about this news? Could it be that he is looking for the last scattered soul? That's unlikely. The soul-gathering coffin itself has the function of gathering souls, and besides, half a year has passed, who knows if he has fully recovered. Then what is he looking for? Various discussions spread through every corner of the first floor, and many people were particularly concerned about the Fiend's movements. Wherever this madman goes, a bloody storm will ensue. If the flames of war reach Broken Sky City, according to the customs of a chaotic land, who knows how many people would die? Moreover, with the chaotic era about to begin, the Divine List's prodigy, at least half of the names would be erased. People were not concerned about Chu Chen's life or death, but rather wanted to see who in this life would be the one to look down upon the masses and step onto the path of the Divine's end as the master of the era. And there's another piece of news. It is said that the Sword Path leader of the ninth sequence world has come down from the mountain, and his first strike has already slain a long-established demigod of the evil Spirit clan. Hiss. So fierce? Could it be that he has already grasped the Faith Sphere? It is said that he only drew one sword, and it seems the sword hadn't even fully left its sheath, just the blade was revealed, and that demigod was cut into countless pieces. Upon hearing this, people were even more shocked. Based on this situation, the Sword Path leader's strength had reached an unfathomable level. Originally, he was already in the top 10 of the Divine List. Once this news spread, the other top 10 prodigies would probably not be able to sit still. Recently, the Divine List has been changing quite frequently. The 10th place has already been pushed down, and a newly promoted prodigy has risen to the 5th place on the Divine List. Just entering the list and already 5th? Isn't that even more impressive than the Fiend's record? Moreover, this person also has the surname Chu, and not long ago, he declared that he wanted to compete with the Fiend for the title of the world's #1 madman. The changes in the Divine List should be visible to everyone. Why haven't I seen it? You can go outside and take a look now. The person ranked 5th on the Divine List is called Chu D. Boom. As soon as this name appeared, it exploded in everyone's ears like a divine sound, lingering and not fading. Looking at the world, who would dare to add the word D, Emperor, to their name? If one lacks fortune, taking such a name would bring a curse. Even the #1 on the Divine List, that unparalleled being, would not dare to take the title of D. This person named Chu D is already so arrogant, and now he wants to compete with Chu Chen for the title of the world's #1 madman. When a group of people ran outside the hotel and looked up, they indeed found it to be true. Chu D, reason for ranking, comprehension of the reincarnation rule of the mythical 10 stars. Upon seeing this, the crowd nearly fainted. What kind of monster is this? To comprehend the power of rules before reaching the world-destroying level, is his mind crafted by the heavens themselves? Chu Chen possessing divine power at the mythical level was already enough to be exaggerated, but this one is even more heavyweight. When two tigers fight, one must die. So the chaotic era has quietly begun. In the age of the end of the law, many astonishing prodigies have emerged, along with many things that cannot be found in any texts. For example, becoming a god through reading, possessing divine power at the mythical level, comprehending rules at the mythical level. Looking again at the end of the Divine List, the 99th position quietly appeared a name called Feng Yan. And the reason for his ranking was that he comprehended the sealing technique. Feng Yan. Isn't that a general under the Fiend? The sealer has even made it onto the list? What the hell is the function technique? If the competition begins, how many scenes of blood flowing like rivers will we witness? People sighed, yet deep down, they yearned for the divine rankings. Who doesn't have a hero's dream? Even if one could appear on that highly anticipated list for just a moment, it would be enough to feel proud. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed, and the entire venue fell silent. At the connection between the Leif Hotel and the spiral staircase on the second floor, a strong young man descended with 3 others. His gaze was piercing, like an enraged Vajra, as if he were a natural-born superior. A yellowish aura swirled around him, exuding a heavy power that caused the space to tremble with each step. The people behind him were equally extraordinary. One had a single horn on his head, another had a face covered in purple patterns, and the last had 2 heads. Their oddities made it difficult for people to look directly at them. Does the Emperor of Chu want to touch my prey? Unless I die, it won't be his turn. His words were filled with murderous intent, and the temperature around him suddenly dropped, causing the liquid in glasses to freeze instantly. Despite it being the scorching summer, it felt like the depths of winter at that moment. The fearless one is Zhao Wushuang. He really came out of the nightmare-level secret realm. It was worth our wait at the Leif Hotel for several days. This is indeed the demeanor of the top talents on the divine rankings. Seeing it today, it truly is extraordinary. The Fierce One killed the dragon and phoenix children under the Fearless One. The two have harbored grudges for a long time. Now that he is temporarily staying in the broken Sky City, he must be waiting for the Fierce One, right? There were too many people eyeing Chu Chen, including those in the top 10 of the divine rankings and those ranked 89th. Although Zhao Wuxuang's current ranking was far below Chu Chen's, everyone knew that this ranking did not represent true strength. A battle between the two was inevitable, and it would be to the death. Wherever Zhao Wuxuang passed, people retreated. They feared not only the yellowish aura beside the Fearless One but also the palpable killing intent emanating from him. To kill and prove one's path, even without activating any laws, the killing intent radiating from him was enough to affect people's minds. Those lacking strength, if they did not dodge, would likely become mindless walking corpses in an instant. Zhao Wuxuang led his group straight out of the Leif Hotel, and along the way, no one dared to meet his gaze directly. They all lowered their heads, pretending to focus on the floor tiles beneath their feet. Once he left, people took deep breaths. That scared me. The pressure from the Fearless One is so strong. I almost couldn't breathe. This is what it means to have the potential of a deity. He is now half a step into the demigod realm, his aura extremely stable. I believe he will soon advance to demigod. I wonder what benefits he gained in the nightmare-level secret realm. It seems none of those who entered with him came out. Look. The direction the Fearless One is heading seems to be the West Gate. This meant that when Chu Chen entered the city, he would definitely encounter Zhao Wuxuang. Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't contain their excitement and directly chased after him. 30 miles outside the West Gate of Broken Sky City, Feng Yan and his group rode their mounts to this place, gazing at the towering city before them, feeling a sense of awe. Ahead is Broken Sky City. From now on, we are officially entering the heart of the chaotic land. Feng Yan looked up at the sun in the sky, which was so bright. It was almost blinding. We've traveled such a long way, yet it seems no one has intercepted us. Logically, after we killed a baron from Broken Sky City, even if they don't hold us accountable, the nobles under them would seek revenge. Lu Taiqing said, puzzled. The larger the main city, the more it values its face. Chu Chen and the others. Killing a baron at the entrance of the Heartland was equivalent to slapping Broken Sky City in the face. Sigh. Perhaps they are waiting for us inside. If those nobles leave their fief without permission, who knows what kind of trouble might arise? Feng Yan said. Brother Chu, have you made up your mind? Once we go in this time, there will be no turning back. Lu Taiqing looked at the black coffin. Without any hesitation, Chu Chen's voice rang out, let's go. No matter how many difficulties and dangers lie ahead, no matter how many thorns there are, even if it means going against all living beings, he must go to the land of chaos. I say, brother, once you enter the heart of it, you won't really go to that place beyond the heavens, will you? Feng Yan asked curiously. Of course, otherwise, wouldn't all the time and effort I spent risking my life to walk his path be in vain? Chu Chen retorted. Alright, although I don't know what your next plan is, as long as you speak, I will accompany you to the end. I will accompany my master, not fearing death. De Luo said loudly. Eee. Zai Zai roared twice. Although the momentum was lacking, the sincerity was full. Among them, everyone expressed their stance, except for Lu Taiqing, who stood there in a daze, saying nothing. At this moment, Feng Yan glanced over with a sharp tone. What about you? Me? I, as a scholar, have always been indifferent to worldly affairs, and I don't want to participate in the so-called competition, let alone get involved. You know, the Luofu Palace has always been this way, Lu Taiqing explained gently. Hee, you followed us all the way, and you were present when we killed. Moreover, do you think Zhao Wuxuang will let you go? Feng Yan clapped a hand on his shoulder, smiling strangely. Lu Taiqing struggled for a moment, finding that Feng Yan's hand was like a sticky plaster, impossible to shake off, and then helplessly said, you know my purpose in following you. I recognize Brother Chu as a friend, and you are my friends too. However, having entered this game of chess, it seems difficult to extricate myself. Then don't extricate yourself. There are countless pieces in this world. My brother will surely be the one to hold the pieces in the future. Besides, with the city being built soon, perhaps in the future, I can make you a master. What do you think? Feng Pu said. Upon hearing this, Lu Taiqing's heart stirred, and he fell into deep thought. To be honest, he was moved. Along this journey, he had seen Chu Chen's potential and his unfathomable calculating ability. If what Feng Yan said was true, that his father was the Lord of Twilight City, then indeed, few people in this world could compare to Chu Chen's background. However, the ancestral teachings of the Luofu Palace were not to intervene in the struggles of the heroes. Although he had made it onto the divine list, that was also beyond his control. After a while, Lu Taiqing smiled bitterly and said, well, since we've come this far, what harm is there in walking with you? I am willing to walk with Brother Chu and clear all obstacles for you. Good. At this moment, Chu Chen laughed loudly and said, I will always remember the kindness of the Luofu Palace. No. I represent myself, unrelated to the Luofu Palace. Who cares? From now on, we are all in the same boat, no distinction between us. Feng Yan put his arm around Lu Taiqing's neck and laughed heartily. If De Luo and Feng Yan were the generals under Chu Chen, and Zai Zai was his battle pet, then Lu Taiqing was undoubtedly the strategist. In the world of the heavens, who had more knowledge than him? This configuration was now completely in place, and the renowned broad road through the ages began here. Moments later, the group arrived at the city gate of Pation City, where they saw hundreds of black-armored warriors gathered at the gate, their spirits high. Before they could approach, the black-armored warriors stood with their guns crossed and shouted, "Halt! The Chancellor has ordered that anyone carrying a coffin is not allowed to enter the city." The group stopped, looking at each other with strange expressions. What does this mean? Carrying a coffin, looking across the entire land of chaos, aside from those fakes, isn't it just aimed at us? Feng Yan laughed instead of getting angry. It seems what Brother Feng said was right. There are no monsters outside, they were all waiting for us here. Lu Taiqing opened his folding fan, revealing the scenery of the country and its people. Your Chancellor is quite bold. Do you know who is in the coffin? Feng Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. The fierce one, Chu Chen. Who doesn't know him? The captain said coldly with a smile. Since you know, how dare you stop us? If you don't step aside, I'll tear down your Pation City. Feng Yan stepped forward, his fingertips pinching a talisman. They say Starfallen iron is incredibly hard. He wanted to see whether the sea-calming needle was harder or if this iron block was superior. The expedition did not go well. They had just made grand declarations, and now, at the first stop, they hadn't even entered the main city of others, being blocked outside. If this matter were to spread, the world would surely mock Chu Chen for lacking prestige. It was easy to guess that the Prime Minister of Broken Sky City wanted to use this method to humiliate Chu Chen. As for the intention behind it, one would have to ask the founder of Nandu Pavilion. Those who act recklessly shall be killed without mercy. The captain stepped forward, fearlessly locking eyes with Feng Yan. At that moment, Chu Chen's lazy voice emerged from the black coffin. You bunch of dogs, stop barking aimlessly and let that Prime Minister come out to speak. The sounds of the argument spread around, and curious onlookers turned their gazes, puzzled. Who just spoke? What a bold claim, daring to let the Prime Minister, who stands above 10,000, come out? Does he not want to live? Broken Sky City has been established for hundreds of thousands of years, through several generations of city lords, and this is the first time there has been a situation where entry is denied. Wait. That black coffin is from a fierce person. It was the fierce person speaking just now. What? The fierce person has arrived? Only then did people notice the handsome young man carrying a coffin on his back, its surface engraved with many mysterious runes, seemingly containing some kind of great power. There could be no mistake, only the soul-gathering coffin exuded such an aura. In all the world, even the most capable replica masters could not fully replicate the soul-gathering coffin. It is said that the soul-gathering coffin is a strange object, born from the dark graveyard, created by heaven and earth, and is extremely miraculous. There is only one in the world, and only the fierce person is qualified to use it. So it is the fierce person. No wonder such arrogant words can be spoken. The rumors are true, he is indeed very arrogant, one person remarked. The crowd grew larger, and Feng Yan and the others stood at the city gate, blocking the entrance. They did not enter, and others dared not cross the line, let alone cut in line. They feared making any inappropriate moves, lest divine retribution strike them down. Compared to the city guards of Broken Sky City, they feared the fierce person who was known for killing without mercy even more. Impudent. Openly insulting the Prime Minister, such a crime deserves death. The captain snorted coldly and suddenly drew his sword. The blades. Light erupted, obscuring the dazzling sun, resembling a horizon, incredibly brilliant. The sudden attack caught everyone off guard, the decisiveness shocking. Insulting. The Prime Minister was indeed a crime, but whether it warranted a death sentence and when to judge it were matters for the legal department of Broken Sky City to handle, not something a mere captain could decide. At this moment, he drew his sword directly, proving that he had the power to act first and report later. In Broken Sky City, the only ones who could grant such authority were the City Lord and the Deputy City Lord, or the Prime Minister. At this moment, people suddenly realized that the instigator of all this was, in fact, the Prime Minister. What a crime deserving of death. A main city should be open to all. We have committed no offense, yet we are turned away. At the door. I haven't settled the score with you, and you strike first? Feng Yan smiled coldly. Immediately, the runes surged, weaving into a large net in midair, slowly forming a blue star array before them. The divine technique, palm of the universe. As the blade's light approached the ground, a Qian koan array suddenly opened and swallowed it, making it disappear. You think you can stop us just like that? Go back and train for another 100,000 years. Feng Yan waved his sleeve, putting the Qian koan array into his pocket. You attacking us is equivalent to declaring war on Broken Sky City. Have you thought this through? The captain retreated 2 steps, his expression grave as he threatened. Declare war? I'm merely educating your master on how to properly train a sensible dog. Feng Yan activated the array again. The Qian koan array suddenly expanded in midair, blocking the clouds above the crowd. In the central dark opening, it seemed to conceal an abyss that could swallow everything in the world. Anything devoured by the Qian koan would be exiled to random corners of the myriad worlds, shackled and unable to use laws or elements. Good luck can allow one to survive a lifetime, but if luck runs out, it is tantamount to announcing death. Suddenly, a terrifying force of suction descended from above, and the soldiers plunged their long knives into the ground, desperately controlling their bodies to resist this devouring power. Around them, the wind and sand rose violently, and the grass, trees, and flowers transformed into black dots, flying into the void. The onlookers initially thought of fleeing, but they suddenly realized they felt no suction at all, and thus set their minds at ease. Such strong control, it only affects the soldiers. Is this another divine sealing technique? It turns out there is more than one method of sealing. I was fortunate to witness the might of that towering giant staff before, and now this cosmic array is equally impressive. In this case, the fierce person has completely offended that chancellor. Both sides had reasons they could not yield. For the squad leader, orders were above all. Any command from above had to be executed unconditionally. As for the fierce person, this was his first step into the chaotic world, and if he set out poorly, it would surely deplete his luck. Moreover, being stopped by a nameless little character, any top figure from the divine rankings would not yield. I ask you once more, will you let it go, or not? Feng Yan's eyes glinted coldly, killing intent evident. The squad leader struggled to control his body, his face turning purple, veins bulging, and he raised his head, snarling, "Those who insult the chancellor shall be punished. If you won't listen, then go to hell with your loyalty." With a wave of Feng Yan's hand, the 8 array eyes of the cosmic array shone brightly, and the suction power instantly increased several levels. At that moment, the entire land was drawn away, along with the squad leader and over 100 soldiers, all flying into the sky. They were like kites with severed strings, unable to resist, forced to close their eyes and accept their fate. Wait! At that moment, a large hand reached out from the distant chancellor's residence, pointing directly at the cosmic array. "I've been waiting for you." Feng Yan's fingers tapped rapidly, and a powerful sealing force erupted from the 8 directions of the cosmic array, trapping the entire hand. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was even more shocked. Their eyes nearly popped out. The chancellor has made a move. He can't even rescue them from Feng Yan's hands? Such strong sealing power, it turns out that the previous suction was just the tip of the iceberg? To integrate sealing into the cosmic array, this child is indeed a prodigy against the heavens. Feng Yan coldly gazed at the sky, where the large hand was continuously striking the cosmic force, but no matter how it moved, it could not escape that bounded area. "Young friend, there is no need for such anger. This is merely a misunderstanding. Let the innocents go, and I will allow you to enter the city." The chancellor's loud voice echoed throughout the entire broken sky. "City." Before Feng Yan could respond, Lu Taiqing stepped forward to reply. "Does the chancellor not intend to give an explanation? Such a grand display to stop us from entering the city, are you not notifying certain people inside?" Creating such a disturbance, along with the giant hand extending from the distant chancellor's residence, plus this cosmic array, he believed no one in Broken Sky City was unaware of this situation. Therefore, the chancellor's intention, besides wanting to humiliate Chu Chen, was to inform certain people that the fierce person had arrived. His cunning plan had already been easily seen through by Lu Taiqing. Continuing this farce was meaningless, as his goal had already been achieved. "He, the leader, is overly concerned. Please enter the city. I apologize to you here." "Old fox." Lu Taiqing cursed inwardly, but on the surface, he maintained a calm and gentle smile, saying, "The chancellor is busy with affairs yet has time to receive us juniors. It seems there are quite a few people in charge of Broken Sky City." This statement was a probe into the depths of Broken Sky City, to see if the true decision-makers of this vast city were present. It seems the leader is still dissatisfied. Please rest assured, my Broken Sky City may lack other things, but our demeanor is definitely among the best in chaotic lands." The chancellor spoke even though they were separated by countless miles. His voice could still be clearly heard by everyone present. The prime minister's vision is indeed grand. The ruthless man has brought things to this point, and is one of the key figures in the city of breaking heaven. He chooses not to pursue the matter? I thought there would be a great battle, but it seems I was overthinking it. Lu Taiqing's expression was not good, his brows furrowed, but he quickly returned to his warm demeanor and smiled. "Since that's the case, we shall not be rude." In this first clash, it was clear that Chu Chen and the others had already lost. Such an event not only brought them no benefits but instead allowed the prime minister of the city of breaking heaven to outmaneuver them. To the world, they appeared to be nothing but troublemakers, with only thoughts of killing in their minds. Instead, the city of breaking heaven gained a good reputation. "Let them go," Chu Chen suddenly said. Feng Yan did not think much and casually removed the Qianquan array plate, causing the powerful suction to vanish. The soldiers fell to the ground like scattered yellow beans, resembling overturned radishes. The world says that ruthless men are excessively brutal, taking pleasure in killing, but it seems that the voices from outside may not be entirely true, the prime minister said. "Senior, you speak too heavily. I only kill those who deserve to die, whether they have humiliated me or sought to kill me, not a single one will be spared." Chu Chen replied calmly. This statement was a warning to everyone that even the prime minister, having done what he should not have, could not escape death. As soon as these words were spoken, they were met with many shocked gazes, all eyes turning towards the black coffin from which the voice had emerged. To threaten the prime minister in the territory of the city of breaking heaven, such courage is something even the top 10 on the divine ranking would not dare to speak lightly of, right? The city of breaking heaven is backed by the Southern Dar Pavilion. The top 10 forces in the world are not easily obtained. They once again witnessed how arrogant the ruthless man was. Did that 5th-ranked emperor of Chu truly possess such great courage? What you say is quite right. The city of breaking heaven is the same. If one does not offend me, I will not offend them. If anyone dares to act recklessly in my territory, they will be executed without mercy. The Prime Minister spoke. I am getting old and talking too much. If you have time, young friend, you are welcome to visit my residence. After he spoke, the world returned to silence, and the overwhelming aura gradually dissipated. Enter the city. With Chu Chen's command, Feng Yan walked at the forefront, coldly scanning the group of city guards and snorting softly. Brother, why didn't you kill them just now? They have already ridden on our heads and defecated. This is not your style. Feng Yan asked quietly. If you had killed them just now, the place you were stepping on would have become our burial ground. Chu Chen dropped a heavy bombshell. Feng Yan was momentarily speechless, confused. That can't be right. I just fought with the Prime Minister. He wasn't as strong as I imagined. Even if he came in person, what do we have to fear with so many of us? What, brother? Chu said is correct. The city of breaking heaven is not as simple as you think. If we do not kill them, they have no reason to act against us. But once we kill them, thousands of lords will march south, and with the attacking formation of the city of breaking heaven, it would be enough to kill us 100 times over. Moreover, do you really think the Prime Minister is not testing us? Lu Taiqing gently fanned himself with a folding fan, his gaze fixed on the solemn tall buildings, his mood heavy. He did not expect that upon stepping into this chaotic world, he would encounter a scheme, and it was very likely the handiwork of the Southern Dar Pavilion. It doesn't matter. As long as we do not touch the law, they will not dare to act recklessly, Chu Chen said. What if there are traps waiting for us inside? Feng Yan asked. Then let this city of breaking heaven flow with blood. The city gates swung wide open, and countless citizens lined the streets to welcome them, standing on either side of the road, stretching their necks to look towards the entrance. At this moment, even the street vendors had packed up their stalls. The wide street was empty, and the citizens did not dare to appear in front of the coffin, only able to glance at each other from the sides. Only then did Feng Yan and the others stroll over, like victorious generals, returning from battle, proud and revered by the masses. The leaders of the literary path, the thunder path, and the sealing path, plus a giant dragon and a rare, pure-blooded Holy Spirit. What a powerful configuration. These few, aside from the giant dragon whose strength is unknown, the rest are all qualified to be on the divine list. It's been half a year, and the strength of the Fierce People's team has changed quite a bit. The Fearless have long been waiting at the Shura platform. Do you think the Fierce People dare to accept the challenge? Hard to say. Perhaps the Broken Sky City is just a necessary stop for him. Until he finds what he wants, he probably won't stir up trouble. The Broken Sky City prohibits flying. No matter who it is, they must walk on the ground. This is one of the laws, and even the esteemed city lord must comply. Walking slows down the pace significantly. If one wants to walk from the west gate to the east gate, it would take at least a few years at the fastest. Unless relying on the teleportation portal within the city, their goal is clear, to head towards the teleportation portal. The Broken Sky City truly deserves to be comparable to a nation with tall buildings everywhere, and the equipment worn by the common people is quite luxurious, indicating a very high economic level here. It seems we are being treated like monkeys. With so many people watching, our movements may have already been controlled by someone with ulterior motives. Feng Yan looked around but did not notice anything unusual. In such a crowded place, it is the hardest to manage. It's fine, let them watch. I actually hope those rats in the sewers will jump out on their own, saving me the trouble of looking for them one by one, Chu Chen said leisurely. The Broken Sky City is divided into 9 areas: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and the center, plus 4 corners. Now they have arrived at one of the most prosperous and largest squares in the west area, where the number of people has noticeably increased, and at a glance, it is a sea of heads. The teleportation portal is not far away, and Feng Yan quickened his pace, preparing the rule crystal in advance. In the Longsha Empire, dragon coins are hard currency, but outside, rule crystals are the circulating currency. It costs 1 rule crystal for a person to use the teleportation portal, and the price is extremely high. Every year, the fees collected from the teleportation portal in the Broken Sky City amount to a considerable fortune. When they arrived at the registration desk, a nearly 10-meter tall man with a single horn stood before them, arms crossed. Seeing this towering man, Feng Yan tilted his head, glancing at the black coffin, and said, "It seems the first rat has already taken the bait. My lord, Fearless Zhao Wushuang challenges. Does the fierce people dare to respond?" The horned man asked loudly. The Chaos Land is a very interesting place, filled with kings vying for supremacy and many interesting races. The trolls border the Chaos Land, barely counting as one. They hold large ice pillars and look rather endearing. The winged people, the merfolk, and the earth dragons are all in the interior. They dislike fighting but cannot remain aloof in front of the many heroes, so in these cities, one can see all sorts of oddly shaped people. The tall and somewhat strange figure before them is a member of the Horn tribe, named He Jiao. True to his name, he is pitch black all over, even the horn on his head is black. Standing in the crowd with such an appearance, it is hard not to attract attention. At this moment, he stands alone, blocking Feng Yan and the others, his brow filled with a fierce battle intent, and the horn on his forehead flickering with a hazy light, indicating his extraordinary nature. One of the generals under the Fearless, they are indeed fast waiting. Here, it seems Zhao Wushuang must seek revenge for that arrow. Perhaps the Prime Minister's greeting was a reminder to Zhao Wuxuan. Although the fearless are strong, how much chance does he have against the fierce people now? Hard to say. The rewards in the nightmare-level secret realm are too rich. The final reward is at least demigod-level items, and each one is a rare treasure in the world. The fearless did not come personally but sent their generals. It seems he does not regard the fierce people as equals. In simple terms, fundamentally, Zhao Wuxuan doesn't think much of Chu Chun, or rather, he doesn't regard this opponent at all. What gives him such courage? Where is Zhao Wuxuan? If he wants to challenge, he should at least invite me personally, right? My brother's ranking is over 50 places higher than his. What right? Does he have to be so arrogant? Feng Yin sneered. The master is already waiting for everyone at the Shura platform, please. Hey Zhao extended a long hand, making an inviting gesture. The Shura platform? Upon hearing these 3 words, everyone gasped. That place has claimed countless demigods, their blood staining the entire arena red. With countless unwilling souls wandering there for years, unwilling to fall into reincarnation. The blood of a demigod, even just a drop, possesses miraculous effects. For ordinary people, consuming it can greatly enhance their aptitude and grant experience. The arena stained with demigod blood is filled with murderous intent. For an average person stepping onto it, they might be controlled by that intent the moment they set foot on it, becoming a slave to kill. Who doesn't know that Zhao Wuxuan is a prodigy who certifies his path through killing? He has been cultivating the path of slaughter, and fighting on the Shura platform will at least increase his strength by 30%. Choosing such a place, Zhao Wuxuan must be confident, right? Using the killing intent of fallen demigods to fight, do you think that's fair? Or is he afraid? Feng Yin spoke. The master is fearless and knows not what fear is. If the fierce person dares not accept a challenge, the master has said, please announce to the world that you are not as good as the fearless and are unworthy of the name fierce person, let alone the title of Thunder Dao leader. He Zhao appeared to have Chu Chen in his grasp, hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm, revealing no joy or sorrow. As one of the most loyal warriors by the side of the fearless, he has followed Zhao Wuxuan for over 50 years, experiencing countless battles, facing dangers as numerous as the stars. However, no matter the battle, they have always managed to survive and tread over corpses to reach higher, broader territories. It can be said that Zhao Wuxuan has walked through rivers of blood and over countless corpses to get to where he is today. Anyone's ranking on the divine list could be questionable, but his is absolutely not. Ridiculous. Are you saying this fight is unavoidable? Who are you to decide right from wrong? Do you really think of yourselves as emperors? What if I refuse to agree? Feng Yin snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. This is the Broken Sky City. If anyone fights privately within the city, they will face endless pursuit. The Holy Spirit Palace cannot compare to the city. One is merely a pigpen, while the other is the all-encompassing South Dipper Pavilion's back garden. Therefore, even the proud Zhao Wuxuan would not dare to act recklessly. Thus, the Shura platform seems to be the place everyone agrees upon. Are you afraid? So many people are present, and we have already shown our courtesy. It is the fierce person who refuses to accept. He Zhao turned his gaze to the crowd and spoke loudly. Seeing this, the crowd whispered among themselves, it is only natural not to accept the challenge. The Shura platform gives Zhao Wuxuan a natural advantage, and the killing intent affects the soul-gathering coffin. If it were me, I wouldn't accept either. That is incorrect. There is only one Shura platform in Broken Sky City that can provide for a deathmatch. To enter the depths, Broken Sky City is a necessary path, and Zhao Wuxuan is blocking the way. He has a reason to fight. Indeed, if he refuses, this matter will surely be exaggerated when it spreads, and it might affect future fortunes and beliefs. So, does that mean the fierce person is in a very passive position? This forced challenge is too unfavorable for him. Standing half a body length behind Feng Yin, Lu Taiqing spoke. This long-planned challenge must have someone behind it guiding it, right? Your master is being used as a pawn and still comes to challenge? Aren't you afraid that all of this will end up benefiting someone else? Combining the previous encounters, Lu Taiqing pieced together his thoughts. This was all a conspiracy. As for who was behind it, he could guess roughly, and it was definitely related to the South Dipper Pavilion. He still didn't know exactly who it was, but that person would surely jump out soon. Enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If not, I will choose to step aside. A hint of impatience flashed in the depths of Blackhorn's eyes. At this moment, with countless eyes watching, Feng Yin did not speak. The person chosen to challenge was Chu Chen, and naturally, it was up to him to decide. The others, whether it was the little ones or De Luo, had no say. As for Lu Taiqing, there was no need to mention him. Although they were friends, they had come this far solely through that one piece of ethereal holy text that connected them. Do you think the fierce person will agree in the end? I doubt it. This duel offers him no benefits at all, and the unafraid's ranking is already lower than the fierce person's. That's too despicable. This is clearly targeting the fierce person. Who exactly is behind this? At that moment, a sound slowly emanated from the black coffin. I have once stepped on the mountain peak, reaching out to pluck the sun, moon, and stars. I have also seen hell, bending down to gaze into the boundless abyss. I have entered the ancestral land of the elves, conversed with the ancient elf tree, and made a pact with the ancient demigods of the elves. I have also passed through the old lands, slaughtered the demigod fragments of the zero sequence world, and entered the soul-collecting coffin with a broken body. In this life, I may fear certain things that have yet to happen, but I will never shy away from battle. Then, as the blood of the people ignited, a thunderous voice came from the black coffin. If you want to fight, then I will fight. Shu Qin. Feng Yan frowned, unable to help but call out his name. It wasn't that he feared the duel, on the contrary, he had long been displeased with Zhao Wuxuang since the dragon and phoenix boy had humiliated him, wishing to trample him underfoot as soon as possible. But now was not the time, the timing, the location, and the people were all against him. It was the moment of 1,000 enemies. And the enemy was hidden while he was exposed, making danger a constant possibility. Shu Chen could not be unaware of this. Good. A good line about plucking the stars, a good line about gazing into hell. Since that's the case, see you on the Shura platform in 7 days. Black Horn laughed loudly, turned, and disappeared into the crowd, vanishing from everyone's sight. The battle was set. With so many witnesses, Shu Chen could not go back on his word, nor would he. The outcome is just as I expected. The fierce person ultimately couldn't withstand the provocation. If such a lowly provocation could ensnare the fierce person, he would have died long ago. Perhaps it's because of his invincible heart? Regardless, after this battle, whoever wins will undoubtedly change the chaotic landscape. As the agreement was made, news of the fierce person and the unafraid's deadly duel quickly spread throughout the chaotic land, reaching many corners of the third sequence world. Days passed, and many powerful figures entered the Broken Sky City, including those from the Divine Rankings. Without a doubt, they all came for this duel. Have you heard? The Divine Rankings 92nd Evil Eye Messenger has arrived. He was seen in the Southern District just yesterday. And the Divine Rankings 73rd 9 Palace Evil Shark, the Divine Rankings 69th Golden Saint Hand have also come. Besides the younger generation, many from the older generation are here too. The Southern Dipper Pavilion has sent an envoy, apparently the youngest disciple of a great ancestor, who once received a summons from a divine incarnation. Hiss. With this, it will be difficult for the fierce person to back out at the last minute. Over the past few days, news trickled in. They said the fierce person was temporarily residing on the top floor of the largest flying hotel in the Western District. Moreover, he had booked the largest and most luxurious suite, covering a full 8,000 square meters. According to a staff member responsible for cleaning the trash in front of the door daily, it had been very quiet inside these days, with no signs of movement at all. It seemed as if the fierce person was not worried about this battle. He appeared to have immense confidence. As for Zhao Wuxuang, he had been sitting cross-legged in the center of the Shura platform, motionless like a statue, sitting for several days. The thick, almost viscous killing intent on the Shura platform greatly benefited his rule cultivation. Even if there was no significant improvement, it could still gather momentum in preparation for the battle days later. If he remained still, he would surely make a stunning impact. The Prime Minister's residence in Breaking Heaven City has been much quieter than the usual bustling atmosphere of a typical noble household during this time. The estate is primarily composed of ancient-style buildings, with the courtyard occupying more than half of the area, featuring pavilions, towers, water pavilions, and rockeries. Compared to the tall buildings outside, it resembles more of a hermit's living environment. Prime Minister Zhu Xiao is an extremely low-key person on ordinary days. Aside from handling city affairs, he spends his leisure time fishing and walking his dog, living a life like an ordinary person. The citizens of the city hold him in high regard, saying he is a fair and selfless prime minister who cares for the people. In recent days, Zhu Xiao has not gone out. According to those below him, he is creating something and has forbidden outsiders from disturbing him. With only 1 day left until the duel, in the center of the estate, a middle-aged man with a round face and a large belly stands in front of a desk, holding a brush, focused on painting something. In front of him, 2 people and a dog kneel, their expressions filled with fear, cold sweat dripping down. The 2 occasionally glance up, only to quickly lower their heads again, swallowing hard, not daring to speak. You have been part of the Southern Dagger Pavilion for 8,000 years. You should be clear about the rules, right? Zhu Xiao asks while painting, his voice revealing no emotion. See clearly, if the Prime Minister wants to know anything, I will certainly speak without reservation. Fei Long smiles obsequiously and hurriedly responds. Then tell me, if you fail to complete the task, according to the rules, what should happen? Zhu Xiao's brows furrow, and the speed of his brush suddenly slows, as if he has reached a critical point. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 2 and the dog instantly turn pale, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Fei Long and Zhu Gan exchange glances, swallowing hard, while the latter stammers. Those who fail to complete the task face death. After uttering the last word, it seems to drain him of all strength, his clothes already soaked with sweat. Since you know the rules, then tell me, how much have you completed? Zhu Xiao never lifts his gaze to look at them, engrossed in his own work. The 2 do not know how to start. To say they have completed it would not be entirely accurate, but to say they haven't completed it would also yield some results. The problem lies here. They have tracked Shu Chen for half a year, disguised as dwarves, pretended to be trees, transformed into stones, and even acted as a couple. They have sacrificed too much for the great plan of the founding emperor. What? Can't say it? Zhu Xiao asks indifferently. Prime Minister, the fiend is too mysterious. Every time he walks a distance, he seems to grow stronger, and it's unpredictable. He lies in his coffin every day, and we can't perceive his vitality, Fei Long says with a bitter face. Then Tell me what information you have gathered. Fei Long nudges Zhu Gan with his elbow and gestures with his mouth. Zhu Gan's face turns green, he coughs slightly twice, and begins. Since the battle with the dwarf clan, the fiend Chu Chen has at least comprehended 6 types of laws, the first being. Before he can finish, Zhu Xiao impatiently interrupts. Say something I don't know, otherwise, today I will offer you 2 as sacrifices to the heavens. Upon hearing this, the 2 immediately shiver, including the black dog, which trembles in fear. To outsiders, the Prime Minister appears approachable and gentle, but both the fat and thin know that this is merely a facade. A person without cunning or means could never attain the position of Prime Minister, and they are well aware that this person is extremely ruthless, having once sent his own daughter away to be a slave for personal gain. So far, the fiend has elevated all laws to the 10th level. Moreover, his divine power is more than 10 times greater than before, his strength unfathomable. Zhu Gan's face turns as pale as paper, and after uttering these words, his tongue nearly stumbles. Additionally, besides the 6 known laws, he seems to have comprehended 2 new advanced laws. Crack! The brush in Zhu Xiao's hand suddenly snaps, and he raises his eyes, his gaze devoid of any emotion, looking at the 2 as if they were merely 2 pieces of meat. So, he now has 8 types of laws? Indeed, the 2 newly comprehended laws are the law of light and the law of darkness. The bamboo pole struggled to move its neck, slowly nodding. Boom! Suddenly, Zhu Xiao's aura surged, shattering everything around him, leaving only an office desk in front and a blank sheet of paper on it. He coldly stared at the 3, his expression twisted as he said, "A mere mortal can comprehend 5 advanced laws at once? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? The violent aura combined with his icy gaze frightened the 2 into dropping to the ground, bitterly saying, "It's absolutely true. The technique of the celestial dog can perceive the traces of all things. The law of light and the law of darkness are the marks left by the fiend's passage. If you don't believe it, just look." Saying this, the bamboo pole pointed to the little black dog beside him. Zhu Xiao narrowed his eyes, and upon seeing the little black dog's appearance, his expression became slightly strange, but he felt a bit more trust. The once robust body was no longer, now emaciated and lifeless, like an old dog on the verge of death, as if it could be buried at any moment. The technique of perception greatly depletes one's lifespan, and Zhu Xiao was well aware of this. He just didn't expect it to turn out like this. Using it once costs 1,000 years of lifespan, and it seemed it had been used no less than 30 times. My lord, we have been monitoring the fiend's vital signs without a moment's slack. Please see for yourself. The bamboo pole recalled those unbearable years, unable to hold back tears. He, a dignified member of the Southern Dipper Pavilion, a world-destroying powerhouse, had to undertake such a despicable tracking task, and he couldn't dare to expose it, living in constant fear. The most critical point was that Chu Chen seemed to have discovered their intentions long ago in the territory of the dwarves. Thus, every step they took was cautious, afraid of crossing the line with the fiend. As for why he hadn't unveiled this lair, it was unknown. In a situation where death was inevitable, how could the fat and thin dragon not fight desperately? Get up, what do you look like crying and whining? Zhu Xiao waved his hand with a frown. Thank you, my lord. The fat and thin dragon secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they had managed to save their lives. As long as this task adjudicator did not declare the mission a failure, they would not die. You are already quite familiar with Chu Chun. In tomorrow's battle, who can secure victory? Zhu Xiao lightly patted his clothes, brushing off the dust. I believe Zhao Wuxuang has no chance of winning, the fat dragon said earnestly. Oh? So confident in Chu Chen? Zhu Xiao took out a stool from his backpack and sat down. From what I know of him, the fiend never undertakes things without assurance, and now his strength is unfathomable, at least 10 times stronger than 6 months ago, the fat dragon said. What does 10 times mean? 6 months ago, Chu Chen was already able to forcefully kill Henry despite being severely injured, leaving the opponent with no chance to fight back. Now, with the addition of 2 new advanced laws, the combination of light and darkness, and the fusion of the other 6 laws, how terrifying would the power of the great destruction and suppression be? Moreover, no one knew whether Chu Chen had found that last soul, and even fewer knew if he had created new forbidden spells. In the soul-gathering coffin. In a situation where everything was unknown, Zhao Wuxuang's background was already thoroughly understood. Many knew how many trump cards he had and what his strength was. I have high hopes for Zhao Wuxuang. He has exceptional talent, and I admire the fierce determination in his heart. After this battle, regardless of the outcome, I will recruit him into the Southern Dipper Pavilion, Zhu Xiao said. Upon hearing this, a thunderous explosion echoed in the minds of the 2. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck them on the top of their heads. I dare to ask, is that bounty hunter from Borowa City sent by you, my lord? The fat dragon asked cautiously. Zhu Xiao's lips curled up, neither confirming nor denying. Indeed, not only the bounty hunter, but the dragon and phoenix child is also a piece I arranged. As expected, the faces of the fat and thin dragon changed. The mastermind behind this scheme was actually the founder of the Southern Dipper Pavilion, including the Dwarf Kingdom's king of Ginseng, that was also arranged by me. Originally, the Troll clan had a hidden move as well, but there were some unexpected changes midway, and it didn't come to fruition, Zhu Xiao said. At that moment, both of them felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies frozen as if encased in a block of ancient ice. Is everything the master has done just to test? Fei Long voiced his confusion. That's right. The founding ancestor has ordered that at all costs, we must obtain Chu Chen within 3 years. Otherwise, do you think something as rare as the king of ginseng would appear at the borders of the dwarf kingdom for no reason? Zhu Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile. Suddenly, a rumor flashed through Fei Long's mind, saying that the dwarf kingdom's prodigy Henry had once rejected an invitation from the Southern Dipper Pavilion and had unceremoniously humiliated their envoy. This act undoubtedly slapped the Southern Dipper Pavilion in the face, and it had caused quite a stir at the time. To provoke the conflict between the dwarves and the fiends single-handedly and use Chu Chen's hand to kill Henry, what a sinister scheme. The founding ancestor wants the body of a fiend? Why is that? After thinking it over, he realized that these events could be strung together, including this duel with Zhao Wuxuan, which was also part of the plan. However, he couldn't understand the founding ancestor's intentions, expending such great effort to set up such a large game. What exactly did he want? Xu Xiao smiled mysteriously, his fingers slowly tapping on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. The atmosphere suddenly became eerie, and the two, fat and thin Zhao, dared not breathe, eager to know the answer. After a moment, Zhu Xiao suddenly lifted the white paper on the table, revealing a drawing of a giant dragon and a giant tiger. The illustration depicted a scene of a dragon and tiger fighting, each stroke perfectly capturing the essence of the two mythical creatures, as if they were about to leap out of the drawing. However, there was one strange detail: neither the dragon nor the tiger had eyes, lacking a certain spirit. What do you think? Which of these two, the dragon or the tiger, is the protagonist? Xu Xiao asked. The two examined it carefully. Both creatures exuded fierce power, their momentum equally matched, and they were filled with murderous intent. It was indeed difficult to discern who the protagonist was with the naked eye. This subordinate is dull, please enlighten me, my lord. Fei Long clasped his hands. The giant dragon soars through the heavens, the ruler of the skies, while the giant tiger dominates the mountains, the king of beasts. They each govern their own territory, and their waters do not interfere with each other. Xu Zhao's fingertip traced the white paper, giving them both eyes, and suddenly, the dragon and tiger began to fight. As long as they do a trivial little thing, they will cross the boundary and start battling. The founding ancestor wants the dragon, also wants the tiger, or perhaps he wants to become this dragon and transform into this giant tiger. As soon as these words were spoken, the two suddenly understood, all their doubts dissipating. So that's how it is. The founding ancestor wants to live again, he wants to seize a body? Fei Long's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right. Zhao Wuxuang is a good seed, and the fiend is also a good vessel. Now it depends on who will win tomorrow and earn this honor, Zhu Xiao sneered. From beginning to end, everything was under the founding ancestor's control. He was not only plotting against Chu Chen but also included Zhao Wuxuang. Fei Long sighed inwardly, he just didn't know whether Chu Chen was the hunter or the prey. He had a premonition that things might not go so smoothly. The next morning, the sun hung high in the sky, and golden sunlight spilled onto the Shura platform, adding a touch of eerie red. Especially the handsome man in red at the center of the platform, already exuding a wicked charm, now draped in a golden robe. He seemed both like a Buddha and a demon, caught between the two. The vast Shura platform hovered high above, surrounded by many illusory souls, faintly emitting wails that struck fear into the hearts of those who heard them. In each corner stood thick stone pillars, from which blood-stained columns emitted ancient characters. This represented the path of slaughter. This person is Zhao Wuxuang. For the past 7 days, he has not moved an inch, maintaining the same posture to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. For this duel, he has poured all his energy into it, all for the sake of victory. The souls of ancient demigods can resonate with him, which shows just how terrifying his achievements on the path of slaughter are, to the point that they can recognize him. The crowd below is growing larger, nearly filling the entire West District Square. Chu Chen has not yet appeared, the battle has not begun, and the number of spectators continues to increase. At this rate, in an hour, it could reach 1 million. This battle will be the grandest spectacle in the history of Patian City in 10,000 years, comparable to the day of the city lord's succession. So, how's it going? Has the fierce one arrived? Not yet, I heard he is still in the hotel. It's still early, as long as today isn't over, it doesn't count as a breach of contract. Look, isn't that the evil eye messenger? The first of the divine list's prodigies has arrived. Countless gazes turned in unison, and they saw a tall man dressed in a long black robe, with chiseled features like a sculpture, walking towards them. There was nothing particularly unusual about his attire, but what stood out the most were his gray pupils. To be precise, it should be those double pupils. Those with double pupils are considered ominous, hence the name Evil Eye. It is said that the gray substance in front of the Evil Eye messenger's pupils is something that seals abilities. Once the seal is broken, anything within sight will be petrified. Even the untouchable space cannot escape. The Evil Eye messenger, Shi Kai, practices the law of petrification and has already reached the divine awareness level 3 years ago. Today, he appears before the world for the first time to observe this battle. His steps are slow, and the people in front part to make way, not daring to obstruct him. What a domineering aura! Shi Kai was recognized by the divine list just by breaking the seal. No one has seen his full strength to this day. Those who were petrified by him are still drifting in the infinite sea. I heard that some ship captains have seen them. From the current situation, this battle will definitely be Spectacular, a battle that can be recorded in history. Shurkai walked to the Shura platform, reflected in the star-fallen tiles, and looked up, his hazy eyes suddenly flashing with brilliance. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in exclamations as two figures rode in on unicorns, fast as lightning, creating a gust of wind that swept the surrounding people. Aside. Brother Shur. It's been years, and your charisma is even greater than before. A loud voice came from behind, belonging to a man clad in golden armor, his features upright and full of righteousness, with a black mole at the corner of his mouth that made him appear somewhat awkward. The golden light radiating from him surpassed that of the sea-shattering god of the Longsha Empire. The latter only wore golden armor to show off his might in front of others. The former is different, the golden radiance seems to be a unique brilliance, shining without losing its grandeur. The other figure is muscular and fierce-looking, resembling a robber who has just come from the outskirts of the chaotic land. Such a person is clearly fond of looting and plundering. The nine-palace evil shark from the Sea Demon clan. The Golden Saint Han Jiang Wuming. From the 10 directions. They arrived in Patian City 5 days ago. They are indeed here for this battle. 3 prodigies from the divine list, plus the 2 who are dueling today. This lineup is truly impressive. You forgot to count 2 more. We must add Lu Taiqing, the leader of the Wendao from the Luofu Palace, the creator of the sealing divine arts Feng Yin. A total of 7 prodigies from the divine list. Patian City instantly became the focus of the entire chaotic land, with all the local prodigies from the 3rd sequence world gathered. You all came too? Shurkai turned around and said leisurely. I've long heard of the supreme charisma of the fierce one and the fearless one. How could I miss the duel between the two? Jiang Wuming laughed heartily and warmly embraced Shurkai. The fierce face of Di Sha was indeed intimidating. He merely nodded at Shurkai without saying a word. Brother Shur, I heard that your petrification law has reached its peak. Have you touched the threshold of that rules yet? Jiang Wuming turned to ask. Almost, Shurkai replied without changing his expression. TSK, the divine rankings have really done you a disservice. In my opinion, with your strength, you should at least be in the top 60. It's all because of your low profile. Jiang Wuming shook his head. But what's the use of a hollow reputation? Jiang Wuming was taken aback by this statement, then burst into laughter. You're absolutely right. It's all just a hollow reputation. Looking at the two of them with their arms around each other, the crowd couldn't help but feel a bit confused. They hadn't heard that they were very close. How did they end up like this? Di Sha appeared out of place beside them, his eyes tightly closed, entering a meditative state. As a member of the Sea Demon clan, he naturally possessed immense strength beyond that of mortals, and with his affinity for the water laws, he had risen to demigod status in just 100 years. This speed was already considered quite fast. Shurkai was also exceptionally talented, but it took him 150 years. Jiang Wuming took 200 years, which was considered average among the heavenly prodigies on the divine rankings. After all, not everyone was as monstrous as Lu Taiqing and Chu Chen, who could achieve such feats in 100 years. In the grand scheme of 100,000 years, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Who do you think will win in today's battle? Jiang Wuming raised an eyebrow. Shurkai did not answer immediately. He had been pondering this question for the past few days. Who was truly superior? However, his understanding of the two was limited to rumors, and he wouldn't make rash judgments without seeing their true strength. I think the fearless one is definitely a bit stronger. After all, he is a prodigy who has touched the rules. As far as I know, the fierce one has yet to break through to the world-destroying level, right? Jiang Wuming spoke first. Is that true? Shurkai frowned. Look at the stone pillars around the Shura platform. Only the power of the rules can summon the souls of ancient demigods. Zhao Wuxuang is already far ahead of us. Jiang Wuming pointed with his golden finger towards the sky. Shurkai followed the direction of his finger, his expression growing serious. The rules and laws were a chasm, and the rules and divine fire were another chasm. Crossing this threshold would lead to another realm, bringing one closer to transcendence. Suddenly, Zhao Wuxuan opened his eyes, gazing at the clouds ahead, and a murderous intent erupted. A dragon's roar echoed, and a faint blue lightning flickered in the distance. Amidst the swirling clouds, a lightning dragon, 10,000 meters long, stepped on the clouds, its scales shimmering, runes flickering. Behind him stood 3 men. One was burly, exuding explosive power, not weaker than Di Sha at all. The second was graceful, holding a folding fan, resembling a celestial being of the world, radiating an ethereal aura that was endearing. The last one had a handsome face and unruly demeanor, carrying a black coffin, with the surrounding space forming its own realm, stepping on the universe, shrouded in mystery. In an instant, golden divine thunder poured down, coating the sky with a layer of gold leaf. At that moment, even the brilliance of the golden Saint Han seemed dim in the presence of the divine thunder. Accompanied by a voice as powerful as a bell, the hearts of a million onlookers raced wildly. They could hardly contain their excitement. Immortal thunder. God, let the fearless one go to his death. The boundless sea of realms is filled with countless forbidden places, all teeming with danger. Some can destroy the vitality of living beings in an instant, while others are like cages, sealing people within, never to see the world again. Between every sequential world exists a boundary sea to cross from one world to another. Aside from using a teleportation portal, one must rely on their physical body to traverse. The boundary sea is filled with terrifying Turbulence, the river beneath is pitch black, resembling ink. A man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, with distinct features, carried the nether dragon sword, stepping on the sea, walking towards the wall of the world ahead. Beneath his feet was the boundary sea, above his head were the stars, which included the sun and moon, both attracting and repelling each other. The distance between the two world barriers is not far, equivalent to the thickness of 2 sheets of paper stacked together. Yet, this seemingly close distance took half a month to traverse, and they had not even completed half of it. If someone were to see this figure from within the boundary sea, they would surely be astonished. Not only can he cross the boundary sea unscathed, but he also comprehends the great principles of heaven and earth, exuding boundless charisma. The corrosive seawater appears as nothing before him, and his shoes show no signs of wear. Upon closer inspection, one can see that his legs do not directly touch the boundary sea. Instead, they are surrounded by strands of sword energy, quite extraordinary. It is the sword energy that protects this person's body, making it impossible for any evil or illusion to approach. This is no longer merely a simple principle, it has already ascended to the level of rules. Moreover, it is at least the 8th layer of sword path rules. However, in this silent and mysterious boundary sea, a figure suddenly tore through space, quietly appearing on the other side, gazing at him from afar. The two came to a standstill, the atmosphere chillingly silent, while the stars above them continued to shine faintly. Suddenly, both moved at the same time. A beam of sword light appeared abruptly, carrying the momentum to cut through everything, fiercely attacking. It seemed as if the world was left with only this streak of sword light, rendering all else dim and incomparable. The sword energy contained an extremely strong power of rules. Though it was a casual strike, its might resembled the most terrifying killing techniques in the world, and even the Nine Son's avatar would likely be easily torn apart. The other person remained motionless, seemingly oblivious, their eyes hiding a river of time, and with just a glance, they dissolved the sword energy. Neither of them used their full strength. This move was merely a test. The sword-wielding person slowly placed their palm on the hilt, lifted their gaze, and looked ahead. When I, the ghost dragon, unsheathe my sword, it is to end in blood. The figure appeared as if crafted from perfect artistry, with an excellent body proportion, standing tall in the boundary sea, hands behind their back, exuding a domineering aura of being one with heaven and earth. His elegance was different from Chu Chen's. The latter leaned more towards the enchanting, capable of captivating countless young girls, and even married women if such a possibility existed, and perhaps even the same sex. This person's handsomeness leaned more towards popular aesthetics, embodying what people consider handsome. The most striking feature was the mark on his forehead, radiating a faint twilight glow. Qin Taiyuan truly deserves the title of Sword Path Leader. You are the first person worth my effort since I descended to the mortal realm. A hint of curiosity appeared on the calm face of the young man. The reincarnation rules. You must be one of the twin stars, the Chu Emperor, right? Qin Taiyuan recognized his identity. Recently, the most talked about figures in the myriad worlds were Chu Chen and the Chu Emperor. Both possessed extraordinarily defiant talents. One comprehended a new path at the age of 20, wielding divine power at the mythic level, and created forbidden spells that could merge laws. The other grasped rules at the mythic level at the age of 18 and attracted the favor of the divine rankings upon birth. They were the most monstrous prodigies in a chaotic world, both sharing the surname Chu, and were referred to as the twin stars by the world. Everyone says the Sword Path Leader's offensive prowess is unmatched, the number one in the world. Even the damage of the fierce Chu Chen cannot compare to yours. I came here today to see if the rumors are truly as mystical as they say. A reincarnation vortex slowly appeared beneath the Chu Emperor's feet, containing the power of the 6 paths, its momentum terrifying. The number one in the world is merely an illusion. What I seek is the one and only. The ghost dragon on Qin Taiyuan's sword sheath seemed to come alive, emitting a series of roars infused with alluring power. The ghost dragon possesses the power of illusions and can manipulate the boundless ghostly energy of hell, combining swordsmanship to achieve a fusion of attack and illusion, making it impossible to capture. The one and only? The Chu Emperor savored these words, slowly nodding with a smile. That title is not bad, I shall take it. With that, both moved simultaneously, crossing the boundary sea and colliding with each other. The power of reincarnation controlled the 6 paths, engaging in a fierce battle with swordsmanship. The two clashed from one end to the other, causing the entire realm to tremble, even raising towering waves. The swordsmanship was unparalleled, its might boundless, nearly slicing open the walls of the world. The 6 paths of reincarnation, extremely sinister, intertwined and dispersed 6 different powers, drowning and disintegrating the sword energy. In the blink of an eye, the strong could determine victory or defeat. Accompanied by a soft chant, Qin Taiyuan was violently pushed back, holding the sword sheath, his expression slightly tightening. Why haven't you drawn your sword yet? Does this Emperor's 6 paths rules not impress the Sword Path Leader? The Chu Emperor stood in the void, one foot stepping on the waves. Qin Taiyuan stared at the mark in the center of his brow, as if recalling something. His eternally frozen expression shifted slightly, uncertainly asking, "Are you from Twilight City?" Indeed, the Sword Path Leader has good eyesight. The Chu Emperor did not deny it, openly admitting Twilight City has secluded itself for millions of years, never intervening in worldly disputes. Why choose to emerge in this life? Qin Taiyuan instantly felt immense pressure. The 10 races and 10 powers of the heavens were universally recognized. They represented The pinnacle of humanity, with a single command, all races would submit. But all of this was based on Twilight City's seclusion. If this main city were included, the combined forces of the 10 races would not be able to contend with this city of immortality. Immortality, how many people spend their entire lives pursuing this goal? Becoming a god means living as long as the heavens and earth, eternal and indestructible. One could say that those who enter Twilight City are no different from deities. This young man, whose talent was extraordinarily defiant, was actually from Twilight City, and it seemed his status was not low. No wonder he could carry the title of Emperor. In his name, which race or power in the heavens could bear such a title? Only Twilight City could. You are right, Twilight City has indeed been silent for too long. However, the end of the law era has arrived. If we do not appear soon to contend for that divine seat, we will be forgotten by the heavens, the Chu Emperor spoke. Being forgotten by the heavens is equivalent to death. Of course, this emperor also wants to see how capable my estranged elder brother is. The Chu Emperor smirked, slamming his palm against his chest. The Six Paths Ghost Gate. The words "let the fearless come to die" from the chaotic land of Breaking Heaven City echoed throughout the main city, causing the surrounding buildings to tremble slightly, nearly cracking under the influence of that voice. Just the sound of speaking held such terrifying power, and people stared blankly at the dragon's shadow in the sky, slightly entranced. The fierce person did not disappoint, he really came. The timing is just right, he is still as arrogant as ever, asking the fearless to die upon their first meeting? Indeed too arrogant, openly defying the flight ban of Breaking Heaven City, disregarding the rules. Has he already been thrown into the heavenly prison before the fight even began? At this moment, the Chancellor on the viewing platform and the noble leaders of Breaking Heaven City all wore expressionless faces. Without a word from above, they would not rashly take action. The Chancellor sat in the center, beside him hung the dragon and tiger competition painting he had drawn yesterday. Now the dragon and tiger in the painting had become even more fierce. Hearing the doubts of the crowd, a count suddenly smashed the armrest of his chair, angrily saying, "Arrogant brat! Do you think Breaking Heaven City is a small town? Watch me discipline your lawless nature." Before he could act, a duke beside him suddenly patted his shoulder, whispering, "If the Chancellor says not to act, then just sit quietly." But the count frowned, looking towards the center of the viewing platform, wanting to say something but ultimately snorted in anger. Zhu Shao looked at the coffin in the void with an appreciative gaze, as if admiring a unique piece of jade, making one drool. The plump and thin Jiaolong and Tengu, hiding in the corner, dared not show themselves, nor reveal their presence, fearing they would be detected by the fierce person. The laws and emptiness of Poshianshan City are transparent, and the demeanor of the killer remains unchanged from before, perhaps even more severe. Fat Dragon sighed. It is absolutely impossible for the Lord to execute the killer at this critical moment. The ancestor has yet to see his current strength, so how could he waste this body? Shu Gan nodded in agreement. The crowd believed that Poshianshan City was cherishing talent, while others thought they were intimidated by the killer's aura and dared not punish him. The reasons were unclear to them. Even if Chu Qin turned Poshianshan City upside down today, Zhu Shao would not utter a word of dissatisfaction. Of course, the premise was that he could win this battle. The little one landed steadily in a corner of the Shura platform, exhaling two streams of steam from its nostrils, its gaze unfriendly as it looked ahead. Feng Yan and the others descended from the dragon's back, took a few steps forward, and gently placed the soul-gathering coffin on the ground. "Zhao Xiugo, I'm here, how do you want to fight this battle?" Chu Chen's voice emerged from the coffin. "Little dog?" Chu Chen's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. He seemed to be humiliating Zhao Wushuang, just as the dragon and Phoenix Boy had humiliated Feng Yan before. The crowd's expressions were strange. They wanted to laugh but dared not, forcing themselves to hold it in, some turning a shade of purple like inflated balloons. The killer really dares to speak. The fearless are known for their bad tempers. I remember a powerful divine sense expert from the Merman clan once teased his background and was directly torn apart, right? I know about that too. The body parts were even thrown at the entrance of the Merman clan. Those people didn't dare to make a sound, not even claiming the body, which was left to rot in the sun for a whole year. It seems the killer can't even be bothered to say pleasantries. He's ready to fight. Everyone present was aware of the conflict between the two. It had long reached a point of no return. The Azure Ming Dual Lotus was not a treasure that could be found by mere luck. Before transforming into a human, it had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth for at least 1,000,000 years, and the timing had to be right to achieve such a form. It could be said that the talents and limits of the other three generals under Zhao Wushuang combined did not match the dragon and Phoenix Boy. The infinitely potential general was slain by Chu Chen. How could this grudge go unavenged? Zhao Wushuang's face showed no trace of anger from the verbal insult. Apart from boundless killing intent, no other emotion was visible. Killer Chu Chen, after today, Poshianshan City will be your burial ground. You may speak your last words now. Within my capabilities, I may consider helping you fulfill them, Zhao Wushuang said. Feng Yan was taken aback. Was there a last wish to fulfill in a life and death battle? Had the world misunderstood Zhao Wushuang? Was he actually a kind-hearted saint? I've long been lying in the coffin. If there were any last wishes, I would have said them already, so there's no need for Zhao Xiugo to worry, Chu Chen replied lightly. At this moment, He Zhao could no longer hold back. Stop the nonsense. Since you've arrived, let's Begin the deathmatch. Don't be hasty, we are both top talents on the divine ranking, and there are so many people watching this battle. If we don't add some flair, how can we justify the time they've spent? What do you say, little dog? Chu Chen asked. Killing naturally allows one to obtain everything the opponent possesses, but no one knew whether Zhao Wuxuan would hide his precious treasures. If there were no worthwhile benefits to gain from the fight, how was it different from wasting time? Impudent. He Zhao could no longer contain himself, the other party calling him little dog was simply disrespectful. Calm down. Zhao Wuxuan extended his hand coldly, saying, I do indeed have something of immeasurable value that you will surely be interested in. Immediately he pulled out a jade-like eyeball, which emitted an extremely rich divine aura. It almost condensed into liquid. When Lu Taiqing saw this eyeball, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he snapped his folding fan shut, exclaiming, "Hey, divine-level trading item? What is that?" Feng Yan was slightly confused. It was just an eyeball, was it really that surprising? Before Lu Taiqing could explain, Chu Chen laughed and said, "Good. This reward is quite good, I'm very satisfied. I've shown my sincerity, now it's your turn." Zhao Wuxuan retracted his gaze and asked. This item was something he had obtained from the final treasure chest in the nightmare-level secret realm, and in some respects it was even more valuable than some divine artifacts. Suddenly, a golden light flew out from the soul-gathering coffin hovering in front. Following that was Chu Chen's voice, "Then I'll take this divine artifact. As the reward, what do you think?" "Good." A hint of greed appeared in Zhao Wuxuan's eyes as he readily agreed. "Since the reward has been decided, you say, how shall we proceed next? In the battle for the divine rankings, let's follow the rules set by the 10 major races and powers." The so-called battle for the divine rankings meant that the top talents on the list, along with their respective warriors, would compete, with the side that wins the most matches declared the victor. Each side had 4 members excluding LV Taiqing, and if one side could secure 3 victories first, the duel would be declared over. "Brother Taiqing, what exactly is that thing?" Chu Chen even brought out a divine artifact. Feng Yan asked in confusion. "Do you remember how the Thunder Law came about?" LV Taiqing inquired. "The divine temple, isn't that something many people know?" As he spoke, Feng Yan's breath suddenly quickened, and he looked sharply at Zhao Wuxuan, who had a murderous intent on his face. "So that's it, a divine-level proof that can trade with the gods." When it came to the Thunder Law, Feng Yan remembered it very clearly. It was during his first expedition with Chu Chen, at their first stop. Those days weren't exactly grand, but he clearly saw the role of the divine temple. Indeed, as people said, it could trade with the divine. The greedy grip could do so wouldn't a divine trading item be able to directly exchange for a wisp of divine fire? Or a sphere of faith? Even the legendary divine throne. At that moment, Feng Yan finally understood what Zhao Wuxuan was really calculating. That guy doesn't seem to be a complete brute. After all this trouble, what he really wants is a divine artifact. Feng Yan thought to himself. Everyone knew that the only condition to enter the divine temple was to possess a divine artifact. Only by obtaining the Golden Dawn as a key could he use that eyeball to trade with the gods. What a clever plan, but unfortunately, having encountered us now, your calculations will come to naught. Zhao Wuxuan slowly stood up from the ground, his nearly 2-meter-tall frame extremely robust, his muscles bulging as if they would burst through his clothes. "Wendao's top talent, are you now with the Louvre or with the fiends?" Zhao Wuxuan asked. "Rest assured, I won't participate in this battle. In the battle of the divine rankings, having one more person or one less is not suitable." LV Taiqing smiled slightly, leaping down from the Shura platform. Just before landing, he exhaled a breath of literary energy, transforming it into mist that steadily supported his body. He then walked towards the stands, seeing the scene of no empty seats, and suddenly opened his folding fan, sending a half-step demigod count flying, who then sat down with a thud. The hospitality of Broken Sky City needs improvement. In such a large city, is there not even a seat for guests? LV Taiqing gently waved his fan, not glancing aside. The count, caught off guard by the sudden attack, couldn't react at all. In the entire Broken Sky City, who would dare to act recklessly on their territory? Bold. Where is the captain? Why haven't you captured this person yet? The count shouted. In anger. In front of the public, a high-ranking noble was actually humiliated by a mere scholar? And in his own home? If this matter got out, he would be labeled as weak wherever he went. Ridiculed by countless people. "Olju, do not be angry, this matter is indeed our fault, and I apologize to you here." Zhu Shao cast an apologetic glance, then summoned a stool and placed it beside him. "Come sit over here, the view is excellent here, and that position, let it be for this guest from the Louvre." Olju adjusted his robe, snorted coldly, and with a flick of his sleeve, sat down beside Zhu Shao. To be able to sit alongside the chancellor is indeed a great honor. Although there was still some resentment, since Zhu Shao had spoken, who would dare to disobey? "Chancellor, you flatter me. I merely acted on impulse, and I didn't expect him to fall out. In the future, no matter what position one holds, one must sit steadily," Lu Taiqing said, accepting his apology with a calm demeanor. "What a literary leader says is true. Regardless of one's position, one should sit firmly and not give others a chance to take advantage." Zhu Shao nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was an old fox. A strange light flashed in Lu Taiqing's eyes. This probing just revealed that Zhu Shao was quite a shrewd person. In the face of such matters, he not only managed to calm his subordinates in a timely manner but also implemented a policy of conciliation to soothe them. By explaining it as a misstep, he showcased the Chancellor's tolerance and the inclusive philosophy of the Broken Sky City. This tactic may not be brilliant, but in such a short time, it was undoubtedly the best way to handle the situation. On the Shura platform, the three generals beside Zhao Wuxuan were eagerly rubbing their fists, their eyes filled with battle intent and killing intent. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Master, let me go first in the first battle, I will give you a good start. Black Horn requested. Alright, don't be too heavy-handed, just beat him to death, and remember to leave the whole corpse. Zhao Wuxuan nodded slowly. Then, he cast a meaningful glance at the soul-gathering coffin, and left the Shura platform with the other two generals to the viewing platform. Black Horn grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, with strands of drool hanging from both ends. I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. Fool, are you eager to reincarnate? Feng Yan scoffed, curling his lip. To be honest, if this level of powerhouse had been around half a year ago, he might not have even had the courage to fight. But times have changed, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Now, he might not even need to use the Fengshen technique, he could drown this guy with the galaxy. Daluo, you go first in the first match. Shu Chen commanded. Yes. I will not fail my master's trust. Daluo held a heavy hammer and slammed it down on the Shura platform, producing a loud, dull sound. Seeing this, Feng Yan said nothing more and carried the coffin to the viewing platform, standing 10 zhang away from Zhao Wuxuan and the others. The crowd below felt a surge of passionate fire in their hearts, their emotions extremely excited. It's starting. The battle of the divine rankings officially begins. The pureblood Holy Spirit against the Unicorn Clan. This match is full of highlights, both are existences who have cultivated to the extreme in the laws of strength. I think it's a 40-60 split, pureblood Holy Spirit 4, Black Horn 6. After all, the latter has been with the Fearless for many years, and his strength is recognized as terrifying. In comparison, his opponent is still quite inexperienced. Indeed, the fierce person has trained his generals for too short a time, the two are not even on the same level. It seems there is no suspense in this first battle. From the majority of the voices, Black Horn's support rate reached 90%. I've eaten dragon meat and blood phoenix meat, I wonder what the taste of pureblood Holy Spirit flesh is like. Black Horn extended his long tongue to lick his chin and cheek. Daluo remained silent, maintaining the same posture, waiting for the battle to begin. Soon, a shield rose up, reaching the heavens, sealing off the Shura platform. The battle began. The two moved simultaneously, turning into a blur as they charged at each other, fast as thunder. Clang! The initial collision caused the space to tremble, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Then, a black shadow flew back at an even faster speed, crashing hard against the shield, spewing blood mixed with internal organs. What was that noise? A big black rat flew by? Is that Black Horn? At this, the entire venue fell silent. One could see that Black Horn's chest had caved in, his sternum completely broken, piercing his heart. The whole person collapsed to the ground like a limp corpse, but upon closer inspection, one could find that he still had a breath left. In an instant, Zhu Xiao, who was still laughing and chatting, stiffened, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Sorry, Zhao Shogo, it seems I won the first battle by luck, Chu Chen said with a smile. Is this what you call winning by luck? After all, this was a battle of equal levels, right? Both were demigods. Moreover, from the momentum just now, both Di Luo and He Zhao had comprehended the rules of power. It was just that the battle ended too quickly, they hadn't even had time to discern which layer it was before it was over. A single punch to kill. A complete crushing. He Zhao had no power to fight back, not even able to unleash all his strength. The dented mark on his chest still sent chills down people's spines. How could a pureblood Holy Spirit be so fierce? It completely refreshed their understanding. Those who had just said that Di Luo was no match for He Zhao had their eyes wide open, shocked as if they had discovered a new world. If I remember correctly, there were rumors before that this pureblood Holy Spirit was supposed to be the target of the Dragon and Phoenix Boy's instant kill, right? In just half a year, he actually killed He Zhao, who was much stronger than the Dragon and Phoenix Boy? Ridiculous, too ridiculous. This is no longer a battle of the same dimension. What kind of drug did the fierce person give him? I didn't expect the fierce person to be strong himself, and even have a set of methods for training warriors. Being strong yourself is one thing, everyone acknowledges your monstrous talent. But the warriors under you are all incredibly strong, and that's without knowing their full strength. The more people thought about it, the more they were shocked and horrified. At this moment, many gazes turned to the soul-gathering coffin, swallowing hard, feeling suddenly parched. The whispers were quiet, but they couldn't escape the notice of a powerhouse like Zhao Wuxuan. His face turned ashen, almost dripping with gloom, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. However, soon his tightly furrowed brows relaxed, returning to his usual demeanor as if nothing had happened. The pure-blood Holy Spirit has such a significant improvement. It should be thanks to that King Ginseng, right? Zhao Wuxuan casually asked. Mostly, but not entirely. It depends on the person. Some people have a high innate limit, while Others, no matter how hard they try or how many resources they are given, are just useless mud that can't be propped up, Chu Chen replied. This statement undoubtedly implied that He Jiao was a waste who could only absorb resources, and after so many years of fighting side by side, he was still not as good as Chu Chen's half a year of training. The atmosphere in the stand suddenly froze, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Zhao Wuxuan's aura was too powerful, and many nobles sitting behind him were secretly alarmed. Seeing that the atmosphere was off, Zhu Xiao took the initiative to step forward and said, as expected of a rare holy spirit, "Can you tell me, young friend? Chu, what is the current limit of this warrior?" "Killing He Jiao is like slaughtering a dog," Chu Chen said, enunciating each word. Boom! Zhao Wuxuan could no longer control himself. His aura erupted violently, a fierce killing intent enveloping the entire broken sky city, and the moisture in the air instantly crystallized into frost. Even with his good temperament and ability to endure, he couldn't take it anymore at this moment. Chu Chen had been attacking his psychological defenses all along, and Zhao Wuxuan was not someone who liked to talk. At this moment, he was already thinking of taking action. Why should the fearless be so angry? There are a total of 4 battles, and there are still 3 to go. You seem a bit anxious, Chu Chen said slowly. The outcome is still uncertain. Everything is unknown. Young friend Zhao, please remain seated. Zhu Xiao acted as a mediator. Since the rules of the God ranking competition had been established, they must be followed, otherwise it would be a provocation to the dignity of the top 10 forces and top 10 races. Zhao Wuxuan could not afford to take on such a matter, even if he had 10 lives. If he died because of this, all his efforts would turn to dust. Demon Fiend, you go up for the second match, Zhao Wuxuan said, dissipating his killing intent, speaking coldly. Yes. The man beside him, covered in purple runes, bowed respectfully, leaping into the Shura platform. De Luo came to the stands, silent, standing like a gatekeeper beside Chu Chen. Expressionless, showing no intention of seeking credit. Well played, Chu Chen praised. These are all matters within my subordinate's duties. De Luo respectfully clasped his fists. Kai Kai, you're up for the second match. Roar, roar, roar. Excitement flashed across Kai Kai's face as it spread its dragon wings and soared into the air, stirring up a whirlwind that sent the spectators reeling. Upon reaching the Shura platform, the first thing Kai Kai did left everyone in shock. It suddenly unleashed a thick dragon breath, turning the still-living black horn into ashes. Then it turned its head, a human-like complaint flickering in its eyes, letting out a couple of whines. The implication seemed to be, why hadn't you eradicated the roots, leaving it for Kai Kai to clean up? Du Ming's mouth twitched slightly, an inexplicable emotion rising within him. Just now, he sensed the rules of the thunder element from that dragon breath. Indeed, not only De Luo, but even this little dragon had grasped the power of the rules. However, to be precise, it could no longer be called a little dragon. It had now reached a height of 30,000 zhang, clearly entering its mature phase. Such a massive body stood before Du Ming, and the hot breath from its nostrils seemed capable of killing him. Another power of the rules. This giant dragon is only 2 years old, right? Isn't that even more against the heavens than the fierce ones? Achieving this at 2 years old is an incredible growth rate even among the entire dragon clan. Isn't it? Du Ming is also not to be underestimated. Don't forget, this ruthless person once poisoned an entire city. Du Ming was human, extremely ugly in appearance, and his body covered in runes made him even more bizarre. His ruthlessness was no less than Zhao Wuxuan's, and in some respects even more so. The city he poisoned was one of the winged people, with a population of about 5 million. At that time, he used a forbidden-level spell poisoning ghost mist to trap an entire city of winged people, their blood slowly diminishing until they all perished. Flesh turned to blood water, gathering in the center of the city, forming a sea of blood that lingered for a long time, the stench wafting for 90,000 miles. All because a winged person mocked his ugliness. He took such ruthless action. Now that city remains a dead city, plagued by poison mist, and outsiders dare not approach. It can be said that those who use poison often have a cruel nature, merciless to their enemies and even harsher on themselves. As the protective shield slowly rose, Lu Taiqing said calmly, Kai Kai is still young, can you bear to let it suffer? He knew well the weight Kai Kai held in Chu Chen's heart. From the moment it hatched, Chu Chen had kept it by his side, accompanying it all the way to now. Emotionally, it was more like family than a warrior. Kai Kai had become an irreplaceable part of Chu Chen's life. Without experiencing trials, how can one become talented? Chu Chen said. Is the time right? The right opportunity must be fought for. There is no perfect plan in this world, and you know this better than I do. Lu Taiqing smiled, glancing at Zhu Xiao from the corner of his eye, his voice lowering to a whisper, be careful of Zhu Xiao, this guy is no good. This duel may very well be a long-planned conspiracy. Don't worry, I'll play my part. Well, in this act, how much can you guess? Lu Taiqing asked with a smile. He wants to be the yellow bird, but I don't want to be the mantis. If he dares to scheme against me, I'll flip the table. No one gets to play. The noisy crowd gradually became restless. They had waited so long and traveled far to witness a thrilling battle. If this fight ended in another one-hit kill like the last, there would be no need to watch the upcoming duel. The warriors under Zhao Wuxuan were all of similar strength, relatively balanced. The remaining two-headed warrior was the strongest, a pawn used by the fearless to guard against Feng Yan. He did not choose to use a strategy like the Tianji horse racing method. For Zhao Wuxuan, he looked down on winning the duel in such a way. The heroes on the divine ranking were all proud, each possessed an invincible heart. Xu Chen had one, Zhao Wuxuan had one, and Feng Yan was no exception. In the past 6 months, I haven't seen Zai Zai make a move. Can we win this battle? Feng Yan asked, looking at the slowly rising shield. I don't know, but all we can do is believe in it, Xu Chen replied. A hint of worry flashed in Feng Yan's eyes. Apart from Xu Chen, he had the best relationship with Zai Zai. There was no way out for the loser. Zai Zai only had 2 paths ahead, either win or die. Soon, the shield was fully formed, and the battle was about to begin. Roar! Zai Zai let out a mighty roar, suddenly unleashing a breath of dragon fire infused with intense thunderous power. This breath contained the essence of its dragon lineage, ferociously powerful, causing the souls around the Azura platform to wail in agony. The soul entities and evil spirits feared nothing more than the supreme and unyielding power of heaven and earth. Thunder could shatter all illusions. The dragon breath tore through the air, reaching a massive 10 meters. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, and the runes on the shield glowed, blocking all residual force. Du Ming's twisted face moved slightly, and a flash of purple light suddenly appeared on the staff in his hand. A starry formation emerged beneath his feet, and several toxic gas bombs quickly shot out. Accompanied by a hissing sound, the collision of the toxic gas and dragon breath was like the relationship between the restrained and the restrainer. The two only held their ground for a few seconds before collapsing. The dragon breath continued to wreak havoc, and Du Ming's body bizarrely transformed into toxic liquid, vanishing from sight. Bang! The dragon breath struck the shield with a tremendous impact, producing a loud shockwave. From the outside, one could clearly see the entire Azura platform tremble. Immediately after, Du Ming's body appeared at another corner of the Azura platform, where the starry formation beneath his feet had already solidified. A toxic dragon suddenly materialized before everyone, standing at the same height of 30,000 zhang. It roared, as if this were not an illusion but a real toxic dragon. A battle of dual dragons? Du Ming's illusion technique has reached the point of materialization, and he has incorporated the rules of poison. With his current strength, he shouldn't be able to achieve this unless he ignites divine fire and reaches 3 inches in height, which would grant temporary life to things. Look at the chest of the toxic dragon. Everyone focused their gaze and saw a deep purple dragon crystal embedded there, providing energy to the entire toxic dragon. The dragon crystal supplied vitality, while the rules of poison shaped its bones and flesh. Thus, a complete giant dragon was born. Judging by its aura, this giant dragon's strength was on par with Zai Zai. The only difference was that one had self-awareness, while the other did not. This gift has been prepared for a long time. Are you satisfied? Zhao Wuxuan asked nonchalantly. The gift of the fearless truly surprises me. Xu Chen's voice showed little change. No one could see his expression, and no one knew what he was thinking or could discern his emotions. Enjoy this feast of toxic dragons. A demigod-level dragon crystal is not cheap, Zhao Wuxuan said. After speaking, the toxic dragon suddenly soared into the air, and with each flap of its wings, it created a toxic cloud that engulfed half of the Azura platform. Zai Zai, unwilling to be outdone, also spread its wings and charged out, thunder roaring, the explosive sound shaking the heavens. The 2 giant dragons collided fiercely, both exhaling dragon breath simultaneously, and 2 beams of light intertwined in mid-air, the grandeur of the spectacle causing countless people to dream back to ancient times. In that era, many colossal beasts trampled the world, and dragons were the undisputed rulers of heaven and earth, dominating the realm with their overwhelming power and absolute control over elements. How many races bowed their heads at the scent of dragons? In that time, even the world's OSS had to become dragon fodder. The weak human race could only struggle to survive, like a rat crossing the street. To live was already a stroke of luck. It wasn't until the advent of universal job changes that the tide began to turn, leading to a rebirth from adversity. People took pride in slaying dragons, and many dragon slayers emerged. The number of dragons killed each year was enough to pile up into a mountain. Finally, the giant dragon had to retreat to the dragon's nest, rarely emerging into the world. This avoidance lasted for hundreds of millions of years. Even now, the appearance of a dragon still brings a sense of heart palpitations to people. It is a fear passed down through the blood of ancestors, an instinct. The close combat between the 2 dragons was extremely violent, a primal battle of flesh. At the moment the dragon claws swung, they glimmered with a faint light, tearing a piece of dragon scale from the opponent, blood splattering. At this moment, the little one suddenly executed a dragon tail sweep, pushing the poison dragon back, and a breath of dragon fire destroyed half of its body. However, the good times were short-lived. Under the influence of the dragon crystal, the poison dragon's body quickly recovered. With a fierce flap of its wings, it sent the little one flying, and with another breath of dragon fire, it corroded the flesh on its chest. The little one retreated again and again, its body twitching slightly, as if enduring pain. Its eyes were slightly moist, seemingly a bit wronged. But now, no one could help it. This was the Shura platform, and outsiders were not allowed to intervene. At this moment, it recalled the past when it had been beaten up, sniffed, and suddenly its gaze changed. Roars echoed continuously, its eyes turning blood red. Although the little one was still young, it had found its ferocity in this battle. The ferocity from deep within its bloodline. Roar! 5 Thunder Heavenly Gang. 5. Spheres of lightning shot out, descending upon the poison dragon, igniting a sky full of thunderous light. Inside the black coffin, Chu Chen's golden eyes looked through the coffin at the Shura platform, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. It's time for you to grow. After a while, the sound of explosions gradually diminished, and the poison dragon's body was already bound by the thunder, the added paralysis effect rendering it immobile. The dragon crystal at its chest dimmed significantly, clearly having resisted this move, consuming most of its energy. The little one's ferocity did not diminish, instead, it intensified. Now, it was the complete opposite of its previous innocent self, a fierce aura surrounding it, the might of the thunder dragon shaking the heavens and the earth. The imposing aura of the dragon, the ruler of the world, spread out. Then, it charged out again, tearing the poison dragon's head off in one bite, and with a gulp, it devoured the dragon crystal. Without its core, the poison dragon, no matter how well structured, was merely a decoration. Its body turned into toxic mist, dissipating into thin air. The little one surveyed its surroundings with a disdainful gaze, howling to the sky like a victor. You still seize the initiative. The ferocity within this thunder dragon is very close to that of the ancient overlords. It seems it has found the right master. Zhao Wuxuang's expression was quite serious. Things were more troublesome than he had imagined. It's not that it found the right person. It's my honor to have such a partner. Chu Chen spoke. In this matter, Chu Chen did not display the arrogant demeanor he usually had. His voice was soft, his tone gentle, as if stating a heartwarming fact. What Chu Chen valued was never the little one's talent, nor how powerful it would become in the future. If it weren't for the circumstances, he wouldn't even let the little one follow him to such dangerous places. If time were peaceful, why add to the slaughter? Why let a mere 2-year-old dragon cub face such harsh realities? If possible, he would rather let the little one stay in the first sequence world for a lifetime, slowly entering maturity. Now, that thunder dragon, which had once roared through the world, was showcasing its strength and dominance to the world, its eyes filled with ferocity like an ancient, ferocious beast, sending chills down spines. The roar shook the crowd. The laws of thunder surrounded its body, unmatched in strength. Dare to swallow the master's dragon crystal, spit it out. Being confronted by such an inexperienced dragon cub who had almost no combat experience, broke its own illusion technique, feeling utterly humiliated. Moreover, it felt that it had transformed from a challenger into a whetstone. Originally, it had planned for a quick battle, never dragging it out, and would not give the little one any chance. Because they had already lost one battle, if they did not win this one, it would deal a huge blow to their morale. And it would directly affect Zhao Wuxuang's fortune. Forbidden spell toxic demon miasma. Suddenly, Poison Ming spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his staff trembling wildly, and a starry array covering 1,000,000 miles appeared above his head. Although the area was large enough, the coverage was only within the Shura platform. This is sacrificing lifespan. He's gone mad. The chant time for the forbidden spell is too long. In this kind of duel, the opponent simply won't give him the time and opportunity. Only by using such a defiant act can he achieve the possibility of releasing it in a very short time. In that case, even if he wins this battle, he won't have many years left to live. He's burning his boats. If he can't win this battle, he might as well die. Poison Ming's signature skill, this forbidden spell, was a precious technique he obtained 30 years ago from a nightmare-level secret realm. Back then, it took him nearly a month to complete the chant that poisoned an entire city. Many people know the outcome. During the forbidden spell, health rapidly decreases, entering a super poisoning state. Every second, 1% of life force is lost, and during this time, no potions can be used to replenish it until death. If he doesn't succeed, he will perish. Poison Ming is betting everything to win. Soon, tens of thousands of tornadoes formed from poisonous mist poured down, covering the entire Shura platform. The purple mist was eerie and strange. Even the sturdy shield of the Shura platform was crazily worn down by this force. Sacrificial method? That's too ruthless. That's your brother's life. Feng Yan pointed at Zhao Wuxuang, who was 10 jang away, and shouted angrily. Compassion is useless. In the battle for the divine rankings, it's either life or death. There's no room for sentimentality. Zhao Wuxuang was unconcerned. If he could win, what did it matter if he sacrificed all his subordinates? A divine artifact is worth the lives of half the top talents on the divine rankings. What is a well-behaved dog worth? You. Feng Yan's body trembled with anger. Such a violation of morality was simply outrageous in his eyes. His most trusted subordinate fought for him, only to end up in a situation where sacrifice was necessary? What kind of master is worth following? Be quiet, now is not the time for you to show off, Chu Chen said lightly. Hearing this, Feng Yan slowly lowered his arm and sat back down, his face filled with indignation. At this moment, the worry in his eyes was even greater than before. No one understood the power of the forbidden spell better than him. Especially since the opponent also grasped the power of rules, the damage would be terrifying, without a doubt. Don't worry, the little one is not as weak as you think. At least, this person definitely doesn't have the strength to take his life, Chu Chen said slowly. If anything happens to the little one, I'll kill your whole family, Feng Yan said coldly. Ha ha, I'm waiting for that. Zhao Wuxuang laughed heartily, completely unconcerned. Anyone with eyes could see that Feng Yan had already shown signs of fear, enough to prove that this battle had no suspense left. At the top of the viewing platform, Zhu Xiao took a sip of the tea brought by the maid and said, Olju, do you think the dragon cub can survive? I think it's unlikely. Although the dragon has a natural advantage. In elements, it still can't compete against a forbidden spell. Olju shook his head. Fierce people often perform miracles, perhaps this time will be no exception? Xu Xiao said with a smile. This time is different, this dragon cub doesn't have unlimited firepower, nor can it unleash dragon techniques comparable to forbidden spells. Olju explained, then pondered for a moment and continued, the most important point, it's not a fierce person. Xu Xiao's lips curled up, slowly nodding, he was very satisfied with this answer. If the battle ended too quickly, the true talents of the divine rankings wouldn't appear, and what the ancestor wanted to see wouldn't happen. Either. The Shura platform in everyone's eyes had clearly changed, the thick poisonous mist acted like a barrier, blocking people's sight and obstructing their ability to sense the aura. What's happening inside? Oh, I'm so anxious. The shield hasn't been removed, which means it isn't over yet. Just wait, with a 1% health loss per second, it will end after 100 seconds. Then, people relaxed, for a battle with a predetermined outcome need not be too tense. Time passed second by second. 100 seconds slipping by in the blink of an eye. The shield on the Shura platform still stood tall, not dissipating. Seeing this scene, people began to feel puzzled. Not over yet? Can the dragon's magic immunity also immunize against rules? I've never heard of such a thing. Dragons are indeed favored by heaven and earth, but let's not think of them as too strong. Don't forget, there were many dragon-slaying warriors in ancient times. As they spoke, a brilliant bolt of lightning suddenly burst forth from the gaps in the poisonous mist, shooting towards the sky. Immediately after, a dragon's roar that resonated throughout the chaotic land erupted from within, scattering countless layers of clouds. Roar! The familiar sound jolted people from their stupor, and they saw the thunder growing fiercer, soon overshadowing the might of the poisonous mist. In the haze, they caught a glimpse of the outline within the mist. The dragon seemed to be driven mad by the poison, its ferocity becoming increasingly terrifying, almost losing its rationality. Its originally azure body gradually became shrouded in a layer of blood. The 30,000-foot body at this moment transformed into a 50,000-foot height, breaking through some kind of shackles. Someone witnessing this scene suddenly recalled a certain legend and exclaimed, bloodline. Reversion? This dragon is about to revert to the ancient dragon bloodline. Upon hearing this, everyone on the platform, including Zhu Xiaoxiao and Wu Shuang, couldn't help but stand up, their eyes fixed on that outline, filled with disbelief. Fierce man Chu Qin. Is this your doing again? Zhao Wushuang gritted her teeth and asked, each word deliberate. Bloodline reversion is not uncommon. Many monsters can undergo transformation when they gain certain fortuitous encounters or insights. For example, a small monster reverting could become a powerful OSS. While common, the limits of reversion differ among beings. A wild boar reverting might only become slightly larger, its bristles turning into sharp spikes like blades, and it might gain new skills. A flame ape reverting could very well become a titan ape, possessing immense strength capable of holding up the sky. This reflects the different results of varying potentials, with the strength of ancestors determining everything. It is well known that dragons are the most powerful beings among all creatures, and tracing back to ancient times, they were undoubtedly the overlords. The reversion of the cub shocked everyone to an unimaginable degree. How long has it been since ancient dragons appeared in the myriad worlds? Setting aside the dragon's nest, the cub might be the first dragon of this era to exhibit bloodline reversion. Zhao Xiaogo, don't bite randomly. If I could decide bloodline reversion, could your war general still be alive today? Xu Chen said. Who? Doesn't know you're good at scheming? If this isn't your doing, could it be that the heavens are manipulating things behind the scenes? Zhao Wushuang sneered, her face full of disbelief. The fearless are overestimating me. I truly don't have such abilities. Not far away, Zhu Xiao couldn't help but glance at the black coffin, his first thought mirroring Zhao Wushuang's. Surely Chu Chen was up to something behind the scenes. Could he know the method for dragon bloodline reversion? Zhu Xiao's heart stirred. If this were true, if he obtained the secret method, the entire pattern of the myriad worlds would be changed by him alone. An army composed entirely of bloodline reverted monsters from ancient beings would be enough to dominate any land. Whether in the chaotic land or the myriad worlds, they would be submerged by this tide. Thinking of this, Zhu Xiao's eyes grew increasingly fervent, filled with greed. The plump and thin Zhao behind him, hearing the noisy commotion, couldn't help but stretch its neck to take a look, then quickly hid, transforming into a stool. What's going on? What's the situation? Zhu Gao asked curiously. It seems the dragon has reverted, the fat dragon explained. What? The ancient dragon is about to emerge? Zhu Gao was startled. Shu, lower your voice, do you want to die? The fat dragon scolded, continuing. Everyone outside is saying this is the work of the fierce man. If he had that ability, he would have revealed it long ago. Would he still be lying in the dark, lifeless soul coffin? The bamboo pole felt speechless. Rumors were indeed unreliable. They had deified Chu Chen, and many believed he was omnipotent. I also think it's impossible. That said, with the phenomenon of bloodline reversion appearing, this battle has no suspense. The thunder on the Shura platform grew increasingly violent, as if it were the supreme thunder from the heavens. Thunder descended from the sky and surged from the ground to the heavens, directly destroying the starry array that covered Millions of miles. As the light shattered, countless purple crystal fragments fell, magnificent and otherworldly. Beneath the brilliance, the massive phantom let out a lone howl, and the dense poisonous mist vortex suddenly changed color. From a deep purple, it transformed into a dazzling blue thunder vortex, forcibly changing elements. This is truly a miracle. Reversing the forbidden spell, turning the opponent's power into one's own. It's here. The power of the ancient giant dragon. Everyone gasped in amazement. When had they ever seen such a huge reversal? Originally convinced that the cub was destined to die, yet 100 seconds passed, and not only was it alive, but it had also stepped into another realm. Was it Chu Chen's good luck, or the cub's strong fate? Soon, a body 50,000 zhan high appeared on the Shura platform, its massive form nearly occupying half the space. The originally small Poison Ming seemed even more insignificant before the cub, now as humble as an ant. The cub looked down at him from a height, its eyes filled with indifference. Though there was no killing intent, it made one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Behind it stood a giant dragon, entirely purple, the same size as its body. A beam of light flowed from their chests, seemingly conducting some kind of inheritance. Lu Taiching's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he smiled. I see, it seems Brother Zhao gave a push from behind. Upon hearing this, Feng Yan understood and laughed. Sorry, I misunderstood you just now. I didn't expect Brother Zhao to be such a helpful and benevolent person. It turned out that all of this was thanks to the poisonous dragon crystal. Zhao Wushuang had obtained the dragon crystal years ago in a nightmare-level secret realm, and it was not a product of this era. Instead, it was a dragon crystal from the ancient era. The cub swallowed the dragon crystal, triggering the bloodline and causing a resonance, aided by the rules of the forbidden spell, resulting in the current outcome. So, this was indeed not Chu Chen's doing, but rather Zhao Wushuang's accidental achievement for the cub. The inheritance of the dragon clan was a normal occurrence. Whenever their lifespan was about to end, they would actively pass on all their power and understanding of the laws or rules to the next generation. The cub originally had such an opportunity, but its mother died too suddenly, and it had not yet hatched, which was why it was born so weak. Now, Zhao Wushuang had made up for the cub's regret. Damn it. Zhao Wushuang's face turned extremely pale, nearly spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood in anger. Especially when thinking that everything he had done had actually made a wedding dress for Chu Chen. What was the difference from recognizing a thief as a father? Coupled with Feng Yan's smug expression, he wished he could punch him a few times. It was infuriating. Indeed, as the fat dragon said, the outcome was already determined. Poison Ming, seeing the cub's transformation, was terrified, unable to muster any thoughts of resistance. Even chanting was an extremely difficult task for him. However, there was no concept of surrender on the Shura platform, only death was allowed. Immediately, he pulled out a Void Blade talisman of divine awareness level from his backpack, trembling as he crushed it. A light blade, condensed with the laws of space, flew out of the void and struck the cub fiercely. However, this spell, which appeared to have great lethality to outsiders, left not a single mark on it. The reversion not only enhanced its size but also increased its strength, defense, speed, and control over the rules by several levels. Originally, the cub had only comprehended the third layer of the thunder rule, but now it had climbed to the 9th layer. It was just a few steps away from igniting the divine fire. Thud. Poison Ming could no longer withstand the might of the little dragon and fell to his knees, his expression one of despair. He had lost all thoughts of fighting again, his invincible heart had been shattered. Even if he did not die, it would be difficult for him to make any progress in the future. This was no different from killing him. I lost, go ahead. Poison Ming slowly closed his eyes. The fierce expression on the little dragon's face was as cold as frost, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, directly turning him into dust. In the second battle, Chu Chen won. The reversal of the outcome was not hard to accept. The overwhelming slaughter due to the disparity in strength was nothing to be surprised about. The first match was a quick kill, lacking any highlights, and there was nothing to stir the blood. It was like a sage mode after a sudden release. Utterly flavorless. The second match was initially thought to lack excitement, as the little dragon still seemed too young in comparison. But the result was shocking. First came the close combat, each punch landing with full force, a primal battle emerging uncontrollably from the depths of the soul. The most captivating was always close combat. The clash of two giant dragons was spectacular. Then, a forbidden spell made everyone think the victory was certain, but unexpectedly, a dramatic ancestral return occurred. Everyone marveled at whether the appearance of such a low-probability event was due to luck. Luck was mysterious, invisible and intangible, but often saved one's life in dangerous times. The second battle is over, the next fight should have no suspense, right? Feng Yan is a genius on the divine list and with the ceiling divine technique, who can stop him once the C-stabilizing needle is out? If the fierce person wins again in the third match, there will be no need for the final battle. For the fearless, the best outcome now is a draw. What a pity, I still wanted to see the fierce person display great power, now that hope seems to be dashed. There were many voices of regret. Their main purpose in coming from afar to break Heaven City was to see how strong Chu Chen was now, whether he was as terrifying as rumored. However, Zhao Wushuang's warriors were too weak, simply not a match for Chu Chen's companions. This alone showed the gap between the two. Zhao Wushuang was willing to go to Any lengths for victory, even sacrificing the lives of his warriors. One could see from the probing of the dragon and phoenix children that he was a tyrant. In contrast, Chu Chen valued the lives of his companions greatly, not wanting them to face any danger. Those who win hearts win the world. If Chu Chen were a ruler, many would surely flock to him. Brother Zhao, are you still planning to fight next? Feng Yan asked with a smile. Zhao Wushuang sat silently, his face dark enough to drip water. 2 consecutive defeats had never occurred in his history of battles. Why not fight? There are still 2 matches left, and the outcome is unknown. What, are you afraid? Zhao Wushuang asked. Tisk, it's not that I look down on you, that 2-headed monster. I could kill him with just 1 finger. Feng Yan waved his arm. Just boasting, the result will only be known after the fight. Zhao Wushuang had no heart for bravado. The situation was extremely unfavorable for him, and saying more was useless. Alright. I'll show you what true sealing divine technique looks like. An unmatched confidence surged from Feng Yan. The surrounding nobles were secretly astonished. Feng Yan's invincible heart had grown to a level that an ordinary person could hardly reach. Just from the momentum, he was already not inferior to Zhao Wushuang. My lord, what should we do after the duel ends? Old Yu's eyes sparkled. Xu Zhao's expression was not good. Like everyone else, he most wanted to see Chu Chen battle Zhao Wushuang. These arrangements were tasks given to him by the founding ancestor. If he could not complete them, he would also die. Wait and see. Zhu Xiao said only 4 words, but his gaze was fixed on the 4 bloodstained stone pillars on the Shura platform, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Moments later, the shield on the Shura platform slowly dissipated, and the little dragon flapped its massive wings, descending from the sky as it flew towards the stands. All the captains changed color in unison, drawing their weapons and moving to the front. All units on alert. The power of the ancient dragon was not to be underestimated. With a moment's carelessness, more than half of the nobles in the stands could be turned to ashes in an instant. At this moment, the ferocity in the cub's eyes showed no signs of diminishing, as if its ancestral instincts had awakened a primal madness deep within its bloodline. Ancient texts recorded that dragons loved blood meals, consuming tens of thousands of tons of flesh and blood daily to replenish their essence. And weak humans were one of the food sources for their feasting. If this dragon went mad here, the entire Broken Sky City would face utter disaster. We absolutely cannot let this dragon harm the adults. With a command from the captain, tens of thousands of warriors emerged from every corner, forming ranks. Although they were all professionally trained soldiers and had learned the combined attack formations of the southern dueling pavilion, they still couldn't help but sweat in their palms and turn pale in front of the massive thunder dragon. Zhu Xiao narrowed his eyes, gripping the armrest tightly, gathering his momentum and waiting for the right moment to act. The others were so frightened by this aura that they nearly lost control. The protective shield of the Shura platform had previously concealed the movements inside from outsiders. But now, with no defensive measures in place, who wouldn't fear such overwhelming dragon might? My god. It really has gone mad. At that moment, Zhu Xiao slammed his hand on the armrest and said sternly, young friend Chu Chen, if you don't manage your war steed properly, I believe many people here would be more than willing to take a turn as dragon slayers. The implication was clear. If the cub couldn't regain its sanity, both Broken Sky City and the onlookers would take action, including the other 3 top talents present on the divine rankings. They had remained silent throughout, not even commenting on the battles. In their eyes, this level of conflict was merely child's play, not worthy of attention. The only one they could focus on was the fierce person ranked 36th on the divine list, Chu Chen. But now, with the dragon in a frenzy, they too had developed some interest. Brother Shi, what do you think? Jiang Woming asked with curiosity. Shi Kai maintained a bitter expression, as if the whole world owed him money. I won't wade into this muddy water, Shi Kai replied. Oh? That dragon hasn't signed a master-servant contract yet, and you have no thoughts at all? Jiang Woming asked with a smile. My path to invincibility requires no generals, and certainly no war steeds. I alone am enough, Shi Kai said, his dual-colored eyes fixed on the colossal beast. And you, Brother D? Jiang Woming turned to the other person. It has nothing to do with me. Disha shook his head. Sigh, what a bunch of unromantic people. How did I end up knowing such dull folks? Jiang Woming lamented, rubbing his forehead. To be fair, he was just teasing. The host was Broken Sky City, and before Zhu Xiao spoke, taking action would be a violation of their laws. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy, the silence seemingly freezing. Time and space. Only the heavy breathing of the dragon echoed in the western square. There's no need for the Chancellor to panic, my partner, I will handle it properly. A gentle voice gradually emerged from a narrow gap in the black coffin. It's over, come back. As these words were spoken, the cub's crimson, frenzied eyes suddenly showed a glimmer of clarity. Its massive body slowly shrank, transforming from a fierce beast into a cute little dragon cub in the blink of an eye. The once ferocious ancient dragon, under the gentle call of the fierce person Chu Chen, had turned into a harmless little dragon cub? The change was so drastic that they could hardly believe their eyes, thinking they were seeing an illusion. The cub flew onto the black coffin, affectionately calling out twice, its expression somewhat aggrieved, looking as if it had suffered a great injustice. All of this was indeed a bit too cruel for it, but it was undeniable that after today, if not invincible in the world, it at least possessed a power that many would envy. Alright, when I come out, there will be plenty of beef jerky. I will definitely make it up to you, Chu Chen comforted. Though little one widened its eyes and glanced into the black coffin, seemingly wanting to see Chu Chen's true form again. But all it could see was pitch darkness, as if it were the primordial blackness at the dawn of creation, with not a hint of anything visible. Not getting what it wanted, disappointment appeared on the little one's face, and it called out a couple of times towards the inside, slowly flying to the top of Diluo's head, its claws firmly gripping his shiny bald head. The implication seemed to be, remember what you promised me, no backing out. Their interaction resembled that of an adult coaxing a child, leaving everyone dumbfounded, unable to believe that the dragon, which had just been so brutal, also had such a gentle and clingy side. If they hadn't witnessed the moment of despair from the poisonous underworld, they might have really believed it. Alright, disperse. Zhu Shao waved his hand and commanded. The heavy stone that had been hanging over the hearts of the captains slowly fell, and they let out a long sigh of relief. This was the best outcome. At least they didn't have to be on edge, nor did they have to engage in a life and death struggle with the ancient dragon. Many soldiers showed envy in their eyes. They too wanted such a powerful and gentle war mount. Different fates for the same kind, but then again, if they had Chu Chen's strength, wouldn't everything they desired be within easy reach? Little one, you were so impressive just now. If those fame-seeking guys could really encompass everything, you would definitely have a place on the divine rankings. Feng Yan gave a thumbs up. Eek. The little one proudly raised its head, its chubby little claws on its hips, its eyes crescent-shaped. Yes, perhaps in a few years, this uncle won't even be your match. Lu Taiqing smiled and nodded in agreement. What uncle? Please clarify. The hierarchy. Feng Yan rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. At over 50,000 years old, calling you uncle is already giving you face. If we go by hierarchy, the little one should call you ancestor. Get lost. I'm forever 18. Shameless old thing, someone who could be the little one's ancestor is still pretending to be young. You want to curse again? In front of everyone, the two suddenly began to bicker like elementary school students, their words so harsh that it would be hard to find anything in his cesspool to match them. The plan was completely disrupted, and Xu Zhao's mood was extremely heavy as he tapped his fingers on the armrest, pondering how to adopt. Old Zhu, do you remember when the Shura platform appeared? Xu Zhao suddenly asked. I don't know, but I heard that after the appearance of the Broken Sky City, the Shura platform appeared, Old Yu replied. Xu Zhao shook his head and said slowly, the Shura platform buried thousands of demigod souls. Although Broken Sky City has a long history, it doesn't have such deep foundations. So, Old Yu's eyes flickered, a guess forming in his mind. That's right, it's because of the Shura platform that Broken Sky City is built in this place. Zhu Shao nodded. Yukong looked puzzled. Why was Zhu Shao suddenly telling him this? Zhu Shao turned to glance at the dragon and tiger in the painting, murmuring, it's time to borrow your power. The battle of dragon and tiger must appear today. After a while, the turmoil settled, and Zhao Wushuang sent out his last warrior to battle. Double City, go. This battle only allows for victory, not defeat, Zhao Wushuang commanded. Yes. Please rest assured, master. The creature with two heads nodded, speaking in unison. Then, it coldly glanced at Feng Yan, who was still arguing with Lu Taiqing, and stepped onto the Shura platform first. It's your turn. Lu Taiqing pressed his palm down and pointed to the sky. Feng Yan turned to look, only to see Double City already in battle mode, its momentum soaring wildly. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed the poisonous underworld. This warrior seemed to be more complex than he appeared. In terms of combat experience, Feng Yan was not much more than the little one. Before this, he only knew how to seal and did not understand the art of killing. It can be said that the Yingxi killed at the entrance of the chaotic land was the first assassin he had ever taken in this life. Therefore, this battle would completely establish his invincible heart and pave the way for the future path. Our matter is not over yet. Let's have a good talk when I return. Feng Yan reminded. Rest assured, I won't leave. Lu Taiqing put away his playful demeanor and pretended to be nonchalant, saying, it's better for you to carry the coffin for Brother Chu. If I were to carry two coffins, wouldn't that undermine my status as the leader of the literary path? Feng Yan looked deeply at him, seeing the concern hidden in his eyes, and subtly nodded. Although the two were playful rivals, often bickering and usually ending with Feng Yan blushing and fuming, they were still friends on the same front. The bond in their hearts surpassed 1,000 words. However, as he passed by the black coffin, he heard Chu Chen's voice from inside. Let the world see the strength of an 8-do talent. The battle for the divine ranking has only just begun. Feng Yan nodded slowly, resolutely flying towards the sky. The third battle would determine the direction of the entire divine ranking, and people were focused on the Shura platform, afraid to miss any details. Xuanqing seems to be the most mysterious warrior under the Fearless One. Do you know anything about his strength? I've heard that Duin and Heijio were both trained by him. The Fearless One is responsible for cultivating their invincible hearts, while Xuanqing is responsible for enhancing their strength. So, this warrior is essentially their mentor? Xuanqing was originally a city guardian, guarding an empty city for tens of thousands of years, said to be because his beloved is buried within that city, ensuring her soul's peace for 10,000 years. Beneath this strange-looking person's fierce exterior lies a gentle heart. Such infatuation is rare in the world. To make such a great sacrifice for a promise shows what kind of person he is. If it weren't for Zhao Wushuang's knowledge of the soul burial method, sending his beloved into reincarnation, Xuancheng would never have developed a heart to follow. Their relationship is both master and servant as well as a transaction. Soon, Feng Yan arrived at the Shura platform, and as soon as he got there, he smelled a nauseating stench of blood. I have long heard that the divine sealing technique is unparalleled, the strongest lineage in the supportive path. Today, I am fortunate to witness it. It is my honor, and I hope you won't hold back, Xuanqing said earnestly. I never hold back against enemies. As the protective shield of the Shura platform rose, the crucial battle that everyone was watching began. Suddenly, Xuanqing thrust both hands into the Shura platform, his arms glowing with a ghostly purple light, ripples spreading out in circles. Then, he yanked fiercely. He pulled out a 3-meter-long greatsword from below. Void manipulation technique? The evil eye messenger, Shi Kai, recognized this technique. Pseudospace technique. It seems this person is not simple. Jiang Woming's face showed curiosity. The so-called pseudospace is a technique that contains spatial power without comprehending the rules of space. This barrier is not complete, cannot be called a seal, and can only be considered a means of restriction. The previous 2 battles failed to pique their interest because they were indeed too weak. But this battle was different. Just Feng Yan alone was enough to make the 3 take it seriously. As fellow prodigies of the divine ranking, they also wanted to see if the legendary divine sealing technique was truly as mysterious as rumored. It is said that when cultivated to the extreme, even the gods can be sealed. To achieve this with a mortal body has never happened in this era. In a sense, Feng Yan's potential could even rival Chu Shan. Both were walking a path unexplored by predecessors. The outcome could only be left to time. After a few breaths, a barrier suddenly appeared on the Shura platform, within which all beings had their attributes reduced by 50%, lasting until the battle ended. Feng Yan felt his body suddenly grow heavy, and he looked up at the runes on the barrier, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Showing off a big knife in front of Guangong, playing with seals in front of me? The Feng family name is well known, and in the realm of sealing, we are indeed the leaders. Others naturally find it hard to reach us, but this technique is my own creation. Today, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to appreciate it? Xuanqing spoke. When he said this, his tone was somewhat sincere, and to outsiders, it truly sounded like a junior seeking advice from a senior. However, to Feng Yan, it was extremely grating. His actions were a complete disdain for his own strength. To put it nicely, it wasn't appreciation, but to put it bluntly, it was essentially testing his abilities. If he could break it, he would naturally save face, but if he couldn't, the reputation of the Feng family would suffer at his hands. Xu Chen is right, those who want to kill you would never lay down their grudges and have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Feng Yan sneered inwardly, his fingers tracing a rune, then gently tapping it. The spell shot through space and suddenly crashed into a corner of the barrier. In an instant, the entire barrier trembled violently, changing from a deep purple to a bright green. In just a moment, Feng Yan had seen through the formation's eye and repaired it completely, taking it for his own use. Reversing the barrier seemed unremarkable to outsiders, but to Xuanqing, it was like a deity descending. As expected of someone who has comprehended the sealing techniques, it truly is not difficult for you. A hint of surprise flashed in Xuanqing's eyes, quickly disappearing. This barrier contained a total of 100,800 runes, with the formation's eye hidden among them. Just one glance allowed him to glimpse the mysteries and accurately find the key formation eye, using great transformative power to reverse the barrier. With just this, there was no one else in the vast world who could achieve it. If you still want to test me, I advise you to give up on that thought. Feng Yan stood with one hand behind his back, fighting him with just one hand. One hand? Xuanqing's expression darkened, and he said, in a deep voice, since you choose this way to die, I will grant you that. As he spoke, 2 heads suddenly manifested a starry array, and a wailing sound echoed from all directions. The atmosphere turned desolate and lonely, a familiar sense of solitude rising. It was as if he had returned to the ancestral land of tens of thousands of years ago, carving sealing techniques day and night, accompanied by silence. This was Xuanqing's understanding of the rules of the cold city. One person guards one city, achieving the great path through solitude. Scenes of vast deserts, yellow sands, and sun-bleached bones intertwined appeared before Feng Yan. At this moment, he seemed to enter a painting, becoming a wandering monk in the desolation. In the distance, a dilapidated and desolate city stood tall, with a figure in white sitting atop the city wall, holding a flute and playing a farewell tune. At that moment, the seated figure suddenly opened his eyes, wielding a large knife, his aura rising to its peak. Can you withstand this knife? After speaking, 3 beams of gray-yellow knife light shot out suddenly, carrying endless sorrow like the world's lament, singing a song of suffering. The farewell song still echoed in his ears, sending off not only a beloved person but also the one before him. The momentum was resolute, carrying an unstoppable force. A terrifying aura, merely revealing a hint, shattered the barrier completely. The 10th layer of the Cold City rules, combined with demigod power, was so formidable that without a shield, it could instantly destroy half of the broken Sky City. The knife light swept over, and Feng Yan seemed still lost in the desert world, unable to pull himself out of the sorrow. The crowd below looked bewildered, more than half clearly shocked by the overwhelming might of the knife light. A rule that can affect the mind and create illusions. What on earth is this Cold City rule? The path of the suffering seed. This knife bets everything. Shi Kai, Jiang Woming, and Di Sha all looked slightly serious, feeling a hint of pressure even with their strength. So that's how it is, the previous barrier was merely a distraction, making him let down his guard. The method is indeed inferior, yet it has achieved its effect. Ah, Liang City, one person stands for a city, the momentum accumulated over tens of thousands of years has now been completely consumed just to win. Jiang Wuming felt a chill in his heart, such determination is not something ordinary people possess. Xuancheng comprehended the sorrowful meaning in that city, having not drawn their blades for tens of thousands of years, all their blade intent was for this battle. Is that guy out of his mind? Why isn't he counterattacking? Lu Taiqing put away his folding fan, his brow furrowed. If struck by the blade's aura, even the gods couldn't save him. On the stage, Zhu Zhao's expression was steady, a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. The fierce one, Zhu Chen, will soon be on stage. The blade's aura broke through the air, arriving before Feng Yan in an instant. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide open, staring intently at the void, not daring to blink. As the only one in the ages to comprehend the divine sealing technique, could he really fall like this? Xuancheng stood firm against the blade, both heads turning simultaneously to exchange a smile. But at that moment, Feng Yan moved. The blade's aura was fast, but his speed was even faster. With one hand, he inscribed a talisman, transforming into an illusion. And a vast array covering millions of miles suddenly appeaed. The composition of the Bagua suddenly began to pulse, a tremendous devouring force erupted explosively. The blade's aura, though powerful, was now frozen in place, unable to advance an inch. What? How could you? Xuancheng's face changed dramatically, breath caught in his throat. The blade intent he was so proud of, a strike accumulated over tens of thousands of years, was shattered just like that? At this moment, Feng Yan's gaze was incredibly clear, devoid of any previous confusion. To slay you, one hand is enough. The sudden turn of events caught Xuancheng off guard, his most confident strike was utterly ineffective before Feng Yan. The aura on the array was particularly dense, imperceptible from outside the Shura platform, yet he could clearly feel its might. The displayed Bagua array was profound and mysterious, he had never seen such a formation before. At first glance, it seemed simple, just the layout of 8 directions. Nothing remarkable. But upon closer inspection, it resembled an ancient riddle, impossible to comprehend its true meaning. Is this the divine sealing technique? The crowd gasped. Some present had the fortune to see this array at the city gate, but due to the distance, they couldn't see it clearly. Now, observing it up close, they finally appreciated its true power. Shi Kai and the others did not feel at ease. They wondered if Feng Yan was hiding his strength like Xu Chen. Brother Shi, what do you think? Your chances are? Jiang Wuming asked seriously. Shi Kai stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then replied, if this is all his strength, I have a 70% chance. 70%? Jiang Wuming was slightly surprised to receive such a high evaluation from this proud person. It seemed he had underestimated Feng Yan's strength. It is said he has another move called the Sea Calming Needle. Once this technique is unleashed, it can calm the seas. Is it true or false? Di Sha asked. Indeed. Its weight is boundless and hard to estimate. Jiang Wuming nodded noncommittally. The divine ranking is indeed a ridiculous measure, Di Sha scoffed. To place Feng Yan at the 99th position was a great underestimation. This shows that relying on rankings to assess a person's essence is simply absurd. On the Shura platform, Xuancheng staggered back a few steps, staring in disbelief at what lay before him, his heart sinking to the bottom. How ridiculous, the strike I wagered for Liang City cannot even reach him. Xuancheng smiled bitterly, his disheveled appearance resembling that of a madman. If anyone else were in his place, they might not be able to accept this reality. To think he could shatter everything with his blade intent, after spending so long building up power. All of this felt like a dream, dissipating into nothingness. The gap between you and me is like a chasm. I can give you the opportunity to unleash the strike out of respect for the blade in your hand, not for a treacherous person. Like you, Feng Yan said then, he snapped his fingers, and the Chen Kuan array suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light, vibrating simultaneously in 8 directions. Creating a different realm. In this world, the 6 senses were completely sealed, and countless runes were branded onto Xuancheng's body, resembling a beehive riddled with holes. The scorching runes represented a kind of magic, and a galaxy suddenly appeared above his head. The stars shone brightly, each star representing a different spell. Billions of sealing techniques poured out simultaneously, combined with the divine sealing magic. At this moment, the Shura platform seemed to have transformed into a purgatory. Without the command of the sealing words, this place would be permanently sealed off. Looking at his eyes, murky and lifeless, he resembled a corpse. Defeated. Defeated too quickly. It's not his fault, after all, the sealing words are too strange, the divine sealing magic is so tyrannical, I can't think of a way to break the situation. The fiercest generals under the fierce man all possess this level of strength, how powerful must he himself be? Inestimable, what a pity, we won't see the last battle. Xuancheng's loss was not unjust, dying at the hands of the sealing words was not a disgrace to his path. However, Zhao Wushuang ultimately fell short. His plans were about to come to naught. I am the first seal master of the heavens, today I bear the title of the leader of sealing paths. Those who are unconvinced, come and fight. Feng Yan shouted, drawing the long sword from his waist. At this moment, the heavens trembled, and a large character seal suddenly appeared in the sky. It shone brilliantly. Feng Yan stepped forward, his aura fluctuating unpredictably, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. His body also shifted between illusion and reality, appearing somewhat unreal from a distance. Suddenly, at that moment, the bloodstains on the 4 massive stone pillars became increasingly crimson and a wailing sound gradually emerged. Thousands of souls floated out from the bottom of the Shura platform, their pale faces wide open, seemingly accusing the heavens of injustice, filled with deep resentment. What's going on? Why have the souls of the Shura platform awakened? Could it be that Feng Yan is proving his path here? Has he drawn them out? The crowd expressed confusion, filled with horror. Could it be that these demigod souls did not want to witness Feng Yan's pursuit of the path? In an instant, thousands of demigods erupted with various powers of rules. Fire, forests, oceans, sharp metal, earth, destruction, devouring, shaking, slaughter, life, death, immortality, all kinds of rules combined, condensing into a domineering giant axe in midair, striking down fiercely. It directly split the Qianquan array into countless pieces. The sealing power immediately made contact, but that was not the end. The multicolored giant axe then aimed at Feng Yan below. The dead dare to be arrogant? Feng Yan was unafraid, sketching runes with one hand, and suddenly a giant staff burst forth from the Shura platform. Its glazed golden exterior was extremely dazzling, and the staff bore the 4 large characters Dinghai Shenzhen. Today, whoever dares to kill like me, I will sever their reincarnation. Feng Yan lightly pointed forward. The Dinghai Shenzhen swung down violently, directly knocking the giant axe away, revealing a barely noticeable crack. Regardless of weight or hardness, the Dinghai Shenzhen was undoubtedly the best in the world. Such a multitude of rule powers was indeed terrifying, but they were not like Chu Chen, who could merge rules. This giant axe was merely a simple aggregation. With chaotic rules that could not be said to complement each other, even intertwined, its power was less than before. Only Chu Chen could achieve a sum greater than the parts. At this moment, Feng Yan resembled a war god, commanding the Dinghai Shenzhen, engaging in an extremely fierce battle with the giant axe. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was piercing. With just a sealing rule, he could contend with thousands of rule powers. At this moment, his momentum was like a rainbow, truly embodying the spirit of a warrior. Just as Feng Yan said, what he craved was a life of fine clothes and galloping horses, wielding his sword across the world. The appearance of these demigods not only did not pressure him but instead brought him great enjoyment. The long-awaited battle has finally arrived. This child is too monstrous. The divine sealing technique has been brought to an extremely high level by him. Even those who come later will likely not surpass him. Undoubtedly unparalleled, after this battle, Feng Yan's ranking should be able to break into the top 50. Soon, the giant axe was shattered by a heavy blow from the sea-stabilizing needle. Just a mayfly, and you dare to shout at me? Feng Yan's robe moved without wind, and he suddenly stepped forward, extending his 5 fingers, coldly saying, "In my name, seal the god." Immediately, the character 4 seal above his head burst forth with brilliant divine light, and a pillar of light descended from the heavens. At this moment, the entire third sequence world felt a sense of oppressive heartbeat. Even the shield of the Shura platform could not withstand the might of this divine sealing technique. Thousands of souls were suddenly imprisoned, then wrapped in a ball of light, rising into the sky. This scene resembled a monk guiding souls to the afterlife, but the two were entirely different. The monk's purpose was to send them into reincarnation, while Feng Yan's method was to seal them forever, never to be reborn. Since you still have attachments to the world, then stay here forever. Feng Yan's expression was as calm as a deep well, and his posture was filled with the demeanor of a master. "Damn it, he got me," Lu Taichung frowned, then relaxed with a smile, nodding. "He indeed has the qualifications to compete with me." The little one saw Feng Yan's unmatched appearance and happily clapped its little paws, looking extremely pleased. De Luo had no expression, but a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. "Useless. A bunch of useless fools." Xu Zhao's anger surged, and he slammed his hand on the seat, causing the entire viewing platform to tremble, with cracks spreading outwards from beneath his feet. Old Zhu beside him was directly startled. He had never seen the chancellor show such an angry expression. The usually gentle Zhu Xiao, how could he lose composure like this? "My lord." "Old," Yu cautiously called out, fear evident in his brow. He didn't understand why Zhu Xiao was so angry that Feng Yan won. Logically, the Broken Sky City should maintain a neutral stance. No matter which side won, it would have no impact on the main city and would instead increase its popularity. How many people came to admire the talents on the divine ranking? The economy of the main city had grown more than tenfold in these few days. Who lives or dies is none of his business. Why is Lord Zhu angry? Is it because Chu has won and you are very disappointed? Chu Chen teased. Although Zhu Xiao was very deep in thought, he could no longer hide his fierce fangs at this moment. His face was as cold as frost, and his anger seemed to burn through the entire sky. "This battle, you have won." Even if he was unwilling, he had to admit this fact. With so many people watching, he couldn't back out. If he acted against righteousness, the Southern Dipper Pavilion would be pointed at by the world, and its fortune would surely decline countless times in the future. A great ancestor is indeed important, but in the face of fortune, it is not enough. Even the current pavilion master would not dare to speak of fortune. "Then please, Brother Zhao, hand over the Eye of the Divine," Xu Chen said. From just now until now, Zhao Wushuang had not said a word, always wearing a gloomy expression. "Xu Chen, do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" Zhao Wuxuan shouted loudly. His booming voice spread throughout the broken sky city. They knew Zhao Wuxuan was very frustrated, but they didn't expect him to challenge at this moment. His subordinates were all dead and relying on himself alone to withstand Chu Chen and his 3 great generals was simply a dream. De Luo was a 5-turn pure-blooded holy spirit, extremely powerful, and his limits were still unknown. Though little one had ancestral blood, now a primordial giant dragon, with overwhelming dragon might, unafraid of any creature. As for the strongest Chu Chen, he could climb from bronze level to myth level in a year and obtain the qualification for the divine path seed. Half a year had passed since he last made a move, and with his rate of growth, no one knew just how strong he had become. Moreover, Zhao Wuxuan had taken the initiative to propose a battle, which was not as simple as a one-on-one fight. How confident was he in his victories? A dignified fearless one can't even afford to lose? Chu Chen scoffed. The laughter fell into Zhao Wuxuan's ears, sounding extremely harsh. And his face instantly flushed red. Dare or not, it's just a word. You say we fight, and we fight? I've already given enough face to the Southern Dagger Pavilion by agreeing to this duel, and now you're not satisfied and want to fight me again. On what grounds? If you agree, I can bet everything in my backpack, including my luck. Ha ha ha. Chu Chen laughed loudly, his voice filled with disdain and mockery. Is the fearless one's brain kicked by a donkey? Do you really think the world revolves around you? You say you want to fight, and I have to agree? What the hell are you? The sudden outburst of insults stunned everyone. They hadn't expected Chu Chen to curse so elegantly. At this moment, Zhu Xiao stepped forward and said, since the god ranking competition has begun, there is no reason to stop. Does young friend Chu Chen have any concerns? Upon hearing this, the nobles were greatly shocked. Does the Lord intend to side with the fearless one? Why is that? The city of Breaking Heaven should maintain a neutral stance. Doesn't the Lord consider the consequences of this? Feng Yan could no longer hold back, directly pointing at Zhao Wuxuan's face and cursing, you're nothing but a fart. I alone can wipe you out without my brothers lifting a finger. Lu Taiching also shook his head slightly. Zhao Wuxuan was too eager and had lost his reason. If he could just hold on a bit longer, in 3 years, wouldn't he have the chance to fight? Divine artifacts are great, but one must have a life to wield them. You're seeking death. Zhao Wuxuan could no longer endure it, his aura erupting violently. A wave of ferocious energy pushed people back hundreds of meters. After these few battles, he had had enough of the mockery. Who dared to be so arrogant in front of him? If it weren't for the fact that he had lost and had nothing to say, he would have given Feng Yan a taste of his power. Come on. Let's see if I don't twist your head off today. Feng Yan sneered, completely unafraid. How to speak to a fearless one? Sit down. Chu Chen said. Feng Yan threw a disdainful glance at Zhao Wuxuan and sat back down. First hand over the items, then I'll consider it, Chu Chen said. Zhao Wuxuan did not hesitate and directly threw out the eye of the divine, which sank into the black coffin. I'll give you a week to consider. During this time, I will wait in the city of Breaking Heaven. Zhao Wuxuan's eyes burned with fierce battle intent and killing intent. Since you are so eager to seek death, very well, today I will make an exception and fulfill your wish. As he spoke, the black coffin suddenly opened. Countless golden divine thunders shot into the sky. The immortal rules spread across the entire world, and the city of Breaking Heaven seemed to turn into someone else's plaything, on the verge of toppling at any moment. The aura of the fierce one filled the air, and everyone present was filled with fear. It was as if they were witnessing a brand new deity coming into the world. Immediately after, a figure radiating golden light emerged from the black coffin, and that extraordinarily enchanting face was finally revealed to the world. Is that the true face of the fierce one? How is it different from the legends? Didn't they say the fierce one has 3 heads, 6 pairs of hands, and is 5 meters tall? Finally witnessing the true form of the fierce one, everyone felt a surge of excitement. Their eyes almost overflowing with fervor. The path to divinity is about to open. Today, I will use the heads of the heavenly prodigies from the god ranking to sacrifice to my divine thunder. Chu Chen's robes fluttered, and thunder roared. The sky was filled with golden divine thunders transforming into hundreds of giant dragons soaring through the heavens, their roars echoing for thousands of miles. A beam of light shot down from the heavens, directly enveloping the figure below. Not only that, but an ancient god towering billions of feet also emerged, forcefully supporting the heavens. With a massive hand, as if possessing the strength to hold up the sky. With the heavens above and the underworld beneath, the powerful force of the ancient god was interpreted to the utmost. However, this is not the end. One palace after another emerged, shrouded in mist and illuminated by the sun, radiating a dazzling light. Celestial soldiers and officials held divine staffs, standing guard in front. In the swirling clouds and mist, a towering heavenly gate stood tall. A plaque hung above the gate, with the aura transforming into a true dragon, swirling nearby. The Imperial City of Ziwei. Again, the Imperial City of Ziwei. Is the fierce one serious? The fat dragon's eyes bulged, nearly falling to the ground. Back when he was in the dwarven territory, he had witnessed Chu Chen summon a powerful phenomenon through the rules. Now, compared to before, the phenomenon was even more solid, and these illusory things seemed to have come to life, all imbued with vitality. This was the combination of the immortal rules and the rules of life and death, using the rules of power as a medium to connect the two. Moreover, this ancient statue possessed a soul with a pair of swirling eyes filled with dark light, brimming with destructive power. The vast broken sky city appeared as nothing but a mayfly in the eyes of the colossal giant, easily crushable with a flick of a finger. These astonishing phenomena frightened many to the ground, staring incredulously at the sky, trembling. What an incredible phenomenon! I feel like just looking at it a bit longer could kill me. Right beneath it, a figure bathed in divine light stepped out of a black coffin, resembling a being from beyond the heavens, exuding a transcendent aura. The fierce one, Chu Chen, finally made his appearance. Today, I give you the opportunity to challenge me. This chance to emerge from the coffin is due to fate, you need not feel too much pressure. Chu Chen slowly walked up to Zhao Wuxuan and spoke. A vast and boundless powerful aura surged towards Zhao Wuxuan, causing him to involuntarily take a half step back, a look of uncertainty appearing on his face. He felt that the person before him was not real. To be precise, he was too strong to be a mere mortal. This was impossible. You have recovered? Zhao Wuxuan couldn't help but blurt out. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Asking like that clearly revealed his fear. As a fellow genius on the divine rankings, Zhao Wuxuan felt a sense of trepidation upon seeing Chu Chen's true form. How absurd. He, the fearless one, had never been afraid of battle in his life. But the pressure Chu Chen exerted was simply too great, the two seemed to belong to different dimensions of existence. It felt as if he was about to ascend to divinity, becoming the supreme god of all heavens. One soul is still missing, but slaughtering you is enough. Chu Chen slightly raised his chin and said coldly. How arrogant. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was instantly filled with fervor. They had traveled thousands of miles to Broken Sky City just to see Chu Chen's true form and experience his invincible demeanor. Now they had seen his face and heard his ever-arrogant words. Did you notice? Although Feng Yan has said similar words, the level of arrogance between the two is not even on the same scale. Indeed, Feng Yan's was pure crushing. When he said that, it felt like confidence, not arrogance. But when the fierce one says it, it's an invincible posture looking down on the world. That's the spirit. The fierce one's reputation as a madman is well-deserved. The entire venue trembled, a single stone stirring up 1,000 waves, a surge of battle intent rushing to their heads, wishing they could rush in and kill 7 times over. Woo! After a year, the little one saw a familiar face and excitedly flipped in the air a few times, filled with joy. Whether familiar or seeing him for the first time, everyone was moved to tears upon witnessing Chu Chen finally breaking free from his restraints. Especially Feng Yan, whose tears flowed uncontrollably. After enduring for a year. You don't even say thank you, what an impolite guy. Damn it, why do I have bricks in my eyes again? Lu Taiqing rarely retorted, allowing Feng Yan to cry. He understood this emotion and knew why such expressions would emerge. Having broken free from the coffin, there will surely be big news in the world of the heavens again. As he spoke, Lu Taiqing wore a slight smile, slowly waving his folding fan, his eyes sparkling with an inexplicable brilliance. On the other side, Shikai and Jiang Wuming, along with 2 others, were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances, unsure of how to comment. Brother Shi, how confident are you this time? Jiang Wuming asked with a bitter smile. 90%? Shikai replied almost without hesitation. So high? Jiang Wuming was taken aback, and before he could ask further, Shikai directly said, 90% chance of being annihilated, 10% chance of escaping. Such a sincere answer left Jiang Wuming at a loss. Logically speaking, the gap between each genius shouldn't be too exaggerated. The nearby ones were all top-tier prodigies, almost all having comprehended the rules, and their attainments were not low. It was just that Chu Chen was too abnormal. Comparing him was like inviting humiliation. Previously, he had only heard of the deeds and had not seen the true form, and he felt that the rumors might have been exaggerated. But seeing it today, the rumors had indeed been somewhat restrained. The fact that the dwarf Henry was crushed seemed to be true. If any one of the 3 of them went up, no, it should be said that even if all 3 went together, there might still be a chance to fight. Zhu Xiao on the stands was completely stunned. Chu Chen's limits were even higher than he had imagined. It seems the candidate designated by the ancestor can be decided now. Zhu Xiao did not hesitate and directly crushed the jade talisman in his hand. This battle between the dragon and tiger had already lost its suspense. Moreover, in this phenomenon, the rules of light and dark had yet to appear. This meant that Chu Chen still had hidden cards. This news was known only to him and the fat and thin Jiao. If revealed, it would surely cause a stir across the heavens, attracting countless people to rush forward. By then, would Zhao Wuxuan still dare to challenge? Come on, to the Shura platform. Chu Chen stepped forward, appearing directly on the Shura platform with incredible skill, his hands behind his back, like a true god, proud of the world. The arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. Zhao Wuxuan erupted with a powerful fighting spirit, flying forward to the Shura platform as well. The protective shield slowly rose. This battle would be the most significant and noteworthy fight in the chaotic land for tens of thousands of years. The fearless one, slaughtering billions of living beings, with boundless killing intent and soaring battle spirit. The fierce man Chu Chen. Known to the world as the immortal thunder god, a fusion of 6 great rules, bearing the bloodline of ancient gods, a pioneer of the great path, and a possessor of infinite firepower. The halos and titles of these 2 were countless, just mentioning one could create a legendary story. I know you've always wanted to kill me. I have no merits, except for being arrogant and helping others, Chu Chen said. As the protective shield fully rose, the battle began. Zhao Wuxuang's movements were swift, with a loud roar, his battle aura sword continuously merging in midair to form a set of armor that attached to his body. Then, he drew a long staff from his backpack, with each end representing two attributes. One was battle, the other was killing. No matter the outcome today, I will have no regrets. Zhao Wuxuang's tiger-like body shook, and an ancient war god suddenly appeared. The war god was also a towering figure, gazing at the ancient gods from afar, their momentum clashing continuously. The raging battle intent seemed capable of drowning the sun. Zhao Wuxuang had already comprehended the 10th layer of the killing rules. Like the vast majority of the top talents on the divine rankings, he was just half a step away from igniting the divine fire. What regrets could there be? Killing me, is that still your wish? Chu Chen laughed heartily, holding the book of sages, slowly opening a page. I haven't fought seriously for a whole year. Today, I'll use you to test my blade and see if this divine thunder can reach the pinnacle. As he spoke, the book of sages suddenly revealed circles of starlight formations, bursting forth with dazzling golden light. In an instant, the vast Shura platform was occupied by 3,000 divine nations, the sounds of bells and chanting coming from all directions, as melodious as divine music, wildly battling the world, fighting to the peak. Zhao Wuxuang's first move was a killing strike, a spell comparable to a forbidden spell unleashed from his limitless staff, heavily striking down on the 3,000 divine nations. It produced a tremendous buzzing sound. With one strike, he shattered a divine nation, turning it into countless golden fragments that scattered across the ground. However, this strike was merely a test. The wild battle would total 180,000 strikes, each one stronger than the last. The battle intent and killing intent surged. Is this all your divine kingdom is capable of? Where's the ferocity? Zhao Wuxuang laughed heartily as he easily shattered the divine kingdom, following up with a second strike. Clang! Sparks flew, thunder roared, and the structures of the divine kingdom were destroyed in that moment, turning to nothingness. Zhao Wuxuang withstood the thunder with his flesh, his killing intent even stronger, roaring as he unleashed thousands of strikes. The overwhelming momentum shook the heavens and the earth. This battle completely exceeded people's expectations, far stronger than the previous encounters by several times. It could be said that in front of Zhao Wuxuang, all fights were mere child's play. What a violent power! The fearless grow stronger through battle, becoming braver with each fight. If he continues to build momentum, his strength will be 100 times greater than at the start. If his battle intent can rise to a certain level, it will complement the laws of slaughter, and at that time, he could become the god of war of this era. The grand momentum filled the entire Azura platform, while Chu Chen, at the center of the divine kingdom, remained expressionless. Is the fierce one not going to make a move? Or is this all you can do? Zhao Wuxuang seemed to be going mad, his hair dancing wildly as he laughed. At this moment, he had entered a state of oblivion, each strike stronger than the last. That's enough. Chu Chen slowly closed his eyes, shutting the book of sages. At this moment, people were puzzled by his actions. How could he still be playing tricks at this point? Could it be that the fierce one is still short of a soul, forcing his way out of the coffin, resulting in after effects? So, the phenomenon he just created was merely a paper tiger that couldn't withstand a blow? Since there is no belief in victory, why agree to the duel? The stark contrast left people bewildered. The best way to deal with Zhao Wuxuang was to strike decisively, not giving him any chance to build momentum. Otherwise, the only danger would be to oneself. At this time, Zhao Wuxuang had already broken through 2,000 divine kingdoms, his whole body ablaze with golden flames, his eyes turning golden, like an enraged divine lion. Come on! Aren't you fierce? Why are you hiding? Like a turtle? Zhao Wuxuang sneered, seemingly venting all the anger he had bottled up. 3 battle generals had died, and he had been mocked by countless people, only to end up begging Chu Chen for a fight. All the grievances were released at this moment. Fierce one Chu Chen. This strike is my gift to you. Zhao Wuxuang raised the Wujigan high above his head and smashed it down fiercely. Bang! At that moment, the remaining 1,000 divine kingdoms shattered inch by inch, collapsing with a roar. Without protection, Chu Chen was exposed before Zhao Wuxuang, his head easily within reach. However, Chu Chen seemed completely unaware of the strong enemy before him, still keeping his eyes tightly shut. Still playing tricks? I want to see what else you can stir up. Zhao Wuxuang laughed in anger. It was the first time he had been so underestimated. Whether Chu Chen was just putting on an act or truly entering a weak phase, Zhao Wuxuang was determined to seize any opportunity. Die for me! Zhao Wuxuang shouted, unleashing all the battle intent accumulated from the chaotic battles. Like the waters of the Milky Way, it surged forth, the power to obliterate everything condensed into this one strike. Immediately, the phantom of the war god behind him also moved, raising the stick simultaneously and swinging it down fiercely. Is the fierce one still not making a move? If you don't counterattack, you'll die. What is he doing? If this strike lands solidly, even defying the heavens won't save him. Feng Yan could no longer hold back, his body suddenly flying towards the Azura platform. But after just 2 steps, he was enveloped by a breath of literary energy from Lu Taiqin, unable to move. Come back. Let go. I want to kill Zhao Wuxuang. What use is it for you to go? Can you break the shield of the Azura platform? Upon hearing this, Feng Yan fell silent, staring blankly at the sky. Then what should we do? Shu Chen must have forced his way out of the coffin and encountered problems, otherwise how could he remain motionless? Everything is determined by fate, he can only rely on himself now. LV Tai Chi was still somewhat rational, while the Luo and Zai Zai, like Feng Yan, were anxious and restless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Wuxuan's Wujigan suddenly struck Shu Chen's head. Waves of ripples slowly spread out, the protective shield trembled slightly, hinting at an unbearable sensation. Did it hit? At that moment, the entire venue fell silent, the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone was astonished, originally thinking that Shu Chen would retaliate at the last moment. But no one expected that he would actually withstand it with his body? Had he gone mad? Shu Chen's body quickly shattered into pieces, golden blood gushing out like a fountain. Then, a colorful illusory light group slowly floated out from his head, magnificent and quite extraordinary. That's the soul of the fierce person. It really is missing a piece. My god, the soul has been knocked out, the fearless one is really fierce. So, is the fierce person dead? At this moment, no one was without curiosity. If it were really that simple, then Shu Chen would definitely become the biggest joke in the world of the heavens. Arrogant beyond measure, yet killed in an instant by Zhao Wuxuan. What? A clown. Shu Chen, what the hell are you doing? Feng Yan was completely stunned, his mind momentarily unable to process. Zhao Wuxuan suddenly threw his head back and laughed. The fierce person has such little ability, you all think too highly of him. After saying that, he directly reached out his palm, aiming for the golden dawn at his chest. At that moment, Zhao Wuxuan's eyes were filled with greed. The artifact he had longed for was finally within his grasp. With the artifact and then retrieving the eye of the divine, igniting the divine fire would be incredibly simple. Right? But just then, a tremendous force came from his wrist, rendering him unable to move. What? Zhao Wuxuan was taken aback. He saw Shu Chen, whose body was shattered, suddenly raise his head, revealing a smile he would never forget. My things are not for you to touch. Shu Chen's palm clamped down on Zhao Wuxuan's hand, which was trying to cause trouble, with an irresistible force. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the restraint. Let go. Zhao Wuxuan shouted angrily, and the Wujigan slammed down on Shu Chen's head. The already shattered skull developed even more cracks under the relentless blows. From the outside, Shu Chen now resembled a porcelain doll covered in cracks, ready to shatter at any moment. The soul hovering above him was like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. I'll make you let go. Zhao Wuxuan was both shocked and furious, thinking that Shu Chen was going to fight him to the death. The Wujigan suddenly erupted. With immense power, the laws of slaughter and battle intent merging together, forming a unique force. The battle intent surged, the killing intent was chilling. The explosive power seemed ready to shatter the chaotic ground. However, at that moment, Shu Chen made an unexpected move. He suddenly released his soul, flying into the sky, standing above everyone. I let you hit me for free. If I lose this battle, it won't be a disgrace to the name of the fearless, right? Shu Chen smiled wickedly, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. Forbidden spell, great annihilation suppression. Finger. Immediately, the ancient god's phantom behind him reached out a finger and gently tapped the Wujigan. Waves of ripples slowly spread out, time seemingly froze at that moment. Then, a tremendous force of annihilation suddenly radiated in all directions, the entire Azura platform shattered at that moment, even the protective shield began to sway precariously. The sense of turmoil shocked everyone present. No one expected that Shu Chen still had the strength to fight. He was already this severely injured. Puff! Zhao Wuxuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body like a kite with a broken string, crashing violently against the protective shield. The powerful impact shattered his internal organs, blood surged, and stars danced before his eyes. A force formed by the fusion of 6 rules surged chaotically within him, creating a complete mess. One blow shattered. Shu Chen slowly opened his eyes under the astonished gazes of the crowd, revealing a pair of golden pupils. Gazing at the broken body before him, Zhao Wuxuan's current state was even more pitiful than Shu Chen's. His body was a mass of wounds, drenched in blood, with not a single good piece of flesh left. He lay there limply, as if devoid of bones, like a soft shrimp. At this moment, where was the slightest trace of a master's demeanor? The fierce energy within him had been completely obliterated under Shu Chen's crushing force. Not to mention the courage to fear nothing, this blow had utterly shattered all his pride and invincibility. It could be said that the two were not even on the same level of existence. Incredible, this fierce person actually has the power to instantly kill a peer-level genius from the divine ranking? That's not even the most terrifying part. Remember, when he annihilated Henry, he only had the power of the laws. And now he is transformed into the power of the rules. The damage must be countless times stronger. Does anyone remember that? Shu Chen possessed divine power even at the mythic level? As this was said, everyone's eyes widened in shock. They fell into silence. Indeed, Shu Chen still had divine power yet to be unleashed. Once he did, Zhao Wuxuan would surely meet his end. How could there be any chance of a complete corpse? One could only say that Shu Chen had held back. But why did he hold back? Ha ha ha. Zhao Wuxuan's bloodied face revealed a grim smile. His hair was matted with blood, sticking together like strands of bloody kelp, looking quite tragic. The madness in his eyes added a touch of ferocity to his insanity. I lost, go ahead and strike. Zhao Wushhuang stared intently at Chu Chen, as if he wanted to imprint his face in his mind before dying. If he couldn't win in this life, he would have the chance in the next. In life after life, as long as there was a chance for reincarnation, he was confident he could fight him again. Kill you? It's not time yet. Chu Chen smiled slightly and shook his head slowly. If you want to humiliate me, there's no need. Zhao Wushhuang, will never bow to anyone in this life. Come on. Give me a quick end. Zhao Wushhuang shouted. His voice carried a plea. At this moment, he had no face left to live in this world. The competition of the divine ranking was like this: if you lost, you had to give up everything, including all your equipment and fortune. Since you seek death, why not take your own life? That would be quicker, and you could leave a complete corpse. Chu Chen asked. Zhao Wushhuang was momentarily speechless, slowly lowering his proud head. He actually did not want to die, but as a warrior, one either died on the battlefield or waited until the end of their lifespan. There was absolutely no possibility of surviving or committing suicide. This was his belief, and also his principle. Let's wait a bit longer, the person I'm looking for should be coming out soon. Chu Chen looked up at the sky, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Waiting for someone? Who? The crowd was bewildered, not understanding. Could it be that he is waiting for Shi Kai and others to come up and fight him? How is that possible? Do you think Jiang Wuming dares to step onto the stage? Although the voice was not loud, it still clearly reached Jiang Wuming and the others not far away. They remained unfazed, seemingly not hearing this remark. Indeed, Chu Chen was now ridiculously strong, relying solely on the fusion of rules. He was not something they could contend with. Jiang Wuming wanted to take back his earlier words about the three of them being able to fight together. Not to mention the three of them, even if all the top 50 geniuses of the divine ranking combined, they might not be his match. Isn't Chu Chen too fierce? Is he even human? Feng Yanrun was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he naively thought Chu Chen would encounter trouble. Yet it was Zhao Wushhuang who was defeated, and so straightforwardly, without any room for resistance. It could indeed be called an instant kill. On the Shura platform, Zhao Wushhuang struggled to prop himself up and asked, "Who are you waiting for?" "Waiting for a chess player," Chu Chen replied slowly. This chess game spans the entire third sequence world, from the old Earth to the Chaos Land, crossing billions of miles, lasting an entire year. This past year, he has constantly probed my weaknesses, laying countless hidden traps, putting me in danger multiple times, and even putting my brothers in life and death situations. As these words filled with murderous intent were spoken, people felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. His killing intent was even more formidable than that of Zhao Wushhuang, who had comprehended the laws of slaughter. How many people has this killer killed? His killing intent is terrifying. By the way, who is this chess player he mentioned? If such a person really exists and has been plotting against the killer for so long, that's too frightening. Some people turned their gaze to Lu Taiqing, the team strategist and brain, who should know quite a bit of the details. However, Lu Taiqing maintained an indifferent demeanor, merely smiling without speaking. This only heightened the crowd's curiosity, eager to know the answer. Just then, a thunderclap echoed through the sky. "Lord Zhu, am I right? What? The person you mentioned is Prime Minister Zhu Xiao of Patian City?" All eyes turned in unison, and at that moment, Zhu Xiao had a blank expression, holding a painting of a dragon and tiger contesting. How could it be Lord Zhu? The two have no interests entangled. Moreover, when Chu Chen was in the old lands, he had no connection to Patian City. How could he have been plotting since then? Zhu Xiao plotting against Chu Chen, what is he after? At this point, the situation became increasingly perplexing. On the surface, the two had no connection. Everything could only be traced back to the entry into the chaotic land. The only point of conflict between them was that Feng Yan killed the Baron of Patian City, Mo Hai, and that was all. Thus, analyzing it this way, pointing the finger at Zhu Xiao made no sense. Not only them, but even Zhao Wushhuang was confused. "Chu Chen, what do you mean by this? Although Patian City encouraged you to agree to battle with me, they have always maintained a neutral stance," Zhao Wushhuang asked. Chu Chen glanced at him, too lazy to explain to someone who was all brawn and no brains, only thinking about fighting. If I'm not mistaken, the bounty hunters from Barawa City, the Dragon and Phoenix Boy, and the Dwarf Clan's King of Participation were all arranged by your Southern Dipper Pavilion. Right? As soon as these words were spoken, they stirred up a storm among the crowd. Is all of this the work of the Southern Dipper Pavilion? Did they send someone to probe when the killer was gravely injured and on the brink of death a year ago? If this is true, then this scheme is too ruthless, equivalent to forcing the killer into a dead end. The Dragon and Phoenix Boy was also sent by the Southern Dipper Pavilion, so this time the Fearless One's challenge. It was hard to imagine that from beginning to end, Zhao Wushhuang had been used as a pawn. What he thought was a contest was merely a game of chess between the chess player and Chu Chen. "Did you send the Dragon and Phoenix Boy?" Zhao Wushhuang suddenly turned his head, looking at Zhu Xiao. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At that time, the Dragon and Phoenix Boy had suddenly told him that they had found Chu Chen's whereabouts and could take his life when he was at his weakest. Originally, Zhao Wushhuang did not agree with this approach. After all, since it was a contest, how could one use such despicable means? He looked down on it. However, the Dragon and Phoenix Boy insisted on their opinion, determined to bring Chu Chen's divine weapon for their master. At that time, he found it strange, the two seemed to be possessed and no amount of persuasion worked, not even following orders. At this moment, Xu Xiao was staring at the painting in his hand, clicking his tongue in amazement. I have been obsessed with painting for over 10,000 years, creating countless works, but not a single one has satisfied me. Only this one is extraordinarily lifelike and deeply resonates with me. Killer, fearless one, what do you both think of my work? Xu Xiao's corpulent body took a few steps forward, holding the brush, and wrote the three large characters Zhao Wuxuan on the giant tiger's head. The next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The giant tiger visibly withered at an astonishing speed, blood oozing from its body, dyeing half of the painting red. Then, he wrote the name Chu Chen on the giant dragon's forehead. In an instant, thunder roared, golden light flickered, filling the air with a kingly aura. Who is the dragon and who is the tiger? It was clear at a glance. I'm asking you, is it true or not? Zhao Wuxuan's eyes were blood red, and his killing intent surged wildly. Although he was a ruthless person, willing to sacrifice everything to win, even the lives of generals. But if someone trampled on his possessions, he would never forgive. Why should the fearless be so angry? It's just two worthless lives. Xu Xiao directly tore off the veil of hypocrisy, revealing the hidden fangs. At that moment, the entire venue trembled, and disbelief filled the eyes of the people. From beginning to end, Zhao Wuxuan was merely a pawn in the game, manipulated at will. And in this game, only two people were truly playing against each other. One was Chu Chen, and the other was Xu Xiao. But it was still too early to draw conclusions, because Chu Chen had said that the person he was waiting for had not yet appeared. Seeking death, Zhao Wuxuan coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood and charged out with his broken body. Even though he was on the brink of death, his rage had already drowned his senses. Suddenly, a milky white light burst forth from his body, and his previously dim aura soared to its peak. It was another sacrificial technique. Bold old dog, die for me. Zhao Wuxuan's scarlet eyes fixed fiercely on Xu Xiao, his predatory gaze seeming to want to devour him whole. The mad warrior of the world. The limitless staff in his hand sensed its master's fury, trembling slightly and emitting a humming sound. At the end of your strength, you dare to act fierce? Xu Xiao sneered a few times, and the brush in his hand shone brightly as he inscribed the word kill on the scroll. Suddenly, Zhao Wuxuan's eyes widened, frozen in midair. The giant tiger in the scroll shattered into pieces, and his body followed suit. Blood rained down, and golden rain fell from the sky. The gold and red mixed together, creating a unique scene. Beautiful yet sinister, it was a vivid display of colors. A generation's pride met a tragic end. Just an ant, Xu Xiao spat. No one expected that the one who killed Zhao Wuxuan was not Chu Chen nor any of his generals. It was the prime minister of the neutral city of Patian. This outcome had completely shocked everyone present. Young friend Chu Chen, I have already removed your greatest worry. There is no need for us to be adversaries, why not turn swords into plowshares? Xu Xiao asked with a smile. The hypocrite and the petty person became adorable types in front of Xu Xiao. This smiling tiger had hidden in the shadows from the beginning, never revealing a hint of himself. If Chu Chen hadn't pointed him out, perhaps no one would have known that behind this duel lay a shocking conspiracy. Several times, Chu Chen had nearly lost his life, and now he wanted to turn enemies into friends? Now that it has come to this, it is pointless for you to say more, Lord Zhu. I have already entrusted my soul, it is time for the person behind you to show himself. Now is his best opportunity, Chu Chen said slowly. As his words fell, a 5-colored glow appeared from the sky, illuminating the people. Immediately afterward, a rift in space suddenly tore open, and 9 fire phoenixes, each 10,000 feet long, flew out. In the sky, a long flame appeared before everyone, and all those in the chaotic place witnessed this scene. The fire phoenix chariot descended from the sky, carrying an aura of supremacy. 9 phoenixes pulling a chariot? Which great figure is this? It has appeared. This should be the person the killer was waiting for. Which divine being dares to use such a noble vehicle? Initially, it was thought that the person Chu Chen was waiting for was from the 3rd sequence world, but who would have thought it was someone from another world? They had directly torn apart space to force their way in. Such power could only be wielded by those who ignited divine fire. No one else could achieve this. Just the Sea of Realms could block most people. At this moment, Xu Xiao knelt directly, respectfully bowing, "Welcome, great ancestor." The weight of these 2 words was as heavy as 10,000 pounds. He was definitely not addressing a great figure from Patian City. Even as prime minister, there was no need for such great courtesy when meeting the founder. There could only be one explanation. Great ancestor of the Southern Dipper Pavilion, so it was you. Chu Chen chuckled softly, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. With a person behind the scenes, Chu Chen had many guesses, with the first being those he had previously clashed with. The Abyss clan was one, and the rebellion of the Dark Elves and the Crab clan was their doing. Chu Chen had once uncovered their schemes. The Old Earth 9 songs was another, as only he had the strength to strike at him within the vast Holy Spirit Hall. But unexpectedly, the visitor turned out to be the founder of the Southern Dipper Pavilion, one of the top 10 powers in the heavenly realms. This ancient lineage had produced many earth-shattering figures, with members in every era's divine rankings. They possessed numerous top-tier combat powers, and generally, only those at the level of the pavilion master would pass on their position to the next generation when their lifespan was nearing its end, while they would go to the ancestral tomb to guard it until death. Therefore, this person's status was the highest Chu Chen had encountered since his promotion. The Nine Phoenixes' carriage was a vehicle only befitting a supreme identity, and these fire phoenixes had extremely pure bloodlines, each possessing semi-divine strength. Moreover, they all came from the zero-sequence world. It was no exaggeration to say that any one of them could rival even the lowest-ranked members of the divine rankings. This shows just how grand this undertaking was. As far as I know, there are currently 10 founders in the Southern Dipper Pavilion. Which one is this? The aura is unstable, and there seems to be black gas gathering above the carriage. This, the 5 declines of heaven and man? The visitor should be the deputy pavilion master from 50,000 years ago, Zhuo Shijun. So it's him. Back then, he single-handedly charged into the orc clan, using the laws of heavenly fire to block 1,000 semi-divines, directly targeting the essence of the beast god, and retreated unscathed. After that, the orc clan sealed themselves for 100 years, not appearing in the world. Since then, who in the world does not know of Jun? Zhuo Shijun's legendary story could be told for 3 days and nights without end. He fought throughout his life solely to seek the Tao. He had neither wife nor children, nor disciples, living in solitude for tens of thousands of years, relying only on the heavenly fire in his heart. Many believed that if Zhuo Shijun had been born in the era when the divine path was opened, he would surely have gained fame across the realms, with all races paying homage. But shortly after charging into the orc clan, he vanished without a trace, and there were no more legends of him in the martial world. Now that he reappeared, it shocked everyone. Since Senior Zhuo has come, why not show yourself? Chu Chen said lightly. However, there was no response from the carriage, which flew straight towards Chu Chen's soul. A fish that was hard to catch, how could I not reel it in? With that, Chu Chen suddenly soared into the sky, moving as fast as lightning. People only saw a flash of golden lightning, and he appeared at an altitude of 50,000 meters. The magnificent soul was right before him. And Chu Chen swallowed it in one gulp, immediately feeling his aura surge wildly, showing signs of breaking through the semi-divine shackles. Unfortunately, he had not yet completed his divine awareness and could not step into the semi-divine realm. Senior, you are too impatient. Although my soul has not been fully repaired, it is not something you can just take, Chu Chen said calmly. At that moment, a pillar of fire suddenly erupted from the mouth of the fire phoenix, the scorching aura burning a pitch-black passage through space. The ancient god's phantom opened its mouth and exhaled, instantly extinguishing the flames, followed by its eyes filled with black light, shooting out a beam of destructive divine light. In an instant, one of the fire phoenixes let out a tragic cry, half of its body turning to dust, helplessly falling downwards. Then, the ancient god's phantom extended a finger, wielding the power of a collapsing world, and suddenly struck out. The grip of the underworld. The Book of Sages opened several pages, and a gate to hell appeared between heaven and earth. The door opened, and evil spirits rampaged, with dozens of soul-locking chains flying out, carrying powerful soul laws and life and death laws. Another fusion of rule techniques. The tiger falls in the plains and is bullied by dogs. Zhuo Shijun has aged, no longer possessing the power of his peak. Why does Zhuo Shijun want to seize the soul of the murderer? As this question was raised, people suddenly awakened. They had been discussing Zhuo Shijun the whole time while neglecting his purpose for appearing. Since he was indeed the true mastermind behind the scenes, plotting against Chu Chen for an entire year, and even risking his life to emerge at the end of his lifespan, what on earth does he want to do, risking so much? Countless people had a big question mark hovering over their heads, the bewildering scene leaving them at a loss. At that moment, a piercing scream pulled them back to reality. Looking up, they saw the remaining 8 fire phoenixes pierced by soul-locking chains, their souls being dragged directly into the gates of the underworld. The carriage was also pierced by the chains, exploding with a thunderous roar. Immediately after, the Great Annihilation Town's prison finger arrived, crushing everything inside the carriage to dust with a single gesture. Chu Chen seemed unwilling to let Zhuo Shijun off so easily. He summoned a thunder dragon, which exploded upon descending to the world. The violent thunder shattered the space, appearing from afar like a dazzling firework, incredibly brilliant. Although the display was grand, this combination of techniques occurred in just a second. Infinite firepower was always the trademark of the fierce Chu Chen. It was precisely because of such a unique talent that he could move faster and further than others. Zhuo Shijun came in grand style, only to be obliterated by Chu Chen's defiance in an instant. The fat and thin dragon people were dumbfounded. Slap. The fat dragon slapped the bamboo pole. What are you hitting for? Does it hurt? Of course. Or should I hit you and see? Then. It really is. The fat dragon looked incredulously at the figure in the sky flickering with golden light, lost in thought. He never expected that in just half a year he would possess such terrifying strength that even the 9-headed fire phoenix was no match for him. It should be noted that even Zhao Wuxuan would not dare to guarantee survival under the combined attack of the 9 phoenixes. But Chu Chen did it. He was still the same as before, always able to create miracles and surprise people. A child should be like the fierce Chu Chen in the future, who in the world would not recognize this name, which was likely to change hands. Xu Zhao's face turned ashen, as if he had eaten something foul. Just a moment ago, he had appeared to be strategizing, but in the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face. Zhuo Shijun's strength was beyond doubt. This was a figure known to all. Yet, in the face of Chu Chen's unparalleled demeanor, he appeared dim and dull. Senior Zhua. Stop testing the waters, come out, Chu Chen said, his gaze fixed on a corner of the void. What does that mean? Zhua Shijun isn't dead? Since ancient times, heroes have emerged from youth. Today, I have truly witnessed the might of a fierce person, and this journey has not been in vain. In the next moment, a tear opened in space, and a tall, elderly figure stepped out. He had a head full of white hair, a face covered in wrinkles and age spots, and was surrounded by wisps of black mist, exuding a faint smell of decay. His body was emaciated, his complexion pale, and his brows were filled with sharpness. It was evident that Zhua Shijun's condition was very poor at this moment, with hardly any strength left. Yet even so, the aura he emitted was still extremely strong, as if he were a born king. You started testing me from Barawa City, and even now you remain so cautious, sacrificing your vehicle. Senior Zhua, aren't you being a bit too timid? Chu Chen spoke frankly. Facing such an ancient figure, who was also the ancestor of one of the 10 great powers of the world, it was hard to find a second person who would dare to speak to him in such a tone. People couldn't help but admire Chu Chen's courage and bravery. After all, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. I have tested you for over a year. If it weren't for that ginseng king, it would probably take you another 2 years to reach your current state, Zhua Shijun asked. His voice was strange, carrying a power of confusion. Although lacking in strength, one could feel the immense power of rules contained within. To be able to integrate rules into his body, every word and action influenced the great trends of heaven and earth. This showed that he had already ignited the divine fire and even condensed a sphere of law. Although still at the world-destroying level, every hurdle was like a chasm. Having crossed the divine awareness, there was still a demigod threshold ahead. To ascend to demigod status, the transformation of rules into laws was essential. Once the rules are comprehended to the 10th layer, one can begin to attempt igniting the divine fire and mastering divine power. Divine fire is also ranked by levels. Some people, upon igniting their divine fire, are so weak that they seem ready to extinguish at any moment. This is called false divine fire. Just like Master Rulu of the Dwarven race, whose divine fire is extremely weak, relying on other means to mobilize divine power. On the other hand, some people's divine fire can burn for 90,000 miles, illuminating the sky. With divine light, a single flame can incinerate the city of breaking heaven, which is terrifying. Different talents lead to different paths, and the height of divine fire is limited. Once reaching the extreme, one can use divine fire as a foundation, with the power of heaven and earth as materials, to forge a sphere of faith. If one can surpass this hurdle, they can use the power of faith, combined with divine fire, to achieve the supreme divine throne. Once at this step, true divinity is not far away. The Zhua Shijun before me can mobilize the great forces of heaven and earth, clearly, having reached the stage of collecting faith, with terrifying strength. However, his lifespan is nearing its end, and he cannot use too much power. Otherwise, the 5 declines of heaven and man will worsen, and he could die at any moment. Senior Zhua, are you becoming more confused with age? You want to kill me, yet I not only cannot harbor revenge but must also be grateful to you? Chu Chen scoffed. Do you know the value of a king ginseng? A 10,000-year ginseng can ignite divine fire, a 100,000-year king ginseng can forge faith, and a million-year emperor ginseng can ascend to the divine realm. I am gifting you an opportunity, and you have not even said a word of thanks? Chu Chen sneered, thinking the old man was full of nonsense. If this could be called an opportunity, he would rather give Zhua Shijun a gift. Since you have revealed your true self, why not take action? Are you waiting for help from the Southern Dipper Pavilion? Chu Chen asked. I am already a dead man, long detached from the Southern Dipper Pavilion, and after death, I will not enter the ancestral tomb. Zhua Shijun shook his head. I quite like your body, since you do not express words of thanks, let your body serve as a gift. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a jade bottle containing a blood-red liquid appeared in his hand. He then opened the lid and drank it in one gulp. At that moment, it seemed as if countless beast roars echoed from within him, and the totem of the beastmen appeared in the sky. The phantom of the beast god. Zhua Shijun just drank the essence of the beast god. He obtained this supreme treasure from deep within the beastmen thousands of years ago and has never used it. The essence of the beast god contains an enormous amount of energy. A single drop can allow a beastman to return to their ancestral form and ascend to demigod status. Such a treasure takes 100 years to produce a single drop. The bottle Zhua Shijun drank must contain at least 100 drops. What a grand gesture. Although the beastmen and humans are fundamentally different, Zhua Shijun drinking it would not cause a return to ancestral form or elevate his level. However, the astonishing energy contained within could temporarily free him from the constraints of the 5 declines of heaven and man, restoring part of his strength for an hour. Suddenly, Zhua Shijun's white hair turned jet black, his aged face regained the radiance of his youth, his once frail figure became robust, and his aura surged wildly. This scene brought tears to Zhu Zhao's eyes. He had entered the Southern Dipper Pavilion since childhood, growing up listening to the legendary stories of Zhua Shijun. Yet he had never seen Zhua Shijun's true form. When he became the Chancellor, it coincided with the day Zhua Shijun guarded the tomb. Now, seeing the demeanor of that natural-born king from back then, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Although the essence of the beast god can allow you to unleash your full strength without dying, at most, you will only have 1/10 of your peak power. Are you not afraid of falling to me, your junior? Chu Chen asked. Zhua Shijun did not respond. A powerful aura spread out, and half the sky could hear the vibrations from his heart extremely loud. Then, a ball of heavenly fire appeared in his hand, and he declared, "If I lose this battle, I will bestow upon you the title of natural-born king." The transformation of the heavenly fire demon. At that moment, Zuo Shijun's body suddenly expanded more than 100 times. His entire body was covered in golden and black runes, etched into his skin, one eye exuding extreme evil, the other divine and transcendent. His speed and power were enhanced in all aspects. And he charged forward, engulfed in heavenly fire. There were no flashy spells, nor was there a momentum that could shake the heavens and make the ghosts weep. Only a single punch. A simple, straightforward punch. Shu Chen slightly lifted his eyelids, looked straight ahead, and said, "Does the title of born king also deserve to rest upon my head?" The true form of the ancient god. Shu Chen's body swelled 100-fold. His entire being shimmered with golden light. A torrent of blood energy surged like an enraged dragon emerging into the world, covering the sky. He delivered a punch, and it was met with another. The two punches collided, and the aftermath was world-destroying. The ground cracked, and a portion of the broken sky city suddenly turned into ruins. What terrifying power! Just the aftermath has such might. I can't imagine what kind of battle they have gone through. The fusion of the rules of heavenly fire against the rules of strength and immortality. This battle is destined to be recorded in history. The clash of the old-born king and the current thunder god has crossed over 100,000 years. The two were using the purest physical strength. Both blinded by rage, their roars and the booming sounds intertwined, with Broken Sky City being the first to bear the brunt, crumbling inch by inch. It should be known that many buildings were forged from star-fallen iron, comparable to divine iron, a material that even the Abyss Legion of that year could not shatter. Yet before them, it was as fragile as paper. The burning heaven fist. The hand of the heavens. The divine fist, burning with heavenly fire, descended from the sky, representing the truth of heaven and earth, toppling down. Covered in dense, mysterious characters, it fell fiercely, revealing a palm inscribed with 2 pentagrams, containing ancient power. Boom! The destructive force spread out, rising into a mushroom cloud. The bodies of the two had long been covered by the tide of rules, making it hard to look directly. This power nearly broke through the world's barriers, fatally revealing the shield behind the void, and the hidden black sea beyond it. In the face of gods and demons, the ancient god is ultimately inferior. The voice of Zuo Shijun echoed from the tide. In the haze, they saw Chu Chen cough up golden blood, his face as pale as paper, his already broken body appearing even more withered. The 2-star ancient god is indeed a bit weak, but what if it were a 3-star? Chu Chen looked towards Broken Sky City, waved his hand, and a giant hand descended from the sky, suddenly slapping towards the depths of the chaotic forbidden area. The power of the hand of the heavens was not to be underestimated, and combined with the fusion of rule power, it could barely rival Zuo Shijun's transformation into a god and demon. The so-called power of gods and demons was merely the strength stolen by the ancestors of the Southern Dipper Pavilion, a fusion of spells that, when combined with the physical body, could barely unleash a trace of true divine and true demonic power. Therefore, before a true ancient god, they were as weak as ants. If it weren't for Chu Chen's ancient god bloodline not yet having matured, this kind of thing could be blown away in one breath. At present, he was still halfway to ascending the stars, and Chu Chen directly aimed at the monsters in the forbidden area. With 1 billion epic-level monsters, completing this in a short time was not difficult given his current strength. The giant hand descended, and several mountains shattered, flattened to the ground. Now, Chu Chen had stepped into the realm of world destruction at 5 stars. Experience was no longer something he needed, but it was better than nothing, and leveling up was not a bad thing. Stop being mysterious, you might as well use your self-created forbidden spell sooner. I don't have the patience to play with you. Saying this, Zuo Shijun charged again, a ball of heavenly fire forming in his palm, the powers of gold and black filling his body, and he smashed down fiercely. The heavenly calamity light. At the same time, Chu Chen summoned over 100 hands of the heavens to descend upon the wilderness, while a multicolored light flashed across his chest and a beam of world-destroying light shot out. A shocking explosion suddenly erupted, and the two fought from an altitude of 20,000 meters to the heavens above, where the clouds were thick, constantly flashing with light, a terrifying aura rising straight to the 9th heaven. Occasionally, golden blood fell like raindrops. The light emitted by the two was even beyond that of the sun. The people below stared in awe at this powerful scene as Shu Chen, while fighting, could still multitask and quietly farm monsters. What time is it? Is leveling even useful? He hasn't completed the divine awakening. How can he break through to demigod? Even if he were promoted to the 10 stars of annihilation, what difference would it make? In his current state, he is still no match for Zuo Shijun. Why not use a self-created forbidden spell? Physical confrontation is not the advantage of a fierce person. In a battle of epic-making kings, naturally, one cannot yield in any aspect. If a fierce person wants to uphold the name of a king, they must crush Zuo Shijun in every way. It can be said that this is the invincible heart at work. A proud person cannot have any weaknesses. Suddenly, Chu Chen's body shot down like a cannonball, directly smashing into the central area of the Broken Sky City, creating a large pit. In an instant, dust and smoke rose, and his broken body was covered in cracks, looking as if it would fall apart at any moment. Yet his gaze remained resolute, his expression defiant, with a signature smile at the corner of his mouth. Soon after, Zuo Shijun's figure appeared above the Broken Sky City, holding a ball of heavenly fire in his hand, exuding a domineering aura that was suffocating. I give you two choices: either surrender your soul or submit to me and serve the Southern Dipper Pavilion for eternity. Chu Chen laughed loudly. I understand your intentions now. You had the chance to kill me but always held back. Your purpose, Senior, must be my body, right? The act of seizing a body is not permitted by the heavens. Are you not afraid of divine retribution for doing this? Seizing a body? The mere mention of these words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Many exchanged glances, filled with horror. Seizing a body is to go against the heavens and change one's fate. As one's lifespan nears its end, to deceive the heavenly mechanism, alter the cycle of reincarnation, and forcefully live again. No wonder Zhuo Shijun would scheme against the fierce person, and no wonder he would conduct so many tests. The fierce person's soul is flawed. This is the best opportunity for seizing a body. If Zhuo Shijun could use the fierce person's body to live again, with his innate kingly talent, plus unlimited firepower and the rules of fusion, who could rival him in heaven or earth? So that's how it is. Combining the various encounters before, they finally understood, this was the true purpose of the mastermind behind the scenes. From beginning to end, Zhuo Shijun never intended to kill Chu Chen. If he were to destroy this perfect body with his own hands, everything he had done before would be in vain. Is the reason the fierce person fights with the weakest body to expose Zhuo Shijun's conspiracy? What great courage! This kind of gamble, is he really not afraid of losing his own life? What of divine retribution? As long as I can come back to life, who can compete for the top position on the divine list? Zhuo Shijun said fearlessly, without holding back. Senior, you have set a good game. Among all the rules I have comprehended, only the soul rule remains incomplete. Would you be willing to lend me a hand? Chu Chen climbed up from the ruins and asked. Once I have everything from you, I will naturally manage it well, there is no rush. Zhuo Shijun sneered. How could he not know what Chu Chen was plotting? He said so much just to buy time, waiting for the moment when the beast god essence passed, and then he would have no way to deal with him. Bring it on! Zhuo Shijun's large hand reached out, aiming directly at Chu Chen's head. His palm flickered with dark demonic light. This technique could devour souls. He had not been idle during his tens of thousands of years of seclusion, constantly researching methods of seizing bodies. The beast god essence was merely the first step. Everything he had painstakingly prepared was for this moment. Zhuo Shijun's gaze shifted from excitement to greed. Those domineering eyes seemed to have become a thing of the past. Now, he was just a madman at death's door. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth, turning everyone in its path into soulless shells, like sculptures. At the critical moment, Chu Chen's finger slowly touched the pentagram on his forehead, and a wicked smile curled at the corner of his